Thanks for the memories. The truth has set me free. The memoirs of Bob Hope's and Henry Kissinger's mind-controlled slave, used as a presidential sex toy and personal computer. By Brice Taylor. Acknowledgements, to my children collectively, mountains of love are still held in reserve for each of you as I take this necessary step toward ensuring your ultimate freedom. Please forgive me for divulging and making public the persons and events that should have remained private to your lives. However, the magnitude of the problem we face requires that I do as God guides me. I know that in a normal healthy family I would have been able to discuss this all with you so we could have decided how to do this together. But, that was not possible. Forgive me for taking any liberties that may affect your lives in ways I could not have anticipated. I have put my decisions before the Lord and trust in His infinite wisdom to lead us all to sweet peace and freedom. The mother-child bond we share has very powerfully been the wind beneath my wings. Kevin, my child who was also my friend. Thanks for always being so helpful, capable, thoughtful of others, kind and cheerful. I am proud of you and pray for your release so that you can take the many talents and gifts you possess and use them in ways you and you alone choose. I love you, Kev. Kelly, a promise is a promise. And I will keep mine to you. I will never let go, and I will never stop exposing this and seeking help, no matter what. Thank you for always being so kind and loving. Your gentle nature and the immense love you are shines through even the mind control you are under, in ways everyone can feel. I pray for your release from the programmed state that keeps you shut away from yourself and the world. I miss you and know that God is working powerfully in and through you to bring healing to you and others. I love ya. Danny, my child who walks to the beat of a different drummer. I wait in great anticipation to see what you do with the many individual gifts and talents that are yours, yet not yet yours. I grieve for the necessary separation that caused you to have to grow up without a mom at a very early age. I pray that God will restore those years in divine ways. I love you more than you could ever know. To the baby son taken from my arms at birth, my soul longs for you. I still grieve the immense loss of your physical presence. I've missed you over the years and look forward to our reunion if it is God's will. God has promised restoration of family and I look forward to meeting you again, only this time as a big strong man. My parents, thank you for allowing me passage into the genetic and spiritual structures that would ensure the success of my mission here on earth. I love you for birthing me and for allowing me to have the necessary experiences my soul required to learn and make my contribution. Dad, your ability to be ahead of your time and Mum, your ability to unconditionally love, even under mind control, helped me find my way, ultimately. I know now that you were both caught in the same dark web that I found myself in. I love and forgive you both. Craig, we never had a chance, but we did love each other through it. Thank you for your gentle nature and for supporting me in the ways that you were able toward my recovery. I forgive you. Do you forgive me? My brothers, like Pop told us, may the truth set us all free. Catherine Gould, Ph.D., what would I have done without you? Thank you for so many things, the first of which saved my life. The clever safety letter attached to my memory packets that I believe kept me alive. Your continued support and helpful listening proved to give me that extra leg up that I needed to trust myself in order to go forward with this manuscript. 4. Margie Paul, Ph.D., thank you for helping me connect to my innate spirituality and my inner child, children, and for holding and loving those little ones within me as I healed. Thanks for your willingness to go into the fearsome darkness with me and for your dedication to love, stretching beyond professional rules to serve in the ways I needed. I love you. Ted Gunderson, thank you for helping me begin to stay safe with security measures and bodyguards and for kneeling before the Lord while the Holy Spirit worked within us, so that together we could work toward exposing the horrors that have been a part of so many victims' lives, in order that those planning the New World Order would fail. Thank you for being there over the years to remind me when I became discouraged, remember who wins in the end. May God's larger plan set the captives free at last. Walter Bowart, May God bless you abundantly for holding the space of truth for victims of all ages, starting way back in 1978 when your first edition of Operation Mind Control hit the bookstores. You have stayed in the battle for truth and justice, and I thank you for continuing to hold on to the reality which most were faint of heart and not strong enough to endure. Thank you for being there. Joe, thanks for encouraging me to continue and for teaching me the placemat method. Lauren Stratford, thank you for being courageous enough to heed the call of the Lord when you walked out in front of us all to pioneer a healing path for those who want to be healed. Thank you for your encouragement in times of trouble, and may God bless you for your continued support of survivors all over the world. I love you. Lynn Moss Sharman, who had the spiritual courage, fortitude and determination to found Stone Angels to support mind control victims in Canada, and then XMC, Advocacy Committee for Human Experimentation Survivors Mind Control. Your work is crucial, as you've documented the reality of mind control experimentation through the chronicling of countless victims' testimony. May the Great Spirit richly reward you for your beautiful spiritual purity and faith. And your work here. Bobby Gagne, may the love and compassion you have shown for countless survivors return to you multiplied. Thank you for educating many in the field of law enforcement so they may now help victims who are still suffering. Thank you for doing what Christ would do. I love you. Alice Miller, the example you showed me through your books was priceless. Through them I was to learn that by trusting my own experience, especially those that I had as a child, that I might transcend what is currently known in order to more fully advocate for children. Stuart Perlman, Ph.D., thanks for telling me the truth was within, when others told me to forget the past and live in the present. You were right. Thank you for listening for hours to the horror of my past. I know it was very difficult for you to hear. God bless you. Claire Reeves, President, Mothers Against Sexual Abuse, MASA, thank you for holding the shield of protection for children and for being there for and with me, even, in court, when I began exposing my affluent abusers back in 1992. I know it has been difficult at times and that you have had to withstand much opposition, but just know that many have been helped because of the work you have done. God bless you. Margaret, my sister in Christ. Thank you for being my trusted secretary, best friend, and support team through the rough times. I thank Jesus for guiding you into my life so that together we could fulfill, 5. His plan for freeing his children, large and small. May God bless and keep you all the days of your life. You are so precious to me. Mary Lewis, for constantly doing what Jesus would do. Without funds, outward direction, or much support, you have single-handedly done a miraculous job in helping endless victims of mind control break free and heal. May God bless and keep you safe as you continue his work. Lowell Lewis, for bringing humor and love to your work in supporting Mary and the many victims that the two of you have worked with and loved over the years. Thanks for sharing your Bible with me. Stuart Merlott, thank you for your continued support of me, especially with the editing, and your awesome devotion toward exposing and ending the inner workings of the New World Order and of the mind control that fuels it. Thank you for not stopping, even when it seemed hopeless. May your selflessness and dedication be richly rewarded by God. Judith, thanks for your loving support and help in the initial typesetting. Doris, my loving prayer partner. Thank you for your continued prayers for my family's release. I love you. Terry, thank you for your loving support through the intense birthing of this book. Lawrence, thank you for teaching me how to rest and for being my friend. Elizabeth, thank you for being the beautiful light of compassion and love, and for crying when you first heard me speak about my life. Thanks for being with Kelly while I studied the brainwave technology that enabled me to help her at home, and for encouraging me to keep learning, when I felt I couldn't do it. Your constant prayers have been an incredible upliftment. God bless you. Chip Tatum, thank you for heroically sharing your first-hand witness of CIA mind control, even validating it on video with me. I'm sorry you had to go to prison for telling the truth, but I'm so grateful that now you are free. God bless you and your wife in your new life. All those that went before, I want to thank all those courageous souls who gave their lives in the service of ending this abuse. Jesus, the love of my life, my Lord and Savior. Thank you for your leading. Thank you for bringing the Holy Spirit to lead and guide me through the danger to make this contribution. It is because of you that I survived through this life and healed in order to bring the truth to light. Continue to work in me to create my mind to be more like yours. 6. A note to ritual abuse survivors and all those under mind control, whether conscious and in recovery or still unconscious and unaware. Certain material contained within these pages may illustrate the precepts of mind control. Nothing in this book should create any problems in the internal structure of those who have dissociative identity disorder, formerly called multiple personality disorder, or those currently under mind control. However, some survivors report difficulty in reading anything which relates to their current perception of their victimization. Readers who know or suspect they are incest, ritual abuse, or mind control survivors and are in therapy would do well to consult with God before reading this book. The mention of an office, service, or organization in this book does not constitute endorsement or recommendation by the author, and should not be relied upon as such, but is provided for information purposes only. The author, editor, or publisher can in no way be held liable for the use or misuse of the information in this book. 7. Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, forward by Walter Bowart, Thanks for the Me. 1. More than 25 years have passed since I began research into what was then called brainwashing, a comically euphemistic term invented in the 1950s by CIA propaganda specialist Edward Hunter. It's been 21 years since my book on the subject Operation Mind Control was published internationally, and 5 years since it reappeared as the greatly expanded limited researcher's edition, featuring an account of Lois that offers a synopsis of the book you hold in your hands. Now it can be told. Lois is Susan Ford, whose pseudonym is Brice Taylor. Her book Thanks for the Memories, which, by all reports is greatly anticipated by an audience better educated than the one I encountered in the 1970s, is now published for all the world to read. I wrote my book Operation Mind Control while living in Arizona, still a backward state, dominated by federal funds and jobs, and the dissociated and extremely provincial beliefs that come with it. In the 70s most of the people I spoke with about what I called, generically, mind control thought I was crazy. Those who were not afraid to express their opinions on the subject believed it to be impossible. They strongly believed they could not be made to do something against their will and without their own knowledge. They believed they had indomitable powers of will, like the CIA-funded psychologist, Timothy Leary's fellow debater and Watergate burglar, G. Gordon Liddy. They believed, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that they could not be broken, fragmented, and mentally enslaved by any technology, even if it included hypnosis, drugs, electronic brain stimulation or what came to be called biological process control. My interest in this subject was piqued by a young man, David, I had known all my life. He returned from a 4-year tour with the United States Air Force in a confused and deeply tormented state. You could not say that he had a destroyed mind. He suffered from complete amnesia about the past years of service in the USAF, but he was making straight A's in pre-medical courses at a prominent university. I did not recognize him as he sat, slumped in an overstuffed chair in my living room in 1973. He had undergone a couple of years of treatment with a competent psychiatrist and was finally asked by her, "Do you want to know what this is and how it was created, or do you just want to be able to function?" He decided the functioning was good enough, and his treatment accelerated, taking a wide turn away from the historical events he remembered, which included being a human tape recorder, and witnessing the most secret negotiations with North Vietnam and with royals of the Arabic persuasion who beheaded a prisoner he had just witnessed being interrogated. The image of this decapitation still haunts him in his dreams. In 1973 the Rockefeller Commission's report revealed that CIA Director Richard Helms had supposedly destroyed 153 separate files on a long-running, top-secret project called MKUltra, as his last act in office. In years to come many of those files were discovered as misplaced files. they revealed a long history of criminal activities by individuals who hid behind the National Security Act and ran amok, arrogantly treating citizens of their own country as just so many lab rats. I can hypnotize a man, without his knowledge or consent, into committing treason against the United States. Dr. George Estabrook, 1943. This Canadian-born Rhodes Scholar was a hypnosis expert and former professor at Colgate University with long-standing ties to U.S. military and domestic intelligence, and to Martin Orne, M.D., a master, 1 James Joyce, Finnegan's Wake, 1938, 8, psychiatrist, author of Patty Hearst's Brainwashing Defense, and founding board member of the False Memory Syndrome Foundation. As I was researching the Rockefeller Commission's report, following anecdotal evidence, putting the pieces together, then writing what turned out to be Operation Mind Control, I felt like the villagers in this Sufi tale. An elephant had entered a cave near a town in Morocco and had bellowed all night, keeping the whole village awake. Nobody in the town had seen an elephant, nor did anyone know what an elephant looked like. The villagers held a meeting and 4 brave people among them volunteered to go into the cave to investigate what was making the strange bellowings. The first one felt the elephant's trunk and came running out to report a large python was making the noise they heard. The second one felt a foot and came out to report that a palm tree was making the noise. The third one felt the elephant's tail and came out to report that a broom, obviously controlled by a witch, was making the noise. The fourth villager felt the elephant's ear and came out to report that there was nothing to fear because a large leaf from a tropical plant was making the noise. Once they understood there was nothing to fear, the villagers went to sleep that night and didn't hear the elephant snorting and bellowing as he left the cave. Nor did they mention it again. In those days, shrinks, psychiatrists and psychologists, told me that what I was reporting were the results of a disease called schizophrenia. The word meant fragmented personality, but in time, schizophrenia turned out to be a familial disease which could be treated and controlled with medication. The stories I was reporting took several years to understand. I eventually discovered that what I was reporting was the real cause of the cryptocracy's trained elephant in the particular cave next to our hometown. I cannot tell you the experiences Sue Ford reports are accurate to the letter, since I was not a witness to all of them. But, as I revealed in Operation Mind Control, 1994, I once saw Sue on a Palm Springs golf course in the company of her alleged handler, Bob Hope. At that time I was editor-in-chief of Palm Springs Life magazine, which had just won the Maggie Award for publishing the Best City magazine. It was at the Bob Hope Classic that I saw Sue, but I didn't speak to her, as I was busy covering the happenings and celebrities, which have graced the magazine since the 1950s. Sue was one of the Bob Hope Classic hostesses, assisting the public and the press in a variety of functions. My path crossed Sue's again years later when I was interviewing another survivor of mind control, but I'll spare you those details. Just read my book. I can tell you that Sue Ford believes the story she has written with all her being, and her account as described herein has remained consistent. Most of her memories, conveyed in her book, she obtained outside of the therapy setting on the island of Kauai, while journaling on the beach, since she could not afford a therapist at that time. The perceived safety of the location and the steady sound of the waves in the background provided her with the ability to focus inward, allowing intense flashbacks to recur, including intense memory of her physical sensations during those events, called body memories, all of which she was able to write down in her journals. Sue's journals are amazingly free of mistakes, and that's no small feat since they were written in indelible ink. One gets the impression that Sue simply downloaded this material from her inner multiple personalities, who were desperately wanting to get this information out. Offering up these truths in these post-false memory Syndrome Foundation days takes courage. The well-funded foundation, composed of alleged pedophiles and psychiatrists, my term for professionals who worked for the CIA and mind control projects over a period of approximately 50 years, has led an effective fight in the courts to establish the fact that a person can easily be made to believe things which are not true. When I asked many of those who would later sit on the FMSF board, if a person could be made to do something against their will and without their knowledge, they denied that it was possible in the mid-70s. They have not yet turned their earlier stance completely around. Nor have they taken the next step to offer proof that a person can be made to do something against their will and without their knowledge, but they have gone far enough with their argument that justice is no longer served by eyewitness accounts. Responding to FMSF lawsuits, the state of California, I'm told, has made new laws, which would disqualify the testimony of anyone who has ever confessed to having been hypnotized. Most lawyers and judges don't understand dissociative disorders because most mental health professionals don't understand them, and/or haven't bothered to educate the judicial branch of government. To begin to understand the full range of dissociative disorders, from post-traumatic stress disorder to bipolar disorder to the former multiple personality disorder, now called dissociative identity disorder, one must confront the national security state and its military-industrial complex, which created the killers who all too often came home from their service to their country to beat and sexually abuse their wives and children. One gets the impression today that the majority of both mental health experts and judges believe that multiple personality disorder can easily be faked during expert examinations. However, most professionals with experience treating DID will tell you that it is almost impossible to fake an autonomic response, the kind of response that is used to assess the reality of a dissociated state. Faking an autonomic response would be about as easy as deliberately dilating or contracting your pupils without any change of light stimulus. On one case the Freedom of Thought Foundation sent me to investigate, the case of Robert Joe Moody, an alleged serial killer with a top-secret security clearance in the USMC, I brought one of the leading experts in the treatment of DID into the prison conference room. Within minutes this doctor had the killer manifesting 4 different personalities. When he first switched into the killer personality the room filled with heat. The doctor told me it was not unusual for a whole variety of physical changes to occur when a multiple switched. The room quickly getting hot from the temperature change of Moody's body when he switched from one personality to the other is a good example of the sort of autonomic response I'm talking about. I'd like to see even the best trained actor do that on cue. After the interview with Moody, as we were leaving the prison, the doctor said to me, "Well, what do you want to do? Integrate these personalities, or just let the little 9-year-old personality take the punishment, death by lethal injection, for all the others, just like he has always been doing?" In the only study of death row inmates in America, roughly 14% tested as being undiagnosed cases of DID. Only a few prisons were used in this study. It focused only on convicted murderers and did not investigate violent criminals who were convicted of assault or crimes less than murder. Other non-capital offenders were omitted. This study clearly showed the ignorance, or prejudice, of the American judicial system, one in which the diagnosis malingering is given to people suffering from DID. Malingering is a psychiatric term that means the subject is faking an illness. The poorly trained psychologists and psychiatrists working as court-appointed expert witnesses don't know how to test nor diagnose dissociative disorders. The most tragic moment of Moody's story, for most, is when they view the police videotape of the accused killer being read the Miranda warnings. Here, clearly, is the 9-year-old personality, Bobby, picking at a scab on his hand, speaking in a halting voice, not understanding who he was, due to amnestic fugue, nor what the words in the Miranda warnings meant. It was the only time the accused was read his rights. And as you might expect, Bobby wasn't the killer, nor was he even present at the scene of the crime. The killer personality was named XE and was, by all present indications, created during Moody's service in the Marine Corps. Mental health professionals generally overlook the possibility of deliberate programming. Or maybe that's part of the conspiracy against freedom of thought. Many shrinks are themselves unwitting accomplices in this conspiracy. Professional expressions of denial about the access and deliberate programming of dissociated children by agents of national security states is about as comforting as if they'd told you that the conclusions of the Warren Commission report were accurate and correct. Even certain members of the International Society for the Study of Dissociative Disorders has put DID in a separate legal category, so that people expressing multiple personalities cannot be found not guilty by reason of insanity. Dr. Colin Ross, one of the leading experts on dissociative disorders, expressed the opinion that DID may be the cause of most of the serious problems of our society, such as gangsterism, drive-by shootings, schoolyard assassinations, random acts of terrorism and all the rest of the trauma America has been experiencing over the past few years, an idea not yet examined by criminologists, prison experts, and others who would supposedly protect and serve. To understand dissociation is to understand the paradigm shift in our culture, from an industrial culture to an information culture. To understand it is to look into the heart of the dissociated states of America and the dissociated states of Europe and the Orient. The seeds of dissociation have been sown throughout history, from our earliest recorded days until the present. You can find evidence of it in the first terrors of the cavemen, in the shamanic practices of most primitive cultures, to the present co-option of severely dissociated people found among the ranks of modern military recruits. A cross-section of our society finds its way into military service, and a representational number of them suffer from dissociative disorders. These form a fertile pool for recruitment of programmed personnel. After you've met a few of them, you realize they have one thing in common: they are highly suggestible. Thus it is easy to capitalize on the trauma implanted in their child's mind by daddy, uncle, a neighbor or whomever. Once dissociation shows up in the military entrance tests, they are sorted out for programming. From their ranks are created autonomic assassins, amnestic couriers, and Mata-Hari sex biology agents who've given their involuntary or with no consent form requested. Who would do such a thing, you ask? Read on. Learn about the cryptocracy that has been gradually amassing its power over the human mind since the days when the swastika was forced underground, and its armbands torn from the sleeves, but its legacy was not removed from the hearts and minds of those welcomed to America under Project Paperclip, when Nazi war criminals, posing as scientists, were flown from the front, hidden among those who had spilled their blood fighting fascism. The value of programming to the cryptocrats is understood when you realize its usefulness in harnessing a slave labor force and covering up crimes. More than one forensic psychiatrist has told me that our criminal justice systems are not prepared to deal with these cases. And it's been that way for quite some time. The litigious actions of the False Memory Spindrome Foundation have done further damage to justice by successfully obfuscating the realities of dissociative disorders and by blaming its cause on the treatments of incompetent mental health professionals. Whether a victim of DID, trained and conditioned and honed for government use, claims they have been raised in a satanic cult, or a secret society, or been abducted by aliens matters not at all. For eons of time, throughout the entire history of mankind, as far as we know, war and trauma have created this evil, which is multi-generational, passed down the family tree from parent to child in an unbroken chain. The flavor of the torture matters not, it is nonetheless torture. The style of programming, 11, matters not, it is nonetheless programming. Usually the women are turned into slaves of one kind or another. The men are turned into killers or handlers. Regardless of the content of their story, the professional can only take it at face value, support the client, use it as a metaphor if nothing else, and try one technique after another until they get the results they are seeking, reintegration and eventual recovery. After spending the past 5 years studying programmed killers, it is refreshing to turn once again to Sue Ford's case. Most of us cannot keep from wincing at her vivid descriptions in certain parts. Others similarly victimized have experienced tortures so terrible, literally unspeakable, that they might think Sue had a privileged time of it. Though, Sue was used at a very high level in such ways that required her physical preservation. Many survivors, it would appear, are generally too incapacitated to write their own story and too destitute or crippled to achieve sufficient recovery. Sue's story, truly a psychiatrist's nightmare come true, is like a fascinating, multifaceted gemstone washed up on a white, sandy Hawaiian beach after having battled typhoons, riptides and the treacherous forces of man and nature. It is the story of a survivor who truly has emerged as a victor against all odds. We must salute Sue. she has preceded the therapeutic community's understanding of dissociation and reintegration in the context of mind control. She's been a teacher as well as a patient, and has inspired many of those who are leading the way toward real healing, not just a drugging of symptoms as is too commonly found to be the mental health cure for MPD. Through her valiant recovery from trauma-based mind control, Sue has paved the way for other survivors to follow. Let's join her in shining the light on the path for those survivors who are ready, willing and able to stand and be counted. Their liberation will be ours, all of us. To your own free thinking. W. H. Bowart, Director, Freedom of Thought Foundation, 12, Brice Taylor, thanks for the memories. Historical overview, mind control in the modern context. Mind control is a rather vague and nebulous term used to label methods of extreme coercion that result in an individual's involuntary, robotic compliance. In order for the reader to fully understand the account presented in this book, it is essential to gain some background knowledge about the history of mind control. There was a special report, article, that appeared in the U.S. News and World Report, January 24, 1994, entitled The Cold War Experiments, which provides one with an introductory and conventionally accepted perspective on the subject of mind control. The article begins, stating the widely held view that U.S. government scientists, spurred on by reports that American prisoners of war were being brainwashed in North Korea, were proposing an urgent, top-secret research program on behavior modification. Drugs, hypnosis, electroshock, lobotomy, all were to be studied as part of a vast U.S. effort to close the mind control gap. At the time this article appeared, congressional inquiries were being held to examine new disclosures about government experiments that had intentionally exposed American citizens to radiation. The article continues, but the radiation experiments are only one facet of a vast Cold War research program that used thousands of Americans as guinea pigs. And, from the end of World War II well into the 1970s, the Atomic Energy Commission, the Defense Department, the military services, the CIA and other agencies used prisoners, drug addicts, mental patients, college students, soldiers, even bar patrons, in a vast range of government-run experiments to test the effects of everything from radiation, LSD and nerve gas to intense electric shocks and prolonged sensory deprivation. Note the portrayal of this activity as a vast governmental effort. The article also illustrates the recent congressional concern. It's not just radiation we're talking about, says Democratic Senator John Glenn of Ohio, a former Marine and astronaut who is holding hearings on the subject this week. Any place government experimenting caused a problem, we should make every effort to notify the people and follow up. We ought to set up some sort of review and compensation for people who are really hurt. Years later, on January 22, 1997, Senator Glenn introduced before Congress the Human Research Subject Protections Act of 1997. It was referred to the Senate Committee on Labor and Human Resources, chaired by Senator Arlen Specter, author of the Warren Commission's Single Bullet Theory, and never made it out. With the many bare-brain pieces of legislation that make it to the Senate floor, you would think that one which attempts to safeguard human subjects of experimentation would be a no-brainer, but apparently it is not with this Congress. Parallel with this activity, President Clinton published an administrative order known as Memorandum of March 27, 1997 entitled Strengthened Protections for Human Subjects of Classified Research, see Appendix, which attempted to implement the recommendations of the Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments, which he established in January 1994. To date, these well-intended efforts have had little or no impact. Last year, April 15, 1998, Harlan Gerard, on behalf of the International Committee for the Convention Against Offensive Microwave Weapons, brought suit against the federal government for its non-compliance in carrying out President Clinton's administrative order. This case is still in the process of working its way through the federal courts. The U.S. News and World Report article concludes with the following paragraph, 13, another former CIA official, Sidney Gottlieb, who directed the Culture Behavior Control Program almost from its inception, refused to discuss his work when U.S. News reporter visited him last week at his home. He said the CIA was only trying to encourage basic work in behavior science. But he added that after his retirement in 1973, he went back to school, practiced for 19 years as a speech pathologist and now works with AIDS and cancer patients at a hospice. He said he has devoted the years since he left the CIA trying to get on the side of the angels instead of the devils. Gottlieb's praiseworthy activities since 1973 speak to the seriousness of what he had participated in prior to that date, under Project MKultura. He was one individual who at least tried to do something to save his soul, which is more than one can say for the host of others who were similarly involved. Gottlieb passed away earlier in 1999, just in time to miss all the fireworks. The following article, Project Monarch, Nazi Mind Control by Ron Patton, provides an excellent historical overview on mind control in its many different aspects and is reprinted here almost in its entirety. The article appeared in the trend-setting, alternative press magazine Paranoia, The Conspiracy Reader in the fall 1996 issue. This magazine, one of several iconoclasts, has published a number of such informative articles on related subjects and, to date, appears to be the leading source for news and information about mind control. Note: the actual name of a classified project known to many as Monarch is yet to be officially confirmed, therefore, the reader is advised to substitute the phrase trauma-based mind control for the author's usage of the codename Monarch. 14. Project Monarch, Nazi Mind Control by Ron Patton. Amidst the subtle cerebral circumvention of the gullible populace, through a multitude of manipulated mediums, lies one of the most diabolical atrocities perpetrated upon a segment of the human race, a form of systematic mind control which has permeated every aspect of society for almost 50 years. To objectively ascertain the following, one may need to re-examine preconceived ideologies relating to the dualistic nature of mankind. Resolving the philosophical question of whether we are inherently good or inherently evil is tantamount in shaping our perception of reality. Specifically, the spiritual variable within the equation of life. This exposition is substantiated by declassified U.S. government documents, individuals formally connected to the U.S. intelligence communities, historical researchers knowledgeable in mind control, publications from mental health practitioners, and interviews taken from survivors unwittingly subjected to a highly complex form of trauma-based mind control known as Monarch programming. A word of caution for survivors of intensively systematic mind control and/or some form of ritualized abuse: there are numerous triggers in this article. It is therefore recommended not to read it unless appropriate support systems are in place or if you have a thoroughly reintegrated personality. A brief history of control. The mystery religions of ancient Egypt, Greece, India and Babylon helped lay the foundation for occultism, meaning hidden knowledge. One of the earliest writings giving reference to occultism is the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a compilation of rituals explicitly describing methods of torture and intimidation, to create trauma, the use of potions, drugs, and the casting of spells, hypnotism, ultimately resulting in the total enslavement of the initiate. 1. These have been the main ingredients for a part of occultism known as Satanism, throughout the ages. During the 13th century, the Roman Catholic Church increased and solidified its dominion throughout Europe with the infamous Inquisition. Satanism survived this period of persecution, deeply entrenching itself under the veil of various esoteric groups. In 1776, a Bavarian Jesuit by the name of Adam Weishaupt was commissioned by the House of Rothschild to centralize the power base of the mystery religions into what is commonly known as the Illuminati, meaning enlightened ones. This was an amalgamation of powerful occultic bloodlines, elite secret societies and influential Masonic fraternities, with the desire to construct the framework for a new world order. The outward goal of this utopia was to bring forth universal happiness to the human race. However, their underlying intention was to gradually increase control over the masses, thus becoming masters of the planet. The Anglo Alliance. By the 19th century, Great Britain and Germany were recognized as the primary geographic areas of Illuminati control. It then should be of little surprise to know the first work in behavioral science research was established in England in 1882, while much of the early medical and psychiatric techniques involved in mind control were pioneered at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute in Germany. 15. The Tavistock Institute of Human Relations was set up in London in 1921 to study the breaking point of humans. Kurt Lewin, a German psychologist, became the director of the Tavistock Institute in 1932, about the same time Nazi Germany was increasing its research into neuropsychology, parapsychology and multi-generational occultism. Interestingly, a progressive exchange of scientific ideas was taking place between England and Germany, most notably in the field of eugenics, the movement devoted to improving the human species through the control of hereditary factors in mating. The nefariously enigmatic union between the two countries was bonded, partly through the Order of the Golden Dawn, a secret society, which consisted of many high-ranking officials in the Nazi Party and British aristocracy. Top SS Nazi officer, Heinrich Himmler, was in charge of a scientific project called Lebensborn, which included selective breeding and adoption of children, a peculiarly large number of twins among them. 2. The purpose of the program was to create a super-race, Aryans, who would have total allegiance to the cause of the Third Reich, New Order. Much of the preliminary experimentation concerning genetic engineering and behavior modification was conducted by Dr. Joseph Mengele at Auschwitz, where he coldly analyzed the effects of trauma bonding, eye coloring and twinning upon his victims. Besides the insidious surgical experimentation performed at the concentration camp, some of the children were subjected to massive amounts of electroshock. Sadly, many of them did not survive the brutality. Concurrently, brainwashing was carried out on inmates at Dachau, who were placed under hypnosis and given the hallucinogenic drug mescaline. During the war, parallel behavioral research was led by Dr. George Estabrooks of Colgate University. His involvement with the Army, CID, FBI and other agencies remains shrouded in secrecy. However, Estabrooks would occasionally slip, and discuss his work involving the creation of hypno-programmed couriers and hypnotically induced split personalities. 3. After WWII, the U.S. Department of Defense secretly imported many of the top German Nazi and Italian fascist scientists and spies into the United States via South America and the Vatican. The code name for this operation was Project Paperclip. 4. One of the more prominent finds for the U.S. was German General Reinhard Gehlen, Hitler's chief of intelligence against Russia. Upon arriving in Washington, D.C. in 1945, Gehlen met extensively with President Truman, General William Wild Bill Donovan, Director of the Office of Strategic Services, OSS, and Allen Dulles, who would later become the stalwart head of the CIA. The objective of their brainstorming sessions was to reorganize the nominal American intelligence operation, transforming it into a highly efficient covert organization. The culmination of their efforts produced the Central Intelligence Group in 1946, renamed the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, in 1947. Reinhard Gehlen also had profound influence in helping to create the National Security Council, from which the National Security Act of 1947 was derived. This particular piece of legislation was implemented to protect an unconscionable number of illegal government activities, including clandestine mind control programs. Evolution of Project MKUltra, with the CIA and National Security Council firmly established, the first in a series of covert brainwashing programs was initiated by the Navy in the fall of 1947. Project Chatter was developed in response to the Soviet successes through the use of truth drugs. This rationale, however, was simply a cover story if the program were to be exposed. The research focused on the identification and testing of such drugs for use in interrogations and the recruitment of agents. 5. The project was officially terminated in 1953. The CIA decided to expand their efforts in the area of behavior modification, with the advent of Project Bluebird, approved by Director Allen Dulles in 1950. Its objectives were to 1. Discover a means of conditioning personnel to prevent unauthorized extraction of information from them by known, 16, means, 2. Investigate the possibility of control of an individual by application of special interrogation techniques, 3. Investigate memory enhancement and, 4. established offensive means for preventing hostile control of agency personnel. In August 1951, Project Bluebird was renamed Project Artichoke, which evaluated offensive uses of interrogation techniques, including hypnosis and drugs. The program ceased in 1956. 3 years prior to the halt of Project Artichoke, Project MKulture came into existence on April 13, 1953 along the lines proposed by Richard Helms, Deputy Director of Central Intelligence (CDCI), with the rationale of establishing a special funding mechanism of extreme sensitivity. 6. The hypothetical etymology of MK may possibly stand for mind control. The obvious post-war translation of the German word, control into English is control. 7. A host of German doctors, procured from the Nazi talent pool, were an invaluable asset toward the development of MKulture. The correlation between the concentration camp experiments and the numerous sub-projects of MKulture are clearly evident. The various avenues used to control human behavior under MKulture included radiation, electroshock, psychology, psychiatry, sociology, anthropology, graphology, harassment, substances and paramilitary devices and materials, LSD being the most widely dispensed material. A special procedure, designated MKDelta, was established to govern the use of MKulture abroad. MKulture/MKDelta materials were used for harassment, discrediting or disabling purposes. 8. Of the 149 sub-projects under the umbrella of MKulture having been identified, Project Monarch officially began by the U.S. Army in the early 1960s, although unofficially implemented much earlier, appears to be the most prominent and is still classified as a top secret for national security reasons. 9. Monarch may have culminated from XIH sub-projects, such as Operation Spellbinder, which was set up to create sleeper assassins, that is, Manchurian candidates who could be activated upon receiving a keyword or phrase while in a post-hypnotic trance. Operation Often, a study which attempted to harness the power of occultic forces, was possibly one of several cover programs to hide the insidious reality of Project Monarch. Definition and description: the name monarch is not necessarily defined within the context of royal nobility, but rather refers to the monarch butterfly. When a person is undergoing trauma induced by electroshock, a feeling of lightheadedness is evidenced, as if one is floating or fluttering like a butterfly. There is also a symbolic representation pertaining to the transformation or metamorphosis of this beautiful insect, from a caterpillar to a cocoon, dormancy, inactivity, to a butterfly, new creation, which will return to its point of origin. Such is the migratory pattern that makes this species unique. Occultic symbolism may give additional insight into the true meaning. Psyche is the word for both soul and butterfly, coming from the belief that human souls become butterflies while searching for a new reincarnation. 10. Some ancient mystical groups, such as the Gnostics, saw the butterfly as a symbol of corrupt flesh. The angel of death, remember Mengele? In Gnostic artworks was portrayed crushing the butterfly. 11. A marionette is a puppet that is attached to strings and is controlled by the puppet master, hence monarch programming is also referred to as the marionette syndrome. Imperial conditioning is another term used, while some mental health therapists know it as conditioned stimulus response sequences. Project Monarch could be best described as a form of trauma-structured dissociation and occultic integration in order to compartmentalize the mind into multiple personalities within a systematic framework. During the process, a satanic ritual, usually including Kabbalistic mysticism, is 17, performed with the purpose of attaching a particular demon or group of demons to the corresponding altar, s. Of course, most people would view this as simply a means to enhance trauma within the victim, negating a rational belief that demonic possession actually occurs. Altars and triggers: another way of examining this convoluted victimization of body and soul is by looking at it as a complex computer program. A file, altar, is created through trauma, repetition and reinforcement. In order to activate, trigger, the file, a specific access code or password, cue or command, is required. The victim survivor is called a slave by the programmer handler, who in turn is perceived as master, or god. About 75% are female, since they possess a higher tolerance for pain and tend to dissociate easier than males. Subjects are used mainly for covert operations, prostitution and pornography. Involvement in the entertainment industry is notable. A former military officer connected to the DIA told this writer, "In the big picture these people, Monarch victims, are in all walks of life, from the bum on the street to the white-collar guy." In corroboration, a retired CIA agent vaguely discussed the use of such personnel to be used as plants, or chameleons, for the purpose of infiltrating a designated group, gathering information and/or injecting an ulterior agenda. There are an inordinate amount of alters in the victim survivor, with numerous backup programs, mirrors and shadows. A division of light side, good, and dark side, bad, alters are interwoven in the mind and rotate on an axis. One of the main internal structures, of which there are many, within the system is shaped like a double helix, consisting of 7 levels. Each system has an internal programmer who oversees the gatekeepers, demons, who grant or deny entry into the different rooms. A few of the internal images predominantly seen by victim survivors are trees, the Kabbalistic tree of life, with adjoining root systems, infinity loops, ancient symbols and letters, spider webs, mirrors or glass shattering, masks, castles, mazes, demons, monsters, aliens, seashells, butterflies, snakes, ribbons, bows, flowers, hourglasses, clocks, robots, chain of command diagrams and/or schematics of computer circuitry boards. Bloodlines and twinning. A majority of the victim survivors come from multi-generational satanic families, bloodlines, and are ostensibly programmed to fulfill their destiny as the chosen ones or chosen generations, a term coined by Mengele at Auschwitz. Some are adopted out to families of similar origin. Others used in this neurological nightmare are deemed as the expendable ones, non-bloodliners, usually coming from orphanages, foster care homes, or incestuous families with a long history of pedophilia. There also appears to be a pattern of family members affiliated with government or military intelligence agencies. Many of the abused come from families who use Catholicism, Mormonism, or charismatic Christianity as a front for their abominable activities, though members of other religious groups are also involved. Victim survivors generally respond more readily to a rigid religious, dogmatic, legalistic, hierarchical structure because it parallels their base programming. Authority usually goes unchallenged, as their will has been usurped through subjective and command-oriented conditioning. Physical identification characteristics on victim survivors often include multiple electrical prod scars and/or resultant moles on their skin. A few may have had various parts of their bodies mutilated by knives, branding irons, or needles. Butterfly or occult tattoos are also common. Generally, bloodliners are less likely to have the subsequent markings, as their skin is to remain pure and unblemished. 18. The ultimate purpose of the sophisticated manipulation of these individuals may sound unrealistic, depending upon our interpretive understanding of the physical and spiritual realms. The deepest and darkest altars within bloodliners are purported to be dormant until the Antichrist is revealed. These New World Order altars supposedly contain callback orders and instructions to train and/or initiate a large influx of people, possibly clones or soulless ones, thereby stimulating social control programs into the new millennium. Non-biological twinning is yet another bizarre feature observed within monarch programming. For instance, 2 young non-related children would be ceremoniously initiated in a magical soul bonding ritual so they might be inseparably paired for eternity, possibly another mental connection. They essentially share 2 halves of the programmed information, making them interdependent upon one another. Paranormal phenomena such as astral projection, telepathy, ESP, etc. appear to be more pronounced between those who have undergone this process. Levels of monarch programming. 12. Alpha, regarded as general, or regular programming within the base control personality. Characterized by extremely pronounced memory retention, along with substantially increased physical strength and visual acuity. Alpha programming is accomplished through deliberately subdividing the victim's personality which, in essence, causes the left brain, right brain division, allowing for a programmed union of L and R through neuron pathway stimulation (PETA), referred to as sexual programming. This programming eliminates all learned moral convictions and stimulates the primitive sexual instincts, devoid of inhibitions. Cat alters may come out at this level. Delta. This is known as killer programming, originally developed for training special agents or elite soldiers, that is Delta Force, 1st Earth Battalion, Mossad, etc. in cover operations. Optimal adrenal output and controlled aggression is evident. Subjects are devoid of fear. Very systematic in carrying out their assignment. Self-destruct or suicide instructions are layered in at this level. Theta considered to be psychic programming. Bloodliners, those coming from multi-generational satanic families, were determined to exhibit a greater propensity for having telepathic abilities than did non-bloodliners. Due to its evident limitations, however, various forms of electronic mind control systems were developed and introduced, namely, biomedical human telemetry devices, brain implants, directed energy lasers using microwaves and/or electromagnetics. It is reported these are used in conjunction with highly advanced computers and sophisticated satellite tracking systems. Omega. A self-destruct form of programming, also known as code green. The corresponding behaviors include suicidal tendencies and/or self-mutilation. This program is generally activated when the victim survivor begins therapy or interrogation and too much memory is being recovered. Gamma. Another form of system protection is through deception programming, which elicits misinformation and misdirection. This level is intertwined with demonology and tends to regenerate itself at a later time if inappropriately deactivated. Methods and components. 19. The initial process begins with creating dissociation within the subject, usually occurring from the time of birth to about 6 years. This is primarily achieved through the use of electroshock, ECT, and is at times performed even when the child is in the mother's womb. Due to the severe trauma induced through ECT, sexual abuse and other methods, the mind splits off into alternate personalities from the core. Formerly referred to as multiple personality disorder, it is presently recognized as dissociative identity disorder and is the basis for monic programming. Further conditioning of the victim's mind is enhanced through hypnotism, double-bind coercion, pleasure-pain reversals, food, water, sleep and sensory deprivation, along with various drugs which alter certain cerebral functions. The next stage is to embed and compress detailed commands or messages within the specified alter. This is achieved through the use of high-tech headsets, in conjunction with computer-driven generators which emit inaudible sound waves or harmonics that affect the RNA covering of neuron pathways to the subconscious and unconscious mind. Virtual reality optical devices are sometimes used simultaneously with the harmonic generators projecting pulsating colored lights, subliminals and split-screen visuals. High-voltage electroshock is then used for memory dissolution. Programming is updated periodically and reinforced through visual, auditory and written mediums. Some of the first programming themes included The Wizard of Oz and Alice in Wonderland, both heavily saturated with occultic symbolism. Many of the recent Disney movies and cartoons are used in a twofold manner, desensitizing the majority of the population, using subliminals and neurolinguistic programming, and deliberately constructing specific triggers and keys for base programming of highly impressionable monarch children. Paragraphs omitted and original. Music plays an instrumental role in programming, through combinations of variable tones, rhythms and words. Frightmeister Stephen King's numerous novels and subsequent movies, are purported by credible sources to be used for such villainous purposes. One of his latest books, Insomnia, features a picture of King with the trigger phrase "We never sleep," indicative of someone with MPD/DID, below an all-seeing eye. Paragraphs omitted and original. Recent informative mind control-related movies, Total Recall, Brainstorm, Long Kiss Goodnight, Johnny Mnemonic, Conspiracy Theory, Minefield, 12 Monkeys, Barbwire, Fortress, Transert 3, Jacob's Ladder, Videodrome. Circuitry Man, Lawnmower Man, Color of Night, Blade, Enemy of the State, Adventures of Baron von Munchausen, and Ninth Configuration. Older movies include Altered States, Stepford Wives, and the classic Manchurian Candidate. Programmers and places. It's difficult to figure out who the original programmer of this satanic project was, due to the substantial amount of disinformation and cross-contamination propagated by the powers that be. The two that went by the color-coded name of Dr. Green are a Jewish doctor named Dr. Gruenbaum, who supposedly collaborated with the Nazis during WWII, and Dr. Joseph Mengele, whose trademark of cold-blooded and calculating brutality has not only scarred the souls of survivors from Auschwitz, but also a countless number of victims throughout the world. Mengele's direct involvement at the infamous Auschwitz concentration camp was suspiciously downplayed during the Nuremberg trials, and consequently no intensified effort by the US and its allies was directed towards his capture. 13. As a means to confuse serious investigators as to his whereabouts, US officials would report Mengele being a non-threatening recluse in Paraguay or Brazil, or that he was simply dead. The angel of 20, death miraculously must have come back to life at least 5 different times. His unprecedented research, at the expense of thousands of lives, undoubtedly was a significant bonus to U.S. interests. Besides using the pseudonym of Dr. Green, survivors knew him as Vortican, Daddy, Shana Joseph, Beautiful Joseph, David and Fairchild. A gracefully handsome man of slight stature, Mengele would disarm people with his gentle demeanor, while at other times, he would explode into violent rages. 14. Other characteristics remembered by survivors were the cadence of his shiny black boots as he paced back and forth and his I love you not daisy game. When he pulled off the last daisy petal, he would maliciously torture and kill a small child in front of the other child he was programming. Distraught survivors also recalled being thrown naked into cages with monkeys, who were trained to viciously abuse them. Evidently, Mengele enjoyed reducing people to the level of animals. He also would purposely restrain his victims from crying, screaming, or showing any excessive emotion. Dr. D. Ewan Cameron, also known as Dr. White, was the former head of the Canadian, American and World Psychiatric Associations. Because of Cameron's extensive experience and credentials, the CIA's Allen Dulles funneled millions of dollars through front organizations like the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology, which Cameron ruthlessly presided over. Experimentations were conducted at several locations in Montreal, mostly at McGill University, St. Mary's Hospital and Allen Memorial Institute. Besides the conventional methods of psychiatric tyranny, such as electroshock, drug injections and lobotomies, Cameron conceived the technique of psychic driving, wherein unsuspecting patients were kept in a drug-induced coma for several weeks and administered a regimen of electroshocks, while electronic helmets were strapped to their heads and repetitive auditory messages were transmitted at variable speeds. 15. Many of those exploited were abused children who had been run through the Roman Catholic orphanage system. Not surprisingly, Dr. Cameron has been conveniently left out of most psychiatric journals. This may have been, in fact, largely due to Project MKUltra being publicly exposed in 1970, through lawsuits filed by Canadian survivors and their families. The CIA and Canadian government settled out of court so as not to be required to officially admit to any wrongdoing. A former U.S. Army LT Col in the DIA's Psychological Warfare Division, Michael Aquino, is the latest in a line of alleged government-sponsored sadists. Aquino, an eccentric genius, founded the Temple of Set, an offshoot of Anton LaVey's Church of Satan. His obsession with Nazi pagan rituals and his hypnotic manipulation of people made him an ideal candidate for the position of master programmer. Aquino was connected with the Presidio Army-based daycare scandal, in which he was accused of child molestation. Much to the dismay of the young victims' parents, all charges were dismissed. Sentence omitted. Heinrich Müller was another important programmer who went under the codenames Dr. Blue, or Gog. He apparently has 2 sons who have carried on the trade. The original Dr. Black was apparently Leo Wheeler, the nephew of deceased General L. G. Wheeler, who was the commander of the Joint Chiefs of Staff during the Vietnam War. Wheeler's protege, E. Hummel, is active in the Northwest, along with W. Bowers, from the Rothschild bloodline. Other alleged mastermind manipulators, past and present, are Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, Lieutenant Colonel John Alexander, Richard Dabney Anderson, USN, Dr. James Monroe, Dr. John Lilly, Lieutenant COMDR. Thomas Narut, Dr. William Jennings Bryan, Dr. Bernard L. Diamond, Dr. Martin Orne, Dr. Louis J. West, Dr. Robert J. Lifton, Dr. Harris Isbell and Colonel Wilson Green. 21. In order to keep culture from being easily detected, the CIA segmented its sub-projects into specialized fields of research and development at universities, prisons, private laboratories and hospitals. Of course, they were rewarded generously with government grants and miscellaneous funding. The names and locations of some of the major institutions involved in monarch programming experimentation were Cornell, Duke, Princeton, UCLA, University of Rochester, MIT, Georgetown University Hospital, Maimonides Medical Center, St. Elizabeth's Hospital, Washington, D.C., Bell Laboratories, Stanford Research Institute, Westinghouse Friendship Laboratories, General Electric, Arco and Manking Research Unlimited. The final product was as usually created on military installations and bases, where maximum security is required. Referred to as programming centers or near-death trauma centers, the most heavily identified are China Lake Naval Weapons Center, the Presidio, F.T. Dietrich, Fort Campbell, Fort Lewis, Fort Hood, Redstone Arsenal, Offutt AFB, Patrick AFB, McClellan AFB, McGill AFB, Kirkland AFB, Nellis AFB, Homestead AFB, Grissom AFB, Maxwell AFB and Tinker AFB. Other places recognized as major programming sites are Langley Research Center, Los Alamos National Laboratories, Tavistock Institute and areas in or by Mount Shasta, California, Lamp, Missouri and Las Vegas, NV. Notable names. One of the first documented cases of a monarch secret agent, was that of the voluptuous 1940s model, Candy Jones. The book, The Control of Candy Jones, Playboy Press, portrays her 12 years of intrigue and suspense as a spy for the CIA. Jones, whose birth name is Jessica Wilcox, apparently fit the physiological profile as to be one of the initial experiments or human guinea pigs under the government scientific project, MKUltra. The most publicized case of monarch monomania has surfaced through the book Transformation of America, the true life story of a CIA slave by Cathy O'Brien. On the back cover it emphatically states, Cathy O'Brien is the only vocal and recovered survivor of the Central Intelligence Agency's MKUltra Project Monarch Mind Control Operation. This documented autobiography contains compelling accounts of O'Brien's years of unrelenting incest and eventual introduction into Project Monarch by her perverted father. Along with co-author Mark Phillips, her rescuer and deprogrammer, Cathy covers an almost unbelievable array of conspiratorial crime, forced prostitution, white slavery, with those in the upper echelons of world politics, covert assignments as a drug mule, and courier, and the country western music industry's relationship with illegal CIA activities. Paul Benassi, a courageous survivor who endured almost 2 decades of degradation under Project Monarch, has disclosed strong corroborating evidence of wide-scale crimes and corruption from the municipal state level all the way up to the White House. 17. He has testified about sexually abused males selected from Boys Town in Nebraska and taken to nearby Offutt AFB, where he says they were subjected to intense monarch programming, directed mainly by Commander Bill Plemons and former Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino. 18. After thoroughly tormenting the young boys into mindless oblivion, they were used, along with girls, for pornography and prostitution with several of the nation's political and economic power brokers. Benassi recalled being transported from the Air Force Base via cargo planes to McClelland AFB in California. Along with other unfortunate adolescents and teenagers, he was driven to the elite retreat, Bohemian Grove. The perpetrators took full advantage of these innocent victims, committing unthinkable perversions in order to satisfy their deviant lusts. Some victims were apparently murdered, further traumatizing already terrified and broken children. The following information is provided by Brice Taylor. At the time of this writing in 1999, Yuri Daubenko wrote an article for Media Bypass magazine, June 1999, where he reports that justice was finally served when a U.S. District Court recently awarded a $1 million settlement to Bonacci, after years of legal aid from his attorney John DeCamp, 22, an insatiable actress of marginal talent, now deceased, a morally corrupt TV evangelist, a heralded former Green Beret officer and a popular country western singer are a few others likely having succumbed to monarch madness. Lee Harvey Oswald, Sirhan Sirhan, Charlie Manson, John Hinckley, Jr., Mark Chapman, David Koresh, Tim McVeigh and John Salvi are some notable names of infamy, strongly suspected of being pawns who were spawned by MKUltra. Deprogrammers and exposers. Dr. Corydon Hammond, a psychologist from the University of Utah, delivered a stunning lecture entitled Hypnosis in MPD, Ritual Abuse at the 4th Annual Eastern Regional Conference on Abuse and Multiple Personality, June 25, 1992 in Alexandria, Virginia. He essentially confirmed the suspicions of the attentive crowd of mental health professionals, wherein a certain percentage of their clients had undergone mind control programming in an intensively systematic manner. Hammond alluded to the Nazi connection, military and CIA mind control research, Greek letter and color programming and specifically mentioned the Monarch Project in relation to a form of operant conditioning. Shortly after his groundbreaking speech, he received death threats. Not wanting to jeopardize the safety of his family, Dr. Hammond stopped disseminating any follow-up information, until recently. Paragraph omitted in original. New Orleans therapist Valerie Wolf introduced 2 of her patients before the President's Committee on Human Radiation Experiments on March 15, 1995 in Washington, D.C. The astonishing testimony made by these 2 brave women included accounts of German doctors, torture, drugs, electroshock, hypnosis and rape, besides being exposed to an undetermined amount of radiation. Both Wolf and her patients stated they recovered the memories of this abuse, without regression or hypnosis techniques. 19. Wolf presently devotes much of her time to counseling such survivors. A former labor attorney for Atlantic Richfield Company, David E. Rosenbaum, conducted a 9-year investigation, 19,831,992, concerning allegations of physical torture and coercive conditioning of numerous employees at an ARCO plant in Monaca, Pennsylvania. 20. His clients, Jerry L. Doty and Ann White, were victims of apparent radiation exposure. But as Mr. Rosenbaum probed deeper in the subsequent interview sessions, a Pandora's box was unveiled. His most astonishing conclusion was that Jerry Doty and Ann White were likely the offspring of Adolf Hitler, based in part on the uncanny resemblance from photos. Facial features, bone structure and size were taken into consideration. Rosenbaum also states, they both exhibit feelings and experiences that indicate they are twins. Doty and White were allegedly subjected to torture of many kinds while under drug-induced hypnosis, with each one undergoing at least 3 training techniques by plant physicians. Each victim was trained to enter into a hypnotic state upon the occurrence of specific stimuli, usually involving a cue word or phrase, and trained to remember to forget what transpired in the hypnotic state. They were repeatedly subjected to identical stimulus-response sequences to produce nearly automatic reactions to the particular status. MKUltra veterans Dr. Bernard Diamond, Dr. Martin Orn and Dr. Joseph Mendel regularly visited the ARCO plant, according to Rosenbaum. The special conditioning of Doty and White was intended for the artificial creation of dual German personalities. Rosenbaum, who is Jewish, has maintained a deep friendship with the 2, despite the seemingly precarious circumstances. Other renowned therapists involved in deprogramming are Cynthia Bittus, Pamela Monday, Steve Ogilvy, Bennett Braun, Jerry Muads and Colin Ross. Some Christian counselors have been able to eliminate parts of the programming with limited success. Journalists who have recently expanded on the subject matter in exemplary fashion are Walter Bowart, Operation Mind Control, John Rappaport, U.S. Government Mind Control Experiments on Children, and Alex Constantine, Psychic, 23, Dictatorship in the USA, and Virtual Government, plus author researchers Alan Schlein and Edward Upton, Jr. The Mind Manipulators, Harvey Weinstein, MD Psychiatry and the CIA, Victims of Mind Control, and Jim Keith, Mind Control, World Control and his latest book Mass Control, Engineering Human Consciousness. Conclusion. The most incriminating statement to date made by a government official as to the possible existence of Project Monarch was extracted by Anton Shaltkin, a writer for the publication, The New Federalist. When former CIA Director William Colby was asked directly, "What about Monarch?" he replied angrily and ambiguously, "We stopped that between the late 1960s and the early 1970s. Suffice to say that society, in its apparent state of cognitive dissonance, is generally in denial of the overwhelming evidence of this multifarious conspiracy. Numerous victims survivors of Project Monarch are in desperate need of help. However, the great majority of people are too preoccupied with themselves to show any genuine compassion toward these severely wounded individuals. Apathy has taken over the minds of the masses, who choose to exist within the comforts of this world. Reality has thus become obscured by relativism and selfishness. Although there has been some progress in deprogramming and reintegrating therapies, a much greater problem needs to be rectified. The Holy Bible addresses this problem as the fragmentation of the soul, Ezekiel 13:20. A spiritual restoration is what is truly needed, Psalm 23:3. Sentence omitted, paragraph omitted in original. Statistically, the road to recovery for these survivors of unimaginable depravity is a long and tedious one, but God is the ultimate healer and only within His time, through His strength and by His grace, can the captives be set free. Isaiah 61:1. Endnotes. 1. David L. Carrico, The Egyptian Masonic Satanic Connection, 1992. 2. Walter H. Bowart, Operation Mind Control, Flatland Editions, 1994, pages 216. 3. Martin Cannon, Mind Control and the American Government, Prevailing Winds Research, 1994, p. 19. 4. Linda Hunt, Secret Agenda, St. Martin's Press, 1991. 5. Final Report of the Select Committee to Study Governmental Operations, U.S. Senate, April 1976, pages 387. 6. Ibid, pages 390. 7. John Marks, The Search for the Manchurian Candidate, Times Books, 1979, pages 60 to 61. 8. Final Report of the Select Committee to Study Governmental Operations, U.S. Senate, April 1976, pages 391. 9. Mark Phillips and Kathy O'Brien, Project Monarch, 1993. 10. Barbara G. Walker, The Woman's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, HarperCollins, 1988. 11. Marshall Cavendish, Man, Myth and Magic, 1995. 12. Dr. Corydon Hammond, The Greenbaum Speech, 1992. Mark Phillips and Kathy O'Brien, Project Monarch Programming Definitions, 1993. 13. Gerald L. Posner, Mengel, The Complete Story, McGraw-Hill, 1986. 14. Lucette Maitel and Lagnado, Dr. Joseph Mengel and the Untold Story of the Twins of Auschwitz, Morrow, 1991. 15. Gordon Thomas, Journey into Madness, The Story of Secret CIA Mind Control and Medical Abuse, Bantam Books, 1989. 16. Omitted, 24, 17. John DeCamp, The Franklin Cover-Up, Child Abuse, Satanism and Murder in Nebraska, AWT Incorporated, 1992. 18. Anton Shaltkin, Franklin Witnesses Implicate FBI and U.S. Elites in Torture and Murder of Children, The New Federalist, 1993. 19. John Rappaport, CIA Experiments with Mind Control on Children, Perceptions Magazine, September-October 1995, pages 56. 20. David E. Rosenbaum, Esquire, First Draft, Overview of investigation of the group, 1983 to 1993. 25, Paranoia, The Conspiracy Reader Fall 1996, Volume 4, Number 3, Issue 14. Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, Preview by Pamela J. Monday, Ph.D., Manufacturing a Mind-Controlled Slave, If the Child Has Survived the Initial Trials, and if they also prove intelligent but malleable, then if the programming goes right, a very, very small infant that has been conditioned from day one is a powerful weapon, because if you get a mind that early, as anyone knows, you can, 9 times out of 10, I would say, determine the general behaviors of that child and the adult that they will become. Gloria, a former patient, and mind control subject. My first experience with a patient who had been involved in mind control experimentation began when Gloria initially called me, looking for a therapist who accepted Medicare insurance. She said she had been sexually abused as a child and had been in therapy periodically for a number of years. I was not a Medicare provider, but agreed to see her temporarily while she looked for someone else. On the day of our first appointment, I walked into the waiting room to greet her and asked for Gloria. A woman looked up from a corner, and slowly, shyly, with head lowered and eyes looking up, shuffled toward me. In a childlike voice, she held both of hands together tightly, hunched her shoulders and said, with a sweet smile, "Gloria asked me to come. I'm Sally." She then twirled on her toes and pointed to a plant on the table, saying again in a childlike voice, "That sure is pretty." Puzzled, I smiled and asked her to follow me to my office. During the course of that 1 hour, 4 different personalities, with different ages and genders, presented themselves to me. We would be talking about some topic, and suddenly, a switch would occur, and someone else's voice, mannerisms, and way of sitting and speaking would present. It was as though 4 different people were in my room, although all were housed in the same body. Although I had heard of multiple personality disorder, or MPD, before, I had never seen it, and had been told in graduate school that it was very rare. I remember thinking after Gloria left, that if she were faking it, as patients are often accused of doing by clinicians who don't understand, she would have to have the mimicking abilities of a Billy Crystal, and the acting abilities of a Meryl Streep, to consistently stay in character for each of these personalities. 4. Before we were through, I had met 27 inside people, also referred to as alters, within Gloria, and learned about the names and roles of literally hundreds more. Since that introduction to MPD, now known as DID, or dissociative identity disorder, I have worked with dozens of patients with that diagnosis, and have consulted with other clinicians and their patients so often, I have lost count. These patients have taught me so very much about the human mind, and have challenged me to learn about topics I have never thought to explore. In my efforts to convince myself, surely what these people are saying cannot be true, I have researched and studied both scientific and popular literature in a variety of fields, and have time and again, come to the conclusion that what they are reporting could, indeed, be true. The historical background, technology, methodology, motivation, funding, and opportunity are all in place. My task now is to help others understand and believe. I'd like to define some terms that you will hear when learning about people with multiple personalities. Dissociation is a key term that refers to the ability of the mind to cut off a part of itself from conscious awareness. An everyday example of this ability, which we all have in varying degrees, is the experience of driving down the freeway and missing the exit you take every day because you are thinking about something else. You come to an exit or two later and realize you have missed your exit, 26, even noticing that you saw the exit sign but it didn't register within you to take it. Part of your mind was dissociated, or separated from, the real world around you while you focused on internal thoughts. Another example is reading every word on a page in a book, then realizing you had not comprehended a single word, because you were thinking of something else. All of us have had these experiences. This ability of the mind to detach from itself is a brilliant coping mechanism that the mind uses in situations of extreme threat as a way to protect itself from the full awareness of a traumatic situation. You may recall reading about Vietnam veterans, who had amnesia for their war experiences, but would have difficulty coping with life. They would feel detached or estranged from others. They would have difficulty feeling any kind of feelings, except for outbursts of anger. They would have difficulty concentrating, would feel anxious and on edge without knowing why, and would have an exaggerated startle response, over-responsive to stimuli. These are all characteristics of the diagnosis post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. In addition, these veterans would have sudden memories of the horrors of war. These memories would be triggered by something that reminded their unconscious mind of the war experience, for example, the sound of a car backfiring, reminding them of gunfire. In these sudden memories, they felt as if they were actually reliving the experience, smelling, tasting, feeling, hearing and seeing in vivid detail everything they went through during an actual battle. These memories, complete with all the sensory memories, are called flashbacks. During those flashbacks, the veteran would be out of touch with the reality around them. They would no longer know it was 1985 and they were in America. They would think it was 1968, and they were in the jungle, reliving a particular battle. They were totally dissociated from reality, and were reliving a past reality that was now only in their minds. Later, in processing these experiences, the soldiers would report that during the actual battle, they would feel very detached, even numb, from what was happening, even though they may have been wounded themselves. At times, they reported feeling as though they were standing outside of themselves, observing themselves going through the trauma of the battle, but not feeling anything. They were dissociated from their reality. But their brain was recording all of the experience, exactly as it occurred, and those mind and body memories were being re-experienced during a flashback. When someone is exposed to a psychologically distressing event that is outside the range of usual human experience, is usually experienced with intense fear, terror, and helplessness, DSM-3, then dissociation usually occurs as a way for the mind to process the event without overwhelming the person. Parts of the experience, either knowledge of what happened, the emotional feelings associated with the event, the sensory experiences of the event, or the behaviors expressed during the event, become separated from one's conscious awareness. The more frequent the trauma, the more dissociation occurs. This phenomenon is why children who have been severely sexually abused and tortured, are amnesic for those events. In a landmark university study by Linda Williams, hundreds of children brought into a hospital emergency room who received medical confirmation of sexual abuse, were contacted at intervals throughout a 20-year period. Only one-third of these children, when reaching adulthood, retain conscious memories of the sexual abuse. All others had repressed, or dissociated, those awful memories. Such is the power of the mind to block out painful experiences. During times of torture and extreme physical and emotional pain, the mind is in an altered state, as it dissociates itself from reality. But there are other ways to alter the mind state, for example, by sensory deprivation, or meditation, whereby one focuses internally, with sensory stimulation from the outside minimized or eliminated. You may recall in the 1980s that float tanks were popular. In a float tank you are floating on very heavily salted water. You are enclosed in a totally darkened metal tank, and you float for an hour without any sensory stimulation. Many people felt claustrophobic, and couldn't take it. But if you could stand it, you would eventually report having an euphoric experience. If you had been hooked up to a brainwave machine, EEG, your brain would no longer be producing beta waves, the brain state associated with usual waking activity. Instead you would be in a theta state, the state associated with deep relaxation, as when you are just about ready to fall asleep, the twilight state. In 27, this state, the brain produces lots of endorphins, the body's natural feel-good chemicals that give you a profound sense of well-being. It is important to note that this twilight state is associated with the ability to rapidly absorb and learn information. Without the filtering mechanism of the conscious waking mind, information seen or heard pours into the subconscious mind. Biofeedback expert Thomas Budzinski of the University of Colorado Medical Center reports, "We take advantage of the fact that the twilight state, between waking and sleep, has these properties of uncritical acceptance of verbal material, or almost any material it can process. It is in such altered states of consciousness that a lot of work gets done very quickly. For much more information about brain research and technology associated with producing altered states, read the fascinating book Mega Brain, by Michael Hutchison. Other methods used to alter brainwave states include, but are not limited to, rapidly flashing lights, drugs, phased sound waves, negative ions, electromagnetic energy fields, electroshock, alterations in gravity in the cerebellum, spinning, microwave emitters, and lasers. It is vitally important to understand about dissociation, because in learning about how someone's mind can actually be controlled by someone else, you must understand how it is possible to program the human mind as you would a computer. Programming is a fairly recent term in the history of mind control, and is of course associated with computer technology. Perhaps you'd recognize it better as brainwashing. In the POW camps, captors would refer to freezing, a term used to destroy the person's identity. Using food and sleep deprivation, isolation, torture, chronic assault on a person's values, and instilling total dependence on the captors for survival, a person's whole sense of self would be destroyed. They would be totally helpless, broken, with no will of their own left. They would then be ready for the brainwashing, or refreezing, whereby a new value system and a new identity would be put in through reward and punishment, conditioning or programming that person to believe or do only what the captors wanted them to believe or do. For more information on brainwashing, including USA and Canadian government experimentation, read Brain Control by Elliot Wallenstein. Deep Self by John C. Lilly. Inside the Black Room by Jack Vernon. In Search of the Manchurian Candidate by John Marks. Journey into Madness by Gordon Thomas. I Swear by Apollo, author unknown, published by Canadian publisher. Just as it is possible to break down a person in order to create someone you can control, by getting them to do anything you want them to do, so it is possible to program a part of a person's mind, a dissociated part that is split off, by trauma or other means, from connection with reality. You can teach that part of the mind to do what you want it to do without the part of the mind that is conscious and aware knowing what's going on. Hence, people with multiple personalities report that they lose time, whereby they don't remember where they have been or what they have been doing. Here is how a patient, repeatedly sadistically sexually abused as a child, explains it: dissociation is a way of escaping the intolerable. I'm sure it happened first during the trauma itself, and was a sanity-saving way of dealing with overwhelming physical pain as well as the psychological pain of betrayal. For me it took the form of physical numbness and cold, and to this day, when I dissociate, I most often go numb. First my hands and feet go. I can't feel them, and if my eyes are closed, I have no sense of where they are in space. Then the numbness in my face starts. I can't feel my lips or cheeks. When I dissociate badly, the whole body goes and I feel and move like a block of wood. Worse than the physical dissociation is what happens mentally while the physical numbness is in place. I guess the only thing I can say in comparison is that it's the mental equivalent of white noise, or radio static, that can leave me blank-faced and staring into space. The thoughts that are there whip through at the speed of light with no coherence, organization or form. I get very confused. It can range from being a little vague and spacey to full white out where I don't see or hear much. This is really dangerous if I am driving. There have been some episodes where I don't remember getting someplace. I also sometimes just clock out, and lose time. When I come back to myself I may not be immediately conscious that I've lost hours. Penny, during that dissociated time, when she clocks out, what is going on? Another part of the mind is taken over. In Penny's case, another personality is in charge of the body. This personality, or alter, interacts with others and carries out certain tasks, but when Penny comes to she has no knowledge of, 28, this other part of the self. As her therapist, I have talked to this other person inside, the person is really only a part of her mind, and I know the personality characteristics of this person. I know that this part of Penny responds to the name Diane, She is outspoken and can get angry if challenged, as opposed to Penny, who is meek and allows others to tell her what to do. Diane also has a peculiar way of tilting her head, almost in a flirty, cocky manner, something I have never seen Penny do, as she is much more rigid and controlled, both in posture and feelings. How do these dissociated parts get created? And how did Diane come to be? And why? To answer these questions, I will let a programmer herself tell you. This person was used from infancy in the United States government mind control experiments, and her job as a youth and adult was to split off parts of others' minds in order to program those parts to do what the experimenters wanted them to do. By programming, I mean that the human, in a dissociated or altered mind state, has been systematically and deliberately taught lessons, attitudes, beliefs, behaviors and responses to specific cues, triggers so as to respond on command in ways that benefit the person groups doing the programming. Just as Ivan Pavlov's dogs were taught to salivate to the sound of a bell, in anticipation of the meat that was delivered soon after, so human beings can be taught to respond in infinite ways to cues in their environment that trigger responses. Assume that first, the child has been exposed to torture and hideous psychological and physical abuse to the extent that the child has learned to dissociate into altered states of mind. Remember as well that current electronic technology, as mentioned in Mega Brain, makes torturing children obsolete, in that trauma is no longer necessary to access altered brain states, thus, programming people is much cleaner, and easier to do. Here's how they do the programming: techniques on creating new children. Daub fingertip-size glob of Vaseline or KY jelly on pressure points, wrists, inner elbows, behind knees, under ears. Take ends of 2 wires, black and red are easiest, negative-positive easier identified, with metal attachments, round, copper, holes in center, and tape with surgical tape on top of Vaseline. Calibration: watch for muscular reactions, eye glazing, sweating, involuntary loss of bladder control, bowel control. Want to give enough of a current without being too much. Want child to remain alert. Words, codes given. Assignments given. Yes, 1 finger. No, raise 2. Confused, raise right hand. Clarify instructions. If still confusion, time to stop, take a break. Do not allow any contact between patient and others until cycle is completed. Do not, under any circumstances, offer juices, snacks, etc., which could be construed as a reward until the cycle is completed. Check carotid pulse for significant elevation in blood pressure. Do not wish to affect a heart attack. Heart attacks can occur in children. Children are outfitted with diapers before the sessions begin, are also taken to the bathroom beforehand. Keeps down unnecessary interruptions. Keep voice on same level at all times. Not hurried, not raised or lowered. Same pace at all times. Droning, hypnotic effect. Helps to stabilize heart rate. When instructions given to child, and received, then and only then give reward of name for identification purposes. Code phrases: well done, very good, or you did real good. Avoid hugs, touch, any other forms of physical contact. Eye contact necessary, stabilizing. Allow alter state to form place of safety within, encourage alter to describe internal surroundings. All is taped, voice activated, recorded later in the computer records for others to refer to. One response is "I want my mommy." Necessary to remind child that, 1. Mommy is dead, 2. Mommy brought you here, only use if true, 3. Mommy is right outside, you can see her as soon as you've finished, or 4. Mommy told me to tell you to be a good boy girl. Room is kept low lighted for maximum effect. They prefer only one person, interventionist, to be with the child. Less distractions. They also prefer it to be a person the child will not be able to ID on a day-to-day basis in outside regular activities. 29. Sessions can vary greatly, depending on the time allowance, expense allowance, urgency, etc. Occasionally exceptions are made for disciplinary measures. May, in that case, be an all-nighter. Keeping the room dark also helps simulate nighttime, which is conducive to their rehabilitation. The children are taught responses according to Pavlov's theories, in practicum. This basically involves uses of triggers usually found in the subject's natural, normal home-based environment. Audiological, grandfather clocks, church chimes set for certain hours of the day-night are the most preferred. Long-running TV programs are effective on short-time bases, due to the fact that they may change times, etc. Dogs that bark at certain times of night are also effective. Revving of an engine. Car door opening and shutting. Footsteps outside bedroom window. Preferable to use natural sights and sounds due to need not to arouse suspicions of any household members not actively involved. Visual, phases of the moon, clock faces, preferably digital for younger children, lights in most neighbors' houses turning off, moon rays coming through window in darkness of night, full moon, and fireflies can be very effective and seemingly harmless trigger. Other, nursery rhymes, flags, date on a calendar, religious holidays, hand signals, words, phrases, eye winks. Virtually anything can be used as a trigger. Step number 1 is invasion, step number 2 is intervention. Once the first plateau of the cyclic invasionary process is completed, the child will be tested, again in office, using a number of visual audiological sight sound external invasion techniques to record the level of response of the subject, nicknamed knee-jerk response. This can be a valuable tool in assessing the cost and time effectiveness of this particular technique on this particular subject. Those children who respond more spontaneously are considered to be higher value prospects for future experimentation. Janus, the programming alter's name. Are you beginning to understand how scientific principles and techniques are used to program people? Here's more from Janus. I personally was assigned 12 babies as an older child. I was about 7 or 8 when I was first introduced to them all in a room. They were all children of families. So they were long-term projects. I programmed other children too. I was found to have a knack for troubleshooting, figuring how what went haywire and reprogramming them. I didn't try to memorize the systems. That wasn't my job. My job was to create alter personalities. There were other people who were more trained in the specific skills of teaching the alters specific jobs. Once an alter was created, and trained to come out in response to a trigger, then they had to learn their jobs. Sometimes I would visit different locations and help train others how to train the children. Recall how I told you that technology is available that allows massive amount of learning in an altered state to occur? Patients have drawn pictures of and described in detail very sophisticated electronic equipment used in programming. When I first discovered the book Mega Brain, I was astonished to see some of the very machines that my patients had described, years before the book was published. Similarly, patients had described virtual reality machines used in training alters, dissociated parts, long before that technology was presented to the public. And even before machines were used in programming, enough was known through secret experimentation on human beings, that experimenters knew humans were capable of memorizing enormous amounts of information when in an altered state. In that theta brainwave state, we have access to an inner encyclopedia of all that we have ever learned or experienced. Thus when patients tell us of their photographic memories, and are able to recite verbatim seemingly endless scripts, it is a phenomenon that is very real and very understandable, if you can know how the brain works. This knowledge will also help you understand how programmers use audio and videotapes and movies to confuse people as to what is reality and what is not. In an altered state, people are forced to watch movies and listen to tapes that form what are called screen memories that hide or distort the memories of what actually happened to the person. If a person does begin to recall memories of abuse, 30, or memories of information that is supposed to be buried so deeply in the unconscious that it never reaches conscious awareness, such as knowledge of abusers, the particulars of how people are programmed and abused, or top-secret information ferried to others, then the screen memories, also known as scramble programs, pop up. When someone begins to tell tales that others recognize as the plot of a movie or television show, I heard the plots of the X-Files from patients long before the television show existed. They can be discredited and not believed as others say, oh, she's just seen the movie and is remembering that. If any of the readers are still doubtful about whether mind control really exists, I invite you to read the public transcripts of the hearing by the Senate Committee on Radiation Experiments that was held on April 15, 1997. On that date, Valerie Wolf, a therapist from New Orleans, and her patient testified before the Senate Committee about the mind control experiments that are still being conducted in our country. They were allowed to testify because, even though they were reporting mind control, rather than radiation experimentation, the high-level people named as conducting the experiments were many of the same names that had been exposed as doing the radiation experiments. When they finished testifying, Valerie reports, you could hear a pin drop. It was not in the mandate of that committee to investigate the mind control experimentation. But the committee did formally issue a request to the president that a thorough investigation be conducted. The transcript of this hearing is riveting. No one can tell the story more convincingly than those who have been through it. As you read Sue Ford's story, keep in mind these things that I have written. Know that thousands of people have come forth with information about these abuses. If people truly want to combat this phenomenon, it must be brought out into the public. It must be brought out into the light of day, and it must be done so very publicly so as to protect the people coming forth. It cannot be combated just on a national level, because it is international in nature. Governments work in collusion with other governments throughout the world. People who want power work in collusion with others. They use each other to gain social, economic and political power. Dr. Green, a programming author, Pamela J. Monday, Ph.D. 31, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories Insights by Mary Lewis, LCSW, Awakening to the Realities of Mind Control. I was born in the land of Lincoln, following the war to end all wars, in 1947. It was a time of new hope, and as a baby boomer born to a family of educators, I was taught to believe in God, motherhood, apple pie and the red, white, and blue, America was beautiful. I was raised in a conservative, traditional home, the second oldest child in a family of 7 children. We practiced the Catholic faith by tradition, and we children attended the local parochial school when one was available. There was no physical or sexual abuse in my childhood, so of course I was unaware of its existence. Because the media had not yet begun to play out the truth of such things, I actually reached late adolescence secure in the knowledge that the world was a very safe place in which to be. I met the man of my dreams as a senior in college, and we married after graduation. I look back over those years and I marvel at the simplicity of our life then. There was nothing to fear, except of course the threat of some awful communist country again trying to mess with the United States. I truly lived my life believing in our government. In 1985 I began to realize that a new career might be in the making, as I saw my children growing into their own and myself responding more and more to requests for help by various troubled people. I decided to go back to school and get a master's in social work. During my undergraduate work, a professor discussed incest briefly, and then with some disdain, assured us that we would probably never see such a thing, since it only occurred in the hills of Kentucky. I believed him. The idea of such a horrible thing happening to another human being never crossed my mind again for many years. During my master's program, I again received no information about sexual abuse, or for that matter, any other abuse. I did not learn about addictions. I learned about research, and how to do it. That is an oversimplification of my experience, but suffice it to say, it did not prepare me for what I was to learn in the field of social work as I came to know it. I was assigned an internship as a unit social worker in a freestanding psychiatric hospital. Thus began my real education. In October of that year, I experienced a poignant moment, branded in my mind. One of the nurses on the unit was commenting on the unusually high number of sexual abuse cases we had on the unit, when another nurse commented, "Oh, didn't you know this is borderline season?" I was shocked to hear such a statement, but it was a long time before I understood the full implications of that remark. Following my internship, I was then employed as the unit social worker at this hospital. It was here that I began to hear bizarre stories of satanic ritual abuse from several of the patients. We also saw several cases of self-mutilation, something I sincerely did not know ever happened, much less in such massive numbers. Cutting, burning, using acid to burn the skin, even one patient who purposely put a screw in her leg and let it get infected. This was all new to me. I didn't know what to make of the ritual abuse stories. They were extremely serious in nature, and beyond my ability to believe. I had never heard of such a thing, and yet, hearing the same type of thing over and over from so many different patients, confused me. Something was most certainly not right, but I still had no idea what was really going on. As I began my private practice, I began to hear more and more stories related to horrible, ritualistic, disgusting abuse. One particular case was most disturbing. This person was most articulate about what had happened to her. Her childhood saga would be food for Stephen King. I was still confused and concerned about how I could be hearing so many similar things from such a diverse population of people. 32. My belief system did not include even the possibility of such trauma, and yet the possibility that it might be true started to seep into my mind. Over a period of a year and a half, I had 3 different clients draw pictures for me, talk to me, and cry to me about the horrors of what happened to them while visiting Disney World. They all 3 drew pictures, explained details and were horrified at what they had endured at the most wonderful of rides It's a Small World. This was my family's favorite ride. In fact, we so enjoyed Disney World, we had taken our children 2 years in a row when they were younger. So, indeed I was shocked, and scared when I began to hear such things that were so similar, from people that did not know each other. Better yet, I was still extremely skeptical. I did not want to believe that it was possible. I did not want to give up my dream world. I did not want to change my way of thinking. I acquired Brice Taylor's first book, Starshine, One Woman's Valiant Escape from Mind Control, at a conference where she was speaking. As I began to read her story, I actually felt sick, because so much of what she was describing in the book was so similar to what I was hearing from others. A client I had could have written the book, and yet, I knew this client had told me her story several years before the publishing of Starshine. Still, none of this made any sense to me, as the idea of mind control was still a very far-fetched concept in my mind. I contacted Brice, who told me her real name was Sue Ford, and she and this client made contact, only to discover that they knew a lot of the same people, experienced a lot of the same programming, and endured their own private Holocaust. My skepticism was eroded by this time, as I personally witnessed the sharing of this misery. Although I had to completely alter my life concepts, my belief system, and my purpose in doing my work, I knew I had no choice but to stand beside these courageous people who had lived such lives of horror, and to help them to have hope. The mind control concept made more sense to me than just the ritual abuse alone. I now know that the ritual abuse was just a means to an end. As I continue to honor these survivors with my belief, I learn more and more about the evil that surrounds us, and the determination of that evil to succeed. It is with the same fervor that my husband and I persevere. No one can change my mind. I know too much now, I have seen too much now, and my only hope is that others of you that read this book will believe her truth and help stop this living nightmare. I have concluded that the success of the programming depends on the triumph of the assault on the 5 senses. The programmers use sight, hearing, touch, smell, and taste to alter a child's perceptions. The method used works on the principle of operant conditioning. For example, tones paired with electroshock, in turn wires the commands about these things into the hard drive of the child's mind, in order to control them. Programmers very cleverly use common things and ideas to guarantee that a child will be sure to encounter these things throughout their lifetime, thus assuring control. The telephone is an example of such programming. A programmed person under mind control is extremely tuned into the telephone. The tones are important, as well as the number of times a phone rings. It is extremely hard for a recovering person to let a phone ring, and often just the ring alone can trigger a panic attack. The tones played in the act of dialing the telephone can serve as a trigger to mind-controlled victims and can be extremely troubling to programmed people. Things that other people take for granted as just a helpful tool, play a frighteningly scary role in the lives of those who were tortured with mind control. Certain themes have surfaced throughout the years, which to this day continue to amaze me as I hear them over and over. The Disney parks, MGM Studios, Disney movies, Disney characters, and Disney songs have been used in conjunction with the programming. My understanding of this is that using such a familiar and popular theme assures that the program will be triggered easily. To anyone, 33, who is a Disney fan, and who is not, this is probably one of the hardest things to believe. However, sitting where I sit, hearing what I hear, and seeing what I see, I cannot refute this truth anymore. Certain animals are used in the programming. Dolphins are a common program. Birds are also used to ensure the silence of a programmed person. The child is told that birds can hear what they do, and if they tell, the bird will fly back and tell on them. There is a constant fear of going to jail, as well. One of the ways this is instilled, is the child is forced into participating in some diabolical, criminal act, and then the child is told they are an accomplice. Thus, if they ever tell, they too will go to jail. Monarch butterflies are also used for programming. There is what is known as the Monarch Project. Again, I don't purport to understand all of this, I just know that being obsessed with monarch butterflies is one thing in one client, but to have it reported over and over again becomes suspect. The programmed people I have worked with seem to have an obsession with their own birthdays. Once in recovery, unless the suicide programs are disconnected, the desire to kill themselves as they remember their past is overwhelming, especially around the time of their birthday, and this has proven true with each individual I see. Sleep is also an issue with programmed people. They rarely sleep for more than a few hours at a time, or they have bouts where all they want to do is sleep. There are sleep programs, designed to shut down the mind if it starts to remember. This is a serious problem for recovering people, and one that is often written off as mere depression. This is another ploy of the programming. Almost any one of the symptoms taken out of context could be attributed to another cause. All this is very cleverly orchestrated. There is programming associated with childhood games such as the game of life. Played over and over again, it is a way of instilling the idea of how their life is to be played out. Grow up, get a job, make babies, make money, live happily ever after, so simple, clean, and coy. Another game reported to me, over and over again, is the game No Place to Run, No Place to Hide. This game was actually physically acted out during the programming. The child was made to run and hide, and then was tracked down and punished. The result being, the child learns they can never get away from this horror. Certain television programs and actors have also been a source of programming for the mind-controlled person. Over and over again I hear the same programs being mentioned, that they were forced to watch as children, and often feel compelled to watch in rerun form. Certainly I know that we all have our childhood favorites, but the obsession that I have witnessed over certain theme songs, shows, and even entertainers goes well beyond the norm. Using music as a form of mind control is insidious. Our minds are like steel traps for words of songs we hear as children and thus will trigger us immediately. For the purpose of mind control, hearing a certain song can send a recovering mind-controlled victim into sheer panic. Two particular shows seem to be universally known to the recovering people I have seen, The Wizard of Oz and It's a Good Life. The phrase "follow the yellow brick road" is a program used to trigger someone into doing whatever he or she is told to do. Food is reported to me constantly as a trigger for many of the mind control survivors. Oreo cookies are a big trigger, as well as M&M candies. My experience has been that if a mind-controlled person is asked how they eat M&Ms, they will answer with clarity as to the exact way they do so. It might be by color, it might be by color sequence, it might be not eating a certain color. But there will be a pattern that must not be altered. If asked to do so, they will often be visibly shaken by the request. Ask a non-programmed person how they eat them, and they might say by the handful, "I don't like them, Or just say that it's a silly question. 34. Probably the most disturbing food I find universally reported to be programming is McDonald's French fries. I know there is always some kind of taste war going on among the fast food giants as to who has the best fries, but it is not okay. If a person feels compelled to eat McDonald's fries daily, the urge to do so is so strong, that several people have reported that this is their little secret. It embarrasses them, because they don't understand the overwhelming urge to eat them. I also know about food addictions, but that doesn't fit for so many of these people. The one program that has been a universal theme in all of the people that I have worked with over the past 10 years is their abject fear of going to hell for lying. This is a particularly clever ploy on the part of the programmers, because if indeed a person actually has the courage to begin to heal from this horror, and start revealing to someone, they are instantly paralyzed with fear. The ultimate insult to their truth is that they have been told that if they believe anything really happened to them, and tell, it will be a lie. It is a catch-22 designed to keep the silence. Thank God a few brave souls have reached beyond that fear and into the light of truth. This truth has set them free. For many of the people I know who were programmed as children, this truth is now their reality. Like Sue Ford, they no longer have repressed the horror, but instead can recall it. Not unlike the survivors of the Holocaust, these courageous people have overcome their own private war, to conquer evil in its finest hour. To those who don't or won't believe what I know to be true, I pray for you to see the truth, to help those in need, and to stop the evil from spreading any further. Healing is possible, and is happening. Once the healing begins, the people can reach out to others that need healing. We need to light the candle of hope for these precious people, and pass on the light of truth. Mary Lewis, LCSW, 35, Brice Taylor, thanks for the memories author's introduction, who with conscience could read the following autobiographical account and, in the name of freedom, justice and love, brush aside the misuse of power, human slavery and mind control described in this book. For it is true that we have still not rid the world of slavery, and in this generation it is slavery born of a most malevolent and menacing type. In a society where competition for wealth, power, and control of others is foremost, we as a people are doomed to self-destruction, unless we change. Our values need to change. We need to help our children grow to believe in equality and justice, and they need to be taught the spiritual values that we as a society have come to disregard over the decades. Our country is a young 200 years old. At the conclusion of the adoption of our Constitution, Benjamin Franklin was asked, "What have you wrought?" In his own words he answered, "A republic, if you can keep it." It has been through my life experience that I see the need to take a serious look at how we have so dangerously strayed not only from the ideals set forth in our Constitution, but also from our fundamental God-given spiritual values. I know that for my sons, daughter, myself, my ex-husband, and countless other men, women, and children, who at this time are unable to speak for themselves, the following amendment to the Constitution has been violated. It reads, Section 1. Neither slavery, nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof, the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. My children and I have never consciously committed a crime. We have never had the chance to live our lives in freedom. Instead we have been put into a hidden bondage by a heinous form of slavery, one far more evil than has been in existence in our society before. The magnitude of horror and the level of secrecy that shrouds it has allowed a level of atrocities against mankind to exist that surpasses even those in Nazi Germany under the leadership of Adolf Hitler. And those men who worked in his concentration camps have carried his legacy to our country. Whatever term one wants to put to this hideous activity, it is one of total and complete disregard for humanity, for human freedom, civil rights and the right to live safely on this planet. 4. When we as a people allow certain individuals in our society to experiment with and enslave other individuals for the so-called advancement of technology or the race toward world domination, we are doomed. What most of you have not been allowed to know is that years ago, at the outset of the Cold War, if not before, permission was given to a hidden group of so-called professionals and leaders to experiment on the unsuspecting American populace in an effort to further a variety of advanced technology. The technology gleaned by the American leaders, medical professionals, and scientists was and still is in the form of genetic engineering, mind control, brain research, near-death experimentation, paranormal psychic experimentation, remote viewing, time and space travel, bioelectromagnetic frequency medicine, and other advanced research that make our current level of technological understanding and application antiquated. I am not suggesting that the technology was not, in certain projects, valuable. However, I am stating that it was often attained by the American government at the expense of American lives, as many of his citizens were experimented on without their knowledge or consent. Many books have been written describing innocent people's first-hand accounts of various forms of ritual abuse, unauthorized and non-consensual medical experimentation, genetic experimentation, radiation experimentation, drug experimentation and mind control. And yet, these numerous first-hand, 36, accounts of extremely violated human rights have been cast aside and denied, even by our own FBI, CIA and government. Why, you ask? I believe the following information, gathered by my personal involvement as Henry Kissinger's personal mind file, will help you understand the situation we face and what has occurred. Morally, I feel it is my responsibility to share with you what I witnessed as I walked among those participating in these projects. After I have shared with you what I experienced, it will be your responsibility to choose what you do with this information. And I will finally be able to rest, knowing I have done my duty, first to God and then to you, my fellow citizens, by sharing the truth of my experiences so that you can be informed as to what has occurred, to your detriment and at your expense, but without your knowledge or permission. People often ask me if I'm afraid that my controllers might kill me. Honestly, I have had so many near-death experiences that I am familiar with dying. Death is not at all frightening to me. My life has been restored through divine intervention countless times, and I trust that when God is ready for me to leave this world, I will go, and I won't go until that divine timing is completed. What is frightening is living without doing something to alert people to the invisible danger and loss of rights and freedoms that are before us. Some things are so precious and sacred that to violate them is worse than death. Specifically, I am referring to the sacred nature of our minds and spirits and the divine core bond that goes between a mother and a child. The pain and suffering that results from the destruction of this bond, due to a life of torture and mind control intended to intentionally shatter this bond and other family relationships, in order to establish control, is so excruciatingly painful that I will do anything necessary in the service of stopping it from happening in future generations. A few years ago, after I spoke at a surveillance expo in Washington, D.C., an intelligence officer approached me and asked me how I managed to stay alive. I explained to him that I sent documentation of my recollected experiences out to professionals who were vocal in regard to these issues, with a letter stating that if anything happened to me, my children, or my ex-husband, I gave them permission to more widely distribute my information. This officer laughed and said, "Little lady, I believe you have the CIA by the balls. They are probably having to protect you." Although I am still alive, the harassment that I will share with you later hasn't stopped. I submit this information to you as respectfully as I can. I apologize for the apparent lewdness of some of the material, and yet this is how it happened, this is what occurred. Please forgive the nature of the writing, or how I need to present it, often in its original context, the way it was experienced by the many parts of me. What you read is a glimpse into the events as experienced through the eyes of the programmed personalities who endured this abuse. You may notice the different perceptions of different personalities at varying ages, and some of the values, or lack of them that they were taught. Much of the following information has been copied, often verbatim, from my private journals. Over the years, daily, I painstakingly documented my memories, in an attempt to deal with and sort out the often vivid, though confusing, memory flashbacks I had. What I remembered was so far from the reality I thought I had lived, that it was deeply disturbing. What you are about to read is a composite of years of memory work describing the details and information as I work to untangle the knot. Having been programmed to have a perfect photographic memory greatly aided me toward this enhanced, often meticulously detailed account. The training my controllers gave me backfired on them. Once my secret life began leaking into my conscious mind, I experienced so many intrusive flashbacks not only in my mind but also in my body, that it forced me to recall these experiences in extensive detail to the point that it disrupted my everyday functioning. So much so, that I was forced to leave my master's degree program in graduate school and enroll in daily therapy. In an attempt to understand and contain all the information that came flooding back to my mind, I was compelled for years to write out each and every memory the way I saw it in my mind's eye, and heard, smelled, and felt it in my body, so I could attempt to maintain some semblance of my own, 37, personal reality. This information, chronicled in my journals over the last 14 years, beginning in 1985, created a way for me to report to you what happened to me. Desperately, I struggled and worked diligently over the years to pull myself together in an attempt to help my children, my husband, and myself. Looking back, I felt like a person with no arms or legs attempting to run an Olympic marathon. My body was able but I didn't have the use of my mind, which was shattered into 1,000 pieces and further locked away from me in a programmed bondage. Although I couldn't think about it, deep within my soul my heart ached and the wounds festered. People often ask me, how did you get out? I answer, by the grace of God, and I explain that as I grew older, although I could not think about what was causing me so much pain, I had moments when I could feel that something was very wrong. When those deeply, emotionally troubling and painful moments came, I asked God to please help me. Through daily prayer and the leading of the Holy Spirit, I was led out of bondage, one step at a time, until my programming was broken and I was integrated and free. It was then, and continues to be, horrifying to me when my experiences are validated because it makes them more real, and then I am less able to dissociate from the excruciatingly painful emotional component of my past. During the initial stages of my recovery I had to learn to reconnect to my body and emotions, to learn even to cry in personalities that had never been allowed to express emotion. Then I had to learn to think logically and contain my tender, innate female emotions so that people could begin to hear what I was saying and not write me off as a hysterical woman, although I had every right to be, given the traumatic life my family and I managed to live through. This manuscript is not a dramatization, as was my first book, Starshine, One Woman's Valiant Escape from Mind Control. Instead it is a documentation of events as they happened from the best of my recollection. It is not written to entertain. In fact, I hope you don't find it entertaining, for if you do, you've missed the point. The pornography that has proliferated in this world has destroyed countless lives of children, women, and men who were used in it and has taught those who view it to objectify people. The telling of the following information is not done with the intent to further pornography and lewd sexual behavior, but in an attempt to stop what has gone on and to ensure freedom of mind, body and spirit. I am now fully integrated and deprogrammed. I feel very fortunate to have survived and to have healed to the point where I can now be a spokesperson for the many who have been abused in similar ways and are not yet recovered enough to speak on their own behalf. And, there are many. Over the years, I have painfully witnessed those who reside in mental institutions, diagnosed as psychotic, schizophrenic, borderline, or delusional. Or others locked up as political prisoners. Or worse yet, those who couldn't overcome their programming and committed suicide. Many others walk the earth dehumanized and enslaved in programming, living a life of internal and external hell and terror, separated from themselves and their divine creator. It is for all of them that I divulge these very personal and painful parts of my life. Over the years, the CIA and other groups have strategically and very effectively orchestrated campaigns to discredit victims and the professionals who attempt to help the victims to bring the reality of what is actually occurring to light. Up until recently, the dark hierarchy that shrouds and protects the secrecy of this hidden control of many has been very effective in keeping this reality a secret. The victims have not been heard. they continually suffer discrediting tactics in the courtroom through the ignorance of uninformed, possibly mind-controlled, or compromised, judges and lawyers. In therapy sessions, often with uninformed, possibly programmed, mental health professionals and therapists. The church clergy, through innocence, disbelief, ignorance, fear, or possibly programming, often turn their backs on victims who need aid and protection. The victims, regardless of age, need to know that other, 38, people and especially God, hates what has happened to them. We need the church to stand in its rightful place in the public arena and call our nation to account for the suffering of the most vulnerable. If spiritually awakened individuals can't do it, then who can? The Holy Spirit has shown me it will take the most spiritually erudite to stand in the face of this evil deception. Only by enacting the practice of spiritual discernment and carefully listening to divine spiritual direction, can this horror be eradicated forever. It is our last and only hope. It is time the public is made aware so they can begin to abolish the dark, controlling system that even began to target preschools in the 70s, torturing and programming children who didn't even come from an intergenerational satanic background, in order to ever widen their circles of an unpaid, slave labor force. I am continually amazed that the public is still swayed by the CIA-connected, false memory syndrome foundation's propaganda, which explains that therapists instill these memories of horror into their desperate clients and that children with large imaginations are making up these stories. Ask yourself how a child 3 or 4 years old could make up these vile stories that are beyond their age-appropriate understanding. And what a coincidence that the accounts match other children's testimony across the nation. Have the children been secretly uniting, sharing their large imaginative experiences across the nation in order for them to all come up with similar accounts? The facts of many preschool court cases, the testimony of the children, and the bungling and misrepresentation from lawyers and judges in case after case has allowed the truth to be squelched. Those within the American Psychiatric Association who still cling to the false notion that multiple personality disorder, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 4 now calls it dissociative identity disorder, is rare, rob the many suffering victims of the opportunity to recover. We need to begin to more fully understand that a child's, and especially an infant's, psyche is vulnerable and can be shattered into other personalities due to early childhood abuse. When we understand this, we will be able to raise more stable children who can then grow into healthy, creative adults. Many adults, like myself, find themselves spending the rest of their lives trying to recover from their childhood. Early abuse wreaks havoc physically, mentally, and spiritually on the most vulnerable and most valuable resource we have, our children. Once again, I apologize for the pornographic nature of some of this material. In light of my current Christian values, it is difficult and often embarrassing to mention the sexual perversions that I was exposed to, and yet to alter the information that was brought back to my conscious awareness through the eyes and perception of those personalities who were forced to experience it, seems to compromise the reality of what actually happened. I have attempted to report my history in the best way I know how, yet I have found it impossible to report my experience to you with the wholesome morality that now rules my life. If you are faint of heart or have difficulty dealing with horrific or lewd material, please ask God to strengthen you to face the truth set forth in this book. In the words of Edmund Burke, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. We have reached a point in time where it is imperative for good people to act. It is time for those who have any moral judgment to react, and then to pursue their reaction with action. It will take all of us, standing for what we believe in, questioning old beliefs and old value systems until they are aligned with the mind of Christ. Do we really still believe in one nation under God, or have we lost our way in the hundreds of mindless duties and realities presented by the mass media? When will we slow down? God is not a God of confusion, nor is he a God of hurry, or suffering. He is our Almighty God, in him whom we can trust. For generations humanity has been deceived, and those who are willing to put their trust and faith in God, shall rise to his glory, as he shows the way to victory. Our God, whom we once put in charge of our nation, is still waiting. He is still there, wanting to be of assistance, and never in the history of mankind have we been in such desperate need of his help, of his guiding hand. And so as we begin this journey together, with me as the reporter, and you the reader that God has called to be present, I offer this prayer. 39, Dear Father God, Jesus, Lord of Lords, God Most High, we come to you now, in humbleness, God, asking for your help. We know of our own strength we are unable to solve the problems at hand, and God, we know that things in this world are out of control and that only you can guide us back to balanced ways. We also know as your word has promised that we are cared for by you, much more than the birds and the lilies of the field, and now we ask you to show us the way. We thank you, Lord, we glorify your holy name. Thanks for sending your Son, Jesus, to show us the way. Please be with us now, as we enter a time of national and international unrest. We know that these are growing pains. We know that you didn't cause them, that your will is not for our suffering, but that by our own actions these disasters and wars have and will continue to occur. Bless us with your anointing. Open the eyes of our understanding. I pray that in this book your will may shine forth so that all of us who partake can shine for you. In Christ, Susan Ford, Brice Taylor, pseudonym, Things Are Hidden, temporarily, only as a means to revelation. For there is nothing hidden except to be revealed, nor is anything temporarily kept secret except in order that it may be known. If any man has ears to hear, let him hear and perceive and comprehend. Be careful what you are hearing. The measure of thought and study you give to truth that you will hear me with measure of virtue and knowledge that comes back to you, and more will be given to you who hear. For to him who has heard and understood, more will be given, and from him who has not heard and understood, even what he has will be taken away from him. Mark 4:22-25, It isn't that they can't see the solution. It's that they can't see the problem. G.K. Chesterton, Power is the Ultimate Aphrodisiac, a quote by Henry A. Kissinger, then Secretary of State. 40, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories. Chapter 1, The Creation of Human Robot. My name is Susan Lynn Eckhart Ford and I am a 48-year-old, native Californian. Until 1995, I suffered from a debilitating condition known as multiple personality disorder 2. In 1985 I embarked on a long and tedious, painful road to recovery. Through years of therapy and deprogramming I completely reintegrated my multiple personalities back into my uniform core self, and through the grace of God, I am alive today to convey to you my true life experiences. This account of my remembrances will be so shocking and amazing that you may feel that you've entered the twilight zone. Many waking up today, call this making a paradigm shift in reality. I call it knowing the truth. But, do keep your faith in God and humanity, for, as my father reminded me day after day, the truth will set you free. My multiple personality condition resulted from what I had first thought in 1986 was solely sexual and ritual abuse. But, as I began to heal and remember more of my hidden past, I realized that ritual abuse was merely the mind-control trauma base my ritually abused, programmed, pedophile father, Calvin Charles Eckhart, and others used to condition me for participation in the still-active top-secret Project Monarch, the Central Intelligence Agency's white slavery operation that is related to culture and its numerous sub-projects. I was raised in the affluent area of Woodland Hills, California, but was abused my entire life in many locations in and out of California, including hospitals, universities, and United States military and NASA bases, where I was subjected to high-level programming. The result of many years of trauma, intentionally inflicted on me by my father and others to create within me multiple personalities, was that I was transformed into a programmed, totally robotical slave that could not remember to think or tell what happened to me, due to the mind control and sophisticated programming I was under. I was used frequently in child and adolescent prostitution and pornography. By my preteen years, I had many personalities specially programmed to be the perfect sex slave, a presidential model with government mind files and a photographic memory equipped to deliver, most often through sexual encounters, messages, some cryptic, to top government officials, entertainers, and other world figures. From 1987 to 1991, I was in intensive daily therapy in California, remembering a complex childhood that now has been validated, in part, through intelligence community, CIA, and FBI contacts, active and retired, as well as through investigative journalists, knowledgeable mental health professionals, and family members. In my quest for understanding and self-knowledge, I attended school to attain my master's degree in psychology. But, in April of 1991 I was forced to leave my home and family in California, due to a clever plot and threat to my life if I continued to pursue remembrance of my past in therapy and try to become healed. One of my therapists, Margaret Paul, Ph.D., who is also a popular author, suggested that for my safety I should leave Los Angeles for a while. Upon her recommendation, I fled to the island of Kauai, Hawaii, where unbeknownst to me I was still part of the project and still not free. After I fled from California and was no longer living in the midst of my programmed abuse base, nor was I in therapy, I began having vivid, detailed memories of being used both as a sex slave and human mind file computer to some of our nation's highest-level governmental officials in and out of the White House. Among them, John F. Kennedy, sex and delivered messages. Lyndon Baines Johnson, sex and delivered messages. Henry Kissinger, masterminded my U.S. government and international mind file use. Nelson Rockefeller, mind file use coordinated in conjunction with Henry Kissinger. 2 Multiple personality disorder, MPD, current American Psychiatric Association listing in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for is dissociative identity disorder, DID. 41, Gerald Ford, sex and delivered messages. Jimmy Carter, delivered messages. Ronald Reagan, sex and delivered messages. George Bush, mind file use. He is a known pedophile and had sex with my programmed daughter Kelly, and top entertainment professionals, such as my owner Bob Hope, sex and message courier. The media surrounding the exposés of Bob Hope's secret life and the books written by Arthur Marks, Groucho's son, The Secret Life of Bob Hope, and Lawrence J. Quirk's recent book, Bob Hope, The Road Well Traveled, begin to portray some examples of the flaws to Bob's seemingly all-American, patriotic, and family-loving public image. My controllers and abusers were not low-level criminals, but instead were some of the so-called adored leaders and entertainers of our country. I felt alone and terrified as I began to break free from the control I was under. Catherine Gould, Ph.D., an internationally known therapist with years of experience treating ritual abuse victims, explained that she couldn't be my therapist, for fear of losing her license or being sued since she sensed I was a high-level survivor. At that time, although I had begun to have memories of being with Ronald Reagan during the time he was governor of California and other government officials, due to the fact that I was still under mind control, I had no way of understanding what high-level meant. At that time, many therapists, including my own, Margie Paul, were beginning to have their licenses pulled and often suffered professional consequences for treating ritual abuse survivors, especially those who were high-level. In April of 1991, when I fled to the island of Kauai, Catherine agreed to consult with me by phone, and advised me to write a book, which resulted in Starshine, One Woman's Valiant Escape from Mind Control. She further advised me to continue documenting the names, dates and places of my abuse in an effort to one day go public in order to free my husband, my children, and myself. Over the next year on the island, I recovered more of my memory, but was devastated to be separated from my children and tried to adjust to a radically changed lifestyle, including the fact that I was now living without my family, friends, and loved ones, and had very limited finances. I was overwhelmed with grief, carrying a burden that few wanted to seriously look at. Several people stepped forward to help me in whatever ways they could, offering emotional support and friendship, some even financial support when I ran out of money, but no one could really keep me safe, until I was fully deprogrammed from inside of myself so I could not be accessed. To reiterate a vitally important fact, until I was fully deprogrammed, I was not safe. In 1991, there was no one who knew what I was talking about who could help me. I had to find help within myself. And I did. Throughout my healing process, angels guided me when I was too afraid to connect with Christ, due to the satanic ritual abuse I had endured in the church as a child. The angels continually led me to books and incredible people, thereby fulfilling God's plan for my eventual freedom. Since multi-generationally abused and traumatized victims are selected for the mind control projects, my 3 children, Kevin, Kelly, and Danny, were naturally trained to follow in my footsteps as assets of my controllers. Except for Kelly, they are still locked into their abuse base. Despite my efforts to get help for them, their similarly programmed father unfortunately doesn't have a clue, as yet, and so all legal custody has been taken away from me by the state of California. Toward the goal of getting my children free, I have spent years desperately documenting my past, a task at which some of our top governmental officials and entertainers would have liked to see me fail. My affluent abusers made sure that I was instilled with very sophisticated programming that would ensure my death should I begin to remember or tell. Despite the fact that I was programmed to have an accident, self-mutilate, or kill myself, I am healthy, in control of my own mind, and have no intentions of hurting myself in any manner. I am taking extreme precautions through publicizing this autobiographical account to encumber these power-mongers from stopping my efforts to obtain help for my affected children. It is in hopes of freeing them, and the many other suffering adults and children locked into the bonds of the mind control projects, that I share my experience. 42. The intentionally inflicted and often extreme child abuse I endured was the necessary preparation through trauma that my controllers regarded as prerequisite to my creation as a sex espionage agent serving within the government and beyond to an overarching cabal of only a handful of individuals, who I overheard referred to as the Council. For years I witnessed the attempts and deeds they performed to control not only our government, but foreign governments as well. This initial childhood trauma was necessary to create within me multiple personalities for later use by them, ensuring their success of my involuntary use and participation in their plan for a one-world government, where you and I are to work in varying levels, as controlled slaves or, as they say, worker bees. To be afraid is to have more faith in evil than in God. Emmett Fox, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, 43, Chapter 2, Early Childhood Preparation, Love Bears All Things, Believes All Things, Hopes All Things. Galatians, in order for my birth to be accomplished on Presidential Inauguration Day, January 20, 1951, my mother's labor was induced at St. John's Hospital in Santa Monica, California. My parents named me Susan Lynn Eckhart. The selection of Inauguration Day for my birth was especially meaningful given the position I would be groomed to one day fill. My parents told the story for years that my first words were, "I like Ike." Even at the early age of 1, they were training me to be politically minded and had me cheering in a campaign effort for the president-elect. Once my mother and I were released from the hospital after my birth, my father began the rigorous training and intentional torture required to shatter my base personality with the goal of creating many separate and individual personalities for training and use by others as I grew older. When my mother left my father to babysit me, he withheld all food until I was starving. Then he held my bottle in front of me, but instead of allowing me to have the bottle, he would slip his penis into my mouth for me to suck. I felt I was dying through suffocation, as my airway was blocked and I gagged for breath. There were many such traumas to follow, most often on a daily basis. For you to understand how I came to trust the things I began remembering at age 35 about my earliest childhood, I will share the following experiences. In meditation, I began remembering small, inconsequential things at first, like the time my mother left my father to care for me when I was 4 months old. He laid me on top of the dining room table and watched as I fell off. I clearly remembered the panicked feeling of terror as I was falling and remembered the overwhelming sharp pain that resulted in my body as I hit the floor. I also remembered the color of the carpeting, the design on the wallpaper and other details about the room. We moved from this house in Santa Monica when I was 6 months old, and I never saw it again. Unable to fathom what these earliest of childhood memories could mean, I began reading about the experiences of Vietnam veterans and how they suddenly relived flashbacks of traumas they witnessed in war. I thought this might be the same type of memory phenomenon. In order to test my recall of this particular incident, I shared the details of this memory with my mother. Her reaction was one of amazement, although she seemed terribly confused about my father's actions. She said I had described our first house and was surprised I could remember so accurately details from an event that happened when I was only an infant. Being the third child to a very busy mother, there were no pictures taken of me in that house that I could have seen. The validation she gave me made me feel more trusting of the other memories that soon began flooding back into my awareness. Trauma to create multiple personality disorder. Memories of trauma too overwhelming to bear as a child unfolded for me to deal with as an adult. Bit by bit, piece by piece, I began to remember and understand just what had actually happened to me as a child, but in no way did the memories come neatly packaged in chronological order. It took the test of time, as each memory fit into one's before and after them and, like a puzzle, with all the pieces laid in proper place, I began creating a more complete yet horrifically devastating picture. Armed with that first validation from my mother and the support of 2 therapists, I began daily therapy, remembering heinous tortures, terrifying abuses, and strange details that were painfully yet neatly compartmentalized into the reality of separate child and adult personalities programmed within. 44. Me. Many had separate names. This was in 1987, 2 years after my initial awakening first began. And I was, now, for the first time, accurately remembering my earliest childhood. I was referred to Stuart Perlman, Ph.D., a Westwood clinical psychotherapist, and began seeing him a few sessions a week until the self-harm and suicidal crises I was attempting to live through, triggered by remembering things I was programmed to forget, quickly required my sessions with him to escalate to 7 or more per week. I was also having weekly sessions with Margaret Paul, Ph.D. At the time I began therapy, neither of my therapists was familiar with dissociation, multiple personality disorder, or ritual abuse. The vivid, painful and often terrifying flashbacks and abreactions of the traumatic memory I retrieved in and out of their offices left all of us in a quandary, trying to make sense of what was happening to me. Dr. Perlman wrote an article on MPD ritual abuse for a psychoanalytical journal, where he shared that as time went on he came to understand that multiple personality disorder was not as rare as he had been taught it was in school. Although his quiet, aloof, non-interactive, psychoanalytical stance often made me uncomfortable during therapy sessions, I was later grateful that he had not interjected his own reality into my memory retrieval process and kept to himself his initial belief that I was delusional. My first session with Dr. Perlman was deeply touching as tears fell from his cheeks when I recounted instance after instance of childhood abuse. His wise words to me that day were, "Everything you need to heal is within, you have all the answers inside of yourself." My other therapist, Dr. Paul, and I were continually perplexed as to what all the memories meant and didn't have an answer until a year later when I attended a Victims of Incest Emerge as Survivors, Voices, conference in New Jersey by myself, where I heard a female minister speak about satanic ritual abuse. At the end of the lecture, I felt numbed, as the speaker recounted many tortures similar to those I had remembered from my childhood. The big, beautiful, perfect fairy tale life I thought I was living began to crumble, one memory at a time. The following is a carefully compiled documentation of my past. When I was 6 months old, my father and mother decided to move to a more rural setting to raise their young family. My brother Jim was 8, my brother Rick was 4, and I was 6 months old. My father borrowed money from my mother's mother to purchase a 3-bedroom ranch home located in the midst of a walnut grove in Woodland Hills, California. This home was to be the base for hidden and extreme torture and trauma for me over the next 19 years. Those years of trauma should have been enough to kill 10 children, but somehow it didn't kill me. My father told me each time he hurt me that he was doing it to toughen me, to strengthen me for the future. In response, I was split into many personalities to cope with the overpowering physical and psychological pain and betrayal. My father worked for others as a welder until 1957 when he decided to be his own boss, prompting the opening of his own welding shop. This business, Eckhart's Welding Shop, located on Pico Boulevard in West Los Angeles, initially was our only source of income, since my mother stayed at home as a full-time housewife and mother. We lived simply and frugally, getting by on the amount of money my father earned. Sliced in between and existing parallel to the everyday conscious reality we shared as a family, was a very dark, secret and painful reality shared in subconsciousness and in pain. I will share many of these slices of darkness with you so that the reader can understand how this all came about. When I was a year old, my father placed me in a blanket that was suspended by a rope from the high ceiling in our living room and spun me around and around and around until I was completely dizzy and disoriented. He then introduced a trauma, like putting something sharp up my vagina, and my young psyche shattered, splitting off another personality to withstand the pain. He began sexually abusing me in my early months, by inserting objects into my vagina, gradually stretching it so that I would be able to accept a full-grown man's penis by the time I was 2. I was being groomed for early child prostitution, pornography, and a position in the inner circle at church. 45. When I was just months old, my mother recounts that she tearfully handed me over into the arms of her brother John, who took me for a week to Santa Barbara. When she told me of this incident, she always sounded like she had no choice, no free will from where she could command that no one could take her newborn baby away from her. The memory of what happened in Santa Barbara with my Uncle John remains inaccessible to me at this time, yet I know it must be significant. Unfortunately, as you can well understand, my poor mind-controlled mother never had a chance and was totally manipulated by my father, who I believe suffered from multiple personality disorder, MPDDID, had been ritually abused himself, and was most likely also under mind control. Much of the time my mother was a loving, caring, gentlewoman, but she was controlled. She spent her daytime hours obsessively cleaning house, ironing everything that she perfectly washed, scrubbing floors, washing windows, cooking, and attending to our needs. After dinner, while my mother did the dishes, my father sat down to watch television and read the paper. While he was relaxing, my mother began her next job doing the bookkeeping for my father's business. She didn't stop her duties or sit down until she collapsed into bed at 11 o'clock at night. When I began recovering in the 80s, I asked my mother why all she did was scrub and clean the house and didn't pay attention to me as a child. Her response was, "Sue, looking back, I felt like there was something really dirty about our home." My mother was able to feel what she wasn't allowed to think about, and she was right. There was something dirty. She subconsciously tried to take care of the problem in the only way she knew how. By cleaning it away. She slept through, was programmed, drugged, or was in a dissociative daze when I was being abused or when she was being beaten by my father or abused by others. She obsessively listened to music, which helped her to tune out and mellow. Knowing what I know now, most likely she was listening to music she was told to listen to in order to keep her memory of our actual life locked deeply within her subconscious mind, while the programmed reality of herself and our perfect happy family was kept alive through programmed phrases in the music. My father made medicine for my mother. She followed my father's orders and programming to a T. Dutiful to her programming, she delivered me to and from places where I was to be prepared, trained, programmed, and used, without ever being consciously aware of what she was doing. To this day, if asked about it, my mother cries and says that, while she believes and feels the allegations of what happened to me are true, she just can't remember. Church ritual trauma. Around this time, my mother joined the First Baptist Church of Woodland Hills, and began taking me with her to church. Later, in therapy, I remembered and drew pictures of tunnels that I remembered running under the church that connected with neighboring homes of inner circle church perpetrators. On Sunday mornings, my mother left me in the nursery while she went to the sermon. Members of the church staff, some of them neighbor women and the minister, ritualistically abused me in that church. The elder minister who abused me was Reverend Grant B. Yateman. By age 2, I was out of the church nursery and attending a small Sunday school class with other children. One Sunday, when I was a bit older, Reverend Yateman walked into my Sunday school class and watched as we played a game and drew pictures. He pointed to me and said that I was God's chosen, and told me to follow him. Once we were outside in a protected area, he forced my head down under his robe to perform oral sex on him like my father had prepared me from birth to do. After I was finished, he wiped my mouth with a handkerchief and told me that I was going to hell for what I had just done, but that I would be forgiven if I never told anyone about it. He further offered to pray for my soul and then sent me back to my Sunday school class. 46. Another Sunday, after being sodomized in a back room by Reverend Yateman, he took me by the hand back to my Sunday school class, bent down and pointed to a picture of Jesus sitting with the little children around him and whispered, "Jesus will never love a little girl who is as bad and evil as you." From then on I believed there was something terribly wrong with me and that I would never fit in with other people. I figured Jesus couldn't love me because I was so bad. Parts of me died inside. But deep within my soul, in my innermost hidden and protected self, angelic beings continually reminded me of God's love for me and of their support. When I was tortured to the extent of being projected out of body due to the extreme pain, Jesus' angels spoke lovingly to me and explained that I needed to go back into my body, that someday when I was older I would understand. But subconsciously, in my limited child understanding, I believed I was unlovable and hideous in the eyes of God. Other Sundays, different children were God's chosen, and had to leave the room with the minister. Many of the people who worked at the church secretary and the Sunday school teachers, were neighbors of ours and, I now understand, were most likely ritually abused as children and were carrying out their violent actions via their own unconscious childhood programming. Mrs. Winkler, the church secretary, lived across the street. In addition to Christianity, she also practiced sorcery and witchcraft in her darkened home, isolated and protected from outside intrusion by drape-covered windows. As a toddler, my father would wake me, early on Saturday or Sunday mornings and take me across the street along with a carrot, to feed the horses. We always did feed the horses, but the actual purpose of these outings was to get me out of the house to go see Mrs. Winkler for what they called my training and preparation. Mrs. Winkler lit candles and laid my tiny body down on her table, performing chants over me, while she was sticking sharp needles in my feet, burning me with the hot candle flames, or scaring me with spiders. She would say, "Hold real still, Susie, so this potion can get in. You will be powerful and very special one day. Your father is paying for this, for you to be made special because he loves you. You will be known." She told me at other times that I was chosen by God to fulfill some mission. Instead of organized Satanism, she practiced her own perverted form of Christianity with the purpose of purifying me to rid me of all evil. She never directly addressed Satan, but instead spoke of hell and damnation. It was a fire and brimstone style of fundamental Christianity, mixed with witchcraft. Mrs. Winkler cut pieces of my hair and saved them for rituals that were held with other inside church members and my father in outdoor rural places, in the middle of the darkened night. Trauma programming. For years, my father performed a variety of brutal, ritual-type physical and psychological abuses, among them, confinement in closets, cages, and a coffin, while I was told I was being left to die. Near drowning. Isolation. Needles inserted in sensitive body areas. Food and sleep deprivation. Electroshock via electric wires, welding equipment, cattle prods, etc. Drugging. Sophisticated hypnotic and electronic programming. Tying me upside down to walnut trees out in the isolated walnut groves and other places. Forcing me to participate in torturous rituals and orgies. And sexually abusing me, each time in more perverted ways. At that time, Woodland Hills was still in its own infancy. At first, there were only 2 or 3 other houses built on our street, ensuring my father and others plenty of wide open spaces to conduct their crimes. In 1952, what is now known as the 101 freeway had not yet been built. The area was still largely undeveloped and rural, allowing for these crimes to easily go undetected. 47. While I was still very small, my father had an affair with another church secretary named Selma McGrew who lived in the house behind ours. She participated in my preparation by allowing my father to include me in the sex they were having. Being so young and small, I often felt I would be killed during these encounters, and so I split off more personalities to endure it. Nighttime was never intended for sleeping at our house but instead was a time of training. My mother was the only one allowed and or commanded to sleep. My two older brothers, Jim and Rick, and my father came into my room night after night, creating an endless array of different forms of sexual abuse, all under my father's direction. My brother Rick, who is 4 years older than I, was selected to participate more often and my father used him to help prepare me for use as a child prostitute and for my approaching debut in pornography. The two of us were sexually abused together and were both electroshocked with bare electric wires to our genitals. I painfully remembered my brother sitting robotically while my father attached a bare wire to his penis and then inserted the opposite end in the electrical outlet, sending his little body into uncontrollable spasms. Tears flooded my brother's eyes and ran down his cheeks as he then was forced to watch as I was electroshocked. For years my mother told the story of how she continually found my brother hiding behind the couch shocking himself by inserting bare wires into the electrical outlet. She laughed a kind of confused, questioning laugh as she spoke this. She probably couldn't think to question where the bare wired cord came from or why her young son was continually seeking to electroshock himself. I stuck a table knife in an electrical socket so often that there was a knife in the kitchen drawer that was notched from being repeatedly inserted into the outlet. This unconscious act reinforced our programming. I was often awakened and drugged in the middle of the night by my parents in order to attend rituals that were performed in the empty lot behind the church and at other locations around Woodland Hills. Many of the gullies and outdoor places that were used for rituals when I was a young child have since been developed into homes or large cement drainage areas, but in the 50s these areas provided seclusion for this group. The whole congregation did not participate in these nightly horrors, only a select inner circle was allowed in. At 2, I was initiated into the inner circle with a celebration dedicating me as the bride of Christ. I was drugged, dressed in a long white lace gown, and passed around the circle of drugged members as they sat around a bonfire in a vacant lot, during the middle of the night. Each member fondled me sexually, then I was lain on an altar to be raped and dedicated to Christ and the group. The inner circle members wore black robes and participated in sexual orgies and the killing and ingesting of animal and human flesh. Their belief was that these cannibalistic and sexual acts would transfer the energy or life force from the victim to them in order to make them more powerful. I was involved in endless rituals that included being burned with candles, having crucifixes jammed up my vagina as I lay on an altar or hung upside down on a cross, having pins inserted into every area of my body including my vagina and the roof of my mouth, and having animals and babies killed in front of me and being forced to eat their raw flesh and drink their blood or urine. Other children were involved in the rituals, and when we reached a certain age we were forced to participate in killing animals and babies. In order to psychologically survive these experiences, many additional personalities within me were created. Nothing was ever as painful as being forced to inflict pain on another or watch as others were tortured or killed. My doll collection: I had a doll cabinet that my father had specially made for me. It was filled with dolls from all over the world, that were given to me to love. My father used my dolls to program different personalities, 48, within me, as he abused me night after night. Often when my father tortured me he would hand a different doll for me to hold in order to create different parts of me with different identities that in my young mind I could relate to the doll I was holding. He told me the doll in my hand was part of me but separate and then he would call it by name. There was the little doll with the red hair and freckles, the baby doll, Cindy the bride doll, Rebecca, Sally, Thumbelina, Barbie and Madame Alexander, to name a few. There were dolls everywhere around me, especially in that doll case that my father had made for me with the sliding glass window front so the dolls could be seen. Each doll was displayed, which my father said meant they couldn't play until he said it was time for them to come out of the case. At night when he woke me for abuse, he took out the doll whose personality was to be the front, or presenting, personality of my inner system of created personalities. As he pulled a doll out of the doll case he'd say, "She's no longer on display, she can come out and play now," and at the tender age, I would switch into the personality my father called forth. Then he would say, "You Susie, will step aside as doll fully enters your body." Whenever I snap my fingers 3 times, Doll will enter the body and Susie will step aside, like this now, and he would snap his fingers 3 times and I would follow my father's command, totally and completely. Holidays. Holidays always signaled times of trauma. One Christmas I awoke excited to see what Santa had brought for me. My 2 worlds and the personalities that lived in them were continually subjected to different realities, and this day was to be no different. Susie in her red velveteen robe got special treatment while other personalities had Xmas, a very different painful and evil reality. While Susie got a Christmas stocking full of goodies, Sharon got razor blades and coal and parts of dead animals. Sharon was another one of my inner personalities my father created, which he developed as my inner twin to Susie, my conscious everyday personality. One Christmas ritual trauma I vividly remembered was when my father laid me down on the rug in front of the fireplace and placed his finger inside my vagina while he readied a hot poker in the fire. Somehow putting me in a trance state, he began, "You won't feel this. You will only continue to feel the pleasure, just like I am rubbing now. Does it feel good?" "Yes, Daddy," I robotically answered. "Good, then when I do this it will only increase the pleasure." He kept his finger in place until he got the hot poker out of the fire and as he put it inside me, he took his finger out and as hypnotically commanded, I felt only the pleasure of the hot inside me. Very lovingly he said, "Very good, honey. You're doing very well. Now take a deep breath and count to 3 and feel like you have to pee. Then when I take this out, you will feel even more pleasure. Okay?" "Yes, Daddy," I said putting my little hand up in front of my face while I counted off, 1, as I held up 1 finger, then 2, putting up 2 fingers, then 3, and when he had taken the poker out, I felt really happy. It didn't even hurt. I couldn't feel the pain of the red-hot thing. In months that followed, I reached out and touched a piece of red-hot angle iron when my father was welding, and when it burned my hand badly, I was surprised. I didn't understand that it would burn me. My father was an expert at those games. At other times he put something scary in front of my face to startle me before he did something traumatic to me. Then he would tell me to feel numb while he put a silver metal band around my wrist and forehead and would shock me with a black box that was attached to the bands with wires. He'd say "You're doing very well," but my face would be sweating and it stung when he gave me what he called a jolt. 49. At odd times, even when other people were around, my father would say, "Do you want a jolt?" I'd say, "No," while I giggled nervously, acting like it was a game but it wasn't. Often after one of these jolting experiences, I felt so sleepy and my mum would say, "What's wrong with you? Are you sick?" "I dunno," I'd say, because I didn't know anything. To know was to know, and to know was very bad and you got very hurt. So certain personalities within me took the pain and torture after which I would be switched back to Susie who had no knowledge of any of it. There were nights my father would wake me out of sleep and devise ways to spin me until I was totally disoriented, after which he took me to look at myself in front of a mirror and called me by another name other than my own, "Sandy, that is you in the mirror, and Sandy is my friend. She is going to help us. She is a friend of Susie's, but Susie doesn't know Sandy exists. Susie doesn't even need to think about you, Sandy." And these were some of the tactics used to shatter and then create alternate identities within me from a very early age. In hypnotic trance I was told, "The balloons will take you away, take you to the rooms with the many personalities, but as you look at each one, you know that they are you. They are all you. But only one at a time. One room and one person at a time." Other nights, I was awakened from sleep and sexually abused to create the dissociative barrier and to create more personalities or attitudes. I was told, "Now look into the first room. There's Darla. Isn't she cute and pretty, and she is always happy? Darla's dedicated to the stars. She always knows just what to say and do to make others feel good, to make them happy. Now look into the second room. There's Sandy. She's the dancer. She can dance very well and she is able to bend in all different directions. To everyone's amazement. She's not at all embarrassed to take off her clothes in front of people. She likes that, it makes her feel good. But she can only do that when the time is right. My father also placed stars on my ceiling that lit up at night to remind me of the programming. Over the years my controllers created programming for every single thing they could dream up. And they programmed in angel personalities intended to handle the pain when I could not. But their spiritual short-sightedness left them in the dark when I transcended their created angelic personalities, and left my body escorted by real angels. I owe my life to God and those beautiful loving beings who kept my soul and my love intact as they continually interceded for the little girl they witnessed tortured unceasingly. Military base programming. Dick Hoff was a Marine in the reserves. He and his family moved in next door when I was around 3 years old. He told me he didn't know exactly how to treat little girls because he only had boys. On certain weekends he wore his uniform and took me to military bases where the men wore tan uniforms. They saluted him when he was around and he acted very normal until we were out of the other men's sight. He took me into top-secret places where he showed some sort of pass to gain entrance. Once we were in the secret place he put me into an empty, cold, cement room and restrained me to a metal examination table. There were bright lights overhead and the men that joined him put bands around my wrists, ankles, and forehead, then turned out the lights and left while they shocked me real bad. They had a screen I had to watch and messages I listened to immediately after I got shocked. Sometimes Dick carried a briefcase that had some of my favorite dolls and toys inside, like my dolly with the red hair and freckles and my sock monkey. When they hurt me they often pretended to hurt my dolls and toys too, and told me that my dolly friends would keep reminding me every day about what happens, if you don't obey and follow the rules, then you get zapped, and they would shock me again. Dick also threatened me with his gun and said that all the men had them, and if I stepped out of line it would be over for me, 50, so I'd better listen up and obey the rules. The doctors played tricks on me while I was drugged. He played day and time tricks trying to mess me up. They told me over and over that someone other than the person who really brought me there did. Most of the time I knew it was Dick Hoff. They told me this astronaut brought me and a man in an astronaut suit would walk in and say, "I am the adult who brought you here." I'd say, "No you're not, my neighbor did." So they would inject me with more drugs and keep hammering verbally at me over and over until I'd break and agree wholeheartedly with them. But inside I had to remember to keep the truth hidden in a part of me, so I'd not lose control of reality and believe their lies. Sometimes I felt like I shattered and went over the edge and couldn't really tell what was happening. At those moments I'd pray to God that another part of me was remembering what was really happening because I couldn't maintain myself any longer. After they were through with me I was so messed up that I needed their help getting off the table and then to walk, and the next week I'd have to stay home from school because I was throwing up and very sick. My mum said I just had the flu. All this torture and mind manipulation kept my inner and outer worlds far apart. There was a cabinet way up high in our kitchen and Dick Hoff told me that I could be like a monkey and climb up there to get the little white candy pills that would make me feel better, but I couldn't tell my mommy because he said she wasn't really my mommy because she was born of lower class and he said I was upper class, like my father. He said my mum didn't know enough to help me, so if I hurt I could climb up and get the pills and eat them and feel better. There was another military base I was taken to when I was about 5. A doctor in a white lab coat examined me there. He questioned me a lot in order to check all my systems. As you can see, this abuse was very intentional and very premeditated, with long-range plans and goals. The network of abuse widens, the trauma was ubiquitous and involved all the people who were close to me, and others who were strangers. Threats of consequences if I remembered or told, made during times of extreme trauma, were buried deep in my subconscious mind and dictated my actions daily. Huge amounts of my own subconscious vital energies were used to keep my personalities in control and to keep secret the activities in which I was involved. By the age of 4, I was taken to my father's friend, Andy the policeman, where I was instructed to perform oral sex on Andy, in exchange for a courtesy card my father proudly carried in his wallet that pardoned him from any violation he might acquire, should he ever be stopped by a police officer. At a very young age, I was subconsciously aware that everyone was in on these activities and that policemen wouldn't even protect me, but that knowledge was kept from my conscious awareness because I believed the reality, as my programming commanded, that I had a perfect life. When I was less than 5 years old, my father took me to Long Beach for what my mother was told was a visit to my father's Aunt Maud. We did go to visit Aunt Maud, but really we were there to meet with Uncle Charlie. Uncle Charlie was very distinguished looking and wore very formal clothes, even though this was just a family gathering. At this young age, although I sensed this was a very important event, I had no way of knowing how pivotal this meeting would factor into the design of my life. In a complete nightmarish horror, I watched as my grandfather looked retarded and became very childlike when this relative, Charles Lilly Horn, spoke to him. And when the talk turned to subjects I could not fathom, and Uncle Charlie held out a paper for my father to sign, I pulled on my father's hand and begged him, "Daddy, stay big, this is really important, please Daddy." But due to my father's own early childhood abuse, he could not maintain his adult mental state because he too, had multiple, 51, personality disorder, with many wounded, fragmented, hurt children inside of him whose consciousness had also been programmed for use by others. And so, when Uncle Charlie asked him to sign the paper, he reached out robotically, and without thought, signed it. Somehow I knew that this event was a very important moment when I needed my father to pull himself together to protect me. But he was not able to, due to his own dysfunctional state of mind. Uncle Charlie further directed my father where to take me for the early programming that involved machines and told him about the arrangement with Bob Hope and the connection to the government. My father continued to look retarded and just kept robotically shaking his head, nodding in agreement, while Charlie told him what to do. Slave auctions. Elitists in the market for mind-control slaves attend auctions that appear at first like children's fashion shows and then progress to striptease acts. I made appearances in many shows before I was actually sponsored or sold. My father took me to a slave model auction where I wore a fancy white taffeta and black velvet polka dot dress, a hat and matching purse that my mother had bought for me at the expensive Stardusters clothing store. Bob Hope. At this particular show where Bob Hope bought me, there were lots and lots of little girls and boys competing. They said these children were what they called sponsored if they were chosen. And they said it was better to be chosen early because then the sponsors, owners, could mold you the way they wanted. There was a modeling ramp where all of us children were displayed. I modeled casual clothes, then sophisticated evening clothes, and then sensual sexual attire and, finally, appeared totally naked. First I performed Swan Lake Ballet in pink feathers for my casual and wore black velvet for my formal, and my naked performance was called the Tiger Dance. I won first place at this show and was sold to Bob Hope on the open market. They put a white cape around my naked body and Bob came up and stood with me while everyone in the audience cheered. Somehow it seemed like a sport for some of these people to attend auctions. Then I was seated again next to my father. When the whole show was over, an older man dressed in a tuxedo came and escorted me to Bob Hope, who shook my hand and said, "Hiya, honey. Do you know who I am?" "Yes, Mr. Hope." I answered like I had been instructed. "I'm going to be your man, but we'll have to talk more about this later. When you're a little older." He laughed. I smiled at him and said, "Thank you, Mr. Hope. My father will be very proud." But my father never came over to meet Bob. He stayed in his chair until the man in the tux ushered me back to him. Throughout my formative years, I was molded to be extremely sexual through the sexual abuse with my father and others. The personalities that were created from that abuse didn't always experience the encounters as abusive, because that is all they knew. Bob later told my father through an instilled message delivered through me during an incestual encounter with my father, "Daddy, Bob says he wants me to really love sex and have a lot of it. Okay? Sure honey, whatever you want. You're the boss," my father answered from his own split consciousness. Bob was Catholic and so was the part of me that performed. She was my inner twin sister for programming purposes, to keep that part of me separate from my created normal reality, and her name was Sharon. Bob said he liked Catholic girls because they were easy and he liked em like that. Bob was always racy until he got to acting old around 1987. I had a lifetime of Bob Hope and his antics, and over the years, he lost his funny and happy persona and became just a mean and nasty old man. And then, he became cruel to me. There wasn't anything fun left in him. He was just real old and mean. 52, Uncle Charlie. Consciously unbeknownst to my parents, I was in contact when necessary with my Uncle Charlie. He escorted me to many affairs when I was a child, even in Europe. Often they were arenas where the mind-control elitists gathered to share their latest creations. At these gatherings, I walked out on a ramp on Uncle Charlie's arm. I was the latest in human technology, and all the uncles were there to display their wares. It was a fashion show of sorts for what they called children attendants. Men in the audience held little placards and they held up certain numbers for different things. I think they were like judges. I don't think they wanted to buy me because someone else already had. While I was presenting, a man announced I had already been sold to. A very funny man, they say, called Bob Hope. Do you know him? And everyone in the audience laughed. When I asked Uncle Charlie why those people were there and what we were doing there, he said, "This is a show for Cadillacs and you, my dear." He took a hold of my chin. "I'm my Cadillac." "I am? What is that?" I asked very enthusiastically, straightening my blue satin dress and pushing on the skirt that kept popping up on the other side due to the hoop around the bottom. "A car," he answered. When I kept asking questions he said that big word others also used to describe me. "My, you are precocious, aren't you? Well, it's time for you to run along now," at which point another man in a suit took my hand and led me away. Later that day when we were alone, Uncle Charlie very secretly and with great import informed me that he was my real father and that my dad wasn't my real father, but had adopted me for some very specific purposes. He said it was my destiny, but I didn't know what that word meant either, and didn't ask because I was still pretty upset about my dad not really being my dad. Uncle Charlie said he had the money to take care of me in the ways I deserved and that my father never would have the money to do what he was going to be able to do for me. I didn't understand what this all meant then, but he made it sound good. 40-some years later, through my constant search to piece together the actualities of my life, I would discover that Charles L. Horn was the owner of Federal Cartridge Company, which later funded Olin Foundation, where he sat as president. When I asked Uncle Charlie who my mother was, he just nodded quickly and said, "You don't have one, it doesn't matter." He seemed busy, like I was bothering him by interrupting his thoughts or something. I guess he didn't understand the needs of a child my age. So I went ahead and made up my own imaginary mother. I created her to be sort of plump and happy, and she made great apple pies and cookies and all sorts of candies that we ate any time we wanted. She was the perfect mother for Sharon. So as I understood it from the other side of my personality structure, Charles L. Horn was Sharon's, my inner twin sister's, father. Uncle Charlie said he wanted me to call him Uncle Charlie instead of Dad because he had some very important business contacts that just wouldn't understand if you called me father, so call me Uncle Charlie. Often he introduced me to people as his niece, Sharon Weatherby. Sharon, the wild personality, is who Bob Hope purchased from Uncle Charlie, and it was Sharon who was trained to be stunning, smart, sexual, comfortable with wealth and elite family members. Uncle Charlie, who lived in Minneapolis in the summers and Scottsdale in the winters, said he loved me but couldn't spend a lot of time with me because of business, though he would be a powerful part of my life. Uncle Charlie physically introduced me to Henry Kissinger one day in an open grassy park-like area when I was very little. I shook Henry's hand and Uncle Charlie explained that Henry was my Uncle Henry. So I, as Sharon Weatherby, began to have a whole new family, and it just kept growing and growing, adding uncles here and there and everywhere. 53, Henry Kissinger. When I was little, with a short pixie haircut, Henry Kissinger would call me on the phone at home. In those days, those personalities who were created by and for him thought he was funny. He set up times of connection by telling me beforehand, meet me on the comer at 7 p.m., and that meant to be standing at the direct corner of the kitchen cabinet desk at home at 7 p.m. to answer the phone. So I'd stand there when it was 7 p.m. and when he called I'd pick up the phone real fast like he had instructed me to do. Henry, who communicated to me as Susan rather than Sharon, then said, "Hello Susan, how are you this evening?" "I am just testing." "Oh, hi," I said as I smiled and twisted my short hair. "You can hang up now, I was just testing." So, I hung up and went off to play in my room. Henry was in contact with me often. I think he had studied lots of psychology so he knew how to best control me. He used positive psychological means because he said he felt it would work better. My mum said, "Who were you talking to?" She had on her red Christmas dress and her slippers. Her hair was still brown. I shrugged and said, "No one," because due to the programming I was already under, my normal everyday conscious personality didn't house the phone experience with Henry Kissinger. I wasn't lying, the event was registered under a different personality than the one that interfaced with my mother. Henry could call any time and get me. When I saw him in person he always said right off, in a silly teasing voice as he reached out and tickled me, "I'm gonna get you." Which switched me to the personality he wanted and in that way he accessed, or got me. Henry set up a group of personalities to be my neighbors, Jose and Mary's child. He told people it was an experiment he was performing to see if one person could be brought up in two ways from two different perspectives to see how the physical genetic influences really did work since both personalities' mindsets shared the same physical body and genetic structure. It was a controlled experiment about the role environment and behavior versus genetics played in IQ. They wanted to see how strong the mind could be, if it was the overriding factor. They were trying to see if thinking you were elite and being brought up elite would increase IQ or if a common child would have the same IQ if not stimulated as much. Susan was the common experience part of the experiment, the control. And Sharon, the inner twin personality counterpart, was the elite. More on this twin programming in the next chapter. One was instructed by Henry Kissinger to eat alphabet cereal on certain mornings and do mental exercises that he gave me. For instance, I had to get the alphabet sorted from the box and all lined up on the kitchen table. Then I had to put a piece of cereal that was shaped into an A on my tongue and then hold up a mirror and look at it in the mirror. I had to do 20 of the alphabet backwards and 20 of the alphabet forward while I was looking in the mirror. It was usually only 20 because often some letters were missing from the cereal box, so Henry said to just do 20. I don't know why I had to put them on my tongue and then stick my tongue out with a letter on it and look in the mirror, but I did it just like Henry said. My mother got mad at me because she said I should eat my food not play with it, but she didn't understand my need for training. Henry said she was uneducated and ignorant, and that he was making me into a genius. I didn't know what that meant. Other times, I had to focus my eyes on a pin that was stuck into the top of a pencil eraser and follow it back and forth and up and down. And I learned to cross one eye leaving my left eye looking straight ahead. All this was done in preparation for my later use as Henry's mind file. Further condition, following instructions, my mother took me to meetings at a church ladies' home who lived behind our church. The purpose of these meetings was to instruct my mother how to train me. She, 54, was given instructions on forms of punishments and abuses to give me at home if I didn't do what was prescribed. Those punishments included being locked in a dark closet for long periods of time, having food withheld sometimes for a day or two, being slapped across the face or burned by a cigarette if I resisted any of the rules. Often I was abused in these ways, as my mother carried out her own programmed instructions, in spite of my good behavior. I was taught to write backwards at the age of 4 because my programmers felt that I would be more intelligent if I was forced to use both sides of my brain. In addition, I was given special eye exercises to perform several times a day. I began ballet at 5 and endured years of ballet training from a perverted ballet teacher named Madame Olga. Episodes of sex rituals and traumas were laced into our dance classes. At times the entire ballet class was abused out behind her little dance school that was located just off Topanga Canyon Boulevard in Woodland Hills. My dentists, the Phillips brothers, had a dental office also located on Topanga Canyon Boulevard, around the corner from my ballet school. Acting independently of the church, but being friends of my father, they participated in my preparation by torturing me with sharp dental instruments by drilling my teeth and poking exposed nerves without the use of Novocaine. Who could have known then that, when I grew up and married, my chosen husband would be first in line to purchase these successful dental practices, which is just what happened. After I started kindergarten, my mother informed me that a group of people from the First Baptist Church were going to leave the church and form a new church called the First Presbyterian Church of Woodland Hills. In the beginning days, the church met at my elementary school, while we waited for our new church to be built on Platt Avenue. Our new minister's name was Reverend Alden McKelvey, and nothing seemed to change much, except the minister had a different name, we had a bigger building, and now more people were involved. School was somewhat of a respite, but even there I was not always free from abuse. Starting in first grade, I was taken out of my class at Woodlock Avenue Elementary School, located a mile from the church, to attend choir practice at the children's choir director's home a block from school. Her name was Mrs. Rebecca Muir. At her home, in conjunction with practicing church songs for performances at Sunday church services, I was trained to perform and participate in rituals and was forced to participate in child pornography films when a group of men entered her house and took over. Snuff pornography where little children or babies were killed was also filmed at her house. Like the other women involved, Mrs. Muir, publicly, a meek, gentle woman, dutifully complied with the direction of these men. One day just after returning to school from Mrs. Muir's house, I went straight to the principal's office. Her name was Mrs. Stella Greer. For some unknown reason, the threats of death if I told were not consciously available to keep me silenced and switched out of the personality who had just witnessed the pornography, and I told her everything I had been forced to do at choir practice. I had seen Mrs. Greer talk sternly to us kids at assemblies and just knew that she was a person of great power who would be able to stop the bad people from hurting all of us children. But, her response was enough to reinforce everything my abusers had threatened over my young years. I will never forget it. Mrs. Greer's face turned red with anger as she wrathfully shook her finger at me, sternly warning in no uncertain terms, "Young lady, I don't ever want to hear such filth out of your mouth again. You stop making up these horror stories and get back into your classroom where you belong." At that moment, I realized that what my abusers said was true. No one would help me. People would think I was crazy if I did tell, and I had nowhere to run, and nowhere to hide. I couldn't survive without them and there was no one to help, just like they said. I was trapped. While this adult woman, my school principal, was unable to logically question how a child of my young age could be privy to or know such adult and pornographic language, never seemed to cross her mind. 55. Our pediatrician, Dr. Cusack, located on Ventura Boulevard in Woodland Hills, participated by suturing up my vagina when it was torn from abuse, and cared for me in other ways when the abuse became too physically obvious. When I requested my childhood medical records several years ago, I was told that Dr. Cusack had moved out of the state and that all of his records had been destroyed. At home in the evenings, while my mother was picking up my grandmother from work at Lockheed in Santa Monica, and in the middle of the night, my father continued his own form of tortures. Raping me, sodomizing me, filming me pornographically with my brother, submerging me in the bathtub or swimming pool until I was nearly dead, torturing me extensively at his welding shop with the use of electroshock delivered through hot welding equipment inserted into my vagina, and leaving me outside all night alone during rainstorms. He also kept dead bodies under our home for his sick perversions. He tortured and trained me under the house lots of nights before dinner, and would lock me into boxes and leave me there for long periods of time, often with body parts from cadavers he kept. One night he took me to a graveyard and forced me to watch as he dug up a coffin, opened it, forced me inside and reburied it. I split off more personalities. One personality split wasn't enough to handle this trauma. One Saturday my father took me and one of my dolls out to the old refrigerator that was in the corner of our garage. Quickly, He shoved me inside and clutching my blonde baby doll, I begged, frantically clinging to my father's shirt, "No, Daddy. Please don't." Slapping my hands away, my father scolded, "Now, show Daddy what a big girl you can be. If you try to get out," he knelt down beside me, "Daddy will have to beat you." He slammed the door shut and I could hear him taping it closed with the black electrical tape he used on endless mechanical things. When I cried out from inside the cold refrigerator, my father angrily pounded on the door, yelling for me to shut up. Petrified in the dark, cramped cubicle, I listened for any sound that might indicate that my father was opening the door to set me free. Ominous silence prevailed. Feeling unbearably cold and unable to take another breath, I experienced the intervention of 3 ethereal beings, transparent yet sparkly, misty blue-colored angels who suddenly materialized outside the refrigerator and appeared to reach through the insulated metal to infuse me with life-sustaining energy. In a transcendent state, it was as if I was held in suspended animation as these angels lent their life energy to me. Sometime later, when my father came to release me, probably thinking that, like all the other times he had taken me near death, I would emerge fragmented yet grateful to him for saving me, he checked the pulse on my neck, and finding none, he panicked. He carried my limp body across the garage and laid me on his workbench. "Now I've done it, damn it," I heard my father say to himself from my out-of-body vantage point. "I've gone too far and killed her, now what am I going to do?" Quickly he slid my lifeless body into a black plastic trash bag, tied it off, carried me out the side door, and placed me in the crawl space beneath the house. The rescuing angels reappeared and one telepathically communicated that it wasn't time for me to leave my family, that I needed to get back into my body and go on up for dinner. Unbeknownst to my father, I still had a spark of life left in me, and God, knowing his plan for my life was not yet complete, fanned that spark until I came back to life. When I reunited with my body, it ached and I felt nightmarishly sick but crawled out of the bag, wobbled out of the crawl space and walked in a dissociated state, back into the house where my family sat eating dinner. My father looked up at me as if he had seen a ghost and my mother, unaware of any of the incidences of the day, smiled and told me to sit down to eat. The trauma and torture was endless, occurring nearly every day and night of my childhood. The tortures were so numerous that it would require a separate volume to chronicle all those I have, 56, remembered so far. Leaving my body in order to dissociate from the pain and continuing to create separate personalities, often alongside personalities my abusers intentionally created for their own use, was my mind's way of keeping me alive to function in the day-to-day world. I had 2 worlds, one secret world that I lived and knew only when I was triggered into it, and a second, normal conscious world of day-to-day experiences. These worlds were kept separate by the use of trauma and programming. I was my father's and other people's project for the future. An investment that provided him access to high-tech hypnotic information, financial security, and most probably immunity from prosecution for charges involving pedophilia, child prostitution, and child pornography. He shall give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. Psalms 91:11-12, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, 57, Chapter 3, We're Off to See the Wizard, Common Mind Control Themes. Hand signals are a common mode of control for victims of ritual abuse and mind control. There was a hand signal program I was taught when I was very little, that was sung to the song Frère Jacques, with the nursery rhyme, Where is Pointer? The common song game is played by singing, Where is Pointer? Where is Pointer? And then you put up your pointer finger and say, Here I am, here I am. How are you, today, sir? Very well, I thank you. Run away, run away. Then you put your hands behind your back. I was taught the version, Where is Silencer? With a finger held up to the lips commanding silence. Where is Kingpin? With large pin inside the middle finger, that I was poked with just before singing, Run away, run away. Where is Little Man? Holding up a pinky finger while singing, Little Man can't run away. Where is Thumbkin? Holding up a thumb and being thumped on the head while singing, You Can't Run Away. Wizard of Oz. In conjunction with the traumas at church and school, my father reinforced my programming with the use of fairy tales, among them Disney themes and The Wizard of Oz. I watched The Wizard of Oz every year, and at other times my programmers laced in other programs and hypnotic commands in a creative way that allowed the movie themes to keep me under control. Although I could not consciously remember what I was programmed to forget, this use of fantasy, used in an effort to keep amnestic and to scramble what I had actually participated in, was very effective. Almost foolproof. Sometimes in the middle of the night, after having watched The Wizard of Oz, my father would traumatize me in order to cause me to dissociate, which created the perfect trance state for programming. In this altered state, he would tell me that over the rainbow was a bridge to the other world, and that I could walk over the rainbow bridge into the other world and it would remain separate from my everyday world. He told me that what happened over the rainbow would feel unreal, like a dream. After encounters that I was supposed to forget, I was conditioned to the word home. It began with there's no place like home being associated with being back in my bed, sleeping, after a night of being used in child pornography or prostitution. Later my mother, father, or others would say these words after my use in Washington, D.C. In the White House or other places I was sent under program. For years these words functioned as a way to reorient me back into my everyday world, without carrying back with me the reality of what had happened. I was instructed to sleep and wake up at home in my bed with the land of Oz so very far away. That place that felt like a fairy tale, that I must have made up, was only a dream, was now very far away. I was now on the other side of the rainbow and was conditioned to believe that those experiences never really happened, that they were only a dream. Later in my teen years all it took was for my mother or father to say, "Honey, you can sleep all the way home," and I was conditioned like Pavlov's dogs to respond to the word home with total and complete amnesia of what had just happened to me. If my subconscious mind threatened to divulge the secrets, my father programmed me to wake and eat chocolate chip cookies to remember to forget. And for years, your next 40 years, as this powerful programming commanded, I awoke out of a sound sleep if memory of this secret world seeped up as I, 58, entered first theta and then delta brainwave sleep patterns. Following program, I robotically walked into the kitchen to eat chocolate chip cookies in order to remind myself. Another Oz theme that was used to program me was the song, If I Only Had a Brain. During a programming session, a man whispered in my ear, telling me, "It's safer not to have a brain, it's easier not to have a brain. All you have to do to stay on track is to follow the yellow brick road. Then you won't be scared like the cowardly lion and you can keep your heart, which you will need to get you down the yellow brick road to the land of glitter and gold, glitter and gold, glitter and gold. Follow the yellow brick road to somewhere over the rainbow way up high." In my trance state, this verse went deeply into my subconscious mind and was an ever-vigilant internal reference to remind me to forget, and could be enforced by any of my controllers when the need arose to keep me from unlocking repressed memory. Alice in Wonderland was used as a theme to program in time awareness. My programmers said, "See the rabbit who says, watch the watch, and feel your eyes grow sleepy and tired so you can no longer watch the watch but you know it is always there ticking away, keeping perfect time. It knows what time it is so you won't ever have to worry about what time it is for the watch will keep perfect time. And now at the count of 3 I want you to wake up. 1, 2, 3. He snapped his fingers, and awake. Good girl. There were other programs based on fairy tales and Disney themes. Other survivors around the world have also reported many of these same common themes. Disneyland. When I was 5 years old my mother and father took me to the newly opened Disneyland in Anaheim, California. As we walked down Main Street, we ran into Walt Disney and my father stood aside as Walt Disney, larger than life to me, bent down and shook my hand. He told me that if I would write to him he would write back to me. I didn't consciously remember anything else after that. What happened next, though, as I later recalled, was that Walt Disney looked at my father with eyes that said important things I couldn't understand. My father then led my mother in the other direction and I was left alone with Walt Disney. My parents never said goodbye or anything, they just left me and walked away. I was terrified and confused at realizing that my parents just disappeared. Walt took me to an office, lifted me up on a big desk that had a glass piece on top and told me that he was my real father. He said the Mickey Mouse Club was my real family, where I really belonged. Everyone was always telling me I belonged to a different family than my parents and I didn't understand, it was all very confusing. Walt Disney seemed nice but I wasn't with him very long. He called another man in and that man took me by the hand and led me away. This man was a very bad man and he really scared me. He took me into another room and gave me those Viewmaster box glasses to look into. He showed me pictures in them that were so scary that other parts of me had to come to see them. It was too much for a little girl to see. Dead things, cut up bodies, dead cats skinned with big eyeballs and their tails cut off, people cut up, etc. We had that toy at home but mine had cartoon pictures in it. This event involved several of my personalities. Next, the man took me to scary rides and poked me with needles in my waist and legs while he said things during the Alice in Wonderland ride, like, "This is not really happening. I'm not really sticking this needle in your leg. You are just like Alice. You also ate the large mushroom and feel funny, this is not real." He kept laughing and acting like all this was fun and games and really amusing, but it was terrifying and confusing to me, and I couldn't understand why he was hurting me. Parts of me split off as they withstood the abuse and I pushed the experiences deep into my subconscious mind as my programming dictated. Then the man took me to Mr. Toad's Wild Ride and sexually abused me by taking off my panties and pushing me up and down on top of his penis while we were going through the dark, enclosed ride. During many years that followed, I got hurt on Mr. Toad's ride. I was instructed to be extra sexy and wild, 59, and crazy in order to be good, and not get hurt. If I did it right and performed on cue, then I didn't get hurt when it was over. When we came out into the light from the darkened ride, it was over and if I did it right I could stop and go back to my mommy. If I did it wrong, I had to do it all over again until I did it right. They always hurt me real bad if I made a mistake. I tried my best. It seemed like I had to stay at Disneyland for a long time, but at the end of the long day, I got to have a pretty balloon that I looked at as I laid in the back seat of the car all the way home. I was devastated, exhausted and out of it during the ride back to Woodland Hills, but looked up at the pretty Mickey Mouse ears balloon or the Mickey Mouse balloon within a balloon, before I finally fell into a long deep sleep. We went to Disneyland yearly, often for birthday celebrations. On another visit, a suited man escorted me to the front of the Snow White ride. As he guided me on board the boat, he flashed a badge to the attendant and explained that he had special permission to take this special guest on the ride. We entered a boat and rode through the canals while he refrained the fairy tale themes. As we passed them by, he stuck needles in my thighs at different times after he finished a line about a story. All the classic fairy tales drifted in front of us, the Three Pigs and the Big Bad Wolf. He told me that the Big Bad Wolf could always find me and get me, even if I was in the well-built brick house, and that the wolf could huff and puff and blow my house down. He told me my parents couldn't protect me from the wolf either because he was big and bad and wild. I can still hear the Big Bad Wolf song playing. The man kept poking me with the needle and it hurt. I kept watching his hand with the needle trying to anticipate the pain and he kept telling me the scary stories. I didn't know what to do and couldn't get away because we were in a boat and I couldn't get off. Then he almost choked me to death in the front of the boat but kept talking and telling me the fairy tales, as if nothing had ever happened. I was terrified. Later on, in the dark of the night a man in a suit took me on the Matterhorn and stopped the roller coaster ride at the waterfall where he told me everything that happened was washed away and gone forever. He made me get off the ride and stand on the rocks high up inside the Matterhorn all alone in the dark that night. I was really tired. He said they were leaving me there alone because I didn't do it right and I didn't listen well. I was terrified in the dark, wet, rocky area that was whooshing with the sound of the wind and cars from the ride speeding by. But it got even scarier when the area fell silent. Cold and tired, I was left totally alone for what seemed to my child self like forever. When the man finally came to get me, he asked if I was ready to be good. Then he said a lot of words while he carried me to my parents. Handing me, all limp and wet, over to my mother, he said, "She's asleep." My mother was crying, my father was smiling, and the man in the suit said, "It's been done, she's now ready for the next level." My father carried me out of Disneyland but stopped to buy me a Mickey Mouse balloon to look at, too, as he said, "Remember the good time you had." Disneyland was never really fun. There was always pain and torture. Another night at Disneyland I climbed the steps to the Swiss Family Robinson tree house. Once inside one of the rooms a man grabbed me, slapped my face really hard and flashed a bright light in my eyes. He said, "Your mother is not your real mother, your father is not your real father. You are made of much greater things, so great in fact that Walt Disney would claim you for his own. So remember what I've said about who your real parents are." When he was finished with me I climbed down from the treehouse, sobbing hysterically with each and every step. My mother was waiting for me at the bottom and took me over to the Fritos snack stand to try to get me calmed down. It's a Small World ride was purposefully used to create the reality in my mind that I was really just on a ride at Disneyland when later I was taken to foreign countries for use. The programming that blossomed up into my conscious mind after such travel was that I was merely at Disneyland. One day my father accompanied me into the international phone display. I picked up many of the colored phones and listened to the different languages, and my mum stood close by while my father appeared to walk away. 60. But my father really hid behind the phone display and talked like he was sending a message through the phone. Initially, I thought it was someone else talking to me through the phone, someone who mysteriously knew my name. When I caught on that it was my father, I knew better than to let on and continued with the charade. Soon a man in a Disney uniform came and linked arm in arm with me like the characters do in The Wizard of Oz, and escorted me over to the main headquarters near the dog kennels. On another trip, I was taken on the Jungle Boat ride at Disneyland at night. It was very dark and I noticed that no one was in line as my parents guided me through the area where people normally waited to enter the ride. We were all alone and I was terrified, anticipating what was to occur next. I had learned early on, and knew at a very deep subconscious level, that my parents were of no protection to me. Instead they were often the very ones that delivered me to very terrifying people, experiences and places. This night was no different. I was taken to the very back of the boat and a man in a dark suit emerged, and said, "I will take it from here," at which point my father took my mother by the elbow and escorted her robotically away. I was afraid. "Laura," the man called out. Laura was my school personality who was programmed to be cooperative and helpful. He said, "Laura, I need your help so that things run very smoothly tonight." "Yes, sir," I replied, now switched to Laura. "I want you to turn around 7 times and I will be tying a rope around your waist so we don't lose you here tonight." I couldn't imagine how I was about to get lost on this big boat, but I complied as he tied the rope around my waist, and as commanded, I began turning as he counted, 1, 2, buckle my shoe, no, 3, 4, shut the door. The door to your mind, that is, 5, 6, pick up sticks, and 7 will do the trick. I didn't know what the trick was, but I was soon to find out. "Here, now you just sit down right here," as he pointed to a place at the back of the boat, while he held onto me with the rope like I was a dog on a leash. Before I knew exactly what was happening he lifted me up and plunged me into that cold, dark water. As I hit the water, I was sure that the alligators that I'd seen earlier that day on the Jungle Cruise were going to get me and eat me alive in the dark. The boat was going and I was being dragged behind it. I held onto the rope so that I could stay facing forward. Reminding me of the Wizard of Oz programming theme, the man yelled, "Lions and tigers and bears, oh my!" Then pointing into the dark water near me, he tapped into the Peter Pan theme I was also programmed with as he anxiously warned, "I believe there's an alligator there on your left, no I mean on your right there behind you," He's swimming right up behind you on your other left." I was frantically panicked. And in an attempt to make it all go away, I squeezed my eyes as tightly shut as I could, and held onto the rope for dear life. "You're a very strong little girl," he called out, "just like your father told me you were. You know, the survival of the fittest." Then he began to reel me back in and lifted me up by the rope as I climbed over the railing to get back on the boat. "You passed that test with flying colors. Your father said that this test would be easy for you." I felt numb and my teeth were chattering from the cold. My dress was all wet and so were my shoes and socks and panties. I was freezing. My father always did talk to me about the survival of the fittest and how I would be strong. Who could fly like Tinker Bell does, across the sky at night attached to this rope like you are? Should I leave it on so that you can fly with Tinker Bell tonight, high up in the sky? "No, sir," I replied, looking down at the rope and shivering. He laughed real loudly. "You know that you fly with her every time you see her fly. You fly high, high away from all the things you think you remember here, but none of those things really happen. They are all just figments of your imagination. Do you know what figments are?" I shook my head no. "Figments are fruit that you eat. And you have enjoyed all the rides here tonight and had a lot of fun, and now it is almost time for you to go home. You know, like Mickey says in the song, 'Now it's time, 61, to say goodbye to all our company, M1. CKEYMOUSE. You know the song on TV, the one that you hear when you watch the Mickey Mouse Club?" "Yes," I said, now in total hypnotic, robotical program. "When you see Tinker Bell and all the beautiful fireworks here tonight, you will remember the good and only the good things that happened here today and tonight. All the good will float up into your conscious mind just like Tinker Bell flies high in the sky, so will all the good things that happened fly high up into your conscious mind. You have had the best day here at Disneyland and want to return as soon as you can for more fun." In a complete hysterical panic, my mother rushed up and threw her arms around me as if she was rescuing me. She threw some sort of dark cloth over me, and she and my father took me off the boat. She took me into a bathroom to change clothes near the Jungle Boat ride. My mother ushered me into a stall and began changing my clothes without closing the door behind us. I was embarrassed. A lady came into the restroom and my mom said to her, "My daughter fell into the water and we are changing her clothes." No wonder it has been difficult, at times, for me to trust my own awareness, even as an adult. One night, my programmers decided I was to actually replace the real Tinker Bell in flight over the park at night in the dark. The men in park uniforms walked up behind the real Tinker Bell, who was actually an older lady, and this night she was in costume, ready to fly. The men told her to step aside, that I was going to fly that night. I didn't know where my mum and dad went and I was cold and scared. The woman was very angry. She wanted to do her job and yelled at the men, but they told her just to relax, that she would still get paid and that no one would have to know she didn't fly and she could go home early and still collect her paycheck. Still angry, she left and the men dressed me in a white Tinker Bell costume and strapped me into the flight harness. After I was secured, a man asked me if I was ready. He showed me where to hold on to the front straps so I wouldn't get my hands or arms ripped off while I was flying high above the Magic Kingdom. The whole experience was terrifying. They must have given me a drug because everything appeared to be in lots of pictures, like a camera with a whole circle of lenses of the same picture, like a kaleidoscope. As I flew, I felt afraid that I would fall out and splat below on everyone, but after a little while I became numb. I could no longer think or feel. I must have fainted because when I got to the other end of the sky ride, a few men removed the harness and tried to get me to come to. One man slapped me, but that didn't even wake me up. Then someone else put smelling salts under my nose and I woke up. I don't remember much else except I couldn't walk very well and had to be carried out of Disneyland. That night there were no stops on Main Street to get toys or a balloon or candy. I felt sick and laid in the back of our old Buick until we got home. My brothers didn't go with us, it was just my mum and dad and me. My father said I was the star of the family. I didn't like being the star if that's how it was, but he seemed very excited about it. Twin sister programming. My neighbors, my second mother Mary and her daughter Peggy, took me to a Hollywood theater to watch The Parent Trap, a 1961 Disney movie starring Hayley Mills. The theme of this movie helped to shape the reality of my inner twin sister, Sharon. I was Susan and my twin sister was Sharon. This Sharon personality was created in an attempt to further split my mind and was anchored within my personality structure in order to house a vast reservoir of experiences with the elite. Sharon was to identify herself with high society. Now of course, my inner twin sister Sharon also had to have programming experiences at Disneyland. To accomplish that, our neighbor Mary took me to Disneyland with her daughter Peggy, who was my age. At one point we visited the beautiful Magic Castle that is located in the middle of the Magic Kingdom. As I walked through the castle, exploring the area, I rounded a corner and as I stepped into a darkened area, a man in a black cape that had been hiding in a dark corner of the castle stepped forward and grabbed me. He put his hand over my mouth so I wouldn't scream and he elbowed me in the 62 stomach before he raped me. Then he took me in the direction of the dog kennels in the front of Disneyland where other bad things happened. Every year, Sharon had to watch the President show with Lincoln that played in a theater on Main Street, and in order to keep her secret experiences hidden from her conscious mind, this twin sister part of me also had to be exposed to many of the same kinds of trauma. Sharon was created to be Catholic, and Mary and Peggy often took me with them to Catholic Mass. They didn't know about my connection to Henry Kissinger. I was taught about holy water and genuflecting and the Stations of the Cross and confession and Hail Marys and saying the Rosary. Peggy let me borrow her rosary beads that had a little blue enamel picture of the Blessed Mary on it. I learned to say, Hail Mary full of grace the Lord is with thee, over and over again for each bead. We always had to wear a hat or a scarf. They had a lot of rules you had to follow. Had to get that holy water and dab it on yourself at your Stations of the Cross. Forehead, heart, then each shoulder, before you genuflected upon entering the pews. Then we knelt down and said the rosary for a very long time. With my childlike consciousness, I thought it was a dumb thing to do and kept asking everyone why we had to say that and what it would do, but all everyone ever said was that I asked too many questions. During the many times I attended Mass with Mary and Peggy, I silently prayed to the statue of the Blessed Virgin and asked her to help me, although I was unable to think about why I needed help. Sharon was a child of the elite, and later on, serviced the elite, such as the Rockefellers. She was often the sexually oriented personality when I was used for sex and mind file work. Sharon was my highly sexual counterpart and Sue contained the messages in mind files. To further my split conditioning, there was a small stone building in a cemetery where the men in suits locked me in for the whole night. They took my clothes away from me, pushed me into the dark room and closed the door. It was cold on the concrete floor and I could feel spiderwebs in the corners. It was scary, so I just sat down on my feet in the corner, hugged my legs to my body and closed my eyes. After a while, an angel appeared. She said her name was Maria and that I was being prepared for the future. She said that she and other angels would help me and I would be sustained. I didn't know what that word meant but felt like it was okay because I felt so much love from her. While my spirit self was sitting next to her on a bench, my physical body was still in that concrete room. She told me she would be very close to me later when I was older and could understand more. She explained that these people were unkind because they didn't understand, but that my angel friends loved me very much and would be there whenever I needed them. All of a sudden, before I was ready to leave her, I was back in the cold concrete cubicle, still sitting squatted on my feet and she was gone. I felt like I had traveled somewhere and I wanted to go back there because it didn't hurt and wasn't cold there, but I couldn't figure out how to get there. I had to wait for the angel to escort me. Everyone was always escorting me everywhere, on earth and in heaven. When the men came to let me out, it was still dark and they dropped me off at home. Entering the breezeway, I went through the back door, into my room and went to sleep. The golden arches, now of course, in order to ensure that Sharon's memory was kept separate from my conscious mind, trauma had to be induced to create the dissociative barrier. Among other traumas, I was taken to St. Mel's Catholic Church in Woodland Hills and was molested by a short fat father, at the back of the church in a side room. This priest, who spoke with an Irish accent and smelled like alcohol, pulled my hair while he sexually satisfied himself in my mouth. When he was finished with me, two men in suits escorted me to an awaiting limousine. I had short hair and wore a felt poodle skirt, flats, white socks and a white blouse. It wasn't unusual to see limousines lined up in front of this large Catholic church for use at funerals or weddings. It was nearing dark, and once out of sight of the public, these men were very rough with me. They threw me into the back seat, and once inside the limo I laid on the seat in a fetal position, rocking myself, terrified out of my mind. 63. Arriving at the new McDonald's, one man told me, "Look at the golden arches, they are your highway to heaven. Whenever you enter to cross over, you won't remember having been here." I went in as Sue, and after I was drugged I came out as Sharon. I had no awareness that Sharon was me. In my internal, subconsciously created reality, I believed Sharon to be my physically separate, twin sister, but consciously I had no knowledge of any other part of me except Sue. All I knew was there were lots of times when I was told that I would be allowed to see my twin sister, my secret twin sister. I felt sad. I missed her desperately, and I felt that she was always in danger and needed me. The man who was present to create this part of my programming was a very affluent and locally well-known and respected Catholic OB/GYN doctor, named Dr. McGuinness. He told me that I could find my twin sister in the bathroom, so I ran there to find Sharon. The doctor and another man followed me as I ran into the small one-room bathroom that I entered from outside McDonald's, in tears, desperate to find my twin sister. Once inside, as directed, I looked around and came out and told the doctor that he could come inside, that there was no one else there. I felt very robotic. Entering the small bathroom with me, he locked the door behind us and told me to sit on the floor in the corner of the stall. I did as he instructed. He took my arm and put it up on the toilet lid, slipped a rubber cuff around my arm and got a big needle out. As he injected the drug into my arm he commanded, "Count backwards from 3. 1. I started. "No." The doctor yelled angrily. I said backwards, starting from 3. 3, 2, I slumped over and passed out. He began slapping my face and I couldn't wake up, but he called out, "Sharon, Sharon, Sharon." Finally, after lots of slapping, Sharon said, "Yes. Get up and walk out to the car." The doctor commanded. Sharon obeyed. He carried his black doctor's bag and we took off as soon as he got into the limo. I overheard him say to the driver that if he ever got caught he would just take his black bag and say he was on an emergency, that way no one would ever question him. We drove down Ventura Boulevard to a jewelry store. The doctor and I went in, myself still switched to my twin sister Sharon. He told the store owner I was looking for a present for my mother, but I wasn't really. These people always told lies. He put a diamond bracelet on my arm and said, "You're used to jewels, remember?" "Yes," I said, smiling. It was true that Sharon was used to riches. That is all you need to remember, that you're used to jewels. As we turned to leave, he called out to the owner at the other end of the store to say that we were finished shopping. Next, I was dropped off at a big house somewhere and taken downstairs to be filmed in child pornography. There were men in leathers and chains with guns. A man ripped my clothes off and sodomized me while another guy watched as it was filmed. Then I was chained up, whipped and filmed more. They liked it when I cried out. They said I had to, in order to make a good film, but I really wanted to be quiet and keep all to myself so it would ruin the film. They put a baby on a wooden table and killed her while I was being raped, and they said her lifeblood was filling me and that I liked taking the baby's life into me. I didn't really. I didn't want them to hurt the baby, ever. But I had to smile and laugh while they filmed it, or they said I would be killed, also. They made these snuff films often with babies or little girls. The younger, the purer, the men said. They believed fetuses were the best to get the purest and touched lifeblood. They often ingested the flesh afterwards, and sometimes the heart, while it was still beating. It was terrifying, vile and disgusting. And they fed it to me for the filming. I was always forced to smile. After it was all over, I was taken by limo back to McDonald's, into the same bathroom where some man snapped his fingers in front of my face and said, "Susie, you've fainted," which, by calling out that name, switched me back into my conscious personality. Once revived, these men drove me to my street, dropped me off and told me to walk the highway to heaven into sleep. In program trance, I walked the short block home, went through the breezeway into the back door, and climbed into my bed. It was dark outside but the yellow porch light was on and I knew my way through the house with my eyes closed. 64. That night, alone in my bed, I said the prayer I usually said with my mother or my grandmother each and every night: "Angel of God, my guardian dear, to whom his love commits me here. Ever this day be at my side. To light and guard, to rule and guide." I beg of you, dear reader, to be open to the possibility that these sorts of atrocities did happen, and that they're still happening to other children today, even right now at this very moment. Please open your heart and know that this could be true, so together we can all put a stop to the abuse that terrifies and threatens to destroy the children. McDonald's was often a part of my abuse, whether I was in California or later away from home, and after use in different states or countries, they took me to the Golden Arches, and, 26, gave me Coke, later aspartame-infused Diet Coke with a twist of lemon, and French fries. McDonald's was a very powerful program for repressing events of national and international usage. The foundation is built. By the tender age of 5, one was conditioned through torture and high-tech hypnotic tech and electroshock, to hurt myself in many ways should I begin to remember the secret activities was a part of. Per programmed suggestion, if I began to remember, I would stub my big toe, see burn myself on the stove, thereby removing my focus from the remembered secret experiment and rerouting my attention to my wound. I was instructed where to cut my wrist in order to take my own life, should I begin to remember or tell. There were also accident programs instilled to ensure my death if I began to remember. Endless programs were installed in my life that were available for later use in suppressing my hidden activities. Over the years, I was told the following while I was being tortured: in a new remember, you will kill yourself. If you tell, people will think you are crazy and will lock you up in a mental institution. If you don't obey us, we will kill your family or your dog and car. If you tell, we will kill you. I had witnessed killings for years and knew these were not it threats. My programmers also created within me reporting personalities that were instructed to tell on me in regard to anything I did that was stepping out of line. This common feature of mind control is reported by many survivors. He called a little child and had him stand among them. And he said, "I tell you the truth, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, whoever humbles himself like this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven." Matthew 18:2-4. See that you do not look down on one of these little ones. For I tell you that their angels in heaven always see the face of my Father in heaven. Matthew 18:10-11, 65. Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, Chapter 4, Uncle Charlie, Kissinger, Hope and Their Little Puppet. My inner twin sister, Sharon Weatherby. I was paraded in many circles as a child, as Sharon Weatherby, and sitting on the fringes watching me was my Uncle Charlie. He told me that he would always be there, rain or shine. Uncle Charlie was always at my father's Aunt Maud's when we went to visit her, just Dad and me. He would be waiting for us on her little couch with the lace coverlets, the sheer curtain behind, holding a green chameleon lizard that I thought was real until I got older. All decked out in a tan suit, his dapper down shoes and a carnation in his lapel, Uncle Charlie smiled, shook my hand and winked at me. If he had on glasses, he would take them off to make sure I caught the wink, and that was my cue to keep the secret. He told me before that it would hurt my father's feelings if he knew he wasn't really my father, so I shouldn't ever mention it. Otherwise, he said, it would likely break his heart. I sure didn't want to hurt my daddy any more than he already was with his neck injury, slip disc and parents who abused and didn't love him. And he loved me so much, unless he had to hurt me. Uncle Charlie said, unfortunately he has to do that to make you powerful one day. So when I met Uncle Charlie with my father the first time, I never let on that I knew him. Later Charlie said, "Young lady, that was the finest acting job I've ever seen. You're hired." Well, I was hired at a very young age, but was never paid a cent. And Uncle Charlie was my representative, come to take me to meet first, Bob and, soon after, Henry. Sharon was indeed programmed to be precocious and one day reported the following joke repertoire to Henry and later to audiences Bob and Henry sent me to. "I told my owners, it's enough that you clowns expect me to work for free. You know, it was bad enough that they broke the child labor laws and I told them about that when I learned it in school. They just laughed. But on top of it was slave labor, and I recited the constitutional amendment that was causing a problem in my internal mind-file legal systems. I told Henry it kept getting thrown out and I pretended it was repeatedly escaping and leaping out of my right ear. He thought I was funny and told me to refile it anyway, then I was sent off for more reconditioning. I never thought they would stop with that stuff and I was right. Zap, zap, zap. These were the type of jokes that Bob Hope programmed into me for shows when I was demonstrated to others that had similar mind control interests. The first time I recited it to Henry for his approval, he raised his eyebrows and looked at me over his glasses. He usually seemed either pretty amazed or leery at the jokes Bob installed into me. I was too young and too fragmented to have come up with this type of material on my own. In later years when people would ask Bob where I came from, Bob jokingly told them I was picked off a conveyor belt. He always teased about where I came from. Bob told me once that he chose me because there was that little something special that he saw in my eyes. Henry created my personality system and Bob handled the dialogue, jokes, songs, dances, and entertainment, and supplied Henry with famous friends and connections from all over the world, including Hollywood celebrities and business and political connections. Henry said contacts were everything, and that he and Bob worked well together because, despite their differences, together they more than doubled their influence and efficiency. They did wield influence over a large group of people. Henry had the mind and Bob had the means and the connections. Creating my inner universe, 66, Henry worked with me more in the beginning to set up all my systems. He even marked my forehead all over with little X's delineating what he called a stellar map of my system. Then he had me look into the mirror and what I saw, in addition to my little 5 or 6-year-old face, framed by short hair, was black X's all over me. He said those were planets within my inner universe of knowledge and that they were laying in wait for the day they would be occupied. Later he attached the foreign countries, using It's a Small World for the different planets. This kept the information totally separated since the planets had no way of communicating with each other. So all the information remained self-contained but held in orbit in the big blue vastness by stars. All the stars were used as mind files for different movie stars, or politicians I was used with. The larger stars held larger files of personalities I was used with more regularly and the smaller stars were reserved for people I only saw on occasion. The largest stars were reserved for presidents, kings, queens, etc. The council, that all-powerful group of men secretly orchestrating this whole drama, had very specialized, highly advanced satellite systems that traveled all over inside my mind, constantly monitoring my internal worlds. They could also access interstellarly or interplanetarily and gain access to any information they wanted about any area or person in the system. Council members were the only ones who didn't have any security blocks throughout the system anywhere. They had full and total access like Henry. Bob's access was limited only by his ability to be able to fully access every part of the system. Henry just didn't inform Bob about planets or stars he didn't want him to know about. And Henry told me that he and Uncle Bob rode on little space cycles all around inner space in my head in order to police everything and make sure everything was always in perfect order, with no file on any planet or star ever getting out of order or loose. That way Henry kept my mind files in perfect order. Henry told me the mind files are limitless because the universe is limitless and contains an infinite vastness, always new areas to chart. Henry said it could never be full. Kissinger and ever more sophisticated programming. Kissinger was the mastermind behind my personality structure, and used others to further his creation. He was usually inside the top security places my father and others took me. There they did all the prep work, they called it, before I was taken to Henry for his expertise. Prepping, to me, meant torture in machines, chess, all sorts of horrors, and then, when I couldn't function any longer, didn't know my own name, or if I was even real, they would take me to Henry. Henry had a notebook of diagrams he worked from. A distilled diagram meant that the original idea and intent had been identified and worked out, and the succeeding diagrams were a further refinement until the end result was total perfection. That's how Henry created my personality structure. Mind control was a secret weapon that he perfected over the years. Henry had other robots, as he called them, but I was the one with whom he spent the most time perfecting. He said I was the perfect subject and that my father had done such a great preliminary job that his work was guaranteed a success, where other robots fell short because they bled through, and so couldn't be relied upon. I knew Henry had other robots because he said he had them for various and sundry things, but said that I was the cream of the crop. Henry said we had a roving headquarters, and that was always his black briefcase. When I saw his briefcase I was programmed to feel familiar, and my surroundings didn't matter. I could now do my work knowing that everything was okay. At least that is what was suggested for me to think and feel. As I grew older, I was taken to military bases for more sophisticated programming. Helplessly hooked up to high-tech machines that did things to my brain, I had no way of understanding what these people were doing to me or why. I was placed in large metal chambers and left in isolation, sometimes spun, with colored lights, always with only one color at a time. I was restrained in sophisticated chairs with electrodes attached to my head, then electroshocked in a variety of ways. Sophisticated audio equipment also was used on me. Often loud, piercing sounds were relayed through earphones, usually 67, with different sounds being fed into each ear. I didn't know what exactly they were accomplishing with all of this technology, but I felt tortured by it. Mind file system. I also continued to be taken to Disneyland for base programming for my government mind file system. At around 8 years old, Henry made up some clever programs to create a place and organization in my head for my international mind files. He created within my personality system 1 or 2 children for each nationality. As is similarly portrayed in It's a Small World ride at Disneyland. Henry said the international themes were to anchor in different mind file systems that he said were culturally oriented. Around the World in 80 Days was a song I sang over and over again when either my mother or my brother played it on the organ or my brother would play it on his accordion. The words I was programmed to respond to were, around the world in 80 days, I traveled on when hope was gone to make my rendezvous. Henry Kissinger and Bob Hope continued to be cohorts over the years and played around the world with people and governments, as much as that song played repeatedly in my head. Henry linked a whole array of different programs to the It's a Small World ride and said, when you walk up to the clock you will hear it tick-tock and then you will dock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Keep all information separate. Keep all information clean and neatly in its space with little walls in between. I walked up to the ride, and saw the huge clock tower going tick-tock, then I was told to file through the turnstile until I got to the ride. Henry meant for me to think my actual trips abroad were really just memories about this ride. Due to this programming I had trouble distinguishing reality from fantasy. Disney fantasy was really meant to hide my international experiences from my conscious mind. Once I got off the ride Henry said something hypnotic to me to lock in the program. He spent a good part of the day with me at Disneyland. He was really funny to the personalities he was programming. I almost laughed when I first saw him. I knew it wasn't allowed, but he did look really funny in the disguise. He had on a beard, wig and hat. He looked okay, but I knew it was really Henry, and so I said, "Henry, why are you wearing those silly things?" I couldn't comprehend why he needed to pretend he wasn't himself. In his thick accented, deep, monotonic voice, he told me to be quiet and with irritation in his voice said, You, my child, are too precocious. Henry put me on ride after ride, and after I got off the rides, dizzy, nauseated, light-headed, disoriented, frightened, or whatever, he told me to listen intently, while he programmed all sorts of things into my mind file system. My name is Henry Sims. Henry bought me popcorn and a balloon too, just like my parents did in order to lock in the program. If people had known that Henry Kissinger was there at Disneyland that day, they would have been very surprised. And if I were the cause of him being recognized, I would surely have been terminated. I was never to allude to being associated with Henry Kissinger. Henry gave me a lot of mixing up on that agenda by having me read Henry books and cartoons, in his attempt to keep his identity anonymous to my conscious mind. He attempted to scramble my association to him by having me read a variety of books. One was about Henry and the Donut Machine. He was always whispering, "My name is Henry Sims," in my ear, so no one else could hear him. He also had me eat O. Henry candy bars and read O. Henry cartoons, after he'd given me a hypnotic command to wipe away all memory of him while I was reading or eating the above. 68. Sometimes Henry would drive us to a parking lot, where we got out and walked some distance to a shopping center or a waterway. Each time we were together, he usually wore a different type hat, sometimes a Dick Tracy one, and a stick-on mustache and or beard. He used to have a square mustache and a square goatee to match. He wore those off and on. Henry was a master of disguise and could keep his roll straight. He seemed very smart to me as a child. In the early days, Henry would tell people, "She's a smart cookie, isn't she?" That was when I was about 10, just before my big political White House sexual liaisons were to begin. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Carousel program. Henry also programmed me in front of a carousel ride. He had me stand in front of the carousel but he wouldn't let me sit down on a horse or a bench on the ride. I was only 8 years old or so and I wanted to get on the ride and have fun, but Henry said I had to stand up outside of the ride. That day, the carousel in my mind had to be created with me standing up and the files in my mind were to glide smoothly and as easily as the carousel turning. Then it would come to a stop, like the Wheel of Fortune, at the country in the mind file that Henry would ask for. He told me, "There's a whole other world in your mind files, the whole world." Then he told me, "The carousel makes the files in your head turn easily and effortlessly." My programmers also linked memory of times I was spun until I was dizzy and disoriented in their attempt to keep these mind files under the cloak of national security. As I deprogrammed I often mentally bumped into spin, sleep, suicide, migraine, and drug programs that I had to fight through in order to get to the original experiences. I was often physically sick, as my program dictated, and suffered massive migraine headaches and pain in different parts of my body while retrieving this information I'm sharing with you. Henry told me, "You are a computer and like magnets repel, if you try to work on a computer, your mind will repel. It will go away and you won't be able to think to operate it. That is of course unless it's apple blossom time," which was a cryptic reference to New York. Later he programmed in cherry blossom time, as a code for JFK. In 1991, some 30 years later, as I attempted to document my memories on computer from the island of Kauai, I was continually frustrated, as I would become disoriented upon starting to write my remembered experience. Often after I tenaciously battled my way through the journalizing of my memories, I would smile having won, only to become immediately disoriented, and look again the next moment to find that the information I had just spent 1 to 2 hours documenting had been erased by another part of my personality structure who was still following the ordered command of my controllers. It was extremely frustrating, but I was stubborn and refused to give up. In a clock program, Henry programmed in reporting personalities so he could use them to debrief me in order to access the data he carefully requested I acquire on certain targeted information or individuals. He created a very sophisticated system that allowed me to have an inner clock that not only kept perfect time but, when asked, I delivered the time audibly, and also knew the times around the world and could even record and play back the time that events occurred for me each day. Henry would ask me, What did you do between the hours of 8 and 5 on June 5th? I would recite, at 8 a.m. I woke up, at 9 a.m. I took a shower, at 10 a.m. I saw so-and-so. At any time Henry could check the inner record to find out where I'd been, who I was with, and what I was saying or doing. He instructed the setup to house, who, where and what, and be able to enter the schedule recording file into the framework of the base program. My most important job was to drop the message to people he sent me to, at the right time. Henry said timing was everything. So he taught me to drop messages at the perfect time and to look into the 69 person's eyes and notice other facial mannerisms and how he or she was breathing. He said I would get it like perfect clockwork. That was the actual name of a mind file category, to list and recite all the different world times so Henry would know exactly what time it was in each and every country in the world anytime he would ask me, and all this time and place orientation looped back into the It's a Small World ride in the clock tower programming. Henry could remember file names and numbers better than anyone could. He always remembered the major ones all in his head. He had a small notebook where he kept track of other mind files. Large lists for intricate blueprints, classified documents, and detailed listings under subheadings. The system of files he created was multi-leveled and multi-tiered, like a wedding cake. Henry told my respective personalities how it looked overall and created a picture in our heads so we could see how it worked from inside. We also had an inside teacher that we could hear inside the head to teach, remind, command and organize. This teacher was important and worked inside subconsciously and separately with Henry, until I was 36 or so, when a chiropractor inadvertently connected my conscious mind up to my inner teacher, who later ultimately helped lead me to freedom. The result was that Henry's inner teacher program was made conscious and I was taught to my conscious mind what was previously subconscious, thus, my conscious and subconscious minds were linked together making the program even stronger and accessible to learning information from others. So, I was then consciously able to realize I was assigned my inner teacher, and inner guides, who really were just code names for projects or areas I was involved in. Then, I began to hear the codes consciously and it was activating subconscious personalities or material in my mind files. But once again I am getting ahead of myself. Chess anyone? Henry played games with me. Chess, checkers, tic-tac-toe, and concentration. All mind games to create other files and nooks and crannies to store files, Henry said. He set up a system with a chess game that was intended to house cryptic messages between Henry and others. The council contacted Henry and built a very strong relationship with him through lengthy discussions and information they sent to him through messages encoded in my mind file system. Over time, Henry wooed them by creating very sophisticated, yet simple for the intelligent, ways of communicating through the coded chess game where each piece had a very specific meaning that he taught me to memorize in order to relay the code. Over time the secret players knew what the moves meant by heart. They were time-worn. You see the chessboard like a clock and all the pieces are recognized in a clockwise motion, Henry instructed me under his hypnotic command. When the chessboard was set up, all Henry, or the council, had to do was to make a move on the chessboard and I would memorize and carry the move, containing the cryptic message, back and it would be understood what was meant by the communication. Unilateral wars were directed. The players in the game of war were clearly demarcated. There were no mistakes because everything was programmed and cross-checked like a computer. My mind was programmed and catalogued like a machine, so there could be only absolute precision. The chessboard was a bridge to the other world, where my controllers all existed, like when Dorothy went to Oz, I was told. Henry and Bob and Governor, later President, Reagan and the others were to be seen like Dorothy's friends and family. They existed over the rainbow while my mom and dad and friends were where Auntie Em lived, in the real world. So just like in the mirror, everything is just the opposite of what you see. Like Sleeping Beauty looking into a pool of clear water and seeing her beautiful reflection, you will go over the rainbow, melt into it. Over the rainbow was always going toward the world that was like Oz, that pretend world of Henry Sims and Bob. Everyone was on the other side, All I had to do was walk through the liquid mirror to face the other side, and that will immediately switch you and turn you around to face a new situation, calm, refreshed and invigorated. Every move, smooth and efficient, Henry instructed me. 70. The older look. Henry created many personalities inside of me who were programmed to be older and wiser than my young years, for his use with others. These personalities were formed and created by watching different selected movies as a child, like My Fair Lady. This was necessary, I overheard Henry tell others, in order to use me at 10 years old, passed off to others as a 16 to 18-year-old. Since I was physically developed by 10 years old, they could pull it off, especially by creating very mature personalities to handle some of their very important clients. By that time I began having my hair done professionally once a week. My hairstyle was short and chic, was the word Henry used. He needed to provide me with an older look and, in those days, everyone needed me to be older looking, older acting, older everything. My hair was professionally styled every week, in order to more smoothly portray the very mature, polished personalities that he and others helped create for their use. One obstacle was during the time I had my braces on. At that time, there were occasions when I would be taken to my orthodontist, James Mulick, DDS, a UCLA graduate, and late at night, he would remove my front braces, and then a day or two later after my use was over, he would replace them. Like everyone else, he was probably also under programming. In those days, Henry accessed information from my mind files with needles that he stuck in between my knuckles, though never in public. When we were at a meeting or in a public place, he just touched my hand to put me into a mind file mode, then he would cue me with key code numbers to access the specific files he wanted. Later, he used a time clock theme, and fortunately for me he abandoned the use of needles. Over time, many personalities were specifically created and enhanced for future use with targeted people, such as presidents, entertainers or foreign leaders. There were president mind files that were created strictly for the president's use in whatever way they needed or wanted. I was instructed to wear pearls for times I was to be used strictly as a mind file, and diamonds when I was to be used primarily sexually with presidents, heads of state or world leaders. I can still hear Henry's voice giving me the commands. With his thick heavy accent he said, "Your eyes are getting so sleepy a train wouldn't rattle you. Now when you are deep asleep you will be able to retain vast reservoirs of information for safekeeping and retrieval by me and only me. This information is safe, very safe, because it can only be accessed by me. Do you understand? Nod if you understand." I nodded my head. "Good," he said, "now we can begin with the taping of the message. Mr. President, I was aghast at your stance in Iran. Change directions and face east. The success of this operation depends on it." Other memory compartments he created for other usage were seen to me, inside, as blocks of memory banks that housed information. They all had combination locks that Henry knew the codes to. Many had number and letter codes like 16R, 17L, and 12 up straight. With the access code, the door to the memory bank in my head would swing open wide and I could go in and read the information Henry wanted. He told me the file to go into and I'd read through the alphabetical mind file system to get to the subject he wanted. Then, I read him the data or accessed messages directed to him from others. Later on when I was older, I had numerical codes for laundering money to and from places he told me to go. UCLA, Henry spent time at UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute in Westwood, California, in the area where they tested me and worked on my brain with all of their high-tech equipment. Bright lights, goggles, drugs, electroshock, CAT scan tubes, etc. Henry walked with a big, heavy Caucasian doctor dressed in a white lab coat down the halls and I walked behind them until we got to the double swinging doors, and, 71, then the doctor held one door open for Henry and I to enter. We all went inside and Henry told me to hop up on the table. The doctor examined my reflexes and looked into my eyes with different lights and gave me tastes and smells and all sorts of things that they said would powerfully affect my brain. Henry told me the doctor was my imaginary friend. He told me that was what I was to think, anyway. In an attempt to further scramble my brain, the big doctor crossed his arms over his chest with his hands pointing in opposite directions and said, "Is it east or is it west? I don't know, I just get confused." NASA. Another time doctors in white coats played perceptual mind games with me at a NASA installation. First they took me through the course, they called it, and I was taken from chairs that performed different operations, like one that spun, then next to an isolation chamber. They put huge eye machines up to my face and had me close one eye and then the other in order to program each side of the brain separately. Some things were then reversed and programmed into another area of my brain through the opposite eye. They called this cross-programming. For other functions, both sides of my brain had to be operating synchronistically. Information for mind file use was stored only on one side of my brain. Then, they allowed me to rest a moment before they injected me with some drug, after which they put me through the course again, first by a woman, then by a man. They led me from each piece of equipment by the hand because at this point I was a total zombie. When I finished the third go-around of the course of equipment, they put me in a totally soundless isolation chamber. I don't know how long I was in isolation, but doctors in white lab coats released me and asked me questions. I was still spinning. I felt like I couldn't even prevent my head and eyes from continually spinning as I attempted to answer their questions. Focusing my eyes was very difficult. I can still feel and experience, to the point of reaction, how awful and disorienting it felt. The doctors always acted very superior, but even as a child under mind control, somehow I was able to wonder, who couldn't win with mind games, under these circumstances. I was only a child who had been put through torture and drugged, and now they wanted to ask me questions as if they were somehow better than I was. After one doctor finished questioning me, he would leave and another doctor would question and test me further. At the time I was unable to consciously fathom the fact that there was never any normal life for me. Only acting normal outwardly and for the public. Normal was what most people deemed acceptable behavior, and I was told to emulate the normal people. So I copied behavior and was only allowed to be around certain people. All other relationships were not allowed. Both my mother and father watched me like a hawk. They said I wasn't allowed to go to social events that were not part of my programmed reality. Henry got me into the Pentagon lots of times. In order to ready me for this assignment, Henry played a bingo game with me inside my head and directed me to the files in the Pentagon by a map he also created inside my head. In the Pentagon file room, a code identified each filing cabinet in the room by giving it a letter code for the row and a number code for the number of the cabinet, starting with number 1 at the left. There were 12 rows of 12 cabinets in the area. The floor beneath the cabinets was smooth concrete or marble-like. The files inside the cabinets were labeled with letter and number codes. You had to look up the document you wanted from a listing, to get to the code number in order to look it up in the files. These were kept on the opposite side of the building for security purposes, so a person would have to break through 2 security systems to get to the document they wanted. None were just filed alphabetically, but had a different system altogether for security. The building's windows had those small wavy, wiry lines in them. But the file room didn't have any windows. There were different types of security systems. Some systems set and unlocked with cards, others with keys, and still others were heat, light, voice or pressure activated. In some areas there were red laser beams that shone through the area that housed the filing cabinets. 72. There were many times that he dressed me in different disguises. Dressed me as a man, complete with beard and moustache, or a woman with padding to make me appear heavy-set. These disguises were also successful in making me appear different ages. He often had hats that completed my disguise for a job. Henry disguised me and took me in one night. He only did the night entrance on one occasion, when there was an emergency that was worth the risk of abandoning me inside with instructions to self-destruct if apprehended. Henry did something to get an armed guard to agree to take me through the long, grey halls and lines of desks to the area where they had rows of file cabinets full of classified documents. Henry needed some information on a document, So he said something to the guard and the guard took me all through the building unlocking systems as we went. He took me up to the file room and just like in the game Henry and I had played, I went straight for the file cabinet, coded in the row and number on the map in my head. Like a rat in a maze, I knew my way exactly to the desired destination and I used a small flashlight that Henry had given me for this purpose. The file area had cameras that filmed the area, like in banks. Those had to somehow be shut down. Henry told me to pull the file, photographically memorize its entire contents within a pre-arranged mind file and minutes to completely photograph a multi-page document with my mind. There was enough time to read it, but I photographed it quickly, and then I returned to the guard. I think the agreement was that I could only have 2 minutes in an open drawer once I located the document. I think Henry challenged guys that thought I couldn't do such things that fast or other things and seemed humanly impossible, so that he could get me into different highly secured buildings. Henry also palmed guards and at other times got special clearances, or would work a deal out with a guard or the guard's boss. It was tricky because guards had to log their Henry would help provide them with an alibi for the time they were helping him. During regular business hours, Henry would prostitute me to top pentad, guards, whoever he needed to manipulate or access in order to gain the information he wanted. There were certain Pentagon officials who were more cooperative than others. In later years he took me to meetings with men at the Pentagon in order to debrief me in front of them. At the Pentagon there was also an audio-visual room, as they called it back in the late 60s and early 70s, where persons with top clearances could go to see a movie, later videos, of top-secret projects and other classified information. Henry got me in to see lots of those over the years. There used to be a large movie screen, but later a large monitor for video showings. Henry and the CIA, Henry sent man, at the airport in a limo. Once in the office, Henry sat me in the large wooden chair that turned, order to give me the message while he spun me. Later, I was driven with him while he sorted through my mind files, listened to messages from people, and inputted information on new projects until we reached Washington, D.C. Then he sent me into buildings and I gave the information to whomever I was told to and in whatever way Henry said. Most of the time was just an avenue to deliver messages or maybe just used as a payoff to officials who were willing to overlook their security command in order to allow me access to certain classified areas. Henry was well greased into the inner network of the FBI and CIA. He and his groin made sure they had control over these agencies. The director was always one of theirs, but Henry had a lot of important information to give these agencies in order for things to groove, like well-oiled cogs. They sent me to give a message to the man on the second floor in the hall who has a rep handkerchief in his left pocket and bumps into your left shoulder and leans over to say, "Sorry little girl." Then you tell him this message. Henry had a lot of business with the CIA and the FBI and it was all a big secret. He sent even at 8 and 9 years old to deliver some of his most sensitive information to the most sensitive of connections. It all began with him spinning me in the wooden chair and inputting the message. Then he, 73, would have someone deliver me to the destination where I passed off information, often to older, very dignified, wealthy-looking gentlemen. Sometimes I ran into cute little old man with white hair who bumped me on the shoulder and dropped something on the floor like a rose, handkerchief, or keyring and as we both bent to get it, I'd deliver information. Sometimes it was a long string of numbers and sometimes just a word like Ajax, or coma, or barley him, or make him into a ham on rye, or tonight, 3 a.m. federal building job. Chain of command. My chain of command was Henry first and then Bob. Henry Kissinger created Sue and Bob Hope created Sharon, and initially they were to only work with their respective sides of my personality structure. Messages could be sent through the inner personality system. Bob was never to access Sue and Henry wasn't to access Sharon, but Henry taught many personalities how to send messages back and forth through the system in order to get information about Sharon without accessing directly through her and thereby keeping it secret from Bob that he was breaking their agreement. Henry created inner runners that took messages from Sue to Sharon and then replied back without ever having to have Sharon present. It worked well, but Bob didn't access Sue. Since Bob didn't create my personality infrastructure, He lacked the sophistication to know how to access information without being caught, and he knew Kissinger would find out because Henry programmed me to always tell the truth. I couldn't do otherwise, and I would tell on Bob because Henry told me, "You watch him and tell me everything he does." After lots of contact with Henry, he said, like in a good marriage, after a while there is unconscious communication going all the time. He meant that it was like knowing each other so well that you know each other's thoughts, and that's how he trained me to be attuned to him. In the early years lots of my instructions came by way of the telephone. My controllers would call out a specific personality's name and I would switch to her, listen for instructions, and when they said, "Bye Sue," I'd switch back to my regular personality, with no conscious awareness of the event. Bob took me to more places as a child to gain experience, but Henry just sat me in the chair a lot and read instructions or stuck that big pin in my thigh or hand, and gave me things to look at to take a picture with my inner camera. Who would suspect a kid? Henry had his driver take us to different parks in New York and they would let me out. I was 8 or 9 years old one time when Henry told me to walk toward the man in the blue suit, and when he dropped his handkerchief I was to give him a message. When I walked back to the car, Henry said, "You're some kind of homing pigeon." He called me that often when I was little and doing errands for him. He wanted me to have short hair so he could disguise me to look like a boy or a girl, whatever the job required. He had me be everything including invisible, that is, hidden inside of a box that was transported into a large warehouse. Of course I was instructed that once inside, to wait 2 hours, get out of the box and come and unlock the warehouse, and if necessary I was instructed in how to break the security code to get out. Like Henry said, who would suspect a kid? Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. The Lord's Prayer, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, 74, Chapter 5, Initiation into the Political Arena as a Sex Slave. My father sold me as a prostitute to neighbors and business contacts. He programmed me to ride my bike to the gas station at the corner of Ventura Boulevard and Fallbrook Avenue in Woodland Hills. Mr. Teasdale and Mr. Roberts owned the station. Frank, the auto mechanic and gas station attendant who worked there, traded my father free gas and auto servicing in exchange for having sex with me in the bathroom at the station. That went on for several years. The gas station has since been demolished and in its place stands a large office building, but the memories of what happened to me remain. He also took me to the next-door neighbor, Mr. Faciano, to perform sexual favors, always in exchange for $20 bills. My father also sold me for sex to groups of men who met at the welding shop he owned. These men took me by the hand, behind Smitty's woodlot, and sexually abused me. I performed oral sex, or they would rape or sodomize me, in exchange for cash paid to my father. My father, and later my brother Rick, who through a series of events ended up owning the family welding business, sold child pornography out of the shop. These pornographic materials were kept behind a corrugated metal wall and sold to interested customers when they came in. My brother may not be consciously aware of his criminal activities. Over the years, I was well trained, through trauma and sexual abuse, in line with the technology that was shared with my father so he could condition me for a higher level of future use. One night at the dinner table my father announced that the actor, Robert Taylor, had been in to visit him again. I never knew why a famous actor like Robert Taylor would want to visit my father at his welding shop, but even though I couldn't yet piece the separate parts of my mind together enough to understand, I was impressed nevertheless. During this time when I was around 8 to 10 years old, my father told me that Robert Taylor watched a ballet performance where I danced the Swan Lake Ballet on toe shoes. I wore a pink sequined leotard with pink sequined straps and the outfit had pink feathers attached to it. I had a pink feathered headband that made it look like I had pink feathers all around my face, like a swan. Later on I found out that Robert Taylor liked child pornography. My father sold it to him from his welding shop, and he also liked sex with 7 to 10-year-old girls. This was an important time of deciding just how far I would go. Dad wanted me to go all the way to the top. He said he was so proud of me and together we'd make his father Ivan, a proud grandfather. my father had a group of pedophile friends with daughters my age. They traded us sexually and each independently participated in filming us pornographically, sometimes including bestiality. I had many personalities who were trained both in porn and prostitution. Corbin Bowl, at age 7, I was further trained by older women prostitutes in a back room at the Corbin Bowl, located on Ventura Boulevard in Tarzana, California. I was taught the tricks of the trade, most of which I already knew from years of sexual abuse. The prostitution and pornography I was a part of was a highly organized activity. There were times a personality within me was programmed and used to entice and kidnap other children off the street and into a big black car. The kidnapped children were initially kept in cages in back rooms and then used in pornography and usually killed, often in snuff films. We were all shot with cattle prods or other electrical devices for lots of different offenses. Pornography was filmed at the 75 Corbin Bowl, with other children, women, men, and animals. Perhaps this is where many of the missing children, whose faces we see so often on postal cards or billboards, are disappearing to and why they are never found. At this young age, I was also locked in a small, darkened room with a bed and sold as a prostitute to large numbers of men in a day. The people in charge left ropes, whips, and sex toys for use by the men who paid for sex with me. One of my father's pedophile friends and partners in the child porn and prostitution business was Dean Hartshorn. Although Dean was nearly 20 years younger than my father, their shared sexual perversions kept them close friends. Dean and his family lived in the Encino Hills area and he operated a pesticide business. Dean had a beautiful daughter, named Donna, who had the blondest hair and bluest eyes I'd ever seen. She was traded to my father for sex and I was traded to Dean and some of his friends and relatives. The Hartshorn family joined my family on vacation several times a year and Donna and I were filmed as we performed sexual acts with numerous different people. Other locations: over the years I was taken to many different locations and filmed and or programmed. Some of these were Turlock Lake, Mount Shasta, Clear Lake, Lake Arrowhead, Bass Lake, Lake Kahuma, Lake Isabella, Millerton Lake, Pine Flats, Lake Elsinore, Big Bear Lake, La Jolla, Mission Bay, Salton Sea, Coronado, San Juan Capistrano, the Colorado River, Lake Mead, Lake Muave, Lake Havasu, Death Valley, Las Vegas, and other places we went for so-called water skiing vacations. Cliff Spear was also a pedophile friend of my father's. His daughter Debbie, also known as Dee Dee, was my age and was in my Brownie troop and class at school. I was traded to Cliff by my father, and was molested by him every time I spent the night at Debbie's house. In the middle of the night, Debbie and I, and sometimes her younger sister Yana, were awakened and taken to Cliff's carpeting business to be filmed pornographically. Guy Cooper was a man who filmed me in porn at his home in Hidden Hills, with his younger daughter, Buffy. In this porn I was also forced to have sex with animals, some of them large farm animals. You can imagine how shameful and degrading these experiences are to a child. To my knowledge, my father's affiliation was not limited to any single group, nor did he subscribe to membership in any group for any length of time. Instead, his membership was temporary, as he moved from one group to another, suiting my programmer's needs for the time. The groups I am aware of that he attended for different periods of time were the Lions Club, Ku Klux Klan, and neo-Nazi groups. Publicly and consciously my father adamantly professed that he was not prejudiced against any race or religion and taught me not to be racially prejudiced. In private, secret gatherings with like-minded men, he witnessed and participated in ceremonies where they humiliated, tortured, dismembered and killed black people and Jewish people. I know, because as a child I was present at some of those meetings. I was taken often to rituals that were performed late at night. One incident that stands out in my mind was a night near my 10th birthday when a group of men sacrificed a black man, saying it was done in my honor, to give me power. As I watched in sheer panic, devastation, and horror, they tortured and then threw this man alive into the bonfire. To withstand this extremely traumatic event, I split off another personality to deal with it. On another occasion, as a 4th of July event, A small child was delivered by a black sedan to my father at the gully at the end of our street. I watched in horror as my father strapped a homemade bomb he had made to this little boy's body and told me he was so powerful he could make the child live or die. The next thing I knew, the bomb went off and the child was nowhere to be found. The tactics used to keep me dissociated and split were endless. The Shriners, 76, I remembered my father and our Shriner neighbor, Jack Rice, taking me to a meeting where a group of men, all wearing red Shriner hats, sat at tables. My father was given a Shriner hat and acted like he felt uncomfortable wearing it. I was patriotically wearing a navy blue V-neck dress with a large white sailor collar. Mr. Rice sat on one side of me and my father on the other. They ate dinner, but I just sat at my place in a daze and didn't eat anything. One of the Shriners stood at his table and clinking his glass to get everyone's attention, he announced, "We have a little member here tonight to entertain and delight you. Please welcome her with a round of applause." I walked up onto the stage and began dancing to the national anthem. "Oh say can you see, by the dawn's early light," the words played as I danced and slowly began taking off first my dress, then my shoes, pantaloons, nylons, bra, and panties until I stood dressed only in a tiny tasseled white satin G-string. Why I didn't strip all the way I don't know. All the men cheered, and after I was through, Mr. Rice stood at the bottom of the stage stairs to take me backstage to dress. He held out his arm and I took it. I felt like I was blind and couldn't see to find my way, so he led me as he recited the program he had continually taught me to memorize. There was a man who had no eyes and he went out to view the skies. He saw a tree with apples on it, he picked no apples off but left no apples on it. It was a blind program and I was told I couldn't see while I was there. Mr. Rice led me to a back room. It wasn't like a dressing room, just a side room. He gave me some kind of red robe to wear. "They'll bring your clothes on into us in a while, we'll just wait." Other nights at different Shriner places, there were satanic rituals where I was raped on an altar in front of the group of robed men. There were many other Shriner meetings. Lots of them disguised under the big top, at Shriner circuses. Circuses were a place of trauma over the years and I usually ended up getting hurt. My neighbor Peggy and I performed Alice in Wonderland in what seemingly appeared to be an innocent backyard neighborhood play for these elderly neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Rice. They sat on their patio, having cocktails like they always did at happy hour, and watched while we performed. In the middle of the play, Mr. Rice wiggled his finger and calling me over to him, he said, "Come here, Susie, I want to tell you a secret." I stood by this elderly man's chair on the patio and he motioned for me to bend over so he could whisper a secret to me. His pungent alcohol breath permeated the air as he said, "I have a little surprise that will help you act out the play better," and he put a small roll of lifesavers into my hand and told me, "Open your mouth for the next surprise." Naively and with complete trust, I opened my mouth as he said, "Close your eyes for the hidden surprise, and remember the real surprise is in your hand." Then he reminded me, "Open your mouth for the hidden surprise." In childlike innocence, I kept my eyes closed, waiting in anticipation for the surprise. Mr. Rice placed something in my mouth that was round as he said, "This is a heavenly wafer, my dear, a hidden heavenly wafer, in which you will appear." I didn't know what he meant, but I began feeling very weak and funny inside, just like Alice in Wonderland did. Then he said, "Go finish your play now and act your part. Your part is about to start, so don't be late for a very important date or you will end up in trouble over and over and over again. Always obey the White Rabbit, follow him inside for he has the time of day in which he will play. So go now and play your play." "Which is it, play? The play or the play?" In a confused stupor, I walked back over to my friend Peggy and entered the play again, saying my part, which was, I'm late for a very important date." Mr. Rice was my date at other evening affairs with the Shriners, somewhere I was even the altar girl, but it wasn't like a sacred ceremony at the Catholic Church. Instead, I was taken to satanic rituals. They were really bad rituals where I was raped on an altar in front of lots of Shriners late at night, in dark outside places, and they hurt and tortured me in the name of what they called, the Holy One. 77, Peggy and I also performed the Parent Trap for the Rices. This was a way of cementing and concretizing the Susan and Sharon twin sister programming. I played Sharon in the backyard play and Peggy played Susan. We even cut my dress just like in the movie. As I remembered what had actually happened, in full detail, instead of merely recalling the small slice of conscious reality of this past event, I could smell the Rice's home, Mr. Rice's alcohol breath, and his daughter Joni's perfume, which was strong and also had an alcohol base to it. Hidden behind all the fairy tales and seemingly good things were painful memories of the places I was taken to for programming. The onset of puberty. I began puberty around this time and my father snuck into my room like he always did at night. He explained to me while I was in a haze of sleep, that I was of a superior race, that I was of Aryan descent and that he was proud of my blonde hair, green eyes, and fair skin. At the time, I had no idea what he was talking about and ignored it, pretending I didn't hear him. I started menstruating at 10. This heralded abuse and rituals which involved being raped and impregnated, sometimes twice a year. When the fetuses were 2 to 3 months old, they were aborted at rituals and ingested by members of the group in order to fulfill the beliefs of the group. That it made those participating more powerful. These were devastating, deeply traumatizing, and soulfully painful experiences, the memory of which was repressed along with all the other traumas. These traumatic events served as mind control reinforcement, to ensure amnesia of my use in pornography, prostitution, and later projects I was to serve in. By the end of the 5 inches grade, when I was almost 11, I had gone through puberty, was fully developed and had already had my menstrual cycle for a year. Despite the abuse, I was programmed to be an average student, with many school personalities who helped me act like a normal kid. Often I displayed behavior problems in school, as I acted out, due to what was secretly going on at home and at other dark, hidden places. My teachers merely passed off my joking and constant disruption as typical mischievous behavior and I won an award for class clown. I also had personalities who were totally amnesiac of any of my abuse who were able to function normally at school. As I entered junior high school, I did the things that normal kids do. I was a cheerleader, performed in the chorus, sang solos at school performances, won awards for the most beautiful smile and for being the class clown, and obtained other awards for service. And my mother had the cleanest house in the neighborhood. To all outward appearances, all of these families I've mentioned, seemed to be normal, upstanding citizens of the community. No one would have ever suspected that, in secret, all of this abuse was occurring. The mothers kept clean children and clean houses, smiled and were polite and caring in public, and the fathers acted charming and were considered responsible businessmen in the community. What went on behind closed doors, that no one wanted to believe or hear about, not even my school principal, was the spiritual, physical, and emotional devastation of many, many children. In my desperation to obtain help or understanding, I started very early trying to figure out what was wrong. I kept bumping into mind control programming that rerouted my thoughts, and exasperated with my statements and questions, my mother constantly reminded me from her own programming, "You just think too much." When I turned 11, my father announced he was flying me to his small hometown of Correctionville, Iowa, to meet my grandparents. I was surprised by this invitation, as family problems, 78, had estranged my father from his parents for years. In fact, from even before my birth. My father never had anything pleasant to say about his parents. But I was excited to fly on an airplane, which I mistakenly thought was my first time, and curious about meeting my grandparents for the first time. The telltale fact that my father hated them, and had stolen their car and run away from home at 15 never entered my thought processes. Nor was I able to wonder why my mother and brothers were not invited to go along. Unfortunately, due to the mind control I was under, I did not have the ability to question or to wonder about anything along certain lines. I merely went along with what I was told to do. I was impregnated several months before we were to go to Iowa. My mother took me shopping to a clothes store called Star Dusters. It was like Hollywood there. The sales lady picked out dresses and took me into the dressing room and, in spite of my embarrassment, dressed me in outfits complete with accessories. My mother bought me several expensive outfits, complete with hats, belts, purses and fancy, frilly undergarments, although she wore old, ragged clothes and at home the word was that we were broke. On the way home from our shopping spree, my mother took note of my maternally pooching tummy, and over the next few months, yelled at me constantly saying, "Hold in your stomach." Neither of us consciously knew that I was pregnant and I tried my best to hold in my tummy. During my teen years, I was usually anorexic, very thin, and didn't eat much, so the fact that I was pregnant for a month or two was not easy to detect, especially to those who wouldn't have ever expected it. My paternal grandfather, Ivan Charles Eckhart, was a Jersey ice cream manufacturer, a multimillionaire and mayor of the town of Correctionville, Iowa, where he lived with my grandmother. Later on he won a landslide election to become the supervisor of the 3rd District and for years was involved in both local and state politics. My paternal grandmother, Leah Eckhart, was a small but angry-tempered woman. Now I understand why. Instead of sleeping upstairs in the plush bedroom with my grandfather, she slept in the bare cement-floored basement on a small cot. At the time I could not question or wonder about that either. My grandparents are now both deceased, left with never having the opportunity of understanding or healing the intergenerational abuse that created this problem to begin with. I had many traumatic experiences on my visits to Iowa. I suppose, back then, my father's return visit to his parents appeared just to be a family reunion, but nothing could have been further from the truth. While in Iowa, I had the first of several forced abortions, which was performed in a torturous fashion by a local doctor. Although I was actually raped and made pregnant at a ritual, I was humiliated and shamed for becoming pregnant. As in all trauma-based mind control, everything was a double bind. I was blamed and shamed for everything that happened, none of which I ever had any control over. My baby, which was not yet old enough to be born alive, was nevertheless a perfectly formed fetus. My grandparents and my father performed a ritual behind their house in which they convinced me that I had killed my own baby. It was obviously born dead, and they ate it and forced me to participate. Since I was suffering from multiple personality disorder, this traumatic experience, along with many others, was stored neatly away from my conscious mind, hidden in alternate personalities, and sealed away from my conscious awareness by programming that covered and hid the truth of my life. One night after returning to my grandfather's house, somehow the experiences that terrified me were not so neatly hidden from my consciousness, and in an act of panic and desperation, I frantically tried to phone my mother to ask her to help me. Overhearing me, my grandfather grabbed the phone out of my hand and proceeded to rip the phone out of the wall and in retaliation, tied me to the post of his iron bed frame for 2 days, while they went out of town. My grandfather was very brutal. But my father, 79, was very proud of the human technology I possessed. He was pleased to be able to show his father all of my trained abilities. During the remainder of the time we were in Iowa, I was forced to entertain my grandfather's business and political friends. I danced naked on the table at meetings and performed sexual favors for many of my grandfather's associates. To demonstrate my abilities, my father prompted the men to use their cigars or cigarettes to burn my vaginal area as I kneeled before them. My father wanted to demonstrate that I would smile and show no signs of the pain due to mind control. After these meetings, I was connected to a higher level of politicians. From then on, when my father took me on our yearly trips to Iowa, I was slowly connected to more and more political figures. In the meantime, he used me wherever he could to get cash, or more often, courtesies for favors. We started having enough money to go out to dinner, which was a treat we could not previously afford. It's likely that some of the money came from my father's payoffs from my use in porn and prostitution. Training farms, there were child and adolescent training centers called farms, that I believe were located in Montreal, a city in the French-Canadian province of Quebec. I was taken to one for grace training, and to step up the etiquette and formal training I would need to be used a notch higher. Other teenage girls were also there in training. it felt like a prison. I think I was there for a week. It was difficult to determine the actual span of time. It had to be winter because it was chilly and windy outside, and the trees were barren and there were leaves on the ground. This place was located out in the countryside. It wasn't on the way to anything, so if anyone came near they could easily be identified as intruders. We were seen to public eyes as unwed mothers. We even had to stuff a pillow in our pants and go into town every once in a while. I slept with other girls in a white farm building that had cement floors and cots with mattresses that lined the room. We all compliantly took the medicine they gave us every morning. The people that worked at the farm changed daily, men and women both, but never the same ones 2 days in a row. We ate dinner and we all got into bed, then someone told us a story. They treated us like a herd of cows and we all totally obeyed instructions. There was no fuss and no fight, just total obedience. I was taught how to walk elegantly with a book on my head and had to be able to squat down without dropping the book, and then stand up again. I was assigned to work with language input tapes in a small sound room equipped with headphones. I was given a mirror to look into to practice making certain sounds. All the instructions were given to me auditorily, even down to, hold your mouth like you were saying A or O, and then I heard the sound I was to mimic. Once I learned the physical impressions of how to make the sounds, they could easily attach language skills. I don't know how it all works, but later they had me lay down with headphones on while they played sounds so fast that I couldn't hear the words. Later they said that it had worked, and that I had received French language enhancement. The lady explained that in most foreign countries it was proper to ask for a translator, but it was to be common background for the upper class to at least speak fluent French and Italian, and preferably German and Russian also. Since I was going to be used with foreign people and in foreign countries, I had to know their languages and customs. I was also shown movies from a film projector onto a screen. I saw films on different foreign countries in order to obtain the necessary culture. They instructed me, put this on your China file, and then I would watch a movie intently recording all of it, the places, the names, dates, historical facts, everything. Then later on, when Henry and I arrived in these foreign lands, I was familiar with their cultural background so I wouldn't make a faux pas. 80. All we did at the training farm was eat lightly, sleep and learn. Input was ingested in large quantities for later use. Henry didn't visit me there. He said he might stop in to check on me, but he never did. Beforehand, he tied my Wizard of Oz programming to this event when he told me to believe. I left my bed in Kansas, and went on the wings of a tornado to the farm. When I came back to Kansas, I woke up in my own bed in California and was very, very sick. My mom took care of me and told me that I had the flu. I had a high fever and was a little delirious. I couldn't even manage to keep my eyes focused. I felt exhausted and so sick that I couldn't sleep, so I lay in my bed and prayed to die. During summer vacation one year, Mr. Rice, our Shriner neighbor, reintroduced me to his daughter, Joni Rice, who was visiting for the summer from her home in White Plains, New York. She was much older than I and was very attractive. She wore lots of makeup and jewelry, and wore a heavy perfume called Royal Secret. During that time, my maternal grandmother who lived with us had to be put in a rest home and my mother visited her every day, so Joni stayed to babysit me and played with me by our pool in my mother's absence. It all looked like a nice arrangement from the outside, but her presence was planned to further my programming. She taught me to be dignified. I heard that word over and over and over. She taught me social etiquette, to act polished, to have good manners, and she was there to voice program me when the men came with the equipment. At these times, she and a group of men held me down on the couch, drugged me, placed a band around my head, which they retrieved from a black briefcase full of special equipment including bright lights and machines which delivered different sounds and instructions. I was given names of politicians and programmed with instructions that, when I saw them on TV or heard them on radio, I was to become completely amnestic of who and what I was involved in. She also programmed me from lists of numbers and codes. Other years, I was flown to her glamorous apartment in New York. She escorted me to Washington, D.C. at first, so I wouldn't feel afraid or alone and could work at my maximum capacity. My mother and I also began to wear Royal Secret perfume, like Joni. 29 Palms, my family bought property in 29 Palms, California and built a small cabin on the desert land. One weekend my father explained that my mum needed a little time to herself since her mother had just passed away. I too, was sad that my grandmother had died. My controllers told me she went to the streets of hell as evidenced by the blood coming out of her face. She died of high blood pressure, which caused the bleeding. But they said she went to hell and I hoped she would come back alive so we could reroute her. But after a while that didn't scare me because I knew my gram didn't go to hell. Although in a programmed state, my grandmother participated at times in my abuse. I knew she was really a nice quiet, gentle woman, who like my mother, never would have intentionally hurt anyone. So, my father took my brothers and I to our 29 Palms cabin and one day they involved me in a sex ritual. They got me drunk, then stripped and tied me by my wrists and ankles face up in the sand in the intense desert sun. They seemed so excited as they did this to me. My father painted a satanic pentagram and green swastikas on my body. Later on, as it began to get dark he poured gas in a wide circle around me and once it was really dark he lit a match which started a fire burning all around me. I thought they were going to cook me. They put a half-dead, sandy, horned toad in my mouth and told me to hold it there. My brother Rick was running all around in an excited frenzy and my brother Jim was there also. At this ritual, in addition to traumatizing me, they were being taught how to be in charge. I was raped by all of them and their friends. My future marriage was arranged in 7th grade. During this time, I attended Hale Junior High School, which was located directly across the street from our church, the First Presbyterian Church of Woodland Hills. It was at Hale, in the 7th grade, we were 13, that I met Craig Ford, Robert Craig Ford. One afternoon, my mother picked me up from school and I introduced Craig to her. After Craig left and I got into the car, my mother announced, "That, 81, is the boy you will marry." I laughed and asked her how she knew. She said she just knew. I never questioned further. Craig asked me to go steady soon afterward. Over the next several years, Craig and I were bonded to each other through cross-programming and shared trauma to ensure that Craig was under sufficient mind control to later serve as my handler. A ritual at the First Presbyterian Church served to seal our bond, and soon other more sophisticated means of programming were utilized. White programming vans, large white vans with men in suits in the back picked us up at differing locations in Ventura and Oxnard, California, and directed us into the back of the van. Specialized equipment in briefcases and other larger equipment in the van awaited us. They routinely beat Craig in front of me to demonstrate what a weakling he really was and how powerful and in control of me they were. They would slap me around in front of him, as well, to show him how powerless he was to help me and how much in control they were. Electroshock was used on both of us, first by inserting and activating an electric rod in my vagina and then delivering the same to Craig on his penis. We were forced to watch in a dissociative, trance state as the other was tortured and traumatized as they readied us for programming. The bond that was formed by shared trauma was profound. It created subconscious feelings of being in this whole mess together and enforced the feelings that we would never be able to get out. After they had sufficiently worn us down, they strapped us into sophisticated chairs and hooked us up to electrodes. Tones were combined with electroshock in order to create access cues that gave them quick and easy access to us both later on. Hypnotic suggestions and love songs were presented to us, in order to facilitate our falling madly in love. In fact, my controllers created an entire system of songs intended to invoke selected, preordained feelings toward Craig and others. The list of songs was added to and cultivated over the years depending on what attitudes and emotions they wanted to create within me. These songs were some of the strongest measures of control and literally created what I thought were my own feelings about Craig, but which really were contrived feelings created to support the interests of my controllers. Combined with scenarios such as this, my brothers and their muscle-bound friends would intercept us when we were parked after a date to kiss. They pulled Craig out of the car and beat him up as they instructed him not to touch me sexually. Then one of them would rape me in front of him as they restrained him nearby, rendering him once again powerless to help. All these conditioning experiences served to prepare Craig to robotically deliver and hand me over to other men, then step aside while I passed messages or serviced them sexually. It was always his job to make sure I was delivered to the right place, at the right time, to the right person, and for many years, that is exactly what he did. I didn't have sex with Bob Hope until later. Bob said the wait would do him good, give him something to look forward to, and then he would lean down and poke me and do that old soft shoe dance. He did that often. He said, "I like my fruit ripened, not plucked before its time." At other times he would say to his friends when I was around, "See, I know how to pick my fruit, huh?" Then he'd say, "Hey kid, get me some grapes," and I'd go get them and he would show off how cute and efficient I was. He was always showing off my new acts. He would say, "Do your Coca Roca dance." So I'd do a dance. Then he would say, "No, the other Coca Roca," and I'd take off my clothes while dancing. Or he would have me sing "I Enjoy Being a Girl," which was a song I sang for a junior high school performance and later for him and others. 82, the theater in the Round was built and opened in Woodland Hills and drew large crowds to watch the live-action plays that were performed in the Round Theater. I attended the plays often and it was there that I was prostituted to Bob's friend, Sammy Davis, Jr. It was a brutal event that I forgot about as soon as he was through with me. Love suffereth long, and is kind. 1 Corinthians 13:4, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, 83, Chapter 6, JFK and the Sex Shuttle. During a demonstration of the high level of technology available to those willing to join the ranks, Henry masterfully delivered a slide presentation of the mind-control technology. I sat in the darkened room in park mode, with my conscious mind seemingly blocked from the information, yet carrying out the command of my master to perfectly record all that went on around me. First Henry flashed a slide of me in my normal California life. He said, "Who in their right mind would believe that this kid was having sexual relations with the President of the United States?" The men agreed. Then he followed by a series of slides of me artfully made up, dressed formally and in different disguises. The men were amazed at the difference. Many men were brought into the course simply because they wanted to own a piece of the rock and have their own robots to do their work or create their pleasures. At first they were given just bits of information at a time, to determine if they would be cooperative. Then they were given a little more information to test the waters to see if they were ready for the final blow. Usually dozens of meetings occurred on superficial levels before any real information was given out, and that was only released when the men were deeply committed, which meant that they would be compromising themselves or their family if they backed out at a certain point. In the beginning, when Henry was cultivating my relationship with JFK and ensuring him of my security guarantees, Henry didn't fill me with much of an agenda except to give JFK the royal treatment, which meant the same as Bob's, Hope's, full smorgasbord of sexual positions and favors. Henry told me to carefully note everything JFK said and did for debriefing afterwards. Henry had a challenge with JFK because, as he said, he's so damn self-initiating, and so Henry couldn't have me take the lead, thereby slipping in comments intended for Henry's cover purposes. So for a while in the beginning, he just let me be with JFK so that he would get used to me, and Henry said, "Then a plan will inevitably open up." Kissinger didn't spend a lot of time with JFK. They spoke, but it was like they were polar opposites and constantly repelled each other, Henry said. But Henry, and especially Bob as the frontman, got to JFK and paved the way for his acceptance of me. Once we were in, then Henry started strategizing heavily. That is what happened after I began having sex with JFK. Henry said, "Mind files were created to delight the young president." As Kissinger counted on, JFK was a romantic and seemed to get caught up in many of the messages I delivered to him. The messages made him feel good, and Henry wanted him to feel good and powerful with me. I was delivering high-level council messages created by Bob and Henry, that Henry instilled in me to deliver to John Fahey, that's what I called him. They got a war underway through JFK, a big war that was to influence not only America but also the international climate. It was as common for foreign dignitaries, heads of state, senators, congressmen, governors, and other leaders, to ride the Lincoln Memorial, oral sex, tour, as it was for them to get their shoes shined in the local hotels. In fact, that was one of the jokes I was instructed to deliver to get a man loosened up. I was programmed to say, "Want your shoe shined?" Then I would unzip him and begin. There were lots of men who wanted further servicing later on, but I was instructed to refer them to my boss. I serviced many men on this so-called shuttle service over the years of my life that should have been filled with junior high, high school and college extracurricular activities of my own choosing. The elitists I worked for had an endless supply of slaves that kept the tour shuttle running regularly. I wasn't really giving tours, just sex in the limo. The men felt safe and protected from public exposure by their placement in the back of the limo because they couldn't be seen due to the security windows. They had, 84, privacy when they exited the limo so they wouldn't be exposed. Security employees would always await the arrival of the shuttle limo to open the door and coach them out when the coast was clear, then transfer them immediately into their own personal limos so no one would ever detect. There were times when Henry would have a driver take us from D.C. to his office in New York. He would work with me in the back seat after he told the driver, "I'll be busy working and I don't want to be interrupted." So the driver shut the window between the seats and Henry would debrief me and take sketchy notes, draw diagrams and plans while I was talking, or he would touch his finger to my forehead and start uploading me for future assignments. Much of our work took place like this on drives between places, usually just before or after I had been used at the White House or other places. It was convenient, as well as a security measure, because he could account for his time spent with me by saying, I was en route to NY or DC, or wherever he was going, and since I was on the same time track as Henry it was all very time efficient, and concealed his activity and connection to me. To Henry the efficient use of his time was everything. He told me, when people can master their use of time, they have the secret to success. He often talked on and on to me about his ideas, events and people, using me as a sounding board, completely assured that I couldn't ever break the security programming necessary to remember his conversations. Henry said I was much more than his efficient secretary, I was a diplomat extraordinaire. I wore a brownish tan wool suit, tailor-made by my mother, to my first meeting in the Soviet Union. Henry taught me then that the Soviet Union, USSR and Russia basically all meant the same thing. He also told me that my mother was always with me, giving me strength and maturity, and that I could feel connected to her by wearing the suit she made for me. I guess I was emotionally needing to be older than 10, my actual age at the time. So he bolstered me maturationally by mentally tying me to my mother. It was funny because if I wore wool pants or a wool jacket, I would scratch myself and I couldn't stop it. And no matter how many times Henry gave me the hypnotic suggestion, "It's not scratching you, the material is soft and smooth on your skin," it still itched. So my mum had to line everything she made for me that was wool. JFK rode the LM6 tour regularly, and while I was down on my knees he would pat me on the back and say, "You are really going to move up the ranks." Or, "You're really going to amount to something when you grow up, kid." He loved lunchtime oral sex, and the Secret Service agents rode in the front with the limo driver and chewed him out royally for, as they said, "breaking stride that is nullifying national security, sir." To calm the disgruntled Secret Service agents, Jack would laughingly explain, "Relax, I deserve a relaxing lunch break, that's all." I can still remember his accent so clearly. JFK was really gutsy. He would even sneak me into the White House for noon. Sometimes there was another sex slave with me, and when we'd get up to the bedroom he would say, "We're just furthering your training so you'll be top-notch when you grow up." He taught me, a man likes a woman who's aggressive sexually. My wife doesn't satisfy me. She just lays back and waits. But a man likes a woman who takes charge. Then he would lay back and wait for the two of us to stimulate him, at which point he turned into an animal. Jack said he was training me for the future. I didn't know what that meant. He said I was serving my country by meeting the needs of their leader. He said, by easing my stresses you help me make better decisions. Touching the tip of my nose he continued, so young lady, you are very important to our nation. I was just out of braces. JFK had a lean muscular body and a hairy chest. He worked out on the rowing machine. On one occasion as we were lying in bed together, he said to me, you know, we both have the same kind of teeth. I reached out and put my hand into his mouth to feel his teeth and he was right, we both had big teeth, only his were more squared off. 85. JFK also liked anal sex, like his brother Ted. After he found out I was with Ted he asked me what his brother was really like. When I explained that he hurt me, he just shook his head and said, I never could understand what happened to my brother. We both had the same parents, but we did go to different boarding schools and had different friends. He further explained that they didn't see their parents often and that their family had so much money that they chose the school that was the most fitting for their sons and sent them there. So as he explained, there weren't many family interactions. He said he felt lonely a lot when he was growing up, that he was closer to the maids and nannies than to his parents. He said, the Kennedy clan publicly appears to be a close-knit family, but I never saw my parents except on holidays when they would meet in Hyannisport and us kids would be flown from our respective schools to meet them. It was more like getting reacquainted with strangers than meeting my family. Everyone was awkward and we really had nothing to talk about. I went out in a boat we had there and spent hours alone, playing all by myself. I was estranged from my brothers also because none of us lived together, so when we came together we didn't know each other. Usually by the end of the holiday, we were friends again, like real brothers, but then it would be time to go back to our respective schools and it would start all over. Then he added, I don't know why I'm telling you this, you're just a kid yourself and wouldn't really understand. He looked shy and vulnerable as he said, I'm sorry for telling you all this. I smiled and said, it's okay. It seemed to be the fact that I listened and couldn't think to talk, that made these men feel good. All they really wanted was someone to really listen. JFK never caused physical injury to me. He wasn't violent, just aggressive sexually but never brutal like his brother Ted. JFK liked all kinds of sex. He liked things varied, nothing routine. He got bored easily and asked for new things all the time. We had sex in many places. He got high on taking risks. The riskier the better. We even had sex in a public bathroom somewhere in D.C. On those occasions, the Secret Service agents would doubly mad at him. They would totally freak out and say to him, we could lose our jobs when you pull one of your little disappearing stunts. And they would be really upset, sweating and nervous because as they explained, they'd been running all over the city looking for where he had ducked them. Jack just told them to relax, that he was fine and that they still had their jobs. I went on late-night walks with JFK in D.C. Sometimes the cherry blossoms would be in bloom and it smelled so sweet. The Secret Service agents followed close behind us. They seemed irritated to be on duty for JFK because he was so uncooperative and unpredictable. We walked by a river or waterway. He really enjoyed seeing it at night and said the exercise did him good. The Secret Service agents complained of being tired and hated having to get up at 1 o'clock or 2 a.m. to go outside with him. But when the president left, they had to go with him. I don't know where Jackie was, but she wasn't always at the White House the nights I was brought in. Jack would sneak me to his room and supposedly no one knew I was there. Like I explained, he loved taking risks. Sometimes I had difficulty understanding exactly what Jack was saying because of his accent, and at other times, I wouldn't be able to hear for a while from the noise of the helicopter or plane I had been flown in on. My hearing would feel muffled, like I had earmuffs on. I felt so much older than my young years, but then I was totally physically developed by the 5th grade, 10 years of age. The personalities that were created to be with JFK were created to be older and more mature than my actual years. During my years at Hale Junior High School there were times Henry Kissinger pre-programmed and sent me in with a message to deliver while I was prostituted to JFK. I was a cheerleader and was prostituted to the boys' coach along the way. I had a group of girlfriends that were part of my Girl Scout troop and one of my friends was named Beth. I wasn't ever allowed to go to boy-girl parties, but I went, 86, to a lot of sleepovers. Many times I didn't end up staying overnight, but was instead shuffled off for a quick rendezvous to the White House or to Massachusetts or wherever the higher-ups wanted me to go to be with JFK. I called him John Fahey, pronounced John F.E. Craig was president of the student body and it may have been a cover for my White House presidential use. Beth's mother was an attractive petite blonde woman and she was hardly ever home. I think Beth's father was a pilot and maybe her mom was a stewardess, but she was gone most of the time. Beth had older sisters though and so they counted as adults in my protective mother's eyes, so I was allowed to spend the night when Beth's mother was not at home. One day I walked home from school with Beth, as she lived very close to Hale. We messed around and listened to records, and then, suddenly, I became upset and told her I wanted to go home. She said her mom wasn't there to drive me and she didn't want me to go home, but I called a number from her kitchen phone and a yellow checkered taxi came to the house and picked me up. Beth followed me out the door crying and said, "Do you want me to call your mom?" "No, I'll be home in a minute anyway." I handed the driver a note I had in my overnight bag and he took it from there. I was driven to Lax. The airport was much smaller in those days, but still busy on Fridays and weekends with lots of the traffic. The driver dropped me off in front of TWA and asked if I needed any help. I said no, I was fine. I walked up to the desk and told the woman my name, Sharon Weatherby, and she had a ticket waiting for me. She asked if I knew where to go and pointed me in the direction of the gate. I usually flew TWA, United, or Continental on national flights, not international, and I even had a little pin with wings that a pilot who knew me gave me because he said I was an honorary stewardess. He had sex with me on the way back from assignments but no one had sex with me before JFK. There were usually pilots on commercial airlines that were regulars, which meant they knew me and were instructed to keep me under their wing. Sometimes I helped the pilot on flights, but usually I slept up in first class. I think one of these pilots could have even been my friend's father, and he was told to keep an eye on me. I usually curled up in first class and slept for the long flight. When I arrived at the airport in D.C., I was met by different people. This time it was a blonde lady in a uniform and she walked me out to a waiting black limo and opened the back door for me to get in. I did and she put my bag in next to me. This was before I met Craig so I was 11 or 12 years old, going on 25. I wasn't taken directly to JFK but was taken to the area where they operated the Lincoln Memorial Shuttle, oral sex ride. A limo pulled up and I was whisked into the back of it. Once inside I saw that John Fahey was there and he said hello and began tickling me. He played with me and teased me a lot. Then he pulled me over close to him and said, "Now it's time to be more serious." And he started kissing me and slipped his hand inside my shirt and felt my breasts. Then he unfastened my bra and pulled my shirt up and began sucking on my nipples. He said that really got him hard to see young, firm breasts and he circled my nipples with his fingers. I didn't like it when I saw his wedding band on his hand while he was doing that to me because even under mind control, I knew who his wife was. Henry had told me to emulate her and so I felt bad. Like here was this innocent, beautiful woman and I was having sex with her husband and there was a feeling of guilt, even under mind control. That day, JFK took sexual initiative and liked being in charge. Before he closed the window and left us alone, the driver had said to him, "Jack, don't you think we should connect back up to your security?" Meaning the Secret Service. JFK said, "No. Hell no. I deserve to have a life." And so we toured around the city while John Fahey got himself warmed up, sucking and licking me all over and I gave him a preview of the coming event by way of oral sex, backing off just before he orgasmed. He loved to run his tongue over my belly because he said, "I love young, firm tummies," and he loved mine especially because he said it was so tan. He said I had a golden tan. 87. After a while, JFK tapped on the inner window in the limo to get the driver's attention and said, "Stop here." The driver said, "Here, sir." JFK commanded, "Yes," and opened the door and grabbed my arm and took me into this small motel. He already had the key to a room and went right to it and opened the door. It wasn't a very nice place, but he said we wouldn't be looked for there, that certainly no one would come looking for the president in a place like this, and then he laughed, lit up a cigarette and sat down at the small table and chairs. Taking a puff of his cigarette, he said he wanted to take a break to enjoy the view, and indicated I was to take off my clothes in front of him. Slowly, I began removing my blouse and then my skirt, bra and then my nylons attached to my lacy garter belt and then my panties. I had on those plain white ones and for some reason he liked them, so Henry had me wear them with him. Then I stuck my finger into my vagina while I had one leg propped up on the bed and the other holding me up. Then I put my fingers to my mouth and that's when he jumped up and came over to me and said, "You're a big tease." I smiled seductively and he put his arms around me and held me for a long moment, and then when he moved back I began unbuttoning his shirt. It was a bit stiff, like it was heavily starched, and then I rubbed his chest and belly and talked to him about how his hairy chest and hard belly turned me on. I put my fingers in my mouth again. He said, "I'd like to be where those come from." I can remember his accent so well. He laid me back on the bed after he pulled the sheets back and he began oral sex. I told him how hot I was for him and began wiggling and moving all over, while I moaned. He said I was making him dizzy and he came up and began kissing me passionately, hard, almost roughly. Then he went inside me and satisfied himself. After he came he pulled back and said, "Sorry it couldn't have been longer, but I've got to get back." So he dressed and stepped outside the door and whistled. The driver came right up to the door. He went out and opened the door for me, and we got into the limo and left. The driver dropped him off at another limo to a bunch of Secret Service agents all in a tizzy over where he had gone. He shut the door and walked into the center of them without saying goodbye or acknowledging me. These agents were really angry with him. I could see him using his hands and speaking to calm them down. JFK escaped from his Secret Service agents often. I heard one of them say one time, "I don't know how he does it, one slip and he's gone." The driver put the window back up and drove me directly to the airport. I picked up my bag and he let me out and said, "Will you be needing anything, ma'am?" I smiled and said, "No thanks, I have everything I'll need." And I went to the ticket counter and said, "You're holding a ticket for me?" "Sharon Weatherby." Handing me my ticket, the man smiled and said, "Your gate's in that direction." Henry had me think of the gate numbers as the numbers on billiard balls, and all I had to do was follow the line of numbers until I got to the one that matched my ticket. Sometimes I got lost, but someone always helped me, often saying, "Excuse me, miss, but are you lost?" I'd say, "I'm looking for gate 8, and they would point me in that direction. Once I got onto the airplane it seemed like there was always someone there to watch over me, and I would go back to sleep. The return synchronization between my mother and me had to be perfect, and this time I was driven back to Beth's house to wait by the curb for my mother. The driver said, "Just sit here and wait, your mother will be here any minute." He pulled away from the curb and went and parked nearby. I saw him watch until my mom picked me up. She too, always waited for me to get picked up when she dropped me off at places. Everyone always waited to make sure the exchange had taken place and I was in the correct hands. 88, JFK was my first presidential assignment. After having sex with Bob Hope in his 50s, a younger president wasn't as bad. Sharon was the personality programmed to be with JFK, and due to the reality that was created for her, she had a lot in common with him, like being Catholic and from an elite family. One time Bob arranged for him to have some time out with me in Key Biscayne. Bob flew me there to take care of him, keep him happy and entertained. The Secret Service agents stood outside. JFK started by shaving and I sat on the counter and watched him. I giggled and hugged him while he stood in front of the mirror with a small white towel around his waist. I licked the shaving cream off his ear and then put my fingers into the remaining shave creme and licked it. Gently, He took my hands away and laughed softly as he explained that you weren't supposed to eat shaving cream. I thought it was whipped cream, like I had tasted in the pornography I was filmed in, and mistakenly was triggered into reciting my program, lick it and suck it, till it's all gone, yum, yum, don't miss a drop, or you will stop. Your heart, that is. This must have been a program glitch because I wasn't supposed to recite this program out loud. It was supposed to just drive me from inside. Maybe JFK knew how to handle me nicely because of his sister who seemed like she was retarded. They didn't let her out much, and later I was glad when they didn't have her at their reunions, because I didn't understand what was wrong with her. During this time, I wasn't allowed to eat as much sugar as I had been previously used to. I was told to be repelled by it and that, even as my hand reached for it, the sugar would move away and I couldn't ever get it, so I should quit trying. Before this programming I was used to eating tons of sugar, so it was a major adjustment. Also, my mother used to get so angry with me for not eating enough at mealtimes, but I couldn't, as my programming dictated. She said I didn't eat enough to keep a bird alive. But when I tried to eat I usually felt sick. Catholic girls had to act proper and Jack never had any cause to be embarrassed by my actions. He was spunky and aggressive and tickled me a lot, often until tears were falling down my cheeks. Then he would lay me on the bed, kiss my tears away and start having sex with me. He said he liked my short hair, that it was stylish, and he would play with my hair and mess it up. I'd just get it done again. In those days I didn't even know how to do my own hair. I never had to. My own personal hairdresser, a family friend, came to the house and washed it, cut it, curled and styled it. Afterwards, JFK and I ran around naked, playing like school kids, and when it got dark we walked on the beach and the Secret Service agents always walked close behind. Boy did they get an eyeful. They would wink at me sometimes if I turned around to see if they were still there, when I was getting ready to make a move on John F. One night, Henry let me off at the White House to target JFK. I didn't go up to his bedroom, we had sex in a room near the kitchen that had 2 beds in it. I had on a short white crop top and low-hip hugger jeans. My belly button showed and he said it turned him on. He would stoop down and lick my bare spot, he called it. His pronunciations sounded funny to the personality dedicated to him because of his accent. I was tan and slim, and he said he liked that my tummy was flat. He said he hadn't had such a flat one in a while and it turned him on. After we had a quick sexual encounter, I had to hurry to get my clothes on and exit real fast. He would open the door and look down the hall to see if the coast was clear. Then he would say, "Okay, now." And, I would run down the hall, out the door and down the steps to Henry waiting for me in the limo smoking his cigar. He would usually say something derogatory about JFK and tell me to button my clothes correctly. My bell-bottoms had buttons on the front and if I was rushed I had trouble getting them buttoned right. I was always skipping a button. Henry would look down at my buttons and tell me to straighten up. Then I would button them correctly. I couldn't help that JFK had rushed me, I think he enjoyed that part as much as the sex. He seemed to like the adrenaline rush. There was a very close call on another night. Jackie was down the hall calling out, "Jack, Jack, Jack." Looking surprised, he grabbed me and put me in the closet, fixed the bed and answered her, 89, quickly before she opened the door. You could hear the sound of her shoes when she veered off the hallway runner and onto the wood floor. I was in the closet when she came in the room and asked, "Jack, what are you doing?" I heard him laugh and say he was looking for John's shoe. He said one was missing. Jackie asked him to come upstairs and he told her he would just look for a while longer and then he would be up. This guy actually let his wife out of the room, pulled me out of the closet and started having sex with me again, this time with more passion than ever before. He seemed to thrive on the risk factor. When I left, the Secret Service agents usually walked me from the White House down the block to a waiting limo, unless Henry was waiting for me outside. Henry was cultured. There were little blue vases with flowers in the back of his shiny black car. They had a little light next to them and you could see the flowers in the dark. If after one of these escapades I began talking silly and sexual, Henry would give me the sign to hush up by simply buttoning or zipping his lips, and then I knew to be silent and obedient. I could be turned off or on, volume up or down. I ran very mechanically like a Rolls-Royce. Henry didn't like noise or children, so he created me to be quiet and dignified. As I grew older it wasn't as hard because I was more fully trained and didn't get my personality switching messed up. I got used to being silent with Henry. But it was a difficult transition after I was in the presence of JFK because he was wild and noisy, and his playfulness put me in the same frame of mind, until Henry toned me down. Why JFK and his brother really got shot. JFK had ties to Frank Sinatra and his group. I was shared around all these type groups because of Bob's and Henry's influence. The Kennedys were highly mob-connected, especially Bobby, as surprising as that might seem for the family man image he projected. JFK took a mob dispute with him clear to the White House and attempted to use his political power as president to shut down his enemies. He publicly appeared to go after the mob, but he was interested in shutting down only one enemy faction. But he had to publicly say he was going after all underworld crime in order to be able to legally do what he tried to do, dismantle the mob that opposed the Kennedy family clan. I overheard Joe Kennedy yelling at JFK at a family reunion when he was president. He told him to stop messing with the mob, to leave it alone, that he didn't know what he was doing. It was shortly after that Joe Kennedy had a stroke or brain seizure, and Rose blamed Jack for causing it. Joe Kennedy was very happy with the marriage of Jackie to Jack because Jackie brought with her a faction of the mob that would help build up Jack and the future Kennedy dynasty. At least that's what I heard him say. Joe Kennedy was big on mob connections, like his friend J.P. Morgan, who was an important mob buddy and supporter. They supported each other. As Joe Kennedy got weaker, the tight rein of coexistence he held with the mob began to loosen and his sons became sloppy and careless, and didn't take seriously the rules of the mob. Like Uncle Frank, Sinatra said, "You don't ever try to go against the mob or you'll wind up in the morgue or worse yet, sleeping with the fishes." I was born into Uncle Charlie's mob connection and he heavily influenced my life because of his arms, munitions and drug connections all over the globe. These were some serious connections that made him sought after by members of the council. In those days, the mob made the money in powerful connections. Different mobs supported each other like allies from foreign countries do. They were the power behind the council, initially, the connections that allowed the council to get such a toehold, as the mobs worked cliqueishly for or against one another. The mob provided important funding in the early years, but later the council took away much of their power over monopolies when the council outstripped them of their power through intelligence and outsmarting them with technology. 90. The mob couldn't begin to compete. In the beginning the council knew how to work the different factions of the mob for the council's benefit and gain. Once the council attained the strength they needed to get over the hump and into the big money, they outsmarted the mob with their mind control technology and were then able to control the mob. It was a game of intellect and the council won checkmate. Joe Kennedy, William Randolph Hearst, J.P. Morgan and others were part of a powerful underground group. They created their own revenue and their own justice, and they knew how to play by the rules to stay alive and in the game, but the rules suddenly changed with the power created by the council as they utilized the mob's success and made it their own. People like Jack, JFK, didn't play by the new rules so they got snuffed. Often when I was sent in to target JFK, I would be loaded with messages from the different mobsters like Uncle Frank, Sinatra. I gave instructions for JFK to do some favor for the mob or else, he was told, the small, sweet favors will dry up. JFK scared me because he always laughed and acted like he didn't take the messages with the seriousness I believe they carried. I had seen Uncle Frankie in operation and he had friends, lots of them, who killed people for nothing much at all, and I was afraid that if JFK didn't listen and do as they said that they would kill him too, but he didn't seem the least bit concerned about them. Ever. I took them even more seriously after JFK was killed. Then I knew they weren't joking but were very serious and meant what they said about doing everything they said or be killed. I heard Uncle Frank talk often about people's positions in the mob. He talked to lots of mob buddies in front of me. I was used for dangerous connections and, as far as Frank and Dean Martin were concerned, I knew far too much, so they wanted me to sleep with the fishes. But Henry wouldn't hear of losing his personal computer, and threatened serious retaliation if they harmed me. Henry had a new kind of power that the mob didn't understand at first, until they got burned a few times. Then they understood. But some serious action had to be taken to prove this power, like, as I overheard, the assassination of a president and his big-mouth brother who just wouldn't listen, in order for the mob, a strong political faction of it, to see where the new power lay, so they would know to back off. By then the banks and newspapers were taken over and reorganized by the council and their constituents, and high-level technology took over, something the mob knew nothing about. It took the wind out of their sails. This was happening during the 60s and early 70s, when I was only a teenager approaching early adulthood, and listening and recording everything I heard per instructions from my boss, Henry Kissinger. One day in his office, Henry said, "You won't be servicing him, JFK, much longer. The higher-ups have some alternate plans for him." At the time I felt he meant death. Henry said, "This will lock you in for life." Later, they used JFK's death on me heavily. When JFK was killed I was in junior high school and my controllers told me, "If we can take out the president without anyone knowing, who would miss the likes of you?" They told me I was dispensable, easily replaceable, and that no one would ever miss me if I were gone. To give me a clear example the suited man reminded me, "Does your mother even have a clue where you are right now?" No. So who would miss you? Not even your own mother. In order to ensure that I was under program and their total control they continued the ritual torture and trauma. Then they tied the ritual trauma that occurred at home or at the church across the street from my junior high school to songs or hypnotic commands, like if you try to begin to recall this area of your mind, you will immediately recall this horror scene, which they reminded me of in complete detail, in order to keep me terrified and programmed. 91. Most people are now familiar with Marilyn Monroe's connection to the Kennedy family and her use with the president. It has been said by insiders that Marilyn was one of the first programmed presidential models, created under mind control for sex with the president and use in Hollywood connections. While I did not possess the physical beauty that Marilyn Monroe did, I had the mind files and all the right connections to further my controller's interests. For my assignments, when I wasn't flown out of LAX, I left from Van Nuys Airport, John Wayne Airport, or local helicopter pads that were atop buildings in Los Angeles. My mother took me and picked me up and nursed me back to life if I was hurt or really messed up mentally or psychologically. She would try to make me eat if I couldn't and she put me to bed. I was usually so out of it from the food and sleep deprivation and electroshock done for national security purposes to keep memory of the events safely away from my conscious awareness, that I often couldn't think to bathe, eat or get into bed to sleep. My mum would tell me what to do and the parts of me that participated in these escapades always felt so relieved to be back in my clean bed at home. In my attempt to create some semblance of safety and security I slept against the wall to remind myself I was in my own bed and safe. That was, until my father came into my room at night, then the nightmare started all over again. More than anything in the world I wanted my mother, or someone, to help me, to protect me, to stop the nightmarish experiences. But she never could. I will do everything in my power to stop these atrocities from happening, so that my daughter, my sons, and any future children born into our family will not have to suffer any longer. I am sure the mob with their huge capacity for family love and loyalty will understand and pardon this need I have. And to Dr. Kissinger, Bob Hope, UCLA, CIA, NASA, U.S. Department of Defense and all those who participated in my family's high-tech programming, I ask that you honor this request for my family's freedom and safety. I will hold you in prayer, asking God to show you the ramifications of your actions. Be ye kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, even as God for Christ's sake hath forgiven you. Ephesians 4:3, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, 92, Chapter 7, All the way with LBJ, Lyndon Johnson was a very tall and large man. He had a pocket watch on a chain that he wore in a high pockets in his vest or coat, not in his pants. He wore glasses to read. I remember him sitting at his desk reading on into the night. The rest of the room was dark except for the light on the desk that he was reading by. He liked to wear his hat even when he was inside. He just loved his hat. He told me his hat was a Stetson and that back where he came from it was the best. Like a Cadillac, he explained. His clothes smelled of cologne and his suits were often grey or brown and he often wore boots. He wore big white baggy boxer shorts and they didn't ever look new, as one would think a person in his position would wear. He had a bridge with a few false teeth on it, smoked a cigar at times and other times he puffed on a pipe. On this occasion, he kept me in the bed in the darkened hotel room while he sat at the desk to finish up reading his papers. Then he turned off the light and came over to the bed where I was tucked in, wearing a skimpy teddy. It was cold in the room. All Lyndon had on was his boxers and brown socks. He laid his clothes by the table and chairs, and when he walked to the bed he pulled his penis out of the hole in his boxers and pulled my head over to him. He commanded, "Suck," while he pulled my hair to bring me closer to him. He stood, moaning with pleasure and then complained that he was needing to bend over too fast so I got up on my knees and finished. He gratified himself in my mouth and liked to watch me swallow. Then LBJ climbed into bed and held me like I was a teddy bear and asked me to rub his back. One time he had me get out of bed to get him a cigar. He wanted me to light it but I wasn't very good at it because I was just a kid. I coughed a lot and nearly choked to death, but I got it to him in bed all lit. I handed him the cigar and he said, "Thank you, little lady." He usually called me that. He didn't want to go to sleep right away and had me turn the TV on for him. He never took his socks off the whole time. One time when I was with LBJ he asked me questions about school and seemed to like to hear me talk about it. He also liked for me to wear my black and white saddle shoes. I had very shiny patent leather ones. This was during the time I was still attending Hale Junior High School. Lyndon liked that I was very young. At this time I was around 12 or 13 years old. I was with him quite a few times. Another time my father took me to Texas on the flight back from Iowa. That's when LBJ showed me his Cadillac convertible. He kept it parked in a separate garage away from the ranch so it wouldn't get so dirty. "Hell, everything gets coated with dirt on the ranch," he said. He had on his dress-up cowboy clothes and said that Lady B was off at some China convention. He drank beer in the car when we went on a joyride, he called it. I sat next to him and gave him a super-duper, which was complete oral sex gratification. He said, "Be careful, I don't want to get any on the seat." I laughed and teasingly said to assure him, "I know. I'm an expert in this area. Remember?" "Well, you sure do have spunk, I'll say that for you," he replied. LBJ smelled but not like body odor. It was just a strong male smell. He had his arm up over the back of the seat and we only rode for as long as it took to satisfy his sexual urge. Then he took the car back and had me keep my head down so no one could see me. I didn't go inside the ranch and when we got back he said, "This is as far as you go, little lady." I let myself out of the car and slammed the door. "You could have waited for my assistance," he said. I laughed and said, "I can do it myself." A suited man escorted me into the back of a black sedan that was waiting under a tree at the front of the ranch and I was taken away. Another even as I waited for Lyndon, dressed scantily in a black lacy bra, garter belt, black nylons and red high heels, he declared I was making smoke come out of his ears and that, it sure, 93, wasn't from his cigar. He wanted me to keep turning around and around and around while he looked at me. My, he said, licking his lips and as he put his hand to his mouth he continued, "My lord, what do we have here?" The heavy stench of his cologne and smoke-saturated clothes followed him over to me as he told me to bend over the bed with just those garter belts on and he stuck his penis in my bottom and then into my vagina but I had to give him oral sex in between, to clean it off, he explained. It was disgusting and vile, even under mind control. Then we had intercourse and he liked it when I made noises. He had a cattle prod or some sort of electrical device nearby but didn't use it much. When he pushed the lever it made a crackling sound and what emerged looked like a jolt of yellow fiery type electricity. He said he didn't have to use it with me much because I was so good. He asked me if I liked what I did. I shrugged my shoulders and said, yes, but due to the mind control I was under I was unable to really think about his question. He told me he loved the young ones. Beautiful little lady. He liked to kiss open mouth but he tasted yucky like cigars. His private parts smelled too. But then there was the cologne to cover up the smell. He was pretty fat from my perception, but big and tall. Lyndon had a medium to small penis for his big body, but he said he used it well. He wasn't really hairy and the hair on his head was thinning. He used something like Vitalis on what was left of his hair when he combed it. I think maybe that is why he kept his cowboy hat on all the time, even in bed. I usually slept all night with him because he wanted me to. He slept really close and held on to me. I spent the night and then in the morning I was taken home. When I was in the 10th grade, I spent the night with him more often, even sometimes on school nights. I didn't go to school until 11:30 a.m. anyway and no one could ever seem to tell I had been gone. Sometimes I missed a full day of school and no one at Hale or Taft High ever said anything to me. Another form of trauma was added when one day after school, I was forced to watch as the men in suits roughed up my junior high school principal. I was taken to the White House to be with Lyndon. One night he told me all about this lady named Agnes who he loved before Lady B. That's what he called his wife, Lady B, instead of Lady Bird. He said he never got over Agnes, just couldn't forget her. He said Lady B fit into his future plans and worked out better but that he just really loved Agnes. When he talked about Agnes he had a goofy faraway look on his face. Lyndon told me his wife had grown to act old early on in their marriage when something of a maternal nature happened to upset her. He said from then on she wasn't much for sex, so he took care of his needs elsewhere. He told me so much personal stuff that I think he must have forgotten how young I was. A lot of what he told me I didn't really understand. But I listened, apparently to his satisfaction, because one day he complimented me by saying, "You are a very good listener, young lady." Lyndon also liked for me to cuddle on his lap while he fondled me in an armchair as he watched TV. He usually covered me with a blanket. It made it more secretive and he pretended people were present in the room with us watching but they didn't know what we were doing. Then he would ask me if I liked it. I would smile and was programmed to say, "Of course," or, "Do more," or, "You're so big." He loved it all. I wore unforgettable perfume with him. It was pungent and strong but he liked it. He especially liked sex when I was menstruating, he said it turned him on. He liked to do all sorts of perverted things to me during that time, which I don't feel comfortable sharing here. He also suggested that I do whatever I usually did for the cameras and take charge of our sexual activity. "You're in charge of the whoring, little lady," he would say as he smiled and tipped his hat. That hat was such an important thing to him. He talked to me a lot and told me all kinds of stories over the time he was president. He liked for me to call him Brice. He said when I called him Lyndon it made him feel guilty about Lady B, so he said to call him Brice and I did as he commanded. 94, sometimes he wore those dumb elastic things to hold his socks up like Bob Hope did. He looked so ridiculous wearing those dumb socks, his boxers and his hat, while he sat and smoked. He must not have cared what he looked like. The room was always kept pretty dark. He said he was most comfortable like that, but my eyes would adjust to the dark and I could still see how silly he looked. The teen personality programmed to be with him during those times was respectful and performed as her programming dictated, but through her teenage eyes, felt he was just a dork. I did things that made him laugh. They were really dumb things but he seemed to like them. Like once I pulled my hair over and around and onto my upper lip and scrunched my lip up, pinching the hair under my nose to make it look like a mustache. Silly things made him laugh. He tested my programmed capabilities. He burned me with a cigar one time, because he said he was told to try it to see what happened. He looked pretty amazed when I took off my clothes, sat down, got into position and told him to go ahead and stick it in, that it wouldn't burn me. So he pressed his cigar to my vagina and it didn't burn me. The pain didn't even register, it didn't even hurt, is what I told him. That made him turned on and he said, "Little lady, you give me a big boner." He told me there was an endless stream of young ladies who liked his big boner. He liked the song that goes, "I'm a long tall Texan, and wear a 10-gallon hat." He also liked Born Free and Burt Bacharach's "Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head" and "Blue, Blue, My World is Blue." He also liked hot dogs and hamburgers, but hot dogs best. And he told me he liked dachshunds, those little wiener dogs. I often felt like a dog with him because he was always patting my head. I joked with him about it and started barking when he patted me. I could really get off the wall with him and he seemed to love it. He laughed and laughed like Nixon and Reagan did at the silly things I was programmed to say and do. I don't know if he was aware that I had been programmed with most of the jokes. The men in suits usually took me to him at a hotel. They put me in the room to wait for him. I'd say the suits were the mob, but Secret Service agents waited outside the door once the Brice got there. Once we were alone I was programmed to say, "Hey Brice, got a big boner for my little pussy today?" He would get all excited and start kissing and licking me. Yuck, it was gross. But it was the saddle shoes that really got him every time. He liked me to wear my school-type clothes and so I did. I was helicoptered from somewhere near Woodland Hills. Usually I was not flown in on a big commercial airline to see Lyndon. I don't know why, but it was usually private planes. Then I would sleep with him all night and be flown back to California. There were times when, after I was used, the men in suits would let me out of the car near school and I would have my school clothes on from the day before, and I would just walk to school and go in like nothing had ever happened. One time when I was sent to Lyndon, somehow I ended up wearing the St. Christopher medal that my programmed boyfriend Craig had given me for going steady. The men in suits would have normally taken away any personal item of this nature, but for some reason they missed my necklace this time. Johnson examined it and asked me what it was. Unable to think to lie, I told him it was a necklace my boyfriend gave me. Immediately he looked depressed. So I climbed into his lap and told him not to worry, that my boyfriend couldn't hold a candle to him and that I was forced to be with my boyfriend, but that I choose to be with him. He smiled, pulled his hat down over his face, and leaned back in his chair ordering, "A blowjob a la carte." So I performed as commanded. He said most women didn't love it the way I did. Lyndon thought Texans were the best and most powerful type of men. I was taken to Texas to be used sexually by the Brice at a cabin or ranch out in the middle of nowhere. It had fences and horses and a wood cabin-type house, but there were hardly any trees or greenery, like in California. The cabin was 95 wood inside and he had a lamp that was made out of a bootleg. He loved it and I teased him about it, whose leg ya got there holding up that light. On a table there was a picture of Lady B that had been taken at the ranch. We had sex there on occasion, because, as he explained, it was a place he could go and not be seen or bothered by anyone. The Secret Service could guard him well there since there was nothing else around and no one had any business going there unless they knew LBJ and had been invited. Despite the security there, LBJ often wore a small gun strapped to his leg by his boot. He said he enjoyed carrying it. He waltzed me back to his room, to the bed he shared with his wife. He said, "By sleeping here with you, when I'm F-king the little lady, you can bet I'll be thinking of you." There were white limos with Johnson. He liked oral sex when we rode in the back. He made the Secret Service agents ride up with the driver instead of in the back with him, and he would have them close the tinted window behind the driver. He told them he didn't want to be disturbed because he and the pretty little lady were going to have a nice quiet chat, which in actuality was a sexual encounter. Usually he was being driven to some location and upon reaching his final destination would debark the limo, leaving me in the back, or I would be kept waiting in the back for more when he returned. He could handle up to 3 oral sex encounters a day without any problem. He had his pocket watch on a chain in his vest pocket and would check the time to inform me if we were rushed or not. Usually he would say we were rushed, which meant I had to work quickly and get him aroused and satisfied rapidly. Later, he wanted me to dance cowboy style with him and I tried but wasn't very good. He said, "Don't worry, you know how to do the most important things, you've got what counts." One day he gave me an iris from an arrangement on a hotel table. He bowed and did a little dance as he held it out to me. It was really out of character for him. At the end of the Brice's administration, I was also filled with more mine file information. I was taken to different offices in D.C. to be imprinted with more top-secret, classified data by a female administrator. LBJ also told me that the White House was a very lonely place to live and that he really wasn't very happy there. He said he was most at home in Texas at his ranch. Occasionally he had meetings there and other men were present. I had to give oral sex to many of them. I was usually there for one overnight and then driven back to town by limo, then flown home. Before I was put on the plane to California, the men in suits always took me for a Coke and French fries at McDonald's. This was part of my programming to believe I was at McDonald's in California, so I wouldn't remember where I really was. The fries and Coke were delicious since my programming required that I was food deprived before and during the time of my use. Then the men put me on the plane with the suggestion to sleep and forget. Because of our programming, my mom never noticed I was gone and neither did I. Not until 1991. Over 25 years later. This too, is a part of the truth that will set you free. John 8:32, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, pages 61 to 63, 96, Chapter 8, Brain surgery at UCLA took away my father's free will. Bethesda, Maryland. In my early teens, one of the places I was taken to was a hospital in Bethesda, Maryland. 2 men in suits met me at the airport, drove me there and waited while a nurse helped me out of the car and took me into the emergency room. I was doubled over in pain, having trouble walking because the men in suits had just slugged me in the stomach. They told the old gray-haired nurse in the pink uniform with the little white apron, that I had appendicitis and to take me immediately into the emergency room. I don't know why, but the men put a blonde curly wig on me. I had on blue jeans, tennis shoes and a t-shirt. I was terrified and couldn't help myself. The nurse took me in and waved me through all the paperwork. 2 doctors, clad in full surgical garb, met me at a door to emergency surgery. They told the nurse they'd take over from there and laid me directly on an operating table and put a mask over my face and a needle in my arm. I had needles put in my arms all the time, so that wasn't anything new, but hurt. They told me they weren't who they appeared to be and then they put me to sleep with some sort of anesthetic, but parts of me from inside watched and knew exactly what was happening. There was great fear that they would really cut me open and take out my appendix when I didn't need it taken out. But instead, they put electrodes on my forehead, temples and head, and headphones on my ears that delivered one sound to one ear and another sound to the other. Then they varied the sound volume, quickly bringing the volume up so loud that it was excruciatingly painful. I felt like I would go crazy. They kept delivering electroshock to my head. Then they inserted something into my vagina and shocked me vaginally, then shocked my head, and they kept that routine up for what seemed like eternity. I could smell the alcohol and could feel when they put a cold scissors-like thing up my nose. It tickled and itched. Then a doctor said, "It's in place." Everything inside of me felt psychedelic from the drugs they gave me. There were lots of colors and flashes of light that caused a very unreal feeling. I don't know how long I laid there. Eventually, they called for a nurse and told her to help me back out to the car. They said that I checked out fine, that I must have just eaten something that made me sick. The nurse put my arm around her neck and helped me outside. I had trouble walking but managed, and she delivered me back to the 2 men in suits. They, in turn, brought me to a darkened room all alone for a while and then hooked me up to some of their own equipment. I sat in a chair while they put a band around my head and wrists, and shocked me while I listened to something they played through headphones on my ears. I couldn't understand the words I heard, as they were all mixed up, and it made me nuts to try to understand. Then they unhooked me and said it was time to go home. I was put onto a military helicopter with 2 rotors, one at the front and one at the back, and transferred to another plane that didn't have regular seats like a commercial airplane. There were just a few seats on either side and all sorts of straps and equipment on the floor. I laid on the floor during the whole flight. My mother picked me up at the airport and I slept in the back seat of our Cadillac all the way home. She put me to bed and I could hardly move. I was in lots of pain and was nauseated, sick, and exhausted for the next 2 days. I couldn't eat or get out of bed. I just slept it all off in a hazy, drugged sleep. Mom just thought I had the flu again. There were lots of times I was taken to places for programming. They had all sorts of schemes to get me to the programming sites, even getting me to pull my car over to the side of the road, after I learned to drive. I remember how one man told me to get out of the car, while another man pulled my hood up before taking me away in an ambulance to Westlake Hospital. Then they flew me from there to wherever they wanted me to go. 97, I remembered an incident where I was on an operating table and I saw a whole room full of women like me who were also laying on gurneys with white sheets over them, and we were all linked up together through a single wire. There were mirrors all around, and while I was deprogramming I realized that these other women were all parts of me. They all looked like me but had different lives and different jobs. That's what my programmers told me in order to create and enforce my multiple personalities. Sometimes there were groups of doctors or scientists watching from chairs in a circular arena that extended upward. In this setting the doctors made presentations on their findings in order to display the research and show their progress so they could get additional funding or permission to do more mind research into areas they wanted to explore. The stage where I was being tested and displayed to the doctors in long white lab coats was low, and as I looked up there were rows of ascending circular chairs in the arena from where they watched. Sometimes while I laid on the gurney, they would shine lights into my eyes and tape them open so I couldn't avoid the lights. They blinded me with one color for a long time, like white, and then added in another color like red or green. It was painful, so I escaped like I had been trained from birth to do, into mental dissociation so I couldn't feel the pain. Often they paired electroshock with the bright lights and music or word phrases. At appropriate times, they displayed a picture of Craig onto a holder in front of me while I sat in a chair that spun around and around. He played love songs while they spun me, and when I came to a stop, I would see the picture of Craig and feel relieved. They told me Craig was my lifeline and to sever a connection with him was equal to death. Later on in my life, they did that sort of programming with my children's pictures. My father has brain surgery, UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute, 1967. The summer of my 16th year, our family physician, Dr. Stoddard, referred my father for brain surgery to UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute. Dr. Robert Rand was the neurosurgeon who performed the operation. My father never had a chance. Suited men came to visit and monitor us at crucial times. They were always watching, and they gave him shots in his thighs and then asked him questions over and over, and told him what to do with me. Very scary and frightening events happened there to keep me further under control. I can only imagine what they did to my father's brain. The day before his scheduled surgery, a nurse came into his room while the whole family was visiting before surgery. He held out a box and explained very matter-of-factly that the hair in the box was my father's, just shaved from his head, and in the event that he didn't make it through the surgery they were keeping his hair to put back on his head in his casket. These insinuations, coupled with the ritual abuse I had previously endured, were enough to further dissociate me. There were other horrifying events performed to frighten me into further dissociation, creating even more control. My mother and I were told to wait in the hospital lobby until they came to tell us the surgery was over. They called a code name for me over the loudspeaker, and responding to the call, I walked up to my father's hospital room. A doctor in a white coat met me in the room and said he wanted me to enter the surgery room and watch. As I entered, I saw my father with his head cut open, with tubes in him everywhere. In his head, in his nose, in his arm, And they told me that my father would no longer hold authority over me. Now he was totally under their control and, now they would be in total control of me. Then they strapped me into the bed next to him and gave me some sort of gas through a mask they put over my nose and mouth. They told me to turn my head so I could watch everything they did to him that day. They took my real father away from me and the doctor said that they would be in charge of everything that happened to me and all my progeny from then on. I didn't know what that meant, but I knew it was bad. They performed some sort of surgery on me too. They inserted something under my nail bed and later they told me they moved it somewhere else and I would find places on my body with skin flaps where I figured they had put them in. They tested and experimented with implant after 98 implant on me. With some implants they were trying to see if they could totally control me from a distance. Later when my mother came to look for me, she found me sitting in my father's room bent over with my head down to my knees, while a nurse standing by me explained, "She fainted, that's all. She'll be all right." My father made it through surgery and was placed in intensive care. Soon after, my controllers told me my father had died in the surgery, that all I had to do was remember how he looked with his eyes closed to realize he was dead. They told me that my real family would take over now and that I needed to understand that it was really best that way. And, although everything outwardly appeared to remain the same, nothing ever was again. The life essence of my father was totally gone. He was not in control of himself any longer. My brother Rick took over the family business and I began traveling more, internationally. Months after my father's release from the hospital, he came into my room and sat down on the floor next to my bed while I was studying. Upset and very emotional, which was very unusual for my father, he said, "Honey, big things are happening and I've lost control of you." Tears were streaming down my strong father's face. I didn't know how to react. My macho father never cried. I couldn't think to question him or to wonder just what it was he was trying to tell me. So I let it go, along with hundreds of other questions and thoughts that any normal, unprogrammed daughter would have thought to ask. Institute of Higher Learning. Sometime later, I was taken to a hospital in Montreal. My controllers called it an Institute of Higher Learning, but instead of higher learning, I was put in a hospital gown and kept drugged and in restraints. A very important French personality inside of me was created and enhanced there. If I didn't cooperate they put me into a padded cubicle in the dark until I came to my senses, and began behaving properly. I'd seen over the years just what they had done to my father and I couldn't take any more. I had nothing to lose by not cooperating. From one of his personalities that was in the know and before brain surgery took his free will away, my father told me, "You don't have to do anything they say, honey, they want to take your mind." Years later, as I retrieved pieces of my memory that allowed me to see the bigger picture, I remembered numerous occasions when my father laid in programs to help me exit my abuse. He even gave me suggestions to heal and bring my personalities together. I've often wondered if this was a more significant contribution to my successful healing than I could ever imagine. All that is now hidden will someday come to light. The Living Bible. 99, Brice Taylor. Thanks for the memories. Chapter 9, They Didn't See Me as Human. Sweet 16, Bob Hope was one of the first high-powered men Craig delivered me to. This, of course, was by no means my first meeting with Bob, but it was a test for Craig and the first time my young handler would use the programmed skills he learned to take me to my assignment. For my 16th birthday present in 1967, Craig surprised me with a trip, by train, to the San Diego Zoo for the day. Consciously we were programmed to be committed to a non-sexual relationship, waiting for our projected wedding date to consummate our marriage. At least that is why we thought we were only spending the day, and not the night in San Diego. Due to our programming, neither of us had any conscious awareness that anything other than that was occurring. We boarded the train, and after a while Craig delivered me to a private car where Bob Hope, Senator Alan Cranston, and a couple of other men were waiting. Craig left me with them and then robotically left the room. I had sex with each of them as the others watched. They were all old men, even in those days. Later, Bob said he had a little job for me to do, and the next thing I knew I was in a big office with wooden floors and a desk with an American flag beside it. When Bob introduced me, I shook hands with the man behind the desk. He impressed me then as an important man, like the president, but he wasn't. Bob left me alone with him. The man asked me all kinds of questions and I told him that I had been insurance company bonded as a requirement of my Christmas employment in a jewelry store. He seemed to like that. He also wanted to check out my body. Following his instructions, I removed my clothes and he checked me all over by feeling. He put his hand behind my neck and pulled me over to him and began kissing me. This dark-haired executive was much younger than Bob. He turned me around facing away from him and I could hear the noise of the zipper as he unzipped his pants. He pushed me over at the waist and began having sex with me from behind. He explained that he was checking the fit. I didn't know what that meant but was very embarrassed, as evidenced by my red cheeks. He commented on how he liked it when I blushed. He said it meant that I was naive and innocent, and explained he liked them that way. When he was through questioning me, he opened the door and went and got Bob. He told Bob that I'd be fine, that he was very pleased, and went to his drawer, took out a folder, and wrote out a check. He carefully put the folder away, handed Bob the check and said, "Here's a check for the cause." I didn't know what that meant either, but they shook hands and both seemed pleased. When we left in the limo, I couldn't see where we were going, because Bob pushed my head down on a man's lap for me to perform oral sex. The rest of the day was a blur. I didn't know where my boyfriend Craig went or if I would ever see him again. I was exhausted when we finally got home, and that night I slept away all memories of this experience just like I had been programmed to do. During my teen years, I remember Craig and I would lie around my backyard pool for hours, swimming, talking and playing. At the time, that was all I consciously remembered. But, when I woke up to reality years later and began recalling what fully happened, I remembered Craig holding a small brown bottle with a dropper in it. He put some of the clear liquid from the bottle onto a piece of celery and peanut butter and gave it to me to eat. After I did, everything kept moving, like a movie, except each frame was moving in a fractured, uneven, hazed way. It was hard for me to even walk to the pool. I bent over, my stomach cramping and everything was spinning. I wasn't supposed to notice that he had given it to me, but I did, and later I remembered other tunes. 100, Happy Days. By the time I entered William Taft High School in Woodland Hills, my life began to change even more dramatically. Due to the mind control I was under, I constantly had a smile plastered on my face whether I was happy or not. The ritual abuse became minimal during this time, done only on occasions that were required to maintain my mind control. Through a vast array of the latest in human programming technologies, I was well on my way to becoming a total and completely compliant, efficient and multitasked robot. Looking back now, high school felt like one big blur to me. I remember having only one close friend at a time, and knowing that I was popular, but never feeling that way. Instead I felt ugly, stupid, awkward, shy and set apart from the other kids at school that were my age. I was made part of the student council so that I would have a public school image. Often my picture was posted on walls to announce upcoming events, or to announce contests I was entered into. My presence leading and organizing certain school functions served to allow many of the students to know who I was. Yet very few students really knew me or were close to me. The whole strategy was devised to keep me popular in the eyes of my schoolmates and most of the faculty by making me a continual face or body by plastering pictures of me all over the school. Yet, I was not in attendance on a very regular basis. Henry said it was for my protection, so others would feel below me and many wouldn't even approach me as if I was a celebrity, and I was instructed to act that way also. I was known in school, without ever really knowing anybody because of the projected image that was publicly created for me. I felt isolated and alone, in a daze, like I really didn't exist. I was programmed to act snooty and too good for people, to remain very aloof. Yet I was deeply locked into my own inner world, constantly mentally working to keep all data filed correctly in all the areas Henry created. I was so inwardly focused that I had a very hard time in the physical world, hence the reason my mother did everything for me at home. Henry told me to spend all my time tending to the mental files. And while my mother did all the domestic chores, I did as Henry commanded, often floating on a raft in our backyard swimming pool, sorting mind files all the while in a trance state. I had many mental exercises Henry assigned for me to perform at home. The system he created and used during my 16th to 22nd years was extensive and required mental work to keep organized, cleaned and neat. Henry said it took mental muscle to keep the files in complete order. I was elected vice president and then president of the Girls' League Association at school, and was part of the student government. I was voted princess at the prom, was paraded in a convertible at a football game and had my picture pasted all over the school for fashion shows and contests I was in. But, I never felt like I belonged. I just felt like a robot, living in a complete fog, and looking back that is exactly what I was. As Girls' League president, I was in charge of a fashion show that was called Tivoli Gardens, a foreign affair that was so named in order to scramble a lot of the international work I was doing with Henry abroad. They even used times I was supposedly buying flowers in downtown Los Angeles at the Flower Mart as a scramble. My mother reluctantly accompanied me on the stage at the fashion show to introduce the models. She was so shy and embarrassed, but she did it for me because I asked her to. Henry had already taught me to see the audience in totality as one person I was comfortable speaking with and to begin my speech as if the two of us were alone. And I was instructed to wear my speaking dress to give me confidence and poise. Armored with these inner crutches, I could speak with no hesitancy, no shyness, and no apparent problem at all. I also spoke publicly for Henry at other occasions where he would load me up and book me a time slot on stage. Sometimes it was a debate between fellow robots on political issues, but I wasn't trained, 101, like they were. I was trained only to deliver. Many others were adroit at debating, but I wasn't. So I'd go up on stage, deliver my pre-programmed speech, everyone would clap and later Henry would say I did a great job. But I had to have on my speaking dress, and no matter what I was really wearing, it became my speaking dress. If he was present, Henry commented before I went on, "You look lovely in your speaking dress," and then my speech would be internally engaged and I'd be ready to deliver. I performed in these ways for many Show Your Latest Technology in Robots shows. After I passed those, I got to move on to more diplomatic matters. Henry used me to warm up groups that his constituency was going to speak to, and I often wore several different disguises and always looked different. Henry was the puppeteer and I was his puppet, and at any time he wished, he could pull my strings and make me change into a different puppet, with a different face with which to meet the public. And like Mr. Potatohead, he could order what kind of face he wanted me to put on. Squint your eyes a bit, curl up the ends of your mouth, flare your nostrils, pull your jaw forward. All sorts of different facial mannerisms and contortions that I was programmed to perform, combined with wigs, glasses, body padding, hats, etc. It was all quite effective as I played my role, creating different faces to present to the public. Not many people know about this technology yet, and Henry said we had a definite edge on the others. He said that it was always important for us to strive to reach greater and greater knowledge and awareness, to stay ahead of the pack in being the first, the best, and the brightest in our latest endeavors. He was constantly experimenting with me and adding things like archival information and classified documents, in order to have the latest information to draw from. Henry said, "You're the leader of the pack in this diplomatic endeavor, and as such we will continue to update your system in order to ensure that you stay the leader of the pack." In a hypnotic session, he said to me, "Each and every time you hear the song, Leader of the Pack, on the radio, you will think of the motorcycle bikers only and will remain in the dark otherwise." The word dark was internally linked in my system to all sorts of ritual horrors and terrors, thereby plunging this information that was subliminally linked to it deeply into the recesses of my subconscious mind. I could not consciously retrieve it. Yet it ruled my actions. In this way the ritual tortures that I had endured as a child and as a young adult at my church were linked to these other memories. They tied the ritual trauma to these memories by saying, if you begin to recall such and such, you will immediately recall the ritual, and they would go into great detail to remind me of the tortures that happened at those rituals. They used the ritual tortures on and off at strategic, necessary times to either bring to the forefront an old group of personalities, or to create a new group. A traumatic ritual could effectively create a whole new group of alternate personalities, since it was such an extensive trauma. Henry often spoke to his colleagues on this subject, advising them when and where to use trauma. Henry consulted with other men who needed guidance as to how to create and maintain a robot or group of them, as in Bob Hope's case. Bob had a whole group within me, 8 personalities at one time, but Henry advised him to cut it down to 4 because he said he couldn't effectively maintain that many until the level of technology rose, allowing for more of the programming and maintenance to be performed by machine rather than by man. Henry said my prototype was not new but was highly expanded and more technical, and he was building on an older model of a sex robot and mind-computer prototype, combining them within me in hopes of expanding technologies and coming up with a more versatile workable model. He actually viewed me as a machine. Dr. Olmsted, our principal, gave me orders in his office. When he did, I would go into robotic receiving mode and record all the data he gave me. I transferred what was appropriate to my Blue Inner calendar and filed the rest of the information into the suggested files for use at the correct time. My student government, student council, teacher, Sol Rowan, would drive me, to catch a plane or, more often, to a helicopter port where I was then transported to a government-approved shuttle plane to 102, Washington, D.C. or New York. Usually I was taken to Nixon for sex and to straighten out his often-dour attitude, and then to Henry and the research team for further instruction. Back home Dr. Stoddard prescribed a continuous supply of the antibiotic tetracycline. He said I had to take the medication so I would not have pimples. I never was able to question this at the time, could not think to, but realized later on, as I healed and integrated, that I never suffered from any type of acne and must have been given this antibiotic to ensure I did not infect the government leaders with any social diseases. He also prescribed mood elevators and mild tranquilizers for me during times when I was extremely depressed as a teenager. These helped to keep me happy. During the times I was being used by others, they utilized personalities that were cheerful and energetic, so my moods were never a problem. Dr. Stoddard also gave my father shots of testosterone to boost his sexual desire. Looking back, my high school years had a very unreal feeling to them. I didn't eat much in those days, in obeisance with programming, and was very thin like the popular model of the time, Twiggy. I had programs in place that guaranteed that my physical body would maintain a perfect size 6, or less, and usually in those days I wore a size 2 or 4. If I ate very much I became nauseated and could eat no more. When I went for a few days without eating while I was on assignment, my stomach shrank and so it was difficult to eat much, plus I would often be very sick and shaking from the high voltage I was subjected to. My mother often got into my twin bed next to me and held and rubbed me to get my body to calm down. She also kept saying, "You're home honey, you're home." My body often convulsed and I had dry heaves, but after I slept I was usually better. Rocketdyne Rockwell International, Ken Golliher was a nuclear physicist and a Mason who was respected as the brains behind a lot of scientific plans or inventions while employed at Rocketdyne in the Woodland Hills area. He worked with Ellsworth Ford, Craig's father, who was plant engineer, and Mary, the woman I previously mentioned, our neighbor who for many years was my second mother. Ken's daughter Shelley was a member of the Young Women's Masonic Organization, Job's Daughters, and attended the same school as Craig. Through their friendship I came to know her. But it wasn't until some 25 years later that I began remembering Ken Golliher, adorned with a white lab coat, white hard hat and goggles, waving me through the security guard at the front guard gate at Rocketdyne. From his lab coat pocket hung a plastic badge with his picture and other information on it. I don't know what he told them to gain entrance for me, maybe that I was his daughter or something. Anyway, They let me through the security gate driving my family's old '57 Chevy. I must have been around 16 years old. Once inside the building, Ken showed me the monkeys in a cage, and one monkey was sitting in a chair with its little head screwed into a metal framework that wrapped around his skull. Ken told me it didn't hurt the monkey at all. Before I knew it, I was strapped into a chair, with electrodes positioned on my head. They told me that I was strapped in so I wouldn't move around. Ken was an excellent photographer, and before me was a slide screen. At first I was shown slides of nature's scenes like flowers with bees on them, and then they began flashing technical slides with pictures of moon landings, instrumentation information, satellite diagrams, craft designs, mathematical equations, and all sorts of technical information. There were slides of page after page of numbers, formulas and diagrams of assembly information for certain projects. One picture was of a mechanical chair that a robot, astronaut, could maneuver around on the moon. It's possible that some of the astronauts are human robots, because I saw the formulas for programming them so they could be controlled from Earth, and scientists would never have to rely on the astronauts' human emotions or human errors in thinking. I saw a whole set of plans for training and conditioning an astronaut. 103. The United States actually sent many more people and animals onto the moon and to other planets than they let be known to the American public. They were experimenting with all types of life forces on the moon and didn't announce many of their experiments, or findings. The ones that were made public were strictly to control the feelings and beliefs of the American people. Unscrupulous scientists sent indigents, as they called them, to the moon and other planets, and they usually didn't return. Or if they did, they tested them to see what killed them. So great was the desire to explore other planets to beat the Russians, or to quench the curiosity of some totally left-brain scientists, that they didn't care who they killed or hurt to get the desired results. They were doing initial research and used mind-controlled slaves to explore the possibility that humans could live in outer space, on space stations and other planets. This was done in preparation for the elite families to have a place to go should the need arise. Even back in the late 60s they had tracking stations on the moon that were highly sophisticated, and used to measure many things. Somehow they were even able to monitor the feelings of a population. They monitored the Earth from the moon much more than they monitored the other planets. This monitoring system was set in place to control a society, to control their feelings and thought patterns. They rationalized these actions, explaining that in this way they would be able to create a society free of crime and violence, but that is because people won't be able to think for themselves. Their plans are for a society of mind-controlled robots. I saw them perform studies on hamsters and rats where they totally controlled them by these means. Now they can do it with human beings and create any situation on the globe they want to: peace, chaos, violence, whatever they want, and then they can go in with their invisible frequency warfare and publicly visible police force and take control. In this way people could lose all the freedom they once had. It is already happening. Without knowing it, people are losing freedom over their own thoughts and emotions and will become controlled instead by technologies that they could never even have imagined, let alone thought possible. It is a sick, twisted, and sinister scheme of global mind control. See Nick Bajic's book, Angels Don't Play This HAARP. Back then, Rocketdyne had a test site in the Santa Susana Mountains, a missile range firing plant where the scientists had the privilege of quickly testing their inventions on the spot without having to wait for them to be sent to other firing locations. The scientists liked that instant gratification. They could see how their blueprints worked right away. So they had a total loop from blueprints to manufacturing and then to launch, and it was more than mere missiles they were firing off. Ken got me into the facility over and over in my teens, to hook me up to equipment that bypassed my conscious mind to record in my top-secret mind files information about their ideas which needed to be passed on to alternate sites or the Department of Defense. They were all secretly interconnected with a huge web of criminals on the inside and at the top who operated without the knowledge of the public. Army base programming. More programming took place on an Army base where I was escorted past some men in Army uniform to an underground facility that we arrived at by walking down a steep flight of stairs to a large cement and grey metal walled warehouse. I was taken past a room with desks and computers to a room behind where the programming equipment was kept. They put me inside large cylindrical machines where I either laid or sat while they did all sorts of things to me. One time they put me in a decompression chamber where I felt like I was getting squeezed to death, and then they put in some gas that made me laugh and feel weightless. They hooked wires and electrodes to my head and limbs and, 104, they used loud sounds intermittently with soft sounds, then blasted the loud sounds again, during which time an army officer in a brown uniform delivered word phrases to me that were inaudible to my conscious mind because of the other loud sounds I was being subjected to. They put me through a series of machines. Ones that spun me, rolling me tumbling head over heels, for long periods of time. Then they laid me on a table and shined bright lights in my eyes and loud sounds again in my ears. At the same time, the officer yelled at me. I was so confused and out of it that another officer tried to calm me down on the table so I could dress and leave. I was escorted out into an awaiting limo. I did notice that we were in an area that looked like the California desert. I watched and recorded in my mind files, much like a court reporter, while the American doctors in coats mapped my forehead and face and hooked me up to electrodes. There were other people in the room sitting like zombies, all with their heads mapped out. We all have numbers that follow us no matter what research projects we were assigned to. They were studying our brains in a variety of different contexts, in all different environments, with different stimulation. They were also studying genetic effects, cultural effects, nutritional effects, every effect of environment and genes on a person's brain function, their life function, their longevity, their functionality and productivity. They monitored, by the electrodes, and registered and mapped lots of data that was imputed on brain function. This also furthered their understanding of how humans would do on other planets and space stations. The movie Coma, 1978, was later used as a screen memory, to scramble this abuse, but the experiments were reality. Some data was taken much later on at Pepperdine University in Malibu, where I attended as a college student in 1985-87, and some at international locations. 1. A big huge room with dark marble floors in England. Back at Inetcotec, jokingly, people referred to my high school as Inetcotec, and in essence that was an amazingly appropriate title for a high school that had an inner group of teachers and faculty whose agenda it was to create enhanced minds. The high school was a factory of young adults, as Henry Kissinger called us. In junior high, Henry began creating my friend Candy's mind files, but said she was too robotic. Henry said I was a natural and ran smoothly with no rough edges. Then there was Helen, the student who was girls' president before I was, and there was also a male student, whose name I can't remember. Henry worked on them all, but I was chosen above all of them because I appeared so natural and all-American, while the others he viewed as too ethnic or too robotical. Henry said he could still use them all at different tasks, but I was the most versatile and would fit into most situations. One of the women astronauts also graduated from Taft High School. At other times in high school I was driven on those small special Los Angeles School District buses, the kind they used for kids with special needs, to the Van Nuys Airport, or to LAX, or to different heliports on top of buildings in Los Angeles. During the late 60s I was taken out of school often and bused to different places for all sorts of different things. Sexually servicing important businessmen or politicians, or meeting Nixon at some place on the beach in California, or meeting Reagan at the Motion Picture Country Hospital, or meeting Bob and his friends somewhere. There were lots of important businessmen in Southern California, Northern California, Sacramento, Santa Barbara, Ojai, San Francisco, San Luis Obispo, Santa Cruz, Carmel, etc., that I was delivered to for sex and to deliver council messages. Suits, and more suits. I never knew where I was going, and the driver of the bus was usually a different person each time. One time the driver was a lady who said she came all the way from the inner city to drive me. She said, "You don't look handicapped to me." I didn't respond, couldn't think to. Instead I just walked off the bus and into the courthouse where I was to sexually service and pass a message to some circuit judge. Often I would get out of the special bus and later another special bus would pick me up and I would be taken back to Taft High School. I didn't spend a lot of time in class, but my teachers didn't say anything when I didn't turn in my homework. I don't know why, but they didn't. 105. There were times in high school that I was dismissed from classes for an entire week and spent the time traveling internationally with Nixon and Kissinger. While I traveled at times with Nixon, I was programmed to carry Henry's strategic plan for Nixon to tap into, whenever he needed to refresh himself with Henry's plan. I often stayed in hotel rooms, or waited in nearby rooms or the lobby, appearing to be a regular person. Nixon would access me, before, during, or after a meeting, always leaving the sex for much later on. But I was at Nixon's fingertips, armed and loaded with all the possible input and data any one man could ever want. That's how Henry described this when I accompanied Nixon to China, USSR, the Far East, Vietnam talks, etc., always disguised as someone else in order to serve Henry's interests. So, in addition to my secret life during my so-called studies at Taft High School, I was flown all over the country and internationally, serving those individuals Kissinger set me up with. I was having routine sex with the health and government teacher, Mr. Saul Rowan, who later became the owner of Carly Camp, an exclusive children's camp in Southern California. Some days when I was at school, during lunchtime, I was filmed pornographically by my brother and others in the photo lab at Taft. And I was having sex, all the while unknown to my conscious personality, with members of the business community, and earned myself the DAR Award for Service, from the Woodland Hills Rotary Club, upon graduation. 106. Rockefeller and Kissinger confer on my future. Uncle Rocky was my corporate sponsor and was in Henry's office one day when Henry turned to me and said, "My dear, don't you have something to say to Mr. Rockefeller, here?" "Yes, sir," I exclaimed, all bubbly and excited. I took his hand and said exactly as Henry had pre-programmed me, "Mr. Rockefeller, one would like to ask you if you would sponsor my further education?" "Of course," he said, "I would be most delighted to be a part of your future growth and contribution to mankind." Standing, he went on, "For me to finance your education means that you are now part of my family and any young lady as bright as you are should call me Uncle Rocky," and he shook my hand. Now I knew that he was part of my real family that Uncle Charlie, Charles Lilly Horn, had spoken of. My reliability had been tested for several years and I seemed to graduate to a higher level of use. What could be higher level than the President of the United States? In my experience, the Council, and certain international individuals like the Rockefellers, was a higher level, standing head and shoulders above the government and United States politicians. With this honor bestowed upon me, it took just 3 days for this highest level of programming to be accomplished. I'm not sure where I was taken, but the walls in the room I was taken into were white like in a hospital. There was a flat silver metal band that was fitted to the top of my head with adjoining circular outer bars that haloed around it. They coupled that with finger connectors joined to wires that delivered electroshock to my fingers and toes. They sent electroshock first to both of my smallest appendages, my little fingers and toes. Then they simultaneously sent electroshock to my next finger and toe, and continued in succession until all paired appendages had been included. At the same time they delivered the electroshock, they shined different colors of the red spectrum, which went through blue to purple, while they were flashing the light. Next they did the yellow spectrum paired with a different set of fingers and toes. They completed the whole rainbow spectrum using each finger-toe paired in sequence. I overheard them mention something about creating a perfect coordination between not only left and right brain motor symmetry but actual motor functioning, paired with brain wave patterning so that the android robot appears perfectly normal and human. I had to sit in this electric chair for what seemed like hours while they did all this to me. It was also during this time period that I was introduced to Ronald Reagan. Faith comes from hearing the message, and the message is heard through the word of Christ. Romans 10:17, 107, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, Chapter 10, Introduced to Governor Ronald Reagan. I was slowly introduced to Ronald Reagan when I was a teenager. Private meetings were set up by Bob Hope, for me to meet with Reagan at the small theater that is part of the Motion Picture Country Hospital, MPCH, located in Calabasas, California, just 10 minutes from my childhood home in Woodland Hills. The hospital is owned and operated by the Screen Actors Guild, SAG. After my father suffered a heart attack, my mother took a job and worked there for 10 years, in the late 60s and early 70s, as secretary bookkeeper to the assistant executive director. I was programmed to walk or ride my bike to the hospital to watch some of the movies that played in the small theater on the hospital grounds. I was instructed to watch many movies that were used for programming purposes to instill certain preferred attitudes or moods within me. Among them, My Fair Lady, Gone with the Wind, The Unsinkable Molly Brown, Disney movies, and The Wizard of Oz. Often during the showing, a man would come up behind me and zap me with an electronic piece of equipment. At other times, seeing a movie was just a cover for privately meeting with Ronald Reagan. I was also instructed to read the book, Flowers for Algernon, which was intended to scramble, cloud and cover the memory of experiences that happened at the MPCH and elsewhere. It was there, in private, at the MPCH, that Ronald Reagan began to get acquainted with me, and with many of my created personalities. I was instructed beforehand that I would have an important guest, and that I was to make a good impression on him, to give him the full treatment. The council had big plans for Ronald Reagan and he fit the requirements for what they were looking for, someone who was pliable and could be directed. He proved that by following their directions from the beginning, even before he was elected governor. He was a person who was patriotic, personable and was seen as wholesome, good and genuine in the public eye. He was a good actor, and was willing to jump through their hoops without question. They always told him he was working for the good of his country, and he never seemed to question anything. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That first meeting, Reagan and I were alone in the small theater. When the lights were lowered in the audience section, that was my cue to begin my routine. The full treatment consisted of singing and dancing on the small stage for him, ending with a striptease dance. After my seductive act, I walked out to where he was sitting all alone and climbed, naked, into his lap to recite my program. Following my programmed instructions, I told him that I could satisfy every desire or whim he could imagine, that I came complete with instructions and top security, and was referred by his friend Bob Hope. He seemed embarrassed, a reaction that would follow him over the years in relation to me, and a bit overwhelmed, but his response was, "I'm sold. Tell Bob I'm sold." Having carefully recorded his exact response within my photographic memory as instructed, I clambered out of his lap, collected my clothes from the stage floor and got dressed. I had several personalities that were specially created to please Ronald Reagan sexually. One was created for total devotion to him over the years. I was used extensively on and around 1968, at age 17, by then-Governor Reagan and soon after with United States President Richard Nixon. These top politicians were guaranteed that my training ensured the highest level of security. The high level of mind control I possessed guaranteed that I could be used with these leaders who were involved in some of the highest levels of national security, without my own awareness, therefore creating the most sophisticated level of security our nation had to offer. The spy doesn't even know she's spying. Rendezvous with Reagan occurred often at the MPCH, but the way it was set up was very secretive. On Sunday afternoons, or in the evenings, I accompanied my family to the small movie theater on the 108 grounds. While we were waiting outside in line, I was instructed to say that I had to go to the bathroom and instead I would slip into the backside entrance to the little theater and wait for him to show up. Often he was waiting in the back of the theater and I'd quickly deliver the message and return to my family. Other times, I waited for him in the back of the darkened theater. He would arrive looking secretive, like he was trying to travel incognito. After we connected, I would get up and go to the front of the theater to join my family and he would sit down in my vacated seat. During the movie I would announce to my family that I was going to the restroom and I would slip into the row of seats in front of Reagan. As soon as I was in position in front of him, I rattled off a bunch of information meant to guide him. If he passed these tests by doing what he was told, then he could enter a higher level of the political arena. He was slowly informed that I was a robot who was merely reporting to him from the higher-ups. In the beginning they told him not to underestimate my abilities just because I was young, that I had years of powerful training to make me the way I was and that he was to utilize me to the fullest. Once he was elected governor, they had me working between Nixon, as president, and Reagan, as governor. They worked them together and were able to effect powerful change and legislation between the two. That was escalated when Reagan got into office as president, and later they utilized Pete Wilson in the same way. Lots of legislation was pushed through, and by the time Wilson hit the office of governor and Reagan hit president, they had the channels cleared to get through laws, bills and whatever else the council needed for their own advancement. There was an older gray-haired, feeble-looking man with a diamond pinky ring to whom I frequently reported at the MPCH. He often brought my mum a paper to sign. At times he coordinated and delivered me to different rooms or cottages to meet with different people. He told me to go inside and wait. Often Reagan was the person I was to wait for. Other times he would say, "Wait in here," and I sat in a lobby or room where a Secret Service agent came to deliver me to then Governor Reagan. They took me often to a little housekeeping cottage to have sex and deliver messages to Reagan. Later the older man with the diamond pinky ring would come and take me back to my mother's office. He didn't even see who I was delivered to meet. The Secret Service said they liked it better that way because they said it was once removed, so it wasn't as risky. There were instances where my mother would pull open a file drawer in her office, remove a file and lay it on her desk for me to read and record. Displayed before me were logs of upcoming dates and times I was to meet Reagan or others at the MPCH. At other times I viewed papers full of instructions of things to say, including specific phrases, to certain people, or lists of columns of four-figure numbers that I was instructed to encode and decipher. At some meetings Reagan would practice a speech in front of me in the theater. I'd take it all back to the council and they would correct a line or two, give the exact wording to be used, and I'd deliver the message to Reagan again and he would modify his speech and deliver it as they dictated. Other times I was instructed to ride my bike to the MPCH, or I accompanied my mum to work when she had extra work to do and I'd say I was going outside. She never questioned me. After I started driving at 16, I was instructed to report to my mum's office and ask for money or permission to do something, or I went to the theater so she wouldn't suspect anything if later someone told her they saw me. The man in the theater who let me in during off hours appeared to be a janitor, but I guess he was a part of it. Sometimes a group of men at a round table met as I sat off to the side in park mode, while they discussed what needed to be done with me next, or they'd argue about what I was being exposed to. One man ended the argument explaining, "That's what the boss ordered." The boss was Bob Hope. These men seemed to know all about me. But Bob didn't like to meet or have sex with me at the MPCH because he said, frankly, the people there are too old. It seemed to depress him to think about old age. $109 million babies. I overheard conversations where the President of the United States and other top politicians were offered the services of escorts, the CIA's latest human-robot technology, programmed sex and espionage slaves. They were encouraged to use these escorts to satisfy their sexual and emotional needs, instead of exposing themselves to outside individuals. Because these escorts were guaranteed safe, had passed many tests to ensure security, were able to provide guaranteed secrecy and were safe from venereal disease. The presidents and others were highly discouraged by the CIA from other avenues of sexual indiscretions for fear of public exposure. This fear of the consequences of seeking outside sexual gratification, fear of adverse publicity or disease, and other security risks, created a heavy demand for the use of this latest human technology. As I later learned, Project Monarch beta-trained sex slaves were called million-dollar babies, referring to the large amount of money each slave would bring in from a very early age. In the 60s the use of a Project Monarch presidential model sex slave cost around $1,200 for an evening. Henry called me his million-dollar machine. My father and his controllers had done their homework, ensuring I was multiple personality disordered, certifiably under total and complete mind control and ready for use by certain individuals in top political and entertainment positions, by the time I was a preteen. But what many of the CIA officials may or may not have been aware of was that a powerful group of men, whom I refer to as the Council, secretly ran the government. They were also able to access the mind-controlled escorts, and program them to subversively influence top government officials in ways that benefited the Council. The CIA's latest human technology was now being used against our own government. Each of us will one day be judged by our standard of life. Not by our standard of living. By our measure of giving. Not by our measure of wealth. By our simple goodness. Not by our seeming greatness. William Arthur Ward, 110, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories Chapter 11, Mind Control and the Prisons. Wearing white sandals, a red shirt and skirt, I was flown by helicopter up near Sacramento, California to the Vacaville prison. It was another mind control experiment, only this time not on me. Mind control programs were tried out on the inmates, programs they wanted to implement with criminals, soldiers, etc., if they worked. Governor Reagan, who was busy touring the facility, wasn't around when they tortured and programmed the prisoners. He went off with a prison official while I was taken to deliver the verbal portion of the program to the men. On one side of the walkway the inmates were left alone, and on the other side they were hooked up to electrodes, with a band around their head and wrists, and were shocked. Then a guard took me to say programming phrases to them like, "I will not commit a crime. I will behave in society like a good citizen. I will no longer offend. I will not rape. I will be calm. I will be peaceful. I will not fight. I will not swear. I will be an asset to society. I will follow orders. I will obey commands. I will serve my country to the best of my ability." They even hooked up their penises to electroshock as a trauma programming tactic. When they were tortured, the men broke out in a sweat and some even cried, and after the trauma, they had me deliver the program phrases. Whenever I was alone with them, a renegade personality within me that could relate and sympathize with their plight, slipped in the suggestion, "I will fight for my own freedom." One man was sitting holding his head in his hands and crying. His toe was being shocked through a cuff that went around his toe. These men were writhing in pain and were emotionally broken by the time they brought them to me to deliver the program's suggestions. I was told to deliver the messages slowly, distinctly and quietly so their subconscious mind would have to reach for it. Their conscious mind was way out of the way by then. Some men urinated in their cots while they were being electroshocked. Their bodies jerked, they sweated profusely and cried. A man who could still talk afterwards begged me, "Why are they doing this to me? Help me. Please help me get out of here." It was awful. They helicoptered Reagan and I in and out. It was a top-secret project. By the time they finished with these poor men, they didn't even need to lock the jail cells. They looked and acted comatose. At one time they said it was cheaper to keep criminals in prison than to sentence them to death. That was probably so they could further their experiments on the mind. Ottawa prison system. In the early 1970s there was a penal colony in Ottawa, Canada that Reagan corresponded and collaborated with to compare their rate of success with ours. I was flown there with Reagan in order to completely and efficiently retain all the statistical data on their inmate projects. In the early 70s the inmates were heavily targeted like the preschools were in the later 70s. Once we got to the prison location, he had to show a special clearance badge to the man at the door. It was a door inside, not the door anyone could pass through upon arriving. The area we were escorted to was maximum security, which sounded like it was labeled that because of dangerous felons, but it actually held a top security status due to the sensitive nature of the experiments that were held there. Reagan said to the guards when we passed by, "It's okay, she's with me." They usually just waved me through on his word alone. One time in one of the prisons we were in, a black guard said, "What the hell?" when Reagan showed his badge and then tried to get me waved through. It made Reagan so mad that he looked at the guy and said, "Do you have a clearance?" The guy said, "No." 111, "Well, that's why you're behind that desk and I'm cleared to go through." Reagan responded angrily. The black guard just said, "Suit yourself, sir." And, we passed by. After that they got a phony clearance for me so there wouldn't be any more problems or questions asked when we went through together. My job once we were in the secured area was to record with my photographic memory all the stats on the projects. Later in New York, I filled Henry in on the latest data. Henry took brief notes, maybe to follow up on certain statistical data, I don't know. Reagan and I went into secure NASA areas the same way. I was waved through in order to photographically record the data into my mind files in those areas, also. Sometimes we wore white hard hats and sometimes safety glasses or goggles were required in different areas. I liked when I had to wear them because then I didn't stand out so much. It was generally not as acceptable or understandable why I was there since I was a girl, later a young woman. That's why they created my son Danny with the mind files. It was awkward to have so many questions asked where, if I'd been a man, people would not have wondered so much. The Canadian prison officials were very cooperative in the effort to share data on mind control of criminals. They saw mind control as a means of benevolent restraint of a population that was destined to fail. They saw the experiments and research as helpful to these criminals as it would eventually allow them the means to move more freely within society without endangering that society. These statistics laid the groundwork for a much higher level of technology to proliferate than had been previously possible. They began working on preschool children who would have the basic programming structure set in so that in later years they would have the foundation already in place for future use, with a solid structure upon which anything could be built. Kissinger was totally in alliance with the preschool targets because he was sure that the system was foolproof and self-contained, whereby he constantly saw the prison system as an area of vulnerability since the subjects were older and didn't have the basic programs locked in and attached to much of anything except drug barriers and torture. Lots of these men were put into padded solitary cells and were drugged, electroshocked, and experimented on. They experimented on the effect of drugs, music, implants, and hypnotic suggestions in conjunction with these other stimuli. Many countries were interested in the mind control technology. In some places it was traded for favors or different deals made with the country, but we kept the leading-edge technology. NASA, in later years, Reagan brought some of the prisoners to a certain location to demo them to the officials at NASA. He showed them the progress he was having artificially lobotomizing these criminals, who Reagan often referred to as indigents. It wasn't actual surgery, but instead, implants that were somehow controlling neuroresponses to the brain, making the prisoners incapable of doing anything they weren't told to do. He demonstrated how when angered they wouldn't respond violently. He even had other people throw things, like a bucket full of some liquid, at them, something that would have normally made anyone angry. He described how he could justify laying off some of the prison staff, thus eliminating some of the costly prison system overhead in order to reduce the state budget. I carried the state budget in my mind files that were used extensively during the time Reagan was governor. Mind control demonstrations. During one demonstration Reagan said, "Strip for the surprise effect, drive those scientists wild like you did me the first time." They were demoing all the uses for mind control application, like for 112, behavior, violence, control, or for intelligence operatives like me, a mind file or sex slave for the government, so the men in high offices could have their needs met without security risk. These men felt they were that important. The elite, in fact. Reagan said, "Our jobs are so vital to meeting the needs of the majority that having a little help like this really makes a difference in how we can perform in our chosen field of employment. You will see that this is the technology of the future." At another of these demos, there was a military man in a green uniform with a bunch of those colored bars on his pocket and an admiral in a white hat and uniform adorned with all kinds of metals. They were there for the demonstration of mind control slaves and to see what could be done to help them get the most out of their boys. They carefully took notes while Governor Reagan spoke and they watched as he demoed me. When demonstrating me after 1976, Reagan explained to the audience, Now this one has had a child and you might think that as a sex slave that puts her out of commission. Not true. What occurs is they become as maternal towards helping the government grow as they do helping their child grow, and as I am sure you all well know, nothing gets up a mother's dander more than having someone mess with their young. And that, gentlemen, is precisely what we do. To the extent that this mother loves her child is the extent to which she will go to protect the child. All we have to do is alter her perception a bit in order to make her fear injury will come to her young, and you've just tapped into the highest source of dedication and intense emotion that can be regulated to fit the occasion. He went on with the following pep talk: many of the top minds in our nation are supporting this endeavor, both through scientific research all the way to financial banking, and these men are among those who will ensure that we in this country are not overrun by communism. That will be our demise should we fail to continue this valuable research, for the communists are already in the lead in the area of behavior control. They've already sent a monkey to the moon, and we understand that they are making major advances in the field of the control over the minds of their victims. So we should not fall prey to their evil intent. We strive to stay steps ahead of them. We owe it to the people of our country to have the best technology man has to offer. We cannot wait. We must do it now in order to preserve our freedom. Somehow, Reagan actually believed he was championing prisoners' rights and furthering the safety of the public. He talked about finally putting to ease the troubled minds that these criminals were born with, by altering their brain function. Lobotomies without a lobotomy, those who spoke of this technology all said. Kissinger thought the prisoner stuff was a waste of precious time when more productive technologies could be applied to brighter subjects, instead of wasting the technology on the prison population. Henry said he thought Reagan was an absolute imbecile, who didn't have license to operate. I didn't know exactly what he meant by that. Reagan did horrific things to demonstrate his progress with the prison population, even to the extent of sticking one of the prisoners with a long needle to show he couldn't any longer feel pain, inside or out, and would no longer be a problem to himself or to society. Reagan talked about how they were able to lay in a new framework for life for these people. He was talking about the mind control projects done to normalize prisoners that were to be put back on the streets. That way they felt they would be able to empty the prisons and reduce a large percentage of the state budget, and it would help with federal funding as well. His vision was that one day all criminals could be cured in this way and go on to live a life free from crime within society, not locked behind bars. 113. There were actual programs instilled into the minds of the prisoners with the use of audio and other equipment, located in various areas around the country. Some of it looked like electric chairs, but they were modified to deliver regulated doses of electricity to simply slow or alter the mind in certain areas. He said these men were simply routinized, which meant they awoke the same time each morning, ate breakfast, went to work, came home, watched television, ate dinner, went to bed. Reagan laughed when he said, "We even go so far as to suggest they keep their lawns and yards well manicured in order to keep the neighborhoods up." He said, "This spills over into all areas of society. These people will become productive and the cost to all of us taxpayers will be greatly reduced and, eventually, as we become better at this, we may not even have further need for our prison system. We will have a crime-free society, just imagine that." Henry cringed when he heard Reagan's ideas and often berated him in front of me for acting irresponsibly by putting out a product that was not time-tested. Henry said an experiment on the public, although criminal, sector was risky, as there were no controls in place to ensure the person's memory would remain locked up. Nor, Henry reasoned, do they have the test of time to know how the experiments work. You're sending these people back into society without any exterior controls and no means of monitoring them. It spells disaster, Ron. Of course I never mimicked Henry's accent when delivering messages, but this is how I heard them. But Reagan had the power to do what he wanted and so he did, and Henry just constantly shook his head and said, "It's people like him who will ruin this whole area for the rest of us." Henry worked behind the scenes trying to align other powerful California politicians, like Alan Cranston, against Reagan in areas that wouldn't be detected but would be felt by Reagan. He wanted to get him out of the way before he ruined the prospects of the future. Perhaps Ronald Reagan's recent demise is more than Alzheimer's disease. Kissinger and Reagan often had heated arguments where Henry gave him a piece of his mind, but Reagan just rationalized it all away by saying Henry was an unbalanced egghead, or an unbalanced intellectual, depending on who he was talking to. But publicly he acted like he got along well with Kissinger. He never did, although Henry prepared me for a lot of seeming favors with Reagan, like using special mind files and sexual pleasures. He didn't let his disdain for Reagan get in the way of using him for his own benefit. While Reagan was carrying on and on about his great contribution to society, Kissinger was slipping in all sorts of information for me to drop on Reagan. I was meant to get him to change certain laws or to veto certain bills or to get friendly with some politician or foreign leader. The list was endless, and Henry Kissinger worked Reagan for years. Since I was so intimately linked with Reagan over the years, Henry seized the golden opportunity to influence Reagan in the White House. Henry felt it was important to see beyond Reagan's apparent weakness and capitalize on it for his own benefit. Henry Kissinger and the New Age craze. Henry Kissinger also manipulated the New Age craze. Henry said people who would believe that guides and masters were leading them should be guided by masters, and he considered himself one. Henry said I could trust anyone who wore a crystal as part of my family of man. That's what he called our mind control group because it was a family experiment in dynamics, breeding, rearing, etc. These experiments encompassed how everything affected a person, and they felt they might as well learn on the slaves what would be the best for their future progeny. A whole business was made of the New Age to the slave community. As books and items were created for those searching for truth, the self-appointed enlightened ones who were in the know manipulated the spiritual ideologies in order to hide many of their mind control realities. What was, 114, behind much of it was really a group of men, controlling mind-controlled robots and herding them in the direction they wanted them. I was programmed to deliver to a famous Los Angeles channeler the words to say just before a Whole Life Expo event where he channeled the message to a very large group of people in an auditorium who were in an altered meditative state. Henry gave me the exact words to say. They were targeting high-level slaves and it encompassed those programmed with whales and dolphins, angels, ascended masters, Eastern religions, energy, quantum physics, UFOs, aliens, channeling, and listening to your guides and angels. They felt if Los Angeles failed then the rest would because most were patterned after Los Angeles. I have met persons suffering from multiple personality disorder that felt they were channeling entities, when in fact they were channeling parts of their own personality structure. One day a woman channeler named Shirley graciously offered to channel privately for me. Earlier, other people had paid her $50 to channel for them, but I was not among them. I told her I would be glad to ask any questions she had of herself while she was in a channeling state of mind. She agreed. The answer to the question when posed about if Shirley had been involved in any of this ritual abuse stuff, was, Shirley is not ready to face that reality yet. Channeling can be a very clever way to cover the reality of multiple personality disorder and offers a way of covering up when personality systems break into conscious awareness, explaining it away as an entity. When a slave is told it is destiny that your guides and masters brought you here, or feeling drawn to a place, or being told, you know it's no accident that you are here, it can really flip them out because unconsciously they know it's not an accident that they are there, and they know they are not supposed to tell and so it does a double whammy on their mind-controlled system. When I arrived on Kauai, people I had never met before warmly and lovingly came up to me, hugged me and dropped the message, "Welcome home." I was conscious and recovered enough to know that they were unaware that they had just delivered a very powerful programming word phrase intended to lock down my programming, ensuring I couldn't access the deeper levels of my mind that were being used for national security, and were not supposed to be my own. The New Age was used to help usher in the New World Order. It was part of a mining experiment on total and complete mind control. Henry created lots of concepts to use. It was implemented in Los Angeles as the pilot experiment using a new form of philosophy to direct the people into mindlessness until the higher technologies could take over, creating by the year 2000 the perfect utopia. The New Age was the formula for complete takeover, a way to lead many in the ways they needed in order to be in total control of Los Angeles by the year 2000. While I still lived in California, I was given instructions for New Age things to read, watch, and places to go, etc. They were beginning to get people to identify with globalism as associated with love, peace, and good feelings. Many songs also rated people for this one world, global reality with powerful love harmonics. I too, believe that the earth and the people living on it in harmony is a beautiful idea, but we need to ensure that we don't lose the freedoms that we all hold so near and dear to our hearts, especially the freedom of our own minds and to know where our thoughts come from. Many slaves were also being used in projects for remote viewing, one of the CIA's secret weaponry, and in experiments in regard to parapsychology. Many of us were taught to telepathically communicate, as a means of reading the enemy's minds. While the media cast a negative image on psychic ability, our own government was dabbling heavily in it, using mind control operatives to participate in their projects. NASA Future Technology is seen from the past. 115, Lyle Curran, a NASA employee and Craig's uncle, often tapped into my NASA mind files when we went to their home in Los Alamitos or when we met up with them on our numerous trips to Mexico, mostly Mazatlan. From the information Uncle Lyle accessed from my mind files way back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, rockets and missiles were a thing of the past, and directed energy in the form of weaponry systems was what they were planning on using as the new weapons of the future. No one can see it coming, nor defend against it. They could take out the lights in entire cities and blame it on UFOs. The Department of Defense experimented for a long time, until they mastered this technology. It puts nuclear weapons right out of business. I am not saying that I don't believe extraterrestrials exist, because I think that would be extremely ignorant. All I am saying is that there are real live human beings that need to be taken into account for the evil deeds that were done. They can do surgery with energy, making no incisions. They can ensure a body doesn't disease by monitoring the electromagnetic field variations. I witnessed awesome medical feats, but even as they are funding these projects, the public is still not benefiting from the use of this technology. This information is held in top secret clearances. But I will restore health to you and heal your wounds, declares the Lord. Air 3017, 116, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, pages 81 to 100, Chapter 12, Nixon, Kissinger, and International Business, All Roads Lead to Hope. Bob Hope, that is. President Richard Nixon was connected to Bob Hope also, it seemed like everyone was. President Nixon used me sexually from approximately 1969 until he resigned in 1974. I was with him in many different places and sometimes Henry Kissinger was with us also. Henry Kissinger never used me for sex. It was always strictly mind file use. At times, Nixon participated with Henry in utilizing and accessing my computerized government mind files, but both functions, sex and mind files, could not be used at the exact same time. There had to be time in between uses. The council accessed me many times without the knowledge of the politicians who were enjoying my services. In this way, the council was having direct access to information channels with and about influential people, like presidents, governors, senators, foreign leaders, and celebrities. Looking back, I was likened to a satellite orbiting around the globe, used by then-Governor Reagan, for sex and messages, President Nixon, for sex and messages, and Henry Kissinger, for mind files. Later, the council would access me and send me back to the politicians with different messages and motives than the ones originally intended by the government. The council had me delivering messages between President Nixon and Governor Reagan. The council worked them together and was able to effect powerful change and legislation to suit their own needs, by manipulating the two of them. Sometimes there was a problem if I was programmed by two different factions for the same event and was instructed to target two different people, or worse yet, the same person. In this situation, I would carry programmed messages from two different groups, with one group's message contradicting the other group's message. This type of situation created terror and confusion in my inner system of personalities, and I was usually punished by one or the other faction for not delivering the information correctly. This happened at a gubernatorial ball during this same time frame. The mob CIA had one set of instructions I was to deliver to President Nixon, and the council had a whole different set of messages for Nixon. The council programmed me way in advance for this gubernatorial ball, but the mob CIA's programmed instructions came to me last and closest to the event. Like a jammed computer, I sat in a chair in the corner, afraid to move, until a Secret Service agent came over and hand-signaled me as he rubbed his finger under his nose a few times, cleared his throat and said, "Are you lost, little lady?" The Secret Service agent's prompting got me back on track, and I was triggered into action. I delivered the message from the mob CIA instead of the council's message. This particular occasion was around a time when the mob CIA wanted to control a drug line going through Nicaragua and Paraguay to the United States, Chicago. They were trying to ignite terror in that area, via civil unrest, in order to create a situation where the United States would be persuaded to go into the foreign country to supposedly protect them. What would really be happening is they would just be, 117, opening up a legal, but hidden drug pathway into the country so they could have free access to their drug sources. In light of this set of cover goals, the mob CIA programmed me to approach President Nixon after this gala event and after sex, report how admirable I would find him and our government if he would authorize our troops to go in and help the Nicaraguans, to give them the aid that they so desperately needed. Per program, I relayed innocently and sincerely that I felt it was our duty as a free nation, concerned with maintaining freedom for all people, to aid those less fortunate, since we held so much power. I continued persuading Nixon that all Americans would be proud to have a president who was so conscientious, reminding him that other presidents before him had gone down in history as heroic defenders of democracy and freedom. It was a very patriotic speech, a slick story, intended to appeal to his well-known sentiments. He seemed to fall for it. At least he seemed inflated and inspired by it. Although I did not have the ability to comprehend or make decisions on my own behalf due to the mind control I was under, the delivery of the mob CIA message was a fortunate choice for my personal safety. The council was more forgiving, but to get caught not delivering a message from the mob CIA was like stealing the drugs or money at a drug deal. There were severe consequences, and often I was violently punished. When they debriefed me in order to get the information about what I had or had not delivered, and what the reaction was of the person receiving the message, I operated like a machine, with no defenses of self-preservation and no ability to lie. So I reported exactly what happened and ended up getting beaten up or tortured in some way if I made a mistake. They were very brutal. I was in yearly attendance at the celebration or birthday party of the Elephant, the Republican Party, the GOP. The large room was decorated with red, white, and blue banners. The decorated tables set for dinner and celebration. There was also a large stage, decorated for the political speakers. It was crowded, noisy, and people were taking pictures with camera flashes going off all over the place. I was sent in to be a sex espionage agent. It was strange to see people there I knew like Governor, and then later, President Ronald Reagan or Senator Pete Wilson, only I was programmed to not consciously recognize them. In fact, I was programmed not to be able to even see them at all. Just ignore them, were the rules. Unless they approached me. Although I obeyed my orders at the time, the fact that I was multiple personality disordered allowed other parts of me to not only see them but register these occasions into photographic memory as I had been trained. Sometimes at these conventions, I never made it out of the back of a limousine or was restricted to a separate room away from everyone. Men, usually politicians, were brought to me for quick sex. They called this activity by names that are not appropriate to print here. This particular evening, I was programmed to target President Nixon. I wore a blue, off-the-shoulder dress with a diamond necklace. I probably looked like just some other young girl, partying at the convention. There were other slaves there also, to perform quick sex for other politicians. I don't know if the council was also accessing them. Pat Nixon accompanied President Nixon, so he had to break away from her to have a quickie with me in a back room. Nixon did things like that before he got depressed with the Watergate scandal. After that he started acting old and beaten down. It was like the life just went out of him. 118, President Nixon accepted me with smiles because he was grateful for the times I had been able to help him quickly recover from depression or negative emotional states. I could perk him up so he felt better and could more efficiently function in his important job. At least that is what they always told me. The council made sure I had the road paved to President Nixon, free and clear, and over time he listened to me despite the fact that I was only 18, 19, 20, 21, or 22 years old. I helped him with what they called his difficult times, until the end when he had to resign the presidency. Henry Kissinger took up residence in my brain and never paid rent. In the late 60s and early 70s the mind control programming technology was advanced, but certainly not as advanced as it was in later years. Instead of being hooked up electronically to a machine that could automatically program information into my mind files, like is available today, my programmers used the less efficient, but only tried and true method available at the time. They used my programmed ability to have personalities who were equipped with photographic memory, read or scan documents to memorize them. To accomplish this, a personality was put into a receptive mode and told to look at a document as a whole, like I was taking a picture of it in its entirety. That way, later on, I could look inside my mind files, see in my mind's eye the picture of the document and read it to Henry or report whatever information he requested. For Henry, it was like having his own invisible laptop computer, within my mind files, available whenever he needed information. In the beginning when I was first being programmed with mind files, Henry took me to different places with filing cabinets, and instructed me to go through certain file drawers to digest information. He put me in the mode to store data in coded mind files and then left me to absorb information. The government mind files that I possessed were created from being put into rooms in Washington, D.C. at the National Archives, Pentagon, State Department, the Federal Reserve Building, Rocket in Rockwell in California and other places. I was also instilled with information at military bases around the United States regarding top-secret projects. So, I had the latest information regarding top-secret experiments and defense and space information if Henry needed it for reporting to others at meetings. Kissinger arranged a special clearance to get me into these top-security places. He also took me into some private offices at night in the dark. We had to be very quiet while I digested huge amounts of private party information. Some of the files I have been able to identify are information regarding history, foreign countries, travel information, federal and state documents, visual orientations to certain locations, maps of foreign countries, including information on climate, terrain, ocean access, mountain access, etc. Individual persons' profiles listing preferences, perversions, place of residence, friends and connections. A postal file where those involved all over the globe could log on to send or receive messages from each other. Peace talks files. Foreign leader files. Research findings and experimentation files. Strategic logistics files. Banking systems files. Etc. It was a wide and vast assortment of information to be accessed easily by Henry. There were hundreds of files and many new files were added over the years from different agendas between the Council and Henry. Kissinger was more familiar with how to access the information than anyone else because he created my internal system. He knew how to access me for different functions, in addition to keeping the plan of the global elitists organized. This form of communication allowed them to secretly communicate around the globe at times when they didn't want anyone to be able to publicly associate their connections. I not only kept rooms full of information, neatly tucked away in my brain for easy access, but it gave Kissinger and others an advantage as it appeared they were less prepared and had less data at their fingertips than they actually did. No need to carry armfuls of books and brochures. He just brought me along and utilized me when it was time to recite information he wanted on any subject he had, 119, programmed into me. Plus, he and others who knew my programming could instill and retrieve arcane email messages from around the globe, often with the latest top-secret knowledge gleaned from classified experiments and projects or messages in regard to the New World Order agenda. I was a real robot. At one time, Henry had a dark wooden desk with a glass piece covering the top of it, and his big chair squeaked when he sat down. There were lots of wooden floors where Henry took me, initially old culture places. Nothing was ever really new looking in those days, but that changed over the years. Henry brought me into his office, sat me down at a chair across from his desk while he pulled file after file out of his filing cabinets, and laid them open on the desk in front of me. Then he said, "Quickly memorize this data, we're going to a meeting." He would also categorize the data by saying, "File this under A3, or whatever name or code number he labeled it." He meticulously named each file, and when he would loan me out to people he would tell them the file identifiers so they could access the information they needed. He usually would leave me alone with the files to memorize. When he returned, we went to the meeting. Henry rationalized this, saying this way he didn't have to hold trivial details in his mind but could save it for more important matters, such as strategizing. That's how I heard him explain it to others who knew about the mind control technology. At times he would hand me top-secret documents and say, "Record document number 1-12, and then he would leave me alone to photograph them in my memory. Later, when he needed specific wording from one of them, he would call me over and, if he wasn't talking to someone or in the middle of something, he would have me read the information from my mind aloud to him. If he was in a meeting or was busy, he instructed me to write the information on a notepad, and then later when he needed it he would pick up the pad and read the information from it or refer to it, and people present would just think I was his secretary or aide. This happened for years. At night, Henry snuck me into lots of top-secret places where documents were stored and gave me a flashlight and instructions to go through and memorize documents. He let me into these places and then would leave me alone, recording documents into mind files, often for hours at a time. Later he came back to get me. There were times he was sweating when he returned and was in a real hurry to leave, even if I was right in the middle of a document. Then, when we got into the car, he would sigh like he was relieved. He would become very nervous, though. Henry always readied me for the Rockefeller Christmas parties, but so would a group of other men who were sometimes with him and knew how I worked. It depended on who was to attend the party. When they obtained that information, they went about strategizing and deciding what I should say to whom. The Rockefellers have been in a position of power for a long time. Kissinger seemed to work hand in hand with them often, in order to satisfy their goals in the most efficient manner. There were times Henry loaded me up with information specifically for someone, and then I would be the secret liaison between the two. This occurred between Henry and Pete Wilson. Pete was often Henry's Californian arm. This way Pete could carry out his wishes without it being known where the instructions were coming from. The White House, when important meetings were held at the White House, sometimes Henry took me along if he felt there might be information that was crucial to have at the right time. He told people I was in training or some other excuse. One time he even had me write information on a napkin under the table so as not to be noticed. This specific napkin event occurred around 1971, because I remember that I had my hair done up with a hairpiece full of curls on top. I was 20. Henry had my clothes ready for me. 120, usually very tailored, conservative, dark clothes, most often a navy blue jacket, skirt and low navy heels, or a disguise. He laid my clothes on the bed in a room with two twin beds with white bedspreads, the bumpy kind. He told me to get dressed and left the room, closing the door behind him. Later he returned to get me. At other White House dinners, I wasn't present at the table with the other guests, but Henry was. When I didn't fit into the plan of the evening in order to sit at the table, Henry still prepped me and kept me in the kitchen or another room in the White House, close to the dining room so he could come and access me if necessary, without anyone knowing. So I sat there in park mode and watched the White House kitchen staff cook and serve. At those times I was dressed like a kitchen staff member with a black skirt and white blouse, so I didn't look out of place. Henry explained that if I didn't stand out no one would notice or pay attention. My attire, as he called it, was never meant to call attention to my presence but instead was to make me fit in and look like I belonged. Over the years Henry parked me in some pretty strange places. When he would arrive to access information, I would scribble it on a piece of paper he would take with him, or if it was brief he would access me verbally and would simply remember what information he extracted. Henry often said, I was his left brain, so he could use his mind for more important matters. At times while I was sitting with he and others in the dining room, Henry would often leave the table to go make important phone calls. He would either leave me at the table to smile and be pleasant, but instructed me to avoid conversation, or he would take me with him to obtain further input via the telephone. Sometimes he would carry his linen napkin from the dining table and looked pretty dumb but no one seemed to notice. The White House was a place I was taken to in order to do a job on certain leaders, some foreign, some domestic. I was given very clear suggestions and instructions on who to target and how to go about it. I was briefed on their likes, dislikes and preferences and was told certain phrases or key words to use throughout the conversations I was programmed to have with them. Henry was often invited to the White House when the president was entertaining foreign guests, even after Nixon wasn't president any longer. They felt, and rightly so, that Kissinger was well versed and knew many of the cultural customs of foreign dignitaries so the risk of making a faux pas could be avoided. Henry was confident and seemed to know everything about foreign policy. When he was invited to a dinner with a foreign dignitary that the council wanted to have me privately entertain later on in the evening, he wouldn't use my mind files at the end of the evening so I could be used for sex. Henry secretly knew that messages conveyed to targeted individuals during the behind-the-scenes sex stuff meant more to people because then they psychologically interpreted and categorized personal experiences such as sex in with their memories of personal or family experiences. Thus the message became stored as more valuable since it wasn't strictly business. Henry said combining his messages with sex would store it in a different part of the brain, with the personal experiences being filed with more importance emotionally and so it would carry more weight or influence. Usually arrangements for a sexual encounter with me were made secretly between Henry and the foreign guest. Then the guest and I would be limoed away somewhere to a hotel or taken to another place. But most of the people at the White House gathering were unaware this took place as we would all leave separately, and rendezvous at another location later on. Or, Henry would have a limo waiting and I would enter and wait. Usually I was put in the limo first and waited for the dignitary. Then we would spend a few hours or the whole night together, while I dropped a pre-programmed message at the perfect time to the leader. Then I was flown home. 121, one day I was in the White House delivering a message to Nixon from Kissinger. Nixon and I were standing in a large room where there were some tables lining the walls and couches and large rugs covered the wooden floor. Old pictures dotted the walls, fresh flowers were in beautiful vases and heavy drapes covered the windows. I guess Nixon thought we were alone as we stood facing an oil painting on the wall by a long table. Dick had his arm around me as he was inputting a reply back to Henry through me. A hand on my right shoulder was standard procedure to encode incoming messages and Nixon was doing it all properly. However, halfway through the message, his daughter Tricia came into the room. She looked very pretty in her nice dress, but she didn't know I was there and when she called out, "Dad," it startled her father and I, and, in turn, she was surprised and shocked. It was one of those very awkward situations where it appeared she instantly summed up the whole situation and thought her father was being romantic with me. Nixon acted extremely guilty and stammered uncomfortably until he finally introduced me as someone from the State Department. She didn't seem to buy his explanation and left the room annoyed and upset. Nixon said to me, "Don't worry about her, I'll take care of this." But he said it with his hand still on my right shoulder. So instead of it just being a casual statement meant for me, it actually became part of his message to Henry. After that Henry began to devise a way for messages to be encoded without having to touch my shoulder in order to avoid these types of situations. International assignments, there were times I was flown to foreign countries so Henry Kissinger or President Nixon could utilize my computerized mind files at meetings they were attending publicly or later privately. On the flight to these countries, it was my job to make the president comfortable. I took off his shoes, rubbed his feet, pampered him and brought him anything he wanted. Secret Service agents surrounded him. When I flew with Kissinger and Nixon was not there, I was told to sit or sleep quietly next to him. Henry often slept on the airplane. Nixon did not. I believe that the Secret Service agents at times knew what I was really doing sexually with Nixon because occasionally they witnessed when I came on to him. Like one time when I leaned over and put my head on his shoulder and reached down to unzip his pants, a Secret Service agent who was just walking up from behind, laughed and said, "Excuse me, sir." At this point Nixon took my hand away and quietly said to me, "Later, dear." Beijing, China. There were dirty waterways in some parts of China and the streets in some areas where I was taken were dirty. One square was full of flags in the courtyard. I was there on foreign assignment with Henry Kissinger. I flew independently and was taken to a hotel by a Secret Service agent. The Secret Service registered me in the hotel under a phony name with a phony passport. Henry met me there. Usually I flew privately on a chartered jet with Henry, but this time it was last-minute notice so we flew commercially but separately. We were there to swing a deal with the leader of China. Henry told them I was a foreign correspondent and we sat at a long table with lots of Chinese men and I sat next to Henry. I always sat to Henry's left for his convenience in tapping me with this left hand, leaving his right hand free to write or smoke his cigar. He told me to smile, look pretty and take it all in, which meant record data into my mind files. He notified me who to zero in on and listen intently to. He also used access codes to refer to my mind files. No one knew that I was a high-tech programmed computer that was carefully and precisely recording details and spewing information when my mind files were accessed and called upon. 122. President Nixon's loyal friend Bebe Rebozo. Bebe Rebozo was President Nixon's good friend. He was present on many occasions when Nixon used me for sex. One such time was in Miami, Florida. I was flown into Miami and taken by limo to the beach where I was to meet Nixon. As usual, I was put into isolation before my use with VIPs and this time was no different. Bebe Rebozo and his men took an active role in my preparation for Nixon. Rebozo was violent and cruel to me, slapping and hurting me. He took me to a totally dark, windowless, cement room and left me there, naked and alone in the dark. Before he left, men injected drugs into my lower arm and left me for hours without food, water, or clothes. This was before I had children, so they could not yet use that powerful maternal bond to keep these programmed secret events amnesiac, like they did later on. Because of this, the physical torture to me during this time was accelerated, but was never as painful as the things they later did to my children in order to keep me in line. Rebozo dressed in fancy expensive suits and wore gold jewelry. Subconsciously I hated him. On this occasion, Rebozo came and released me from isolation and took me to a restroom to clean up. I showered and put on the bikini they left for me and soon was readied for action with Nixon. I don't know exactly where we were because I was programmed never to look or notice our location, but I was taken to President Nixon at a private beach house. My instructions were to tease him, please him, ease him and help him relax in the sun. It was on this private beach, watched from every angle by the Secret Service, that I seduced Nixon. I was laughing and joking with him as I undressed him from his suit, tie, and dress shoes. Then we slipped into the water while I further seduced him. After he was satisfied, I was removed and taken somewhere to get prepared for an evening event with the president. Nixon had dinner in his room and I accompanied him while he ate, then satisfied him sexually and was taken away. Nixon was not as passive sexually as Reagan was. He made an effort and took initiative. He preferred the missionary position. I suggested we keep the light on, but he always wanted to turn the lights out, so he did. I never slept in the bed with Nixon after sex, it was his rule. I never did spend the whole night with him, like I did with some of the others. I was instructed to wait until he was asleep and then to very quietly notify the Secret Service agent at the door to the suite. The agent took me out of the room and I was flown directly back to California with all details of the event carefully tucked and hidden away within the personalities programmed for Nixon. Per program, I slept the whole flight home. In the beginning years with Nixon, I was programmed to make him happy and to satisfy him in the ways I had been trained and programmed to. Just as the council anticipated, over time, Nixon's trust built in relation to me, paving a way for me to be used in ever more influential circumstances with him. There were times I was taken to Key Biscayne, Florida, to service Nixon. He was with Bebe Rebozo there and it seemed that Bebe was in charge of the events that occurred while we were on his turf. Each time, Rebozo put me into isolation in a small cement room and slapped me around before he left me alone in the room naked, cold, and hungry, in his words, to get ready for the boss, as he called Nixon. Rebozo would tell me how the boss deserved respect and whatever it took to make him comfortable. He spoke in broken mob language. He acted like a really tough guy and was very loyal to his friend Nixon. When he came to release me from isolation, Bebe instructed me, "Make yourself presentable," and I was cleaned up and dressed. Then, I was taken by limo to a beach that had palm trees on it. We arrived at sunset. Since I was programmed not to notice where I was geographically, I had no way of knowing, 123, where I was, but at times I overheard others speak of our location and that information was stored along with memory of the event. We pulled up to a very secluded house where there weren't a lot of other people around. The house was on the beach and a lawn surrounded by a short fence led out to the ocean. Miami meant more serious business, but Key Biscayne laced pleasure with business. Deals between the mob, council, Rebozo and government officials or other interconnected mob factions took place in Miami or Key Biscayne. At times, the big guys, very important or influential people, would join in the business and pleasure at Key Biscayne. Connections were big business with the mob. I was instructed to sit with the guys and make them happy by giving them whatever they wanted. Men with guns stood in windows in the back of the house to guard Nixon. The Secret Service let the mob protect Nixon up close and they kept guard further away. I think Rebozo arranged this protective situation but I do not know why it was set up like that. Rebozo was very protective of Nixon. He even rode in the back of the limo with Nixon while I was with him. Bebe was only nice to me when Nixon was around and he made it very clear that he didn't trust Ames, and that I was only there because Nixon wanted me to be. Bebe watched protectively when Dick and I went for a swim together. Rebozo did not go in the water. I guess he didn't want to get his guns wet. He never was without them. During these times, I was instructed to come on to Nixon, and thoroughly and enthusiastically excite him. He liked it and said I was good for him, and that I helped him a lot when he was upset. Nixon said I could pick him up when he was down and refresh him. I was programmed to be funny and silly, without a care in the world. Nixon said I made him laugh. Rebozo was most often present when I downloaded council messages to Nixon. Bebe seemed to understand the language, and so Nixon wanted him to be present when I relayed memos because he always had to make the decision and give me an answer before I could go back. That was the rule. I gave the message to Dick and Bebe. Then the three of us stayed together until they were able to come to an agreement. Usually it was a yes or no question. But no one could leave until I was uploaded with a return message. When it was time for me to leave Key Biscayne, an agent whose job it was to prepare me to go home, took me out for a walk on the beach. He bent down and holding up a shell he picked up in the sand, reminded me that all events that happened there were now out of my head and forever locked in the shell. To finalize this compartmentalization of my experience, he threw the shell out into the surf, in an effort to keep the memories hidden from my conscious mind. From there, I was helicoptered to an airport and flown home. This all happened before I was married at age 20. Watergate created a depressed president. During Watergate, Nixon had a very hard time. He looked gray and dismal, and it was very difficult to cheer him up. But after a drink I could lighten him up a little. I teased President Nixon in his down months, telling him how cute I thought he was when I saw him on television, even when he was in deep trouble and was being publicly challenged over the scandal. Due to my programming, I was not really able to ever see him when I watched television, but was programmed to say that. The things I would say to him were so opposite the truth that, as he said, he found my statements refreshing and funny. These statements seemed to be just an added bit of entertainment to cheer up old Tricky Dick. In those days, it wasn't much else with Nixon. Just delivering sex and messages. Bebe Rebozo loved Nixon dearly. He was very protective of him and had tender, emotional moments with Nixon that I was present to witness. Bebe cried when Nixon told him he had to step down from the presidency. I can still hear Bebe now as he said, "Oh no, boss, not after everything you've worked so hard for." He touched Nixon on the shoulder and was genuinely concerned as if it was, 124, happening to him. That always confused me about mafia guys. They would torture or kill someone one moment and then turn around and show deep, caring concern for one of their own the next. To them loyalty was everything. Henry Kissinger was not involved with Bebe Rebozo. Henry was too intellectual for Bebe. Kissinger said he did not like to mingle with the mob. When Kissinger was present it was strictly business, concentration, work and strategizing. Pat Nixon was never around at these times either. Richard Nixon was manipulated by the mob and by the council. He was part of their intricate network and when Watergate came down, he was the most dispensable. They viewed Kissinger as more important, someone they vitally needed to protect and so their strategy dictated that Nixon would take the public fall. I was not sent to sexually service Nixon after he resigned the presidency. International Mine-File Postal System. Henry created a mental postal exchange system inside my head. He created it first visually by telling me that there was a large box in my head with separate boxes inside of it and they each had a different key. He explained that there were rows of numbered boxes positioned layer upon layer. Programs were attached to numbers or people, places, or documents, etc., which were attached to numbered boxes. George Bush wanted always to be number one in everything so Henry had to change someone else's number to give George the number one box. This system worked like a post office so that people had a box and they could receive or send information at their box. This system was the way the higher-ups kept their communication clear and anonymous when access was necessary. It kept the council's messages clear for me to deliver accurately or to receive a message to take back to them. It kept messages clear and straight to be delivered between people who were involved and who didn't want to be identified as knowing, or communicating with, each other. I met with and delivered messages to the council, at times, on huge ships out in the middle of the ocean. I was most often helicoptered to ships, hotels, islands, or wherever I was to deliver this anonymous information. Once the information had been exchanged, I was helicoptered back. Henry created the programmed system for these communications. He was the mastermind of lots of their plan, and used me to further it. Kissinger, Bush, Reagan, Carter, Thatcher, Mitterrand, Trudeau, Gorbachev, Salinger, Ford, Nixon, etc. all participated. Sex paves the way for diplomatic relations. I was briefed, in advance, about the customs of the countries we visited, in an effort to further diplomatic relations. At many foreign meetings I was told, be invisible, and smile when smiled at. I was also instructed to hang back, be quiet and just listen, unless I was cued to report information. I was further briefed in detail if I was to be sent in on a foreign leader or diplomat. In addition to all the sex training I had acquired over the years, Henry added his 2 cents. He said in many foreign countries lovemaking is an art form. Henry expounded, to the degree you can match that slow deliberateness, is the degree that you can sexually gratify your partner. Henry spoke of sex like the art of eating. He didn't show any emotion, or embarrassment. It was something he instructed me about very openly and plainly. He explained that the slower and more deliberately a person performed sex, demonstrated their level of self-esteem, self-assuredness and that, as a woman, I had to balance that with a fair amount of shyness, in order not to appear bold. Shyness was what Henry said would soften what otherwise would appear as being too forward. With one leader, a king, I was sent to, Henry had me say, "May I have the honor, Your Highness, of pleasuring you in the American way? We have many means of pleasure." Henry said this was to deeply, 125, seal an attitude that America equal pleasure, so diplomatic relations would go smoother. He often called it, paving the way to diplomatic relations, and he used sex as a means to accomplish that. The statement quoted above also allowed me to ask for permission, so as not to break cultural rules without having set up a framework for taking the king into a different experience. I was told to strictly avoid oral sex until close to the end and then feel out if it was appropriate or would be accepted. Henry said, "I wish I could give you precise instructions, but the research team is only able to get certain data. Some is not available, so I will have to trust your judgment along the way in some of these areas." And oral sex was one of those areas. In front of me, Henry explained to his research team that to get in close enough to someone who would have knowledge of that level of intimate detail about a target would be a risk he would not want to take. I overheard him say, "She will have to be briefed on the cultural mores and then her own expert skill and timing will have to take over in limited areas such as, if or not to offer oral gratification." The research team was present often when I was prepared or briefed for an assignment because each would often have their area of expertise to instill into me, especially in the area of foreign relations and cultural differences. The research team even had foreign members who Henry heavily relied upon for certain key countries he was targeting. These men often had been born in the foreign country and so could easily and accurately relay all customs. Henry explained, "Every country of the world has different customs and our job is to ensure that you are fully aware of those customs before you are sent, and the members of the team changed at times as we moved on to different countries." Henry had many ethnic traits, yet was polished to an almost non-cultural bias on the surface, so as not to be encumbered by his ethnicity. He treated each person as a challenge to face and beat, even if they were from a culture he couldn't understand until he studied it. The more exotic and different the culture, the better. Then, he would go to extremes to study it, in order to emerge the victor because he would understand them totally, often understanding them more than they did themselves. Henry usually won, and most people, totally unaware that there was a game of wits going on, would have sex with me for the night and not even know to take the message bait when I threw the line out. They were what Henry called simpletons. And he said he despaired of them. At other times he was grateful for simpletons if they were in strategic positions and he could use them in the power and control game. Then he did what he knew best, researching until he devised the ideal strategy, and finding the best person to pull it off. When he knew, he put the strategy through whomever would deliver it with the most favorable outcome. Within me he had two distinctly different agents, one being Susan, the serious, conscientious, motherly, intellectual, organized, loving and understanding type, and Sharon, the clever and often humorous and entertaining sex slave and friend of the elite. The World Health Organization, WHO, was a cover for bringing together an inside group of people whose purpose and intent was much different than what was generally thought and publicly portrayed. Lots of illegal activity went on without detection and across borders internationally as this inside group hid its cover operations under masked projects, purportedly for world advancement. Among other things, it was also a cover for drug deals, child prostitution, heinous experiments on human beings, illegal sales of babies, etc. Some of the players I saw participating were a select group of politicians, celebrities and leaders worldwide. I sat in on many meetings. I heard Ted Kennedy speak, as well as Henry Kissinger, and there was a group of women who worked for the WHO that did not seem to have a clue about what was actually going on behind the scenes. Many were naive, honest, pliable people and actually played into the hands of the corrupt inner group without being aware that they were being used. 126, masked behind the publicized do-good activities were illegal ventures intended to fund this corrupt group, with their secret, hidden motives and agendas. So while the United States appeared to be having benevolent beliefs and actions, these activities were put into motion. They sent a group to aid children in foreign countries, but behind the scenes what was actually taking place was a masked drug connection or some other illegal enterprise that brought top dollar to this group of self-selected men who seek to eventually control the world. Some meetings of the WHO were televised, but the agenda the public saw and heard was not the complete agenda that was secretly carried out. I heard and recorded into my mind files, the words that a man spoke. He was standing at a microphone in a large room filled with row upon row of stationary, red upholstered wooden chairs, arranged in a semicircular shape. I was there for Henry's usage of stored data in my government mind file system. I suppose an individual at these meetings who was not aware of this type of technology, using human beings for storing and hiding information known only to the National Security Agency and others, would have just assumed I was an aide or secretary to the UN, or an assistant to Kissinger. One day I heard a man state, "Mr. Speaker, one would like to speak to the issue of free trade, internationally, between countries." Most of the free trade these men were really alluding to was in illegal drugs, cocaine, heroin, pornography, prostitution, and weaponry. They used anything that would cull large sums of money to fund their causes and their desires with no thought of the human or financial cost to others, like the violation of basic human rights, and had no regard to others' pain and suffering. These men had no scruples, no compassion or ability to empathize with the feelings of others. Instead they were self-seeking and ruthless, without conscience. The following is an example of the kinds of flashes and memory retrieval that continue to flood into my mind. One day, Bobby Baker, House Appropriations Committee, was at a meeting. He was wearing a light tannish-brown suit and he argued with everyone about everything, and Henry felt he disrupted their meetings so that nothing ever got accomplished. Henry didn't like him at all. At another meeting, I heard, "Mr. Speaker, one would like to address the subject of the arms control race," Baker said. Then he spoke of his concerns about Russia escalating the arms race, that they were gaining speed and technology at such a pace that we, the United States, would be in serious jeopardy and at a disadvantage if we didn't set up immediate appropriations for arms research and arms production. Baker appealed to the United States' fear of being taken over, in order to get money appropriated for arms. When in fact, much of the funding was not used for what it was designated for, but instead was used in hidden, cover activities for the benefit of the Council and those politicians that were supported by the Council. At the time, the World Health Organization was often an excuse to bring together people from all over the world. This created an opportunity for the inside group to secretly meet and intertwine their agenda with the public agenda of the WHO. Those in attendance who were unaware of the New World Order agenda, were also unaware that there was a small cadre of people dominating the group and making sure they had enough key players on the panel or board so they could win when votes were cast or decisions made. In those years, I was not able to understand these people or political issues in the general historic way that the public remembers or understands. My perspective was solely from my personal experiences. I was generally programmed to not listen to political information I heard or saw. Consciously, as my programming dictated, I was not interested or involved in politics or public news in any way. So this information comes to you, the reader, from my personal experience at these or other meetings. After I downloaded this data from my mind, I actually had to ask others, or research to find out what the common public historical belief was, as portrayed by the news media back in those years. 127. I believe most California governors that I worked with were a part of the WHO and other such groups. It seems to me that these men and their functionaries, who seek control, hook into every individual and key organization that they can use in order to maintain control of their interests. They were strategically placed, often under the direction of Henry Kissinger and others, in order to ensure they got what they wanted, when they wanted it. It was like a game to them, and they were all on the same team, in the same way a crime syndicate operates. Nuclear testing sites, Energy Commission, NATO, Council on Foreign Relations, House Appropriations Committee on Foreign Trade, and the Trilateral Commission, were just some of the organizations whose meetings Kissinger took me to, both in the US and abroad. Henry used my mind files at meetings of the Trilateral Commission. We sat at a table with a group of men. There were microphones sitting on a table. What went on behind the scenes at these meetings often had nothing to do with what was outwardly portrayed. There were meetings within meetings, and secret meetings were held behind the scenes of other credible public meetings. Often, the council, not to be confused with the CFR, was involved in directing the way things went, although no one knew they had any part in the outcome. They all spoke their lies publicly, often directed by Kissinger the strategist, Hope the entertainer, and the council from behind the scenes. Kissinger is global mastermind. I was in Henry's office often in my final years of high school, while he worked heavily with Nixon on foreign relations. I would meet him in New York or in Washington, D.C. Sometimes the team would brief me a month in advance for different assignments, but Henry always said, "It works best and is most ideal when she is prepared directly before the assignment and then goes from here." There was very little I knew to do on my own because the team had usually filled the agenda in order for me to deliver culturally specific or personally specific words and physical acts to entice the target. The team heavily researched every detail, and it sounded, from their conversations, like they used separate espionage agents to collect some data they didn't want to ever be connected to or associated with, as it would have completely blown their cover. Henry used every means available, even down to manipulating a person through his or her own religious beliefs. Henry's strength was that he was able to remain detached and able to pull from a wide variety of cultural differences in order to create the end product. Whereas, he explained, most Americans just went in to grab for the product and failed, due to their lack of cultural understanding. Henry said to me, "The closer you can align yourself with the subject in every way, the more successful you will be. Therefore you have to know him or her as well as possible before you are sent in, and that is our job. You will only need to be the actress, the point person carrying out our plan. You will think only in this area we are working in. All else will fall away as you are focused only on this one particular area. You are beautiful, young, and have expanded sexual capabilities, and we will supply the rest. All you have to do is receive the instructions." Henry Kissinger groomed me to be culturally adept with each foreign dignitary he sent me in to be with. He said, "This is where the success rate lies, firmly in cultural understanding first, then complying with their cultures more second, and third, is equally your physical attractiveness and your sexual expertise." Henry told Nixon in my presence that this was the reason for my success, and he told Nixon that sometimes it took him hours to have his researchers gather the data necessary on a foreign target in order to begin to prepare me for the assignment. At one particular meeting, we sat at a large table with a group of men and I was seated next to Henry. President Nixon sat on the other side of Henry. Henry did not smoke his cigar at this meeting. 128, Nixon told him it was much too sensitive a meeting, and for some reason Henry complied and didn't smoke. He usually smoked regardless of who objected. At key junctures in the meetings, Henry would reach over and push his finger into the top of my hand. In response, I began reciting my programmed informational message. The message I delivered at this particular meeting was in Chinese or Japanese, and, since I did not consciously speak these languages, I had no way of knowing what the content of the message I was delivering was. At this specific meeting, the foreign leaders listened to my message, and spoke back directly to me. Although I did not understand, I smiled and looked at them as if I was very interested, like I had been instructed to do. An interpreter would then translate the foreign leader's response, and then Nixon or Kissinger would speak. At other meetings, sometimes the interpreters were women, but mostly in that country they were men. Whatever messages I delivered seemed to be a softening agent in the talks because the foreign leaders always smiled or laughed. Sometimes, they were touched so deeply by whatever it was I was pre-programmed to say that they took my hand with tears in their eyes. Due to my lack of conscious knowledge of the different foreign languages, I do not know what it all meant. If anyone ever questioned where Henry got me and how I was so advanced for my young age, Henry told them I was a child prodigy and that I had completed my university training abroad at a very early age and was good at my job, but socially shy. That explanation served to keep them from asking me questions later that I could not answer. Henry usually took me out of the meetings when they were over, in order to avoid situations where I would appear ignorant, should anyone ask me questions with any substance to them. For the truth was that I attended public high school and later junior college and was of average intelligence. I just had the advantage of programmed capabilities that served the interests of my controllers. After we broke for lunch, Henry took me to a payphone and dialed a number, and the person at that location began giving me additional data in the foreign language. I was instructed to remember what was said, verbatim. Each subject was given a marker number for identification. Henry took the phone, talked a bit, and jotted notes in a small black book, before he hung up. These foreign talks really challenged Henry Kissinger and the Council, but they had done their homework. Kissinger did the same sort of diplomatic work with Reagan when he became president. At many of these talks those representing our country said we were creating peace, but what they were really doing was opening up trade with these foreign countries because we needed resources they had. Our leaders turned it around to make it sound like the United States was doing them a big favor and we were being gracious to them. Expensive gifts were often sent ahead to foreign leaders, to arrive just before the president did, but I think that is as far as the real favors went. There were times at night in foreign countries, when I was programmed to have sex with Nixon. Then I was returned to sleep in Kissinger's room. Even though I was being used like a machine, I still had very sensitive olfactory senses and Henry Kissinger was at times nearly intolerable to share a room with because he smelled so bad from cigar smoke or gaseous explosions that erupted from his body. I was taken in and out of Russia during the Nixon years with Kissinger to attend NATO meetings, SALT talks, peace talks, and the secret hidden meetings of the Council. Henry brought me to the meetings to recite any pertinent information I had stored in my mind files. It was easier to justify my presence to people like Nixon's wife after I started working with Henry. They would explain I was at a meeting because of my work with Henry or in preparation for an international trip. It worked the same way with Reagan, justifying my presence for business reasons, but I was mostly there to pass messages or keep the president happy. Whatever it took. 129. There were times when I was limoed to the airport and when Nixon stepped off the plane after a foreign trip I would be in the back of the limo waiting for him. I was told to crouch down so there wouldn't be any way of spotting me and then Nixon would get in and give me a message for Henry or I'd give him a message and often we would have sex later. He would go to the White House and shower and freshen up and I'd be held in a state of suspended animation unless there was another job for me to do. I'd sit blankly for hours in the same place until I was directed that it was time to move into action. Henry plays chess with real people. During those years my work with Henry Kissinger and others continued, although Henry had to begin taking more of a backseat position in the public eye for a while after the Watergate scandal. His position within the outskirts of the Council did not change. He was an important man for them and they utilized him because he was an expert strategist. I do not know exactly what that meant but I heard many men say that about him over the years. I guess it means Henry knows how to get people to move around and do things he says without them ever knowing they are being manipulated or controlled. Like a puppet master or chess master. Henry knew how to think ahead in regard to key moves with key players. I watched him. It was akin to watching him play chess with real people. He knew how to get the desired outcome by motivating certain key players. He used researched information gathered on targeted individuals to manipulate them however he wanted, through their own weaknesses, addictions and/or obsessions. Targeted people did not even know that they were being influenced because he sent in people like me who looked naive and innocent, like they were just being kind or nice or sexy and cute or whatever was called for. But it was not really what was happening because there was always an ulterior motive beneath the seduction act or plan. Henry and the men in suits always sent in the perfect match. They hired whatever kind of girl or woman would turn their target on. Obviously, I was not hired, or paid, I was just slave labor. I saw lists of programmed slaves, with numbers by their physical descriptions, programmed expertise and usage capabilities, so they could be matched perfectly for certain situations. Unfortunately, their identities were in code. Henry said if you really wanted someone to believe you about something that was not true, you convey it the first time as a Freudian slip. Then you attempt to conceal the fact you made the slip, but you make another Freudian slip. Then you try to say what it was you were originally going to say and they believe the first statement regardless of your attempt to simply state the truth. Then Henry said the last line saves your neck legally. One day, I sat next to Henry Kissinger as we were seated before President Ford. Henry always said that he had to work harder than with any previous president to guide Ford where they wanted him to go. He said Ford kept going off in his own direction. Henry said he was glad Ford was not in office long. He said Nixon was easier for him to work with and guide. Henry thought Reagan was a bimbo, and stupid ignoramus. Those were the words I overheard him use to describe Ronald Reagan to a group of men. But, when we met with the presidents he never let on his true feelings. Instead, he always acted the role of diplomat all the way around so that the plans of the council could be carried through as easily as possible. Henry Kissinger was known for looking at documents with a magnifying glass. He was able to find loopholes and incorrect wordings that would not be to their advantage in agreements, treaties, etc., before the United States signed. He was very thorough. Often, I sat by him the whole time he was reviewing a document so he could reach over and tap me to gain access to some needed information stored in my mind files. 130. Henry was very slow, deliberate and methodical. He thought that way, talked that way and moved that way. He ate European style with his fork upside down, like I was taught was bad manners. And, he was obsessed with business. He was usually very serious. I do not believe I ever truly saw him have any fun. He avoided social occasions whenever possible, attending when necessary to further political agendas or the cause of the New World Order. In the beginning Henry had to install huge amounts of data into me, but as time went on he didn't have to place in as much because the database was already in place. I heard him explain this to people who were in the know. I also overheard him say that a man might have served the purpose better because there were certain times he said my presence as a woman was questioned when the subjects were sensitive. I am sure they remedied this situation by programming more males for the job. Henry was less interested in how I looked and more interested in how I worked. For mind file use he programmed me to dress very tailored and conservative. They dressed me in attire to fit specific assignments. There must have been other girls and women being used for the same thing, in the same ways, because I heard Henry compare me, saying I was more reliable than the others, more able to capture the details and never make mistakes. He used to say he was saving me for the important assignments because of my reliability. I now believe the fact that I was polyfragmented contributed to my success. I could only be used on a limited basis because he was afraid there might be questions asked. To others, I just looked like I was smart. They did not know I wasn't operating in a conscious state, but instead had been programmed, drugged, and electroshocked to maintain theta brainwave patterns used to retain the vast amounts of data and keep it hidden from my conscious mind. He was proud of himself for the way he had loaded me up with data and could access my mind files in public without others knowing what he was doing. He used different techniques over the years but one he was most proud of was what he called time programs. Some mind files were organized by a numerical system and Henry could access them by calling out a certain number. He combined this concept with the time of day in order to remain less conspicuous. He would point to his watch and say, "It's 1:30, and that would correspond to file number 130 in my system of mind files and gave him automatic access to that particular file. Henry thought the time reference to accessing my files was brilliant. Using this method, no one could tell that he was doing anything other than simply stating the time of day for that particular day or some other hypothetically scheduled date. This way his uninformed peers would not be able to find out what he was doing and what type of secret technology he possessed. Henry had to be very cautious with whom he shared information about me. Most people did not carry the clearance to be allowed to know about the top-secret government projects that created such technology as programmed, robotical slaves. People saw me working with him at meetings and other places, but very few knew how I worked or that I was a government-programmed robot. The only ones who I knew were aware of this technology were certain top politicians, Bob Hope, some of his cronies, and the council. Henry kept the technology very, very secret, and if there were any problems with me while we were in public, he would escort me out of the room and go about resorting and or refiling my mind files to get them straightened out. Henry gave me instructions at times from a closed-circuit television before I was flown to D.C., and at other times he waited and instructed me while I sat next to him at a round table with other men present. These 4 or 5 other men in suits knew exactly what was going on and why I was being briefed. At times, each of them would have different input to instill into my head. After each had put in their information, I was told, and when the time is right, it will all come out just like clockwork. These were the words they used to program the correct delivery of the material they had just instilled. They said I was doing a good job in getting information from people as well as delivering information. 131. There were times when I was let out of the limo and escorted into the White House by a Secret Service agent. This agent knew he was just acting as my escort for the evening, and would conveniently disappear when I was targeting some man, or woman, I was told to give a message to, and then the agent would reappear to take me home after I was finished. I was often dressed in very sexy evening gowns, gloves, and high heels. Sometimes the dresses were totally backless and I would be dressed in sexy nylons, undergarments, just in case my assignment required later evening sexual attention. I was taken to a beauty salon and had my hair, nails and makeup done before being dressed. Sometimes the Secret Service agents took me to get ready. There were times Henry gave me little pills and instructed me to slip them into my glove to use if the person I was targeting was not cooperating and giving up information. I rarely found the pills necessary. After sex, the men seemed to listen intently to the words I was saying to them and would open up and give me the information I was instructed to get. Henry explained to the men in suits that I could say things after sex that influenced the men deeply. It was at the White House that I did my best work and met the people whom I was to influence, or as they called it, seed. Over time I learned that seeding meant to drop an idea that would start an individual thinking in a certain direction that would support my controller's position. For example, information that would influence a person's thinking about upcoming legislation, or information, false or true, in regard to key individuals, politicians, leaders, wives, husbands, etc. The White House was an easy place to work because there were so many side rooms we could secretly slip into. Sometimes I would get some target into a room, like an office, and lock the door behind us and seduce him right there. The men usually got very excited, especially if it was their first escapade. I would assure them that this little secret was safe with me because Senator so-and-so, my escort, wouldn't like it if I was fooling around either. This assured them that 1-2 had a good reason to keep the secret to protect myself, which usually made them feel more willing to take the risk. Sometimes I had to take the targeted person outside the building to another location and have sex with them. That was a little trickier, but I could do it. As far as I know, the targets never did know that in having sex with me, they were really being taken advantage of, or politically raped and coerced by the council itself, 5 men in suits who cleverly installed their own agenda. In this way, the council controlled money and or coerced many people in key places, often without the person ever being aware of it. Henry usually seemed very proud of me after I delivered messages or extracted information successfully from people. He acted like a greedy old man when he debriefed me. Often, he insisted on debriefing me himself because he said the words that came out of me were fresh in the first debriefing and were key to issues at hand. The debriefings could take up to an hour for just one evening spent with a targeted individual. Henry said I helped him do his best work. Accompanying Henry to foreign countries, sometimes when Henry and I traveled internationally, the time difference worked in his favor. For instance, we could leave after I got out of school on Friday, reach our foreign destination the next morning, and it would still be Friday when we arrived. Henry worked it so I wouldn't miss more school than necessary, and he made sure I slept on the 8 to 12-hour flight. We always flew first class when we flew as private citizens. At other times we flew on military or government aircraft during times he was in public office. There were occasions when I would leave school and fly with Henry, or my mum would put me on a plane and I would meet Henry somewhere like New York, and then we would fly the rest of the 1:32 together. Once seated on the flight, he would press the top of my hand and I would go to sleep as commanded. When he pressed my hand in surroundings where I had been commanded many times for the same thing, he didn't have to give commands, like sleep. I automatically knew, so over time, things became pretty routine. I didn't eat while we were out of the States, when we only went for one meeting and were gone 24 to 48 hours. He would simply tell the stewardess I was sleeping and my sleep was more important than food. So she would bring him food and I would sleep. And although I was asleep, I was aware of what happened around me. I was recording, as commanded. There were occasions that we didn't fly back in time for me to go home and I was taken by limo directly to Taft High and dropped off a block away from the school to walk the rest of the way, just before school began on Monday morning. Henry took me to France, at times to Marseille in the south of France, to meetings of the elite. We often met with bankers, as well as other leaders and key businessmen. They met at round tables and each pulled papers from their briefcases to share. Henry sat his briefcase by his side on the floor because he had me and had little need for papers unless they were presented merely for the effect that it would have to help influence someone. If papers were needed, he always had the best, the neatest, cleanest, most professional paperwork money could buy. Everything was planned for effect. He gave varying reasons for my presence, explaining when asked who the young lady was, that I was his personal secretary and that I was advanced far beyond my years and was quite a help to him. When he began the meeting, if none of the men objected to my presence, as instructed, I sat next to Henry and took notes. While I appeared to simply be taking sketchy notes and shorthand at the meeting, when he debriefed me later on, he had me recite, verbatim, what each and every man said at the meeting. Henry liked for me to be present at meetings when he felt that sort of information could later be important for his use. Henry loved to come out of meetings and go immediately back to his room to debrief me. He would sit at a table writing diagrams as I recited what I had heard. Then he would have more data to use to strategize with. If there was to be a second follow-up meeting, he would be on top, ready to drop his carefully planned ideas and solutions into the meetings with foreign leaders or businessmen. Henry called this international business. At times when I was sent alone, he said the information he got was better than if he had gone himself, because it is distilled, he explained. So he sent me to many locations as a presidential model to presidents, and to many leaders at parties at the Rockefellers and Bob's, and also sent me abroad. I knew whom I was to target, because Henry had shown me a picture before. I was sent to foreign embassies to entertain foreign ambassadors that were working for Henry. Often they worked for the United Nations in order to have some peace-loving humanitarian effort that justified the U.S. presence in a foreign country, and then Henry and the others would go about doing their real business. There were other times we traveled by trains in different countries like Russia and Henry would debrief me in his private compartment. We slept on the train and traveled to meetings during the daytime. Henry said the food was bad, so he would often bring some of his own food in a brown paper bag that he kept in his briefcase. At the meetings he didn't need papers because I was with him. People thought he was really smart and had an excellent memory because of that. It got to the point where I could literally read his mind, as he termed it, and give him a simple answer on paper that others wouldn't see and then he would take off on the data or idea. We also traveled to China, both sides, Japan, England, France, Italy, Israel, Germany, and wherever else he needed to go to do his international business. Often when Henry was extended an invitation to attend a social event in a foreign country, he declined saying he was tired and suggested they take me instead. Then he got what he really wanted anyway, the information from them without having to expend social energy to get it. Then, before I went he loaded me up with questions to ask the leader and instructions about the stance I was to take sexually with him or her. Dressed in appropriate clothing, I, 133, was off. There were bullfights with leaders in Spain, polo games to watch Prince Charles, and golf with others. The events I attended were indigenous to the individuals and their countries. At the end of trips abroad, if there wasn't a McDonald's to help me remember that I was really in California, wink, Then there had to be some type of trauma to seal the experience off from my conscious awareness. Henry had others perform the trauma. He wouldn't do it. He said it was out of his league. So the men that accompanied him took care of me, when the need arose. When we finally arrived at McDonald's, I was usually starving. There, I was told I was in Woodland Hills in order to remind me to forget. McDonald's spelled safety in the end of my assignment. Because I was a robot, and so, security proven, I was allowed to function as the go-between for Henry and the council. They even gave me things to bring back to Henry that couldn't be safely delivered any other way. I was flown to remote places to meet with them and then flown back for debriefing by Henry. He always seemed so pleased with the information, like he was getting just what he wanted. The council often sent messages to people directly, bypassing Kissinger. When I would deliver the message I would tell them it was from the group. That was how the council often identified themselves to insiders who knew how the group functioned, but didn't know their actual identities. Over the years they changed their nickname so as not to be conspicuous. From my perspective, no one in government office knew as much about mind control as Henry Kissinger. They might have been told the basics, but it didn't seem like most of them were aware of the extent to which a person could be enhanced with programming and used, especially that an individual could possess the capability of organizing and recording the conversations of a whole group of people at a meeting. Kissinger, the council's top dog, one time at a gubernatorial ball, Henry got very mad at Ted Kennedy because Ted tried to take me off to another room to have sex with him. Henry got very angry with Ted, who was a senator at the time, and threatened him with exposure if he did not back off. As a result, Kennedy left me alone, at least for that evening. At other times Ted Kennedy forced me into very violent and sadistically torturous sex. It was often scary for me when Henry wasn't around to make sure certain people didn't rough me up. Bob Hope didn't seem to care, or at least he didn't watch me as closely as Henry did when I was with him, but Henry did not seem to know this. Bob lied to him sometimes about who I was seeing, and sometimes Bob used me with people Henry wasn't supposed to know about. Bob had his own separate interests in using me with people who would benefit him, but Henry told Bob what to do as far as government issues went. Bob was just a useful servant who had a lot to offer. Connections, money, fame, and slaves. Bob suited Henry's needs to a T, handling the social scene and celebrities. Bob's social elite contacts greatly added fuel to Kissinger's long-range plans as he found places to use different people of influence in strategic positions. He just waited for the right opportunity to arise. Henry didn't view the president as anyone necessarily having any power. He knew how they were manipulated, and he liked to be the one who was pulling the strings. He told me once that ambassadors to foreign countries have more power and control than the President of the United States. I didn't understand then what he was talking about, but just listened and nodded. Henry was the top dog as far as the council was concerned. He had the mind they needed that could so carefully strategize plans far in advance, and so he usually got the desired results. In the council's eyes, Rockefeller was more dispensable because he had money and power but didn't have the mastermind that they saw in Henry. So Henry was given everything he needed in order to fulfill their plan. If he wasn't in office it didn't much matter, he always had access to the person sitting at the reins, 134, of political power. Behind the scenes, Henry controlled decisions and actions taken by the State Department in matters of foreign relations, always attempting to bring about a situation where the council was in total control globally. They saw it as a game, a lifelong plan, with the outcome hopefully being that, finally, this generation of the global elite would succeed in the game that their forefathers had not been able to pull off. It created ambition and drive among them. All I saw these men do was manipulate and control people by covert means. It seemed that most people they targeted had no idea they were even being manipulated or set up. When a country needed some shoring up, messages, or coercion to further the implementation of their plan, then they would send Henry or me or both of us, depending on the importance of the situation. I was merely an extension of Henry, delivering strategic influence in ways he said he never could. He felt that he would have more influence with many of the men he wanted to coerce or manipulate to see or do things his way by sending in a soft, cuddly, human sexual toy. He often joked with insiders that his sphere of influence was limited, but he could use me to get in those hard-to-get places. Henry said I could make those men twist into a pretzel, and so he used me in many foreign countries to tap into vast resources, the human resources he needed to puppet. He felt that those human resources would lead to natural resources, and that's where the money would be. Henry was often referred to among the insiders as a genius of his time. So the presidents came and went, but Henry was there behind the scenes molding me, with Bob's help, for the council benefit. Mind control was the secret weapon that Henry perfected over the years. Usually the individual would be so busy focused on what was planned that he would miss the hidden agenda that was taking place. Henry loved this tactic. Sometimes these guys would be taken into Henry's confidence, the oldest trick in the world to get people to be on your side, and feel important so they will cooperate, and told I was an espionage operative, but he didn't tell them my capabilities so they wouldn't be able to imagine what I was really doing or what I was capable of. Henry and Bob often did deals together, sometimes involving influencing our troops overseas, or influencing a senator, governor, celebrity, a president, or a world leader. Sometimes Henry Kissinger told Bob Hope to make certain connections for me in regard to people I was to be placed within and out of California. I am the light of the world. He that follows me shall not walk in darkness, but shall have the light of life. John 8:12, 135, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, Chapter 13, Bob Hope Let Me Entertain You. Bob Hope involved me with many celebrities. His parties were star-studded, filled with the glamorous, the famous, the rich. If people did not have a title or talent, they could buy themselves into his circle of exclusive people. Zsa Gabor was often in attendance. Lucille Ball was his friend also. She was often drunk. Also present were Peter Finch, Alan Arkin, Desi Arnaz, Bernadette Peters, Suzanne Summers, to name a few. Bob rarely drank at his own parties. Perhaps he wanted to stay in control. One night at a party, the trees outside began moving from a helicopter downdraft. Lights from the ground illuminated the helicopter and the extravaganza that followed. It was an extraordinary show. Guests were gasping, as they watched beautiful women dropped by tether down into the party, wearing very skimpy, elaborate, glittery costumes that were set aglow by the lights. Bob liked fanfare. Some of the women wore only body glitter in scant places. The elite, as they were often called, were encouraged to choose a girl, any girl they wished, for their personal party favor and enjoy her as they wished. Girls in skimpy aprons, but otherwise naked, served champagne and chocolates on silver platters. If a man wanted her in addition to the candy or drink, she complied. Every desire, every whim was satisfied. These girls were totally compliant. At times, children were there. After I had children, sometimes even my daughter Kelly was there to be used. The children were held in reserve in a back room for men with alternate sexual preferences. From a very early age my daughter was well trained sexually, just like the other children. It was all very bad, but Bob's contacts were paid, in favors or connections. Bob didn't need money, but connections always came in handy. At many of Bob's parties there were no rules, no restrictions, no boundaries. Sex was allowed anywhere and everywhere. To partake only required an oath of secrecy. And many partook. Bob was in charge of me at these times, but I also had an alternate agenda as dictated by the council. I was often pre-programmed to target certain key individuals at these parties that they wanted to influence. Some people spent the night at Bob's house if they were too tired to go home. U.S. senators like Alan Cranston, governors, congressmen, celebrities, even foreign ambassadors and dignitaries, were in attendance at different times. Military people, also. People were invited if they had something to offer to Bob or the cause. The New World Order. Reagan attended Hope's parties at times. So did Nancy. When the parties were over, Bob liked for me to sit on his lap and feed him his favorite piece of See's candy, followed by what he called his favorite piece of ass. He always laughed when he said, "You feed me and I'll feed you." But I never got to eat the candy, only him. Bob liked for me to take off his watch, per program, while I was sitting on his lap and carefully put it on the table by the chair. He loved it when I was silly and giggly and teased him, but he did not like me to carry that attitude to bed. Bob always asked me to do things nicely the first time. He said, "There won't be a second time. That you'll remember," and he held up the zapper, stun gun. Some nights he teased me and said it was really just a bug zapper, but then it would bite me, and it hurt. 136, in bed I was supposed to be serious and passionate, not silly. He would say, "Show me your tail feathers," and I would take off my panties and turn around. Then he would hold me on either side of my hips to examine the merchandise, and give it a stamp of approval, which was a spanky. Bob loved to give me spankings, not real hard ones, just enough to activate my sex program. Bob liked for me to put on the pretty lacy nighties or teddies he left out for me. So I did. He had a butler who would bring him drinks or whatever he wanted before bed. He often liked a hot toddy. If he wanted a regular drink, he would have me pour it for him from crystal decanters that he had in his room. Bob snored at times while he slept. I was usually taken away early the next morning, sometimes even before Bob woke up. The butler or some other man in a suit would come to get me and deliver me to the waiting limo. Sometimes I would fly home by plane, but was often helicoptered. Endless songs that commanded my mind played inside my head at appropriate times to remind me. When I was taken to the Palm Springs area, the song lyrics, "In the desert you can't remember your name," helped me forget, until I remembered pornography, Hollywood style. Late at night, I was programmed to walk out of our Woodland Hills home and down a block or so to Royal Street, where a black sedan picked me up and whisked me to Universal Studios or other locations, to work for Bob filming porn. The sedan took me through a chain-link fence and past a security booth where the driver had to stop and check in with the guard to gain clearance to the lot. Then he dropped me off in front of a very plain-looking building, with just a door to it. There were wooden step platforms up to the door. Bob often watched while pornography was filmed. They usually filmed at night so they would have more freedom, as Bob would say. Men at the studios, wearing t-shirts and jeans, dressed me in all kinds of sexy garments and made my body up with all kinds of makeup. One night a man handed me a beautiful, thick wooden and gold hanger from which hung a small teddy made of nothing but a series of vertical strips of ribbon that created a see-through effect. Bob followed me into the dressing room while I slipped on black stockings, garter belt, heels and then the teddy. The black ribbon teddy was belted at the waist, but I was naked underneath and you could see through and between all the ribbons. I was instructed to lay out and get a suntan before filming, and I wasn't allowed to have tan lines on my back or shoulders. They put makeup on my breasts so I would appear tan all over. The makeup they put on my body was really put on heavy and was very itchy and uncomfortable. The oily kind was less itchy but didn't stay on as well as the drier type. There was another man who did my hair, often in curls or in a side ponytail. They used curling irons and designed all sorts of hair creations. I just sat there while they chose how I would appear. My hair, nails, toenails, makeup, and costumes. And then, I did whatever they told me to do. Finally, they draped me with whatever jewelry they decided on. At times body jewels were glued onto my body. Once they glued little sparkly rhinestones all over my skin and filmed me in a skimpy white bikini-type outfit. The costumes were always different, unique and original. Bob wanted me to be like Dorothy Lamour, but I didn't know who she was. He talked about lots of old actresses that I'd never heard of. There were lights and cameras all over the place in the halls, and backstage was full of all sorts of costumes on racks. Bob liked pornography with feathers, so he had a man work with me on the act, including songs and dances. Bob said it was porn for the sophisticates, not just for low-lifers. Bob saw pornography as an art form and went into a very deeply loving, emotional mode while it was filmed. When they finished filming, that's when he wanted me the most. Another man was assigned to work me up, training me for the act. This porn was filmed Hollywood style all the way, with glitter, diamonds, flair, special props and stage lighting. I usually sang beforehand and Bob made sure that I had a pre-recorded voice tape so I could sing but not have to be concerned with putting power behind my voice while I was doing the sexual acts. The whole show was directed by another man who told the male porn actor and I what to do. The prop man listened to the director and moved props all around, while the camera and lights men fell in line. There were many, 137, different themes and many nights when pornography was filmed. One night Bob showed Hugh Hefner some of his porn in the back room at one of Bob's parties. I was in the room, but Bob acted like I wasn't real or really there. I was. USO tours. In my late teens and early 20s I was taken aboard U.S. Navy aircraft carriers when Bob was doing a show on his USO tours, to entertain the troops. I had several personalities who were specially trained to sing and dance, and many personalities who were expertly trained to dance and strip. Usually Bob and I were flown into a base and then helicoptered the rest of the way to the ship. On tour with Bob there were large bands, with lots of music and lights. Red, white, and blue banners decorated the stage where we performed. Sailors stood packed together to watch the show. If the media was there Bob totally controlled what they captured on camera, what segments could be filmed, and when they had to leave. One time when I came out on stage, they began shooting my part, and after the show Bob had a huge fit. He could be very temperamental, and threatened to break their equipment on the spot if they didn't give him the film. They gave him the film. This way Bob controlled what was shown to the general public. The shows usually took place on the outside decks. Professional makeup artists made up my whole body. For one show, I was dressed in a white navy dress, only it wasn't like the regular standard uniforms the women in the Navy wore. It was a specially sewn costume, short and extra feminine with lace top and scoop neckline. I had special white lace panties with little anchors on them. For one show I sang Anchors Away, after which Bob would joke them. What the boys didn't know was that Bob knew how to control their emotions with certain specific words and phrases and songs. He knew how to lighten them up, get them really emotional, and worked up, and then he would slip in suggestions, keyed to programs, that helped them with certain unwanted attitudes. I overheard the council making jokes about the herds, the troops, and how stupid and easily led they were. At the shows where I was present, singing usually came first, then Bob's jokes, and then another song and dance. Once I did a semi-strip dance, never took it all off for the boys. In order to project a semblance of wholesomeness, I just stripped down to skimpy bras and panties, and also took off my heels, dress, nylons and garter belt. I was instructed to wear those for the effect of taking them all off. After shows, sometimes I was taken to the admiral's and/or captain's quarters to further entertain him in the privacy of his room. These officers displayed attitudes created by years and years of being honored with medals and ribbons for service to the country. The council often slipped messages to naval officers, through me, possibly without the officers' knowledge. I never knew my exact location. I was not allowed to know. We entertained the Air Force and Army, also, but I was used more often with the Navy. Bob took me to a specific recording studio in Southern California to pre-record the songs I was to sing before doing a show for the troops. In the recording studio, I wore headphones that played back into my ears the music I was singing so that I could stay in tune. I enjoyed singing and the studios could make anyone's voice sound good, but Bob liked me to sing soft, breathy, high and sexy. Sometimes, in the beginning, he would sit just outside the recording room where he could hear the music and would cue me so we could get it just right. 138, once I was programmed to sing the Star-Spangled Banner, in a really sexy manner for the troops. When it was time to sing it live, they played the tape and I sang along, because it was hard to sing and dance at the same time and maintain good voice quality. In this way, I could put my all into dancing, splits and all, without being concerned with the song. You can imagine my amazement when I began healing and integrating personalities and discovered I could do the splits. I never consciously knew that I could do that. I found the lights that shone on us while performing to be blinding. Bob taught me to not look into them but to look past them so they would not bother me so much. Another time when I went with Bob to entertain the troops, they wrapped me in an American flag. I had on a tiny sparkling, red, white, and blue lacy bikini and sparkling red high heels. Two soldiers, in green army uniforms and boots held me up, one holding onto my feet and the other holding me up around my shoulders. As they turned me, the flag unfolded off of me and slowly I was unfurled to bright lights and lots of soldiers yelling, whistling and cheering. In addition to the entertainment, this was part of my spin programming. Bob had the microphone and had been telling jokes, but stopped as they unrolled me. He pointed to me while the drums rolled. When I was unfurled, they played the stripper and I danced around while all of the guys cheered. For other shows, I had a feather plume on my bottom that went up my back. The costumes were always different. I rolled around on the floor, did the splits and spread 'em, as instructed, for the boys. Sometimes I sang, sometimes I just danced, and sometimes for smaller private audiences, I stripped all the way. And there were times I was just there to dance seductively for Bob's personal and private pleasure later on in the evening. After the show, some man would put a prod or stun gun to my forehead. I totally collapsed into his arms and he carried me over and laid me down until it was time to leave. The physical sensation I experienced was a jolt of white-hot electricity, and then I felt very, very cold. This was the reaction to the electroshock. The man delivering the electricity also delivered programming to me. Before and after he zapped me, he said, "You are fat and ugly and no man could ever be attracted to you." As commanded, I carried the belief that I was fat and ugly and I never would have believed I was attractive enough to perform on stage, had I begun to remember. They would zap me with electroshock either on the forehead, the base of my skull, or on my back or thighs. For some reason on this occasion, Bob laughed just before they zapped me. He had some goon do it, he rarely did. I was often in very poor condition when we were helicoptered away and Bob laughed and made excuses for my listlessness, saying things like, "Don't worry about her, the kids just had too much to drink." Truth was I wasn't even allowed to drink, not even water. My physical reactions were all from the after effects of the electroshock and tended to erase my memory. Another show I was taken to was for the boys in the army. Bob wore an army uniform, just like the soldiers, and made jokes about being just like one of the fellas in his uniform. They loved it and cheered. Bob could get away with saying just about anything to them and they would laugh. When he introduced me, he said, "Watch this little one shake her tail feather." I came out with a glittery bra and a G-string with tail feathers attached to the back. I danced carrying matching purple feathers in my hands and placed them over my breasts and then turned around and held them over my bottom. When I was winding down my act, I was instructed to distribute all but the last of the feathers to soldiers in the audience and then turn my back to them, spread my legs far apart, turn my head and say, "Sorry boys, I need to leave something to keep me warm." I felt like I was on lots of naval bases in the United States at some time or another. Sometimes for entertaining the boys with Bob, but more often for programming. The programming of these bases was, 139, torturous. I was hung upside down in tanks filled with water or gases. There also were chairs with straight backs and armrests, with bands that fit tightly around my forehead, wrists and ankles. They also used electroshock and light and sound equipment, combined with food and sleep deprivation. I was subjected to lots of high-tech equipment and machines. I didn't have a clue what these machines actually did or why my controllers were torturing me with them. Bonded to Bob, Bob took me with him to lots of places when I was 16 to 21, 1967 to 1972. Wherever we were, or whomever I was to be with, I usually came with a silver limo. I would be held in the back and no one from the outside could tell I was there. I was accustomed to performing oral sex to whomever I was instructed, and in limos and public places it meant swallowing. As a result I would become sick some days when there were a lot of men to do. Sometimes the limo would be full of Bob's friends and I would be told to wait in the back after a premiere, gala or show openings, etc. Bob would bring his friends along for the ride, and they got to sample his goodies is what he would say to his friends. One evening at a Hollywood event that took place in front of Grauman's Chinese Theatre, Elizabeth Taylor looked curiously past Bob as he stood in front of the entrance to the limo I was parked in. She asked him who I was. Then she made fun of him, saying, "Couldn't you at least get one that doesn't look like a child? She doesn't even have any breasts." They didn't seem to get along too well. My programming made me feel bonded to Bob Hope. Almost like being married or comfortable being with him, like it was second nature to be with him. I was programmed to know what he liked so I could easily please him. He liked to find me in his bathtub, full of bubbles, giggling and happy and ready for him. He liked for me to take off his shoes, rub his smelly feet, inch up his legs, unzip his pants, and perform oral sex, but stop just before he orgasmed and wait a while before continuing. Following program command, I sat on his lap, kissed him, and told him how handsome he was, as he sat in his favorite winged back chair in his room. He had a footstool that I sat on to rub his feet. Bob did not always want sex actually, but always liked to be reminded of it by talking about sexual things or how young I was. He loved young women and I was just that, and always was young to him because he was older than the Hills. He was older than my father. He could have been my grandfather, with nearly a 50-year age difference between us. I had been trained all my life to please older men. I knew just how to treat them, flatter them, and make them feel good, psychologically and, of course, physically. Bob sexually desired me from ages 16 to 20 or so. After that he just had sex with me, almost as a convenience to him. When I married, his sexual desires seemed to change. During my teen years he'd take me around to friends, parties, clubs, and he bragged to whomever he was with, that he still got the young stuff. I do not remember ever being involved in satanic trauma with Bob. But he must have known and liked what it created from my childhood years. He was above the trappings of Satanism, like most of the higher-ups. They looked at people who practiced Satanism as low-level, but the job had to be done, trauma-based for mind control, and they rationalized it by saying, "Look how beautifully she turned out." Bob's parties, I had lots of party girl personalities programmed for Bob. Bob spent a greater amount of time with me when I was a teenager, until I was married. The personalities dedicated and devoted to Bob were clever and programmed with silly jokes for Bob's company. Bob liked me to start the parties outright, so guests were served mixed drinks, champagne, hors d'oeuvre, etc. Then Bob had me entertain in skimpy little outfits he provided, such as a red leotard, with netting around my wrist, red fishnet stockings and, 140, red sparkly high heels. I'd sing and dance and would strip if it was an appropriate time. One of the first times Bob had me start the party, he said, "You took control of the room." He seemed surprised. When I stripped in front of couples, I did a lot of the same couple bonding techniques that I did with couples in the intimacy of their own bedrooms. I was programmed to say something about the husband to the wife like, "God, you have good taste in men. I wish I could find one like this." And while I said it, I would lasso him with a silk scarf or feathers and pull him close, usually to my bare navel or chest. Or I'd say to the husband, "You have won the charms of one of the most beautiful women in the world. You must be quite a man." And I would go on and on whispering, as if just to them, yet still having everyone in the room watch. Usually, unless Bob said it wasn't appropriate, I'd eventually strip and it seemed to loosen everyone up, and very often I invited them if they cared to join me. It was usually like watching a group of little kids doing something naughty. Everyone would stand up and start getting naked, pulling off their clothes and throwing them all over the floor. Then they would go skinny dipping or off to a side room for sex. People later told Bob the experience really stimulated their sexuality and they had not had such great sex in 20 years of marriage. Different nights brought different types of people together, usually carefully matched and pre-selected so they would congeal. Most of the couples were usually older and the men were businessmen, politicians, bankers, stockbrokers, movie and music artists, and other people that were important to Bob's interests. The party's guest lists were planned and coordinated to match up and network people who they needed to get together, or groups with similar sexual preferences like gays, lesbians, heterosexuals, or pedophiles, so they could feel free to let their hair down. Unfortunately, after it happened, Bob owned them. Often, people did drugs at Bob's if they wanted to. At some parties, drugs and alcohol were in large supply, usually in labeled dishes or on little platters. Everything had little ribbon identifier tags or small signs, so people knew what they were getting into, Bob would say. For some private parties, Bob had me act like I was his dummy and he would load me up with most of the lines so he wouldn't have to think so much or memorize the jokes. He often had me say the key lines so he could easily bounce off of them and deliver a one-liner. He dressed me in skimpy clothes and he put his hand up my back like he was making me move like a dummy. He did that dummy gig often or had me mime with him or mime alone. When people got high they really liked the mime act, especially if there were strobe lights flashing on and off. Bob usually had some real maids who were older and who really cleaned and served. I only had to do that if it was the way they, Henry, Bob, and the council, had planned for me to go in on a target. For example, I would serve the target champagne with 2 strawberries in it, and then I'd say to him, "Could I eat your pause, strawberry?" I'd wiggle all over and smile or giggle. Sometimes the men would blush, but usually they would smile and say, "Why yes." As programmed, I would take the man's drink and take him by the hand to a side bedroom and say, "Can I suck your now?" Then I'd perform as programmed. To cover himself, Bob had me say, "Please don't tell Mr. Hope about this." But other times Bob told me to say, "Bob wanted to share with you the pleasure he gets on a regular basis." It all depended on the angle they were using according to the information that had been gathered on the man prior to the evening. Before I left the room I was instructed to show the man to the adjoining bathroom and shower, and offer him towels, combs, deodorant, dryers, etc., anything he might need to freshen up, and I'd explain he was free to rest, sleep or shower. If it was a serious target for the council, I would stay with the man longer, sometimes all night, and at times I was instructed to take him away from the party, somewhere quiet, where it was just the 2 of us. I would take him wherever I was instructed, to a hotel, park, beach, restaurant, disco, etc. If it, 141, was a serious target they got the red carpet treatment, if not they still got sex. Prince Charles was the red carpet sort, where minor politicians or businessmen were less catered to. At other parties I carried a silver tray with a glass of champagne on it and I'd have a cherry stem with a cherry dangling out of my mouth. Seductively I would say, "Would you like a cherry, sir?" And then I'd take him to another room for sex. Or I'd put a very expensive gourmet chocolate truffle in my mouth and say to a target, "Would you like one of these?" As I slowly and sensually took it in and out of my mouth, sucking and licking it, and if he said yes, I would put it on the edge of my lips and say, "Oops, this is the last one, do you share?" If he indicated he did, I would lean over and share it with him. Then I'd ask him if he wanted seconds and if he said yes, I would take him off for sex. Other occasions, with a slice of peach in my mouth, I was programmed to ask, "Would you like a California peach?" And then I'd give it to him. In the bedroom, Henry told Bob the strategies and they often worked together to create a script for me to deliver, especially if jokes were needed. If it was intricate or complicated, then Henry did the uploading. Sometimes though, for Bob's parties, Bob would load me up with statements for different people before the party began. He had a list of party guests and he often had his writers come up with something clever and funny along the subject lines Bob chose. I remember hearing him call different writers to chew them out if they were late delivering the scripts or if he was unhappy with the material they came up with. The council used Bob and Henry together and was able to achieve enormous strides because people oftentimes didn't realize they were connected, or that Bob and Henry were strategizing or manipulating them, let alone that they were connected to the council. Bob's political connections. Bob was involved in local, state, national and international politics and had a network of cronies all around the world. he would scratch their backs for the same in return. Since he wielded so much political power, because of his wealth and connections, people listened to him and often did what he asked. Most people were bought. He had a network of people, politicians, judges, police, etc. in his back pocket, and in this way he remained protected and often operated above the law. He seemed to know everyone everywhere we went, and people seemed anxious to get near him. He had the money to buy anything he liked, including programmed sex slaves. Once he told me, everyone has his or her price, and he usually found it. It was not always money that people were after. Sometimes it was connections, fame or sex. By the time I was 18, I was in operation heavily with Bob Hope, California Governor Ronald Reagan, President Richard Nixon, and Henry Kissinger. They all knew I had what they called expanded faculties. I was often used as an intermediary between Sacramento and the White House, keeping information flowing per instruction from the council. They were the top controllers. So, for example, during the time Reagan was governor of California, I was flown to Reagan's ranch to have sex with him and deliver him messages. Then I was flown to the White House to have sex with Nixon and deliver messages from the council. The council was overseeing all this. They debriefed me after each assignment and reprogrammed me in light of the information I reported. I don't know if Reagan or Nixon really ever knew to whom I was really reporting, whose interests I was really addressing. The council always made it look like I was attending to Reagan or Nixon's sexual interests and then subtly slipped in messages or suggestions from the council. My programming reminded me, mine is not to question why, mine is but to do or die. I was only 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 years old when I was performing many of these earlier sex espionage missions. It was the perfect cover. Who would have suspected me, a very average, innocent-looking, silly, young blonde, to have been involved in U.S. government and shadow government activities? 142, Ronald Reagan and Bob Hope were connected through the entertainment field and were doubly connected through their political and military friends when Reagan was governor of California and later on when he became President of the United States. Bob was also friends with high-powered men like Walter Annenberg, who had a sweeping estate in Palm Springs, or more specifically Rancho Mirage. When Bob took me there for meetings or parties, I was told, "This is a mirage, this just a mirage." Walter Annenberg was at one time an ambassador to Britain and was also connected to the Reagans and the British royal family. Bob was politically connected and knew how to lure people in and ensure they would work for him. He invited them to his parties and dangled various kinds of illegal or immoral perversions in their faces. Once their perversions were uncovered, he could blackmail or control them. That is how Bob worked. Bob was very good at this. I watched him do it to people over and over. He lured them in, detected their weaknesses, then used that knowledge in his favor, for his connections, and ultimately for his personal gain. He was like a black widow spider, luring people into his web and then moving in for the kill. Except instead of killing his prey, he simply put them to good use in his life. He used them in the scheme of things, he would say, to make life a little easier. Once lured into Bob's snare, there was no getting out without dire consequence. Bob especially liked to do this to politicians because, as he would explain to me after a party, he liked to have a few key politicians in his back pocket. Bob demonstrated my abilities to people he wanted to gift me to. He gave me as a sexual gift to a lot of people he wanted to have in his back pocket. Later, he talked about how incredibly stupid these people were, to take the drugs or alcohol and then make a public spectacle of themselves. J. Edgar Hoover was at Bob's parties. One night he ended up dressed in a blue sequin dress. Henry and Bob had put together a list of other politicians who were like J. Edgar so they would feel comfortable together. J. Edgar Hoover, Jerry to his friends, must have thought Bob was safe and that he was out of his political arena so he could let his hair down. But it was really a clever setup between Bob and Henry, as they set a trap for Hoover. At the party on set, I was brought in to dance naked and get them going. They all dressed up in costumes left out for their party enjoyment. I presented it that way so they wouldn't feel uncomfortable or inhibited. Then they were given booze, cocaine, anything they wanted. There were party poppers and dishes full of different recreational drugs with little tags attached explaining the type of ride they would go on if they took a certain pill or powder. Everything short of injectables was offered. This group of men got really high and silly and changed into the costumes. Once they were high, I worked them for information as pre-directed by Henry Kissinger. J. Edgar must not have known that Bob Hope was connected to Kissinger. So, the information gathered that evening, not only Hoover and his friends' direct answers to questions, but their attitudes, and sexual preferences, etc. were all recorded directly into my mind files. From then on the council hit Hoover by the balls, or was it the pussy? My controllers joked. From then on the FBI was under council control, and they even got Hoover to put blocks and different rules, regulations, and codes directly into the FBI operations. That began to set up a controlling mechanism for the future so that when the next FBI director took office, things inside the bureau would be in place so the council could continue to manipulate them toward their ultimate year 2000 goal. Alan Cranston, 143. Senator Alan Cranston was Bob's right-hand political man in California. He also attended Bob's parties. Alan carried out things Bob wanted done in the government sector. Bob's business dealings ran deep into world governments. He used government agencies as a tool for his benefit, and he bought people already working in the government so that he could control them and get things in order, he would say. Which meant bend or change laws to his benefit. Cranston was the center of the political wheel, the inside corrupt wheel, in California. If anyone wanted anything done, all they had to do was contact Bob and he would go through his political cronies to get it done no matter what it was. Senator Cranston was tied into Bob Hope, and from what I saw, Bob was tied to the outskirts of the council, but Cranston was not. Politicians were never allowed to be that close or to be directly affiliated with the council, but were given information, as they needed it, from unidentified sources. That is what I was, an unidentified source. Cranston was one of Bob's favorite connections. Cranston liked spankies over his lap. He would make me lie over his lap and he would spank me, to turn me on, he would say. The more turned on he got, the more brutal he became. He was into beatings, sometimes with a belt, and tying me down. He was very aggressive, very scary and unpredictable. Alan Cranston was a bony old, evil man. Cranston was not allowed to leave marks on me. Henry Kissinger saw to that. Henry kept tabs on me during the Nixon and Reagan administrations because he had his interest in using the information that he had carefully instilled in my mind files and did not want me damaged. Cranston and Bob seemed to be close friends. Bob and others ran a lot of California politics from Palm Springs and made sure they had the people they needed in their back pockets in order to enact change, which meant bending things for their own financial gain. It usually always boiled down to money, but occasionally Bob did things out of vindication for certain people. He always made people sorry if they were not nice to him. He usually got his way. His power went high. One night on the Queen Mary, in the mid-1970s, Cranston tied me tightly to a headboard and then got so drunk or drugged up that he could not untie me. So he had sex with me standing up, with me still tied, and then he passed out on the bed. I had to stay tied up like that until the wee hours of the morning when Bob came and found me. My hands and feet were purple-blue from the lack of circulation and I was exhausted but quickly snapped out of it, when Bob told me to. I switched to being happy, refreshed and bubbly, while Bob attempted to get Cranston sobered up. Sometimes at parties, Cranston stayed the next day to pull himself together around Bob's pool. If Dolores was there, Bob would tell her I was hired as the maid for the day, but when I would sit on his lap, Dolores would just roll her eyes and walk away disgusted. Theirs was not a marriage made in heaven. The chief of police is compromised. There was a small Italian restaurant located on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Los Angeles, called Café Galleria. My brother Rick introduced Craig and I to the unique little restaurant in the early 70s. I remember one evening, as we pulled away from the restaurant after we'd had dinner, Craig looked back in a quiet, dissociated manner and said, "Bad things happen in the black room there." When I questioned him further, he didn't answer, so I immediately tucked it away in the back of my mind and went on to another subject. But he was absolutely right, and years later I had the memory which pieced together the answers to the questions I would have liked to have asked him back then. With the detailed flashback of the event, I had a fuller picture of what really took place that night. I don't know who specifically was behind the blackmailed event, but I remembered being taken into the back area of the restaurant into a smoke-filled room full of men. I was told to strip and dance, 144, and ended up sitting on Police Chief Daryl Gates' lap in the nude. Cameras flash pictures of me on his lap, after which I was ushered out with my clothes to meet my husband. With only fragments of this memory, I am left with an incomplete picture of what my controller's actual agenda was. You can come to your own conclusions. Pete Wilson, California Senator, and then Governor, Pete Wilson was also tied to Bob Hope. Bob manipulated Pete through Pete's desire for fame and recognition and through his desire for political gain and for sex. Bob originally invited Pete Wilson to his parties and used me to lure him into his web so he could gain further control over politics in California, or at least protect some of his interests. As Pete discovered, Bob was a direct link to ensuring success politically because he had connections to so many people and was connected with the council and the U.S. Defense Department. In the beginning I was used with then California Senator Pete Wilson on Catalina Island. Pete Wilson was in line to be used by the council in a big way. Back then they felt he was one of the most promising candidates they had for the U.S. presidency. The last information I had overheard in conversation concerning this was that they were not sure he would be ready by the election in 1996, but they had him in a holding pattern for later use when the time was right. As Pete went along with what the council wanted, doors were to immediately open for him. I was programmed to deliver news to Pete from the higher-ups, the council. Over time, he became conditioned to associating me with news about his future success. But, who from the outside would have ever suspected that one, initially a young woman and later, a seemingly ordinary housewife and mother, would be carrying secret information to him from this very elite group that secretly rules the world from the shadows? At that time, the council sent a message to Pete through me, asking him if he wanted to step upstairs. Pete's answer was, yes. Lots of the information between Pete and the council was filtered through me. That way, no one knew of his connection, just like they didn't know of Nixon's or Reagan's direction by the council. I delivered messages to Pete from the council on many occasions. He seemed fully conscious of their connection to him and their support of him, although I don't know if he was aware of their actual identities. At that time my instructions from the council were given to me by phone or over closed-circuit television, where their voices and bodies were scrambled. No one was allowed to know who they were. Pete either didn't know or didn't care how they were able to accomplish what they did in regard to world affairs. Or, maybe he also was programmed and operated with me from a programmed alter state. One night, while vacationing with my family on Catalina Island, men in suits came and took me from them in order to ready me for use with Wilson. It was the same routine as usual trauma, isolation, food and sleep deprivation that occurred before I was used to ensure I would later be amnesiac of the entire event. After the traumatic preparation took place, I was escorted by men in suits past the Yachtsman's Club out to a dinghy and was taken to Pete on a plush yacht moored in the Avalon Harbor. My controllers dressed me for the occasion in all white blouse, slacks, gold belt and shoes. It was late at night when I was placed on board with Pete. After we were left alone, he wanted to slip over the side of the boat naked and swim in the dark with me. I obeyed. Pete was in good shape physically and had a little more than average share of penile endowment. After our swim, we got into bed and had sex. He pinched my buttocks and told me what a great one I had. Sometimes he got very aggressive and it traumatized me. On this occasion he nibbled me all over, 145, my body, from head to toe. We were both laughing hysterically, because I was programmed to be congenial. He liked to have sex in many different positions and was an active participant, unlike Ronald Reagan. He seemed to enjoy showing me how physically strong he was. When I first met him, he would have two of us, two women, at the same time, but later on just me, As he said, I responded better to him just one-on-one. He had massage oils that we used sometimes during sex also. He loved oral sex and liked for me to bring him just to the edge of orgasm and then back off so he could last longer. I was programmed to have a lot of passion with Pete Wilson. It was normal after sex for us to talk. Usually this was when I delivered the messages I was carrying to him from the council. We talked a lot in bed as I delivered information to help him climb the political ladder. This particular evening on the yacht, I stayed the night on board with him. He often had very bad breath upon awakening. The next morning, I was taken off the yacht and reunited with my family at our spot on the beach, programmed to think I had never been gone, never missed any time with them. As usual, they didn't notice my absence or my return. Pete Wilson knew how to utilize me in the same ways Henry Kissinger did by accessing my mind files. I was used in Sacramento, the state capital, with him in this way, even before he was governor of California. But Pete often had trouble remembering the mind file names and would say, "Now what was that file name again?" He'd snap his fingers and go to his desk to get the listing of files located in the Peter Wilson Library. When this personalized filing system was gifted to him through me, Henry said to tell him, "Pete, you had a whole library donated and built just for you." It was complete with every volume, every book housed just precisely where he could gain access to it inside my mind files, all by a simple command. For Pete, I was a total sexual robot as well as a computer robot. But I was never set up to serve both functions at the same time. I was flown to meet him in different locations, as far back as the early 1980s, and met him in Sacramento when he was there on business. Pete had trouble getting my mind files open to access information because he couldn't wait 2 hours in between for sex. I overheard Henry ask him, "Well, did you wait the 2 hours in between usages?" But Pete lied, and Henry knew he lied when later he accessed me and asked, "What time did Peter enter the Wilson Library?" And I would tell him the exact time and he would catch Pete in a lie every time. Pete didn't seem to know or understand the level of sophistication that allowed me to report exactly when Pete initiated sex or mind file use. The council operated in these very cunning and manipulative ways with Pete Wilson and others. Slowly they introduced people, knowing that over time, trust built, and later when an important event or issue needed to be dealt with, the connections had been made, a bond was formed, and it was easy for them to use people. They had plans for Wilson to be governor of California long before he was elected, so far ahead, in fact, that they started putting me with him for the council to begin grooming him for the job of governor. Since I had also been used with other California governors, my programmed years of experience in regard to the ways the council worked with politicians was helpful to Pete in his early days. The programmed information I carried included familiarity with people and agencies, and could help him get acquainted and adjusted. I was programmed to work with Pete Wilson in regard to the new educational plan for children, that was first implemented in California. That is a whole separate, but very important subject, which I, 146, will address in a later chapter. I don't know if Pete was aware of where my information was coming from, but he seemed to enjoy large amounts of sex with me in between business engagements. Pete Wilson also had sex with my daughter at one of Bob's parties when she was older. Obviously, my personal experience with Bob Hope is contrary to the all-American good citizen image that he and the media have managed to fool the majority of the American people with all these years. In truth and sorrow, all I have left to say to him is, "Bob, thanks for the memories." For now, armed with the truth of what has happened, I can begin to work to stop this once secret, human atrocity called mind control. They struck me, you will say, but I was not hurt. They beat me, but I did not feel it. When shall I awake? Be not envious of evil men, nor desire to be with them. For their minds devise violence, and their lips talk of mischief. By wisdom a house is built, and by understanding it is established. By knowledge the rooms are filled up with all precious and pleasant riches. A wise man is mightier than a strong man, and a man of knowledge than he who has strength. He who plans to do evil will be called a mischief maker. The devising of folly is sin, and the scoffer is an abomination to men. Proverbs 23-24, 147, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories Chapter 14, Parties at the Rockefellers. Or, what do the Rockefellers, Kissinger, Alan Greenspan and the Federal Reserve all have in common? Measure failed to organize their plan. Parties were given in New York at the Rockefeller Mansion around Christmas time each year. I was flown to New York by commercial airline and was met at the airport and limoed to their home. I was taken by a woman to get my hair and nails done, then brought back and dressed to be used to entertain top people from all over the world, usually ending in a sexual encounter with individuals they were targeting. At the parties, I was dressed formally in expensive evening gowns and was often provided a diamond brooch or huge diamond necklace to wear for the evening. There was a whole room, a vault, that had a bank of thin but wide drawers that housed necklaces, brooches, tiaras, all mounted on special stands shaped to fit them. There were tiered drawers for bracelets, diamond watches and rings. I was taken into the vault at times in order for someone to select jewelry that was appropriate for my outfit. Usually it was a blonde, blue-eyed, soft-spoken woman who wore her hair up. She was pretty and knew just how to dress me. If I was to target an important official, foreign leader, or king, they put an especially alluring piece on me. Then she'd escort me out of the vaulted room down a hall and into the house. It was like a secret hallway that led to the collection. One evening she dressed me in a long red strapless formal. It was form-fitting and the bodice was low-cut. I had to wear a push-up bra to look bustier, but she said she loved my small waist. She fastened a diamond necklace around my neck and said she liked how it dipped down to accent the bodice of my dress. My hair had been done up and she had me wear large diamond drop earrings displaying lots of diamonds that dangled together. After I was finished being dressed with accessories, the lady took me out into one of the main rooms. This one was forest green and Prince Philip was there. She reminded me beforehand to curtsy and bow deeply to him and to stay down and bow my head for a while, which I did, before this man dressed in a black tux, complete with cummerbund and shiny black shoes. Rocky came into the room and put his cigar down in an ashtray, bowed to Philip and said, "I wanted you two to have some time to get acquainted before the other guests arrived." Then he went on to explain to Prince Philip, "She has been dedicated solely to you for the evening. Your wants are her desires." Philip smiled. Rocky shook Philip's hand with both hands and explained, "It's an honor to have you here this evening and to express our sincerity. This young lady has been dedicated to you for your highness's pleasure for the night." "Thank you," Philip replied. "You're most kind." They continued speaking in formalities. That's how everyone spoke around Philip. Rocky handed him a drink that the butler bartender had made and excusing himself, said, "I'll leave you two alone for a while and I'll be back to check on you to see if there's anything you want or need." As he walked out of the room, the butler who was on his heels closed the doors. I was just a teenager, but my inner twin sister, Sharon, was the personality that was groomed for these assignments with the elite. Philip and I sat on the couch and I smiled at him and was shy, as programmed. He reached out and took my hand and sipped his drink. He was nervous, like he wasn't sure how to act or just what to say to me. But he began, "You're very young and very beautiful." "Thank you, Your Highness," I replied shyly. Prince Philip reached out and put his arm around me and I leaned up and kissed him. He was younger and more squarely handsome in a homely kind of way than the old men I was used to. "This is, 148, just the beginning of a very wonderful evening," I said as I kissed him on the cheek. I knelt down in front of him, placing my carefully manicured hands on his knees and looked into his eyes as I started inching my hands near his crotch. Quickly he said, "I'd like to enjoy looking at you this evening at the party, knowing you will be my dessert." I smiled up at him and nodded yes, then got up and sat back down by his side. He stood and ushered me out to the other room without waiting for Rocky to come back to get us. I thought, he didn't follow the rules, but it didn't seem to matter. The beautifully dressed people at the party bowed to him all night, even the men. I sat off on a couch in a corner alone for some time and he just kept looking over at me and smiling. Since I was under mind control, I couldn't think to accurately identify the royal family structure and mistakenly thought to myself, I wonder where the princess is, or if there is one. In addition, I couldn't think to question or to know what I was actually involved in. This wasn't a large party and I didn't know or recognize the others. Philip spoke very formally but didn't act how I thought a prince or a king was supposed to act. I had no way of understanding his position in the royal family, but assumed that since everyone was bowing to him, he must be a king. He just kept looking at me like he was reminding himself of what was to come. Later, people began to leave, and they all took forever saying goodbye. Then some men in suits took us by limo to a hotel there in New York, a penthouse suite, and escorted us up to the room. I didn't know who the men were, if they were guards or his own security, but they acted like the Secret Service agents did. I had been given a white, full-length coat to wear. I felt like a princess since I usually wasn't dressed quite that formally. Once inside the room, he started to undress out of his formal clothes. "Please, Your Highness," I offered, "allow me." He sat on the bed while I took off my coat and kneeled down to take off his shoes, socks, with the elastic straps, and then I undid his cummerbund and unbuttoned his shirt very slowly and seductively while I kissed him gently all over his face. I rubbed his neck and shoulders for a while and then took off his pants. He wore boxer shorts, the baggy kind. Once he was undressed, he slowly took off my clothes, and then pulled back the sheets and laid me in the bed and began kissing me. He was passionate and didn't hurt me. I was sent to sexually service him at other times. As usual, I was always kept in extreme isolation before and after I was taken to these parties and was deprived of food and water most of the time until I was delivered back to the airplane. I was told things to say to key people during the parties and continued delivering their important messages after the party, when I had sex with an individual they has pre-designated. When my job was finished, I was debriefed and put into isolation again before being flown back to my home in California. Nelson Rockefeller continually accessed me by closed-circuit television in California, especially before an upcoming event. I was programmed to drive to a local Holiday Inn, go to the front desk for a key, and then directly to room 222. It was there by closed-circuit television that I was instructed what to do and what to say to certain individuals that I was soon to be connected to in Los Angeles, such as Barbra Streisand and other celebrities or individuals I would be seeing later at his parties. One year Gerald and Betty Ford were there and another year Ronald and Nancy Reagan. There were always lots of celebrities, royalty from England, and leaders from countries all over the world. Henry Kissinger took me to a Rockefeller party one year and kept coming back to me during the evening with instructions about whom to approach and what to say to them. He instructed me to approach Jackie Kennedy Onassis. He told me to tell her how much I respected her and the late president, and how I admired the way she picked up and went on after his assassination. Jackie smiled and displayed shy mannerisms when I first approached her. She said she was very happily remarried and, 149, her life was running as smoothly as could be expected. Later she told me she wished she could spend more time with Ari but that she understood he had lots of business dealings all over the world and was a busy man. Aristotle Onassis was not among the guests at the party. Another man escorted Jackie. He was very tall, dark and handsome. Noticing I was talking with her, this man returned by her side and escorted her to another room. He seemed to be very protective of her. Henry told me things to tell lots of people so I would be familiar to them and more trusted if they ever needed to send me in on them at a later date. One of the rooms in the Rockefeller house was decorated in deep forest green with a rich green plaid that went halfway up the wall. It was a beautiful house, full of beautiful wood and glass. It was decorated, of course, to the hilt. The front doors were massive wood and glass, and the entire estate was monitored by remote access televisions so someone inside the house could always see what was going on inside and outside on the grounds. Happy Rockefeller wasn't called Happy for nothing. She drank a lot at their parties and later at the end of the evening they usually had to take her away because she was sloppy drunk. Henry got mad at Nelson about it but Nelson stuck up for her. Henry told Rocky that it looked very unprofessional and undignified, and that she should be kept away from the public eye, but Rocky wanted her there anyway. Famous people who attended the Rockefeller parties had their identities protected. They arrived in limousines with tinted windows and in this way were protected from public exposure. The highly sophisticated alarm and monitoring systems that constantly scanned the grounds provided the security necessary for the VIPs who visited. No one was ever to disclose who attended the parties. On the surface the parties looked like mere social gatherings of friends, but they were much more, as secret and sensitive information was passed around a select group. A small group of men always met in a back room after the party to discuss world strategies and business. It was not unusual for guests to spend the night, but only a select few were invited to the meeting. At these private meetings, I watched the men who literally ran the world. Men who decided when it was profitable and or strategically important and timely to start a war. They even had it planned who would begin the fighting and where. It always added up to big money, power, and control. At times, I was allowed into the room because they were aware that I was under mind control and my services were utilized in whatever way they needed to use me. People in America think they elect their presidents, but from what I witnessed, they do not, as the process of putting them into office is a highly controlled and corrupt one. The media is so controlled that the American people never get the full and accurate story. The presidents are selected long before they are voted into office. It is no accident that Ronald Reagan and Pete Wilson won the governorship of California. It was rigged through financial, business, and political connections from this controlling group, headed by the council, right down into various business and political factions, and then on down into the public arena. They own the press. They own key television stations and famous anchor men. They have key people who own the newspaper companies. They buy magazine companies and own many large corporations that allow them to have leading-edge media exposure, thus allowing them to control the information people see on the television news, read in newspapers and magazines, or hear on the radio. They are funded by the richest men and corporations in the world who get what they want, when they want it, by whatever means it takes to do so. They operate above the law, above the federal government. I witnessed and recorded in my photographic memory many of these encounters as I was bounced around the globe in the company of varied and influential people in the know. 150. Rockefeller Connections. Nelson Rockefeller was connected to Bob Hope and many people in positions of power: Nixon, Ford, Reagan, and Bush, even before these men were presidents. At the Rockefeller Mansion, there was a direct phone line to the White House that no one was supposed to know about. It was kept in a side closet behind a mirrored liquor cabinet. Nelson didn't even have to dial. He just picked it up and began talking. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but he often spoke about the Chase Manhattan Bank. There was a clear plastic box on the mouthpiece of this phone. I don't know the purpose for this device. When I was at the mansion, Nelson called Reagan at times. He never told Reagan I was there. My instructions were to keep quiet. John D. Rockefeller operated independently from the rest of the Rockefellers. There was animosity between John D. and the rest. They didn't like or trust him, so they kept secret their operations from him. They also didn't trust his political connections. There was a very ornate, very old wealth hotel in New York where I was set up to meet different people. This time they sent me in to visit John D. Rockefeller. The council wanted to see if they could win him over, so they could use him. I was pre-programmed in room 222 at the Holiday Inn in California and then sent to target him at that New York hotel. They dressed me in a small short black dress with black nylons, black heels, and I carried a small black purse. I knocked at his door and he answered. He was about 5 feet 11 inches and on the stocky side with graying hair, nice face and skin. He had on a grey suit and white shirt and his tie was undone. He looked like he had been resting. He asked me why I was there, and in a very upset voice, I screamed, "Someone's been shot." He said, "What?" I told him again. Then he pulled me into the room and questioned me more. I said everything just like I was programmed to, but he didn't fall for any of it. He said, "I don't know who sent you but I'm not interested," and he showed me the door. When I arrived back downstairs, my contact said, "You're back so soon." We left quickly through the large brass revolving door out into the cold, to an awaiting limousine. Supreme Court justices. Nelson Rockefeller was also the connection to some Supreme Court justices who were old friends of his. They called him, Old Rocky. I was sent among different Supreme Court justices and I was instructed to make sure neither judge talked about or knew that I was being intimate with the other. The counsel knew just the perfect phrases to have me deliver in these situations that would shut the door to these judges ever mentioning our private, intimate experience to anyone, especially their colleagues. All these judges knew each other well. It was like an inside men's club, and so the counsel would tell me something no one would have known about Judge so-and-so, and I would tell the judge I was with about it, and that his colleague, Judge so-and-so, was extremely sensitive about this subject. This would cause him to not want to have anything to do with the other judge, and so it would be in that judge's favor to not ever mention our little affair. For example, they had me say, "I overheard Judge so-and-so talking at a party and he was saying how distasteful he found it when men his age were dabbling with younger women. So to protect your relationship with him, it would probably be better for you if you never mentioned this evening with us together." Now I can understand perfectly well how a man like yourself would desire and benefit from an evening with a young woman like myself. To be perfectly frank, it's very normal and healthy, but certain other old stick-in-the-mud judges just don't see things the same way. I'm sure you understand. And if the judge was convinced, then I had him locked into the secret, and if not, I, 151, would report back and my controllers would give me another tactic to slip in later, after this one had passed. I was trained to read their body and facial language early on. I was taught not to trust their words as much as their body language. There were two very old Superior Court judges who I was sent in to seduce and probe for information. These very old men actually believed all the lines I told them about how attractive I found older men, how wise I knew they were, and how I really appreciated maturity and experience over the younger men of the day. And I got them tipsy and then asked them questions very innocently, like I was just curious about a certain subject. They usually answered me in strictest confidences to help me understand how things worked. Sometimes their egos would get so inflated from all the flattering I delivered, that they would be flustered and say more than they probably normally should or would have. Even under mind control, it really made me lose my respect for old men, especially Supreme Court justices, because they had no morals and totally believed and ate up all the lies. The counsel sent me into many different areas within the government to feel things out. I knew that meant to have sex and ask the questions I was directed to ask. They didn't say, "Feel things out," if I was only to ask questions or give information. Alan Greenspan in the Federal Reserve. I was assigned to be with Alan Greenspan. He is currently chairman of the Federal Reserve Board and controls the nation's economy by intentionally manipulating the Federal Reserve banks and the stock exchange. Through this manipulation, Alan is able to skim off monies for use within the shadow government. It is similar to money laundering, only this is done at the highest levels, channeling huge amounts of monies into, among other things, classified, hidden government projects. This agenda is tied into Henry Kissinger and Bob Hope, and is largely directed by the Rockefellers. David in particular was connected to the banking system and financial aspects of the New World Order. George Bush was also connected up very high in this plan. The stock exchange was often nothing but a charade, publicly displaying one facade while privately carrying on a very separate, private agenda. This agenda is aimed at funding many branches of what is to be the new inner structure and workings of the New World Order, the One World Government. The financial infrastructure was put in place and further honed beginning in the 60s, and by now it is well greased and operating at full capacity with a target takeover by the year 2000. By the year 2000 all parties are to be in place, all subsidiaries are to be up and running optimally with direct funding coming from the large New World Order funded and controlled corporations, of which there are many and which are multi-layered. There is a whole network of men who manipulate a lot of international business around the world, including the world banking system. Chase Manhattan Bank was just the tip of a whole network of banks all over the world that were set with a framework to control the world economy and hide illegal funds. These illegal funds are never detected if they are distributed into the internal workings of this banking system. In the early years, I was programmed to make large deposits into banks all over the world. Many mind-controlled slaves were doing that work. There are programmed people involved in global implementation all the way to the top in order to ensure that by this time, through this generation, their plan will not fail. Mind control was and still is their fail-safe mechanism intended to alleviate any human weakness or human interference. If the world's computer systems were to shut down, their systems, carefully created within the mind file systems of mind control victims, would continue to operate. Cryptic information passes to people in the know with the eyes to see and the ears to hear, as I overheard them during stock exchange dealings cryptically refer to those involved with New World Order agenda. Those programmed are able to glean plans and agendas as well as command instruction while watching the stock trades on television or by their actual physical presence while there. 152, when I was 16, my future mother-in-law, Sarah Ford, got me a job at a stock brokerage firm in Pasadena, called Independent Securities. Most people my age wouldn't have even been hired, but I was lucky, and unlike other new employees, didn't have to start in the mailroom. Instead I started work in the securities exchange room. There were cocktail parties attended by men and women in expensive clothes. There were more men than women, and there were times when Mr. Hecht, Sarah's boss and president of the company, briefed me on a certain fellow, who I was to be especially nice to and was to cater to, in an attempt to sway him to do business with Independent Securities. I was told to act naive, innocent and sweet because some of the older gentlemen preferred it that way. So that's what I did. I served drinks at the parties in order to have a substantial reason to interact with these wealthy gentlemen, potential investors. Parts of me were filled with lots of information on stocks, bonds, annuities, the Federal Reserve, and these parts knew exactly how the Federal Reserve manipulated business, corporations, and large investments for their own gain. Funds were amassed through the Federal Reserve for use in anything but what the funds were publicly portrayed as being used in. By the way, nobody audits the Fed, not even the IRS. I was heavily used for both mind files and sex, but my mind file use during my teens and on into adulthood always took priority as the counsel, Henry, and others sent messages and information back and forth to each other without the risk of being publicly linked. For example, Henry would say when an international crisis could be created and what countries were to be involved. Then those players involved would get their monies or exchanges, step up to be in the right position to gain monetarily and then step out. There were lots of corporate men who backed these endeavors with money from their corporations. They fronted the money in exchange for favors from the Federal Reserve or politicians. Their needs were always researched by the council to determine, before they went to the negotiating table, what would entice them most. The corporate owners were often targeted from many different positions, like sending in other successful players who had profited considerably in the past, in order to further influence them to participate. Often at the final time I was sent in, if the corporate head was opening to sex with a young woman, I was pre-programmed with line after line that was designed to hit them deep to get them to our side, or to cooperate with a business venture. Henry and Alan Greenspan worked hand in hand, sending endless messages through me to coordinate many of these so-called business ventures. They uploaded me with information in New York when I was there, usually for other Kissinger or Rockefeller business, or I was instructed via closed-circuit television from California. I believe this was around 1967-68. One wheel patients and old people to a closed-circuit viewing of a church service on Sundays, at the Hollywood Presbyterian Hospital, where I went with my Sunday school teen class, the same church where there were rituals occasionally. Anyway, my class wheeled people from their rooms to watch a church service, via closed-circuit television in the hospital. When the service was over, my friends went to take these patients for a snack and back to their rooms. I sat alone, my attention glued to the front of the closed-circuit television that sat on top of a metal stand on wheels. I knew from instructions to flip through the channels to 22, then pulled up the antenna and watched and listened carefully to instructions given. There were times when the man on the screen talked while he pointed with a pointer to figures on a chalkboard that I was to retain. Percentages, actuaries and places to go, people to meet, and things to say. I photographed with my mind the names, figures, etc., and listened carefully for dialogue I was to repeat to certain individuals like Reagan or Hope, and later Nixon or corporate heads. When it was over, it just cut off and the television went all fuzzy again, but I was always instructed to change it back to a normal numbered station, preferably the one that had been on, so no one would detect. Church activities were used often as a front to get me to places where I was supposed to acquire further information for upcoming events. Then the occasional rituals or traumas at church were performed to keep all this information hidden. Reagan was governor, 153, during this time, and I was given information over the closed-circuit television to deliver to him. Later on, I delivered the information to him at places like the Motion Picture Hospital, where my mum worked. The Rockefellers, especially Rocky, used me often during this time, but not without going to Henry first. Henry was still always in charge of me, but let Rockefeller use me to further his own interests. Henry would ask for updates on all of these other people's uses of me so he knew what was going on in lots of different circles at once. And, he would use any confidential information he found to further his own interests in business or government dealings. He found out the dirt on others by debriefing me from my use with the Rockefellers or different corporate heads, then he or Bob would take advantage of the information to further their interests. He already had free access to the Federal Reserve information through Alan Greenspan and others, but he could tap into mind file data anytime he wanted or needed. After high school I took bookkeeping classes at the local junior college, alongside my psychology major. At the base of some of my banking mind files was my bookkeeping coursework at Pierce College, to which Henry then attached a framework for his use, adding lots of data from classified documents, videos, etc. It was a very sophisticated system that worked on the inside of my mind while I was doing another job, and then the completed reports were ready when Henry needed them. Henry sometimes gave those internal systems a day or week to come up with the final data. He often said this was the brain of the future, making the need for computers obsolete. Henry said that, in the future, man would explore inner space. The council was the glue that held the major corporations together at the very top, the large international corporations. The council was above Henry Kissinger, their international political mastermind, and Alan Greenspan, who used the Fed to gain the money to fund and further their plan, to cement and make uniform the world economy for more efficient organization and ease of controlling. Alan Greenspan had a lot of big business backing, thus furthering their banking deals. They laundered huge sums of money through subsidiary treasury banks, so the action would be taking place off to the side in unnamed, unmonitored banks. That way the main Federal Reserve banks were kept freer to operate without detection. The plan covered the overall banking system so nothing could be traced. So if there were large sums of money that needed to be washed, they were put through the smaller, subsidiary banks that weren't being monitored, so no one would know. Sometimes these subsidiary banks ended up actually handling much larger sums of money and transactions than the larger Federal Reserve Bank in the same geographic area in order to hide the money laundering schemes. The way the system is set up, all monies from an area were supposed to funnel through the Federal Reserve Bank in that area in order to monitor many different things, so they can keep control of the money in specific geographic areas. With the large, washed funds filtering through the subsidiary banks, the laundering system did well and was never detected through the main Fed, which is highly monitored by Congress. Otherwise the reserve would come up out of balance every step of the way, since so much money was laundered in certain areas, and there was no way to begin to explain the large percentage of imbalance there would have been between even neighboring cities or states' holdings. The Federal Reserve had areas like political districts. In some areas, it was essential to have the subsidiary banks in place in order to funnel the funds from covert operations. San Diego was one. Los Angeles was another, and Hollywood was also. Wherever clusters of worker bees, mind control operatives, were located, money went into a subsidiary bank of the Federal Reserve to keep the funds continually channeling back to them. This was true in areas of immense illegal profit, like in Vegas, where the whole town was built on graft and everyone inside knew who got paid first so no one got hurt or stepped on. 154, I was constantly traveling to meet with members who were tied into the subsidiary Federal Reserve banks. Pete Wilson, who at the time was a San Diego-based senator from California, was one. These individuals tapped into my mind files for the Federal Reserve information and input banking information, everything from profit-loss standpoints to new account numbers in subsidiary banks that worker bees could be given to use to launder covered monies. Then, I reported it all back to Henry and I even had internal computer analyzers, bookkeepers, data compilers, statisticians, etc., that Henry created inside my mind file system so all the data input that was delivered to me could be instantly filed, computed and readied for delivery to Henry. I also had a system to maintain the original information from individuals, so Henry could double-check my figures. He ran cross-checks, periodically setting me down and accessing information while he ran tabs on his calculator. This wasn't his job, it was Greenspan's, but Henry always double-checked and cross-checked everything to keep everyone honest and to make sure my systems were properly gathering and compiling, then computing, the information. It was as if I had a whole set of financial workers inside my head that were specially trained to handle all of this, like a computer program. I believe lots of the corporate heads that reported their earnings to me were not aware I was a robot. I even had to write down numbers for some of them, just for show, when they got overly concerned that I wouldn't be able to remember all they had reported to me. So, that observation leads me to believe that they weren't all aware of the mind control enhancements I had in place, guaranteeing I would perform to perfection. Kissinger and Nelson Rockefeller's plan. One day, Nelson Rockefeller was leaning over me in the back of the limo talking to Henry as if I didn't exist. They were talking about the advanced research projects on brain studies and they spoke as if they were the only intellectual elite capable of understanding the advanced technology, as compared to the peons as they called the uninitiated. They spoke of their elite dream of ridding the world of the non-thinking, the genetically inferior, the deficient people of the world, so they could have sole heir and control over the earth for advanced purposes. They spoke over me, leaning on me and using me as a table or having me hold their drinks, or Henry's cigar, while they conversed about erudite and diverse scientific topics. There were times when Henry and Rocky planned lots of strategies between the ride in the car from New York to Washington, D.C. Henry had a different type of smell, a European aroma, and his suits always smelled of him and his cigars. He smoked cigars the whole entire way, at times they were Cuban. Often he blew the smoke right in my face and it was hard to breathe. Sometimes I couldn't tell what world I was in, the real world or the one over the rainbow. It got extremely confusing at times, but Henry told me to rely on those around me to help me know where I was. I was told, like a pretty ballerina led through the dance steps by the perfect led man, your partner is always a reliable mirror for you to see yourself in. New York and Washington, D.C. were my home away from home, but Henry made me keep my eyes closed often while we were in transit and frequently asked me, "Vhere, do you think you are?" I would try to answer, guessing our location, and he would intentionally attempt to scramble my reality by telling me, "No, you're now in San Francisco, or some other place we weren't really." In front of me, Henry would tell Rockefeller that we were in Pennsylvania, when we were actually on Pennsylvania Avenue at the White House. Henry and Rocky often placed me between them in the back seat. The glass partition was closed, shutting out the driver, creating the privacy they needed for their strategic planning. There was a television and a bar inside, but they didn't drink alcohol, as they were very intent on what they were planning. Rocky often got all excited in regard to an agenda and he would tell Henry, "Put this message in for her to deliver to Nixon, or whomever the plan was for." 155, Henry placed the needle in between my knuckles and if I bled, he pulled out one of his fancy handkerchiefs to wipe it off. One time he joked to Rocky, "My wife wonders Vhere all the kerchiefs she buys me are." He laughed and said he had to throw a lot of them away because he couldn't explain the blood spots. It was better for both of us when he was able to replace the needle with touch programs. Rocky always agreed with Henry, but Henry didn't always agree with Rocky. So in his coarse, froggy voice Rocky would say, "Okay, advise me." Then Henry would tell him how to correct the plan. Henry was always right with the people he was with. One day they talked about Happy, and Rocky said he was worried about her drinking. He told Henry he didn't know what to do. Henry said, "You need to get her into a program." Henry's love for his friend Rocky, Henry and Rocky got along extremely well. Henry genuinely laughed when he was with Rockefeller. He seemed to love to be with him. Henry really wanted him to be president and said that then they could have really been a team. Henry said it was fruitless, that Rockefeller would only lose anyway and it wasn't worth risking the whole party's success by running someone who couldn't win. Henry said Rockefeller didn't have enough popular following, despite his name, and that people would hold his wealth against him, since he was already publicly known to be rich. Henry thought it was really smart of Bob to cloak his wealth for as long as he was able to. He explained that most people didn't like their leaders to be rich, he said, well off would pass, but not rich. Henry's first thought usually was, how will the masses react to this? What will their attitudes and impressions be? He decided what they needed to think and then he went about structuring his eventual desired outcome. May take a while, but we've got time. We'll just work on them until we get them the way that we want them. Then they will be happy and we will be happy because we made them that way. San Francisco, I was only a teenager, and was in San Francisco with my mom and dad and Craig. I was taken from my family and men in suits escorted me through metal gates, almost like a prison, into a big building with cement floors. They took me into a noisy room where a machine was printing sheets of money. There was lots of money. A man who worked there said, "The boss says to inflate it. There's a munitions deal coming down and we don't want the Fed, Reserve, to show a surplus in this area." One of the men holding my arms said, "Okay," and stepped aside. I delivered the message, the dock at 5, and was immediately escorted back out. They took me down a hall and out past a turnstile into a black sedan and put me in the back seat, pushed my head down and we drove away. There were lots of arms and drug shipments in San Francisco and they raised and lowered the amount of money in the Federal Reserve to hide the activity in the area. They had to inflate it when there was no drug or munitions activity, so when there was, it would be even and steady and won't show the influx of the money into the area. I was taken to many large buildings, with high fences and guards. On another one of our so-called trips to Frisco, I was taken from the St. Francis Hotel where I was sitting in the restaurant with my parents and Craig. When the men in suits arrived to get me, I had on a yellow dress and went into the bathroom and removed from my large leather purse, a carefully folded, white form-fitting sleeveless shift that my mum had made for me. I had never worn it before. After I changed and put on a small white veiled pillbox hat and fixed my hair, which had been professionally teased and ratted into a flip, I went out from the bathroom where a suited man took my arm and led me, 156, out a back entrance of the hotel. It was cold and foggy, and I had short sleeves and no jacket. I didn't know where Craig or my parents had gone. The man in the suit took me out to a black car and put me inside and told the driver, "Deliver the young lady downtown, like we discussed." I just sat in the back seat and the driver rolled up the window between the seats. Another man stopped the car on the docks and came around, got me out, and replaced my little white hat with a wide-brimmed one and told me to go down to a ship, and pointed his finger in its direction. I walked down there and it was still very cold. I stood by a big ship until a man brought me aboard. Then I waited in a room, in park mode until a man came up to me and said, "I'm Fred." I replied, "Pier 69, and he pushed me away. I walked back to the dock where the driver was waiting and he waved me back into the car and took me back to the hotel. I changed back into my yellow dress and went back to meet my mum and dad and Craig in the restaurant. I never got to eat what I ordered. I returned to San Francisco many times over the years, for different assignments, some including the United States Mint. Henry said there were some jobs that just had to be taken care of from the inside, so he sent me there, often in conjunction with an agenda from Alan Greenspan. One time, I was heavily disguised as a male and armed with false security badges. At other times, Another slave accompanied me and we were both disguised as males. In the early years of the late 60s before Craig and I were married and then in the early 70s after we were married, we often drove up the California coast to Lake Nacimiento with friends or family to water ski during the summer. Craig and I often took side trips where he would take me to San Francisco for the day or to other places in the California Redwoods, where there would be private meetings held and Henry needed me there for mine file usage. Lee Iacocca, I delivered many names of banks and available subsidiary bank account numbers to many corporate owners, including Lee Iacocca. They continually changed the accounts so they couldn't be traced and sent me all over to sleep with and/or deliver account numbers to corporate heads all over the nation. I was even flown from place to place on corporate Learjets in order to deliver account numbers comfortably and in an entertaining manner, with security features included, to corporate heads. Lee had monopolies with other big corporations, international ones, and he also owned parts of major utility companies. I heard him talk on his personal phone often. It was a big deal back in those days for a man to have a portable phone, and he had one he wore under his jacket. I traveled the skies with Lee Iacocca, doing whatever he needed in his private jet. There was lots of room inside, but it wasn't a fancy one at first. I polished his shoes, gave him oral sex, whatever he wanted. I performed oral sex on Lee Iacocca on his Learjet before giving him the number for the new accounts he needed to use, plus some other information from Henry. I was instructed to offer, "Can I take your glasses, Mr. Iacocca?" And after he was satisfied, I was to smile and say, "I hope you were pleased." Lee insisted on these information transfers happening in the private confines of his jet for security and I had to wear disguises to board and aboard the jet. I just looked like a maid or at other times a secretary. Never the same disguises, and for Mr. Iacocca one had to even wear some of the tooth disguises while getting on and off the plane. He always had me remove them once we were airborne and then I removed my clothing disguises in exchange for something more comfortable and appropriate for traveling. 157, Lee Iacocca wore a tie block with a gold chain on it. I sat next to him, put my head on his shoulder and played with his chain before I unzipped his pants and performed oral sex. He was kind enough to hand me a handkerchief to wipe my face afterwards and then he took a quick nap. He said it always cleared his mind to take a quick nap but not a long one because that type made him feel thick-headed. I usually accompanied him on a business trip he already had planned. There were other stops after him and I seldom flew back with him, but instead connected with another flight or different people that Henry wanted me to see. If I began to remember the Lee Iacocca information, I was programmed to jump off tall buildings. "You will have the compulsion to jump," they said to me at UCLA, after I'd been drugged and was lying on an exam table listening to my instructions via earphones. Drug operations, New York City was a major area of operation and I was taken there often to make drug connections for Nelson Rockefeller and the CIA. I think Rockefeller was manipulated by the CIA. I think they may have blackmailed him for things that they knew about him. I don't know for sure. In New York, the Times Square clock tower was the site of many drug deals with Rockefeller and the CIA working together. On one deal my programming and information was as follows: "Meet me in Times Square. You will be known by your fruits. Go to the fruit stand and buy, always different combinations of fruit, an apple, 2 pears, a banana and 2 oranges, then walk over and sit on the bench and set your fruit out next to you on the bench so it can be seen. Give the man who sits down and eats the apple the message. Only give the message if he eats the apple. Give no one else the message." Once the man arrived and ate the apple, the message was to tell the man where to pick up the drugs. It was dangerous business and they stationed 3 men on rooftops who were armed with high-powered rifles to protect and watch over the drug deal. They said that I was too important an asset to risk losing. Years before, I had been programmed to say to anyone who attempted to access me without permission, "Hi, stupid. Men who don't value their life mess with me when my owner is not around. But it's the last time they ever do." Opium, heroin, and cocaine sales went down. All I had to do was to tell them where it was located. There were also drug deals locally in California. These took place over the years at Disneyland, Busch Gardens, Knott's Berry Farm, World Fairs and other public places. These transactions occurred when I was with other people, like my family or friends, who took me to the location under the guise of a day of entertainment. I was instructed to deliver information to a man who made himself known to me. My controllers told me what type of clothing the man would be wearing and what color hat. When I saw the target that matched the physical description that I was pre-programmed to look for, I excused myself from my friends and family, telling them I had to go to the bathroom. When the target made contact with me, I would ask him a question, like, if he wanted a Twinkie. If he said yes, then I'd deliver the message to him. There was always a precise word combination he would have to say back to me in response to my question. Then and only then would or could I robotically deliver the message. There were numerous drug and or munitions transactions that I was used to facilitate that took place all over the world in conjunction with other outings I was taken on. Reagan was in New York often. It was called a double whammy, when I would sleep with and deliver a message to Reagan, and then deliver the message back to the council. I usually had sex with 158 Reagan after the drug deals. I don't think he knew about them. It was a separate deal. But, they combined the two jobs for me into one time frame, for efficiency. Mondavi Winery, Robert Mondavi had a Learjet. Craig took me to the Mondavi cellars in Napa Valley, California in the wine country. There was a man to whom I was programmed to give numbers of accounts that Alan Greenspan had set up for him to launder certain monies through. I never spent the night with Craig during that trip through the wine country, though it was supposed to be our time away together, for just the two of us. All I consciously remembered until later was stopping at winery after winery, yet I usually didn't taste the wine. I slept with Mr. Mondavi. He always wore a suit or very nice casual clothes. He was dapper, as Bob would say. Big Sur, California. When Craig and I went to Big Sur for weekends away, we often went to a beautiful restaurant called Naples. It was located on a crag overlooking the ocean and at night it took on a magical glow, cast by the many tiny candles lit all over the restaurant. Craig got us a nice table and we sat down and then a switch would occur. When he got up to go to the bathroom, another man came and sat down next to me in Craig's place. I ended up having sex and delivering a message to this man. There were many such occasions where Craig moved over, and changed places with governors, or presidents, or entertainers, whomever my controllers needed me to be with. For there is nothing covered up, that will not be revealed, or hidden that shall not be known. Therefore whatsoever ye have spoken in darkness shall be heard in the light. And that which ye have whispered in private rooms shall be proclaimed upon the housetops. Luke 12, 2-3, 159, Brice Taylor, Thanks for the Memories, Chapter 15, Hope and Kissinger utilize the Kennedy family. I remember being taken to a place where a huge green lawn defined by a white fence traveled as far as the eye could see. From what I understood, this was the home of the Kennedy family for generations. Joseph and Rose, the older Kennedys, lived there. There was a big two-story White House that had a porch on the outside and a big circular driveway in front. This is where the Kennedy family met for family gatherings and annual reunions. Joe and Rose invited the entire family. I was there, dressed as a maid for the day, in a black dress and little white apron. It was my job to deliver the goodies on a silver platter. But there were lots of maids on hand for these types of occasions, so when I slipped off with one of the Kennedy men, I wasn't missed. I usually started off serving hors d'oeuvre, but when a Kennedy man approached me and gave me the eye, I was instructed to continue holding my tray, so it still looked like I was working as we walked into the house. Then we would go to a back bathroom or bedroom for sex. Later, I would reappear, carrying my tray of food. Then I would mingle and usually would be approached again, so the whole routine started all over again and I would sexually service another of the Kennedy men. I got started waitressing, as Bob jokingly called it, at their parties when I was a young preteen, going on 25, when I went there the first time. The younger men in the family selected me, but it didn't take long for the word to get around and the older men wanted a try. I looked older than 12. The programmed personality for these parties felt that JFK taught me a lot. He played with me in a teasing, fun-loving way, so different than Ted, who was so violent. After dinner, JFK often went into the family television room. He sat on the couch, put his feet up on the coffee table and leaned back to watch television. He liked to have a short after-dinner drink. He didn't care if he was watching alone, he laughed and laughed at the shows he watched. He was an unusually cheerful man most of the time. When JFK was assassinated, they told me before they did it, and after they had killed him they said to me, "He is the president and we can make him live or make him die and no one would ever miss you should you step out of line. Then we would have to take care of you, like your little boyfriend JFK." It was sad the year JFK died. Everyone wore black and Rose, sitting in her wheelchair, kept crying. It was a very sad affair. I think the sex was down that year because evidently some of the men were genuinely grieving. Jackie cried a lot at family parties after he died. She had a hard time adjusting at first, but the Kennedy family stood by her and helped her. She sat with the ladies and cried, and they listened and supported her. Ted Kennedy was brutal. He was one of the most violent and meanest men I was with. He liked to have sex with me anywhere and everywhere he could, but he especially liked to have sex in cold climates in rooms with a fireplace. One place had a big rock fireplace and he made a big fire and then wanted to have sex all night. When he neared orgasm he would slap and beat me. He hit me so hard it felt like my head would explode. Then in his proper Kennedy accent, he would call me A.C.T. He liked to tie my arms over my head to the headboard, or if there wasn't anything to attach my hands and wrists to, he would tie them tightly together. Lots of times he made me stay tied up for a long time. He liked to handcuff me also. He was really into bondage, and if I ever neared any sexual pleasure he would start hitting and slapping me, and once that began it was like he couldn't stop himself and quickly escalated into extreme violence. He seemed to require that in order to orgasm. I was flown to him in the New England states. At dusk, we walked outside together in a forest. There was a real chill in the air. He told me to strip and I was forced to take my clothes off outside in the cold. He ordered me to dance around the forest like I was a fairy. Then he laughed like he was drunk or, 160, out of his mind. He had a rifle with him and he shot it into the air and it really scared me. He said he shot the gun just so my nipples would stand up. There were other times after he finished violently satisfying himself with me that he would break down and cry. He was very disturbed. But the hurting he delivered never stopped. He used me often until I was just over 25. Bob offered my services to the Kennedys any time they wished. He said they could count on my yearly service at their family get-togethers. Bob told them, "It's so nice to get good help and it's so wonderful when they are versatile." Then he laughed and pointed to me. So I was sent in year after year. Over time, I had to have sex with all of the Kennedy men, including Little John. He wasn't very old when they first brought him to me. Probably about 12. They believe in training their males at an early age by expert women so that they will continue the Kennedy power that they felt was derived from sex. In their eyes, to have sex was to be powerful. Rose seemed to be a matriarch. From what I saw, she ran the family. She seemed to influence Joseph's decisions in business and would make it known when the family sat down to eat, usually at very long tables. She gave an update on their lives and then went on to give information on family business, investments, trade, etc. Some relatives took notes and must have gone right home and followed through on Rose's suggestions. After she finished she would smile and look around at her family with such love. Then she sat down. Rose had a very commanding presence about her. She had more dignity than I witnessed in the royal family in England. She just demanded respect and she got it. They seemed to treat her very carefully, not ever wanting to offend her. They had very formal, picture-perfect dining tables and dinners, complete with a huge staff of waiters and waitresses. I hardly ever had to work as a waitress because usually one of the men would get a headache or have to go to the bathroom before, during, or after dinner. Instead, I was more often in a side bedroom wearing a skimpy French maid's uniform and sexually satisfying one of the Kennedy men. I was never instructed to do two at once, though. They politely took turns. As far as I know, Rose never discovered their secret game. Bob continually offered the Kennedy family clan my services, for free, and kept sending me there. So the Kennedys and Bob always had a good thing going, always scratching each other's back. Bob played golf with one or more of them and took me along to caddy, when they visited him in the Springs. There were times when 3 other sex slaves and I would have sex with one of them. The Kennedy men can't have too many women. I don't think all of the Kennedys golfed. Ted came along even if he didn't golf. He would get a room on the golf course and perform violent sex on me. Afterwards he would drag me back to Bob, who would be in the middle of his game, and Bob would absent-mindedly tell him to leave me with him. Bob was so focused on his game he didn't notice if I had blood on my face or body, or if I was a wreck, and I would have to follow Bob on the green and do whatever he asked until we left the golf course. Then he would want me to get down on my knees and give him oral sex in the back of the limo. The Kennedys usually had their own means of transportation and drove separately. It seemed like it must have been in the family will that they had to drive in their own limos, with their own drivers. But Bob took advantage of us being alone in his limo. He never missed the chance for sex. My daughter Kelly was prostituted to the younger Kennedy men. They had a lot of boys. The Kennedy boys were taught early how to handle their women. And I was there to teach them about sex, and they were learning how to handle a slave. They knew they could have anything they wished from me, and that I was totally subservient. They weren't old enough to be trusted with the full mind control information. They had to be initiated first into the family secrets. 161, Kelly and I sometimes worked together at the Kennedys. Sometimes Ted liked to have the Mott hurdle to sex team that our controllers programmed us to be. Ted always violently hurt us both. He had a son, who liked to pick Kelly for sex. He took her off by the hand when she was still a little girl, and he was much older. All the Kennedy brothers, JFK, Ted, and Robert, had sons, and there were a lot of other elite families who carried the same sexual beliefs in regard to their men. And Bob gave me to lots of them, as he arranged for them to have me inconspicuously at their parties as a maitress. I overheard Rose talk about the fact that some of the Kennedy money was tied directly into NASA sub-projects they funded, and somehow there was a huge profit from it. That's why there's the Kennedy Space Center. NASA is much more than it seems. Research has included inner space stations, which was the term I heard used at times in relation to the mind. The Kennedys always wanted to be on the leading edge of technology. First is best, they said. Rose was a shrewd businesswoman. She delivered the facts while Joe sat beside her. It definitely looked like she wore the pants in the family. I never did have sex with Joe. He was elderly and mostly sat around and talked. I think he knew about me, though. I could tell by the look in his eyes that he somehow understood, but I believe that his sons kept the truth from him about my being under total mind control. I overheard Ted say to one of his brothers that he wouldn't be able to understand the technology. This leads me to believe that Joe was unaware of the mind control technology. The wives and women in the Kennedy clan seemed oblivious of what was going on. Once they got together and began talking, they didn't seem to notice where their husbands, sons, boyfriends, etc. were. The men sent me in to serve them tea when they were all together so the women would see me being busy. But I usually had sex with many of their husbands, sometimes more than once, before the party was over. I served the women tea an inordinate amount of times so they wouldn't suspect that I was doing anything else. They even brought in other people's sons who were not relatives, but they were somehow connected to the family, maybe through distant marriage or something. They switched me, gave me instructions, and then gave me their son. They wanted all these young men to carry on in the Kennedy tradition. If they were not actually close family relatives, they would say they wanted them to lend their support always to the Kennedy family. It seemed like a one-for-all and all-for-one type situation. Rose approved of Jackie. She thought Jackie was the greatest and spoke to her often at family gatherings. Joan Kennedy was always jealous of everyone, especially her sisters-in-law. She often drank until she got drunk and obnoxious. An embarrassment to the family, is what they always said. And Ted treated her awfully. As Joe got older, he was confined to a wheelchair. The last time I saw him he was tied into his wheelchair and had some sort of 4-or oxygen unit with him. Then he died and wasn't there the next time I went. I knew because I was updated, by closed-circuit television, room 222, what the family news was so I could have appropriate conversations with the Kennedys. They are connected to the council and represent them heavily. Joseph Kennedy was big in business and had holdings that were well connected. What I overheard was that when their money was connected, it was protected and thereby guaranteed a place in the power structure. But the money, the big money, had to come before a person was accepted. The theory was that if a person could amass money then it proved they were smart enough, and if they knew how to get it connected then they were pliable enough, and if they followed through on what was asked of them they could become rich and famous. Then all that was left to do was to create a media public identity to portray whatever image they wanted projected by the media industries they funded. It was all a big cycle where one fed into another and they all ended up on top. 162, Bob knew the protocol with the Kennedy family. He was always kind and gracious and giving, and his nasty jokes about the elite were watered down whenever it came to any of the Kennedys because he didn't ever want to be in disfavor with them. Bob also sent me to different vacation spots around the world, to entertain certain members of the Kennedy family. He never minded paying what he called, big bucks, to fly me to someone who could make a difference. Then he would say, "Ah, yes," and get that little sly smile on his face. He knew that the connections into powerful leaders and influential people would pay off very handsomely. So he didn't mind paying to fly me, and later, me and my little filly, as he called Kelly, all over the world, sometimes on the Concorde. So I declare to you, brothers, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, nor does their perishable inherit the imperishable. Listen, I tell you a mystery, we will not all sleep, but we will all be changed, in a flash, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. 1 Corinthians 16, 163, Brice Taylor. Thanks for the memories. Chapter 16, Viva Las Vegas. The council targeted and used areas like Las Vegas and Tahoe that drew large crowds. They also were aware that when people were drinking alcohol and watching a show, their subconscious minds were even more open to taking in deeply what they were viewing. They knew all about harmonics and they used people who were big stars to deliver their messages. There were times when they didn't have their programmed entertainers in place at shows, so they didn't have an inside connection to the show talent in order to direct them to deliver their messages to the crowd. If this occurred they would send someone to attend the show. Preferably before the show or at intermission, this person would request of the master of ceremonies to ask this entertainer to say some specific words in a certain order, explaining that it would mean so much to a certain special person in the audience, and then they would slip the MC a large sum of money. Later on, the celebrity performing the show would deliver the pre-planned words that were meant to have an intended programmed effect on certain programmed mind-controlled slaves in the audience. If the performer was under mind control he or she would have been pre-programmed to deliver the activating messages during the performance. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, MGM, Grand was synonymous with the mob and the Hollywood celebrity connection in Vegas. The hotels were small complex microcosms of an otherwise corrupt group of mobsters owning their share of the Strip. The hotels were a way of sorting their interests. Bob Hope had ties to the MGM Grand and directly to the mob that owned and ran it. I was used there with many mobsters. Wealthy men who were sometimes ruthless but many times seemed to have large emotions and loyalties to certain causes. Vegas held a lot of memories for me in the late 60s and early 70s. During the peak of my use with Hope, Nixon, Reagan, Kissinger and others. To ensure their secrecy, I was taken to Vegas for reconditioning every so often. These times included trauma to keep the experiences sequestered from my conscious mind. After my children were born, they tied the memory of the trauma to threats used to remind me of the safety or lack of it for my children in order to keep their secrets really safe. These mob guys, Sicilian mostly, had lots of money and power in their own respective territory. That was as far as their power went, so they created a network amongst each other to ensure their power in many places. They formed links to government political figures in an effort to ensure that they didn't lose their precious holdings in areas that counted. Drugs, porn, baby sales, prostitution, they made their money wherever they could in order to keep their holdings. After I sexually serviced Bob Hope in Vegas, I would often be visited by one of his mob buddies who would give me the treatment. That meant drug me, isolate me, and rape me, whatever trauma it took to keep my programming intact for use with Bob, the Brice, and others. They were brutal, and knew just how to terrorize me but not physically damage me too much, just inflict a lot of pain. The mob was very connected to Bob and various government operations, and had their own pecking order that needed to be followed to ensure that a person stayed alive. The council was above the mob, above the government, and literally coordinated how things went down with the mob. And ultimately was instrumental in taking away much of their power and then redistributing it as needed. During the trauma, the mobsters sometimes called me deviling, and told me the walls in Vegas had eyes and ears and could watch and hear me at all times, and that there were powerful men there who could see me all the time. Frank Sinatra, 164, Bob gave me to Uncle Frankie one night after Frank Sinatra did a show in Vegas. Frank liked to use whips and chains and those very scary leather straps with me. He liked to orgasm while I was lying there on my back with him on top, while he continually tightened the leather strap around my neck until I was nearly dead. At that point he could orgasm. I had sex with him often and did the things he told me to do. One time he told me to go over to the man wearing the diamond stick pin and give him a message, "I love you." I wasn't able to retrieve all of this memory because it turned into carousel rides, whirling, spinning, like a top, so I couldn't think to remember. This programming is called spin programming and is intended to disorient and confuse. The whirling feeling I felt in my brain was often combined with hearing a popular song playing in my head, as the lyrics reminded me, "I'm so dizzy my head is spinning." The whole Las Vegas scene was always an extremely painful nightmare for me. I was subjected to lots of violence there from Frank Sinatra, to keep all the little secrets quiet, he said. He was brutal to me. He tied me up, down, tied my wrists together, slapped me over and over, used bright lights, raped me and strapped me with a leather belt. Vegas was never fun. Porn was also filmed there and I was prostituted to high government officials and friends of Bob. Uncle Frank took care of the security so I didn't ever step out of line. The consequences were disastrous every time I stepped out of line. There was a number system that measured things I did wrong. If I disobeyed in any way, I was marked down a certain number of points. Only I didn't ever know what the number system was or how it worked. So I never knew if I'd reached a point where I had to be taken care of. It was very scary and I was always confused and couldn't think because I didn't know, couldn't remember, what it was that was bad to do. So I was afraid everything I was doing could cause some point to be added or taken away. They kept score for years and the stakes went up after I had the kids. Then they threatened to hurt them, or when the kids were older they put me in front of all three of my children, and got very close to killing me, in order to traumatize all of us, so we wouldn't remember. In later years my little daughter, Kelly, was often prostituted to many famous and sexually perverted men, including pedophiles like George Bush, Mickey Rooney and others. Uncle Frank was younger than Bob, and Bob said Frank could run faster to catch me if the need ever arose. Uncle Frank was the single worst heavy with me, except for Ted Kennedy, Francois Mitterrand, and my own father. Frank was very scary and I reported to him directly in Vegas. I met with him upstairs and listened and followed his every direction. I went into a hypnotic trance and listened carefully, and then he would snap his fingers to switch me into another personality, and later on I would do everything as he commanded. Uncle Frank told me who to sit by at the baccarat, blackjack or crap tables. He told me what to say to certain men, where and how to have sex with them, and gave me a key to the rooms to take them to. These men had 2 hours of sheer luxury and sex, and sometimes it ended with me soaping them down and redressing them. sex, whipped cream, chocolate sauce, whatever they wanted for added pleasure. Whips and chains and leather straps, that Uncle Frank often used to nearly strangle me, were provided to these men. Frank was very private about his private life, to the point of violence if anyone ever asked him anything. Bob had to remind Frank that I was of small stature and told him he didn't want him to break anything on me. Frank could get very carried away. Once, he grabbed my hair and kept pushing my head into a full tub of water until I couldn't breathe and was gagging, choking and grasping for air. Uncle Frank was the one who made me really sick in Vegas. He nearly killed me and knew all kinds of ways to torture a person. I saw him break a guy's arm on the corner of a desk, very easily, like it was a pretzel. The guy fainted. He loved to do stuff like that to people. But I did the men Uncle Frank told me to, and did the best job I possibly could, or there would be retaliation. If I didn't perform to their standards I got hurt very badly. Uncle Frank would throw me up against walls and when my body hit, I felt like I was broken. Body slams, he called them, and I got a lot of those. He nearly killed me after I was with some 165, dark-skinned, foreign leader dressed in a white robe with a white turban on. This man was brutal also. Frank shaved my pubic hair for this man. That was also scary. Frank told Bob he wanted to do it himself, so he took me into the bathroom in the hotel and took one of those big electric shavers and made me lie down on the floor and spread my legs so he could shave me. He pinched and nicked me with that razor, and just laughed when I jumped from the pain. Tears were running uncontrollably down my face. I wasn't allowed to cry but somehow, sometimes I just couldn't help it. One of the personalities that dealt with Uncle Frank was tied directly into a system of reporting personalities, led by Sandy, my main reporting personality. These personalities reported everything that happened, out of trauma conditioning, training and terror, with no ability to lie or protect themselves. Often I was given instruction by a group of men in a darkened, smoke-filled room in Vegas. The man in charge of the security area I entered, knew me, and always waved me through. These men seemed to operate above the law, above the rules, and had connections inside lots of casinos. The messages I delivered were gambling tips, information about drug and guns deals, and other illegal and hidden agendas.